big gap up here for the market to start this week and the second half of the month of June. S&P 500 sharply to the upside. Here is the NASDAQ, if I can type in that correctly, also sharply to the upside. You also have USO to the downside as US President Trump announced via a Truth Social post. Looks like we do have a deal to conclude the conflict between the US and Iran and reopen the all-important Strait of Hormuz. So good look for the market. Not as good of a look here if you are long oil. I know crypto also trading higher in tandem with the market on this year. BTC actually posted its first green week after a 4-week losing session as of this Sunday. Now, if you look at SPCX, this is another name we're going to be talking about a lot today and likely continuing to do so in the future. Pretty successful IPO by all accounts on Friday. Let's see if this momentum can continue today as Elon Musk posts some pretty lofty revenue outlooks for SPCX going through to 2030. Lots to discuss today, Sharif. How are you doing this morning?
Good, thank you, Adira. Hope you had a great weekend. Yes, we're already doing 10.33 million shares here on SPCX after a very successful Friday IPO. At least the bottom didn't drop off, guys. Good look over here. Meta also in focus. Looks like the England regulator wants to restrict social media for people under the age of 16. We've been seeing a lot more of that. And then Amazon bringing to the attention of the Trump administration possible weaknesses in the Fable release, which is Anthropic's latest model. Now, this Fable model is based on Mythos, but it comes with railguards and safeguards. How apparently Amazon has been able to get around some of those, prompting the Trump administration to put an all, hands on deck, seizing using of the model. And there's lots to talk about in that regard, so we'll get to it. Micron with an upgrade, up big over here, almost 8% here, Adara. And as you mentioned, iBit as well, up 4%. And then there's a possible buyout, as we spoke about on Friday, between Fox and Roku.
That Fox and Roku looks certainly on watch. I do want to do some housekeeping as well. At 8:30 a.m., NY Fed Manufacturing is going to come out. Then at 10 a.m., we're going to be getting NAHB Housing Market Index. Lots to discuss today. So without further ado, let's bring in Sean and Neil. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. And the market is in love. The market is in love with the buys, in love with the deal being done. Unless you're, like Adira said, unless you care about volatility or oil, you got to be happy today. It's easy to talk about SpaceX up 5 points after the successful debut, but my goodness, Micron's up 8.
Oh yeah, these
right
things
now.
Are
like
stop.
Bitcoin
Marvell's
flying.
up.
Like your quote boards. This is a good morning to pop up the quote board and just see what's going on here. SanDisk up big, Coinbase up big, Robinhood, Marvell, AMD, ETH, Broadcom in there. Heck, even Affirm is up. And like I said, if you're not really caring too much about energy or volatility, you're pretty much good to go. So yeah, pretty good start. It was a great weekend overall. I know lots of sports for lots of people, and congratulations to the Knicks.
Yeah, that was a good
Knicks
one.
pulled it off. Pulled it off.
And New York didn't get set on fire, really, which was nice. I mean, I know it was a big
There were some concerns.
Yeah, but doesn't. I mean, not as bad as I thought it would have been. So
yeah, it could have been worse.
That parade is Thursday, so congratulations there, and congratulations to the Carolina Hurricanes as well, as we even up our bet with Joe there.
There it is.
And he's not in yet, so I don't know if he's in today or not.
Oh, he's
but
hiding.
Can't rub it in yet.
He's mad because he's mad.
Yeah, he's mad. He's mad. Yeah, he's not that mad.
Nah,
but yeah, welcome to everybody. Yeah. Oh, it was bad. Okay, someone was out there. Yeah, I don't know. I saw some. I was watching some CNN after it, and someone did. Oh well. Yeah, whatever. It's probably just another night. But yeah, no, it was good times. Good, decent weather around here. It was raining yesterday. Almost said snowing. It was
a lot of rain.
Yeah, we had all of our baseball canceled, which was great because I got to go to more hockey, so that was a lot of fun. And I'm off. We have Post Malone concert tomorrow night.
Post Malone.
I'm off. I'm off on Wednesday, and then we have Friday off as well.
That's right. It's a holiday shortened week.
Yeah, what a holiday shortened week there with Juneteenth coming on Friday. So. Happy Juneteenth, is that what people say? I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know that it's the thing.
Another reason to barbecue and get that going on there. So we had burgers last night. Finally, it cleared up, and we were able to get there on the patio there on the porch, barbecue it up a little bit there, and yeah, it was good times.
Yeah, the holiday shortened week makes things weird this week because it's supposed to be all the index stuff is supposed to happen at the end of the week, but now I think it all happens on Monday, so you got to wait a couple of. You got to wait for the weekend for Marvell to get added to the S&P 500. You got to wait until Monday as well for well, for sure Rocket Labs is going to NASDAQ 100 and a couple of other names are going in there. And those names are going to be good too. So there's going to be a lot to watch. I think it should be a fun one. We should have Michael coming through, Michael Noss.
Yeah, that was one of
Interesting to
Joe's
say,
picks there, that Tapuria on UFC.
Oh, that was.
Yeah, he lost. No, he lost.
Oh no, he lost.
Yeah, he lost that one because I was riding with that pick too. I was staying awake to watch a little bit, but I didn't see the main event. I went to bed, so. But
well, I mean,
Real Trading Book as well is now available.
Canada got bailed out.
Yeah, they. Oh yeah, Sharif, how was that there? The atmosphere. Sharif was there at I guess it's called Toronto Field now, I guess.
Toronto Stadium, Katina, man. They did this to all the stadiums, by the way. Like even yesterday, the Cowboy Stadium, AT&T Stadium, was called Dallas Stadium. So they're kind of branding. They don't want anyone to make money unless it's them, Katina, man.
Right.
Right?
That's FIFA.
But
it used to be BMO Field.
Exactly. And I think it will be in like about a month's time again.
Yeah.
But atmosphere was fantastic.
Good.
The opening ceremonies was pretty cool. Missed a little bit of that, but let me tell you, man, these Bosnian fans know how to kind of get rowdy, and it was nice to be around something like that.
Nice.
I bet. I saw the opening ceremony. The World Cup thing was falling apart. Did you notice that? Did you see that? I saw.
Yeah, thankfully I missed that part, because I would have been highly critical if I'd seen it live.
They spend all this money and the thing started blowing up. But okay, good, awesome. Well, it's great to have you obviously back. I mean, you didn't miss too much there on Friday, and just the beginning part, and then he left.
Yeah.
So 170.50 right here for SpaceX. So we bought some in our portfolio there on Friday. So we'll see if we can get a little more shares today. I'm really happy with the way that IPO obviously went. Was a big trading opportunity. We did get, stopped out early, was able to get back into it, and and then we actually rode the short all afternoon on Friday. So it was such a great opportunity to trade that SpaceX, and we want to thank everybody. We put up absolutely like record numbers there on Friday, and this is what I had the short there at the end of the day on it, and we started shorting around 170, and that fell into 160. So we made $10 that way. We made a bunch of money right there off the open as well. So it was this turned out to be one of the better trading opportunities. And yeah, we do it live. We did it live, and it was great. We have over, I think in combined views, over 400,000 views for Friday. So
absolute record.
Yeah, it was a record, and it was a good one for us. So we'll hopefully some of you guys are new to the show, and we'll be talking about many more names other than SpaceX today. That is for sure.
But we will.
Yeah, it's the number one trade idea on here.
Unavoidable.
Yeah, it's going to be
for at least a couple of days. It's always any IPO. It's always going to be top of the mind for the first couple of days, but there is so much to get
Bitcoin's trying to go too.
That's what I love about the rally today is you're kind of getting some of the deadness gone. Like the fact that we got Bitcoin going, the fact that we got gold and silver also rallying. Hey, if war's over and it's risk back on, it's not as if you're getting a fall in gold. So I think that's a good sign for some of the metals as well. And you're in the right spot. If you tune in on Friday for the first time ever, just understand that we're covering the markets every single day. Even things like, hey, the travel name bouncing back. Don't ignore like a CCL or an NCLH subtly breaking back out here. And who knows, can we sustain the rally? The one thing that there hasn't been as much, because so much is up today, I have not noticed any of these post-PDT like small cappers in the chat so much. Like usually in the morning, there's like, oh, this symbol, that symbol, 100% here or there. But I feel like a lot of it is, hey, like Micron's up 8%, and Bitcoin's rallying, and SpaceX is up another 6%, and Marvell's up 5%. It's a little bit more of that, and the Qs are up 2 points already. Like when Nasdaq's already up a couple points, like, can we get to all-time highs? But there is one, and of course I say that, and then David immediately points to PAVs. I know, it's, of course, there always is one. That's the whole point. 150 million on this habitual line stepper, and we call it a habitual line stepper because the daily chart usually speaks for itself in these particular cases, but there's a penny stock which is absolutely going ham already. So yeah, something for everybody in today's market. So Sharif, I know it's not up above $1, but it's done 150 million. Does this meet the requirement to get traded?
It's ripping right now, Neil, and here comes the $0.50 as we speak, 135%. Taking out 40, had a little bit of resistance initially at 40, but those higher lows were operative, and there it goes. Now we'll have to see if this one can kind of mosey on its way to the dollar and stay above the volume-weighted average price by the midday, but it's showing a lot of promise here, as you mentioned. 202 million shares traded so far, Darragh.
Yeah, good look there for some of these small caps. Not so good of a look, unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier, for oil. So let's get into this here. USO is gapping down as President Trump indicates. Looks like there could be some final deal between the U.S. and Iran involving the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, initial confusion that the Strait was going to be open today and the blockade was going to be lifted today. Then on his way, of course, to Europe, President Trump took questions from reporters on board Air Force One, where he explained that technically it's not really going to be formally signed until Friday in Switzerland, where I guess he's going to meet some of the Iranian contingents. But let's get to some of the details here, guys. So a lot of the talk was, juxtaposing this deal to the deal that President Obama had struck them. Highly critical of that deal has been President Trump's, mainly because a lot of money was given to them, which President Trump posits was used in the nuclear program. Well, this time around, there's not going to be any direct issuing of new money, but you're going to have an unfreezing of the assets. And according to some reports, those assets could amount to about $25 billion that could go to the Iranians. Some food for thought there. Then, as the final draft was being etched out and President Trump was coming to basically announce it, which he did yesterday around 5:30 on Truth Social, a strike happened in southern Lebanon, prompting let's just say, an expletive-filled conversation between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, where he accused him of having no judgment and jeopardizing the global diplomatic layout. So we'll have to see how that kind of relationship goes. And then last but not least here, Dara, a lot was made about the nuclear fuel, right? What was going to happen with this nuclear material? Initially, reports stated that the Americans wanted that nuclear material to find its way into Russia directly. Apparently, that is not going to happen. It's going to be about a 60-day window to discuss how it's going to be dissolved locally, Adara. So should be interesting to see how this all unfolds.
Yeah, I'm already seeing comments here from people in Iran talking about the deal. Nothing massive or nothing that we didn't know, but just to be aware of. I also want to mention here, nothing big in terms of moves here, but beware. CRM apparently signing a definitive agreement to acquire a company called Fin. So some acquisition news on watch. PAYO also apparently going to be acquired. So, we'll talk about that situation between Roku and Fox in a bit, but I do want to mention some other acquisition and deal-related news pieces on watch here.
Yeah, the Roku deal it's rather large, like 22 mil for Fox. But just remember, it's actually a lot of it is going to be, well, not a lot. It's 96 cash, but then the rest of it's going to be stock. So that's why you're going to see Fox down significantly. So they're actually using a decent share portion to make that acquisition. And you're seeing Roku trade well off the implied deal price. Part of that's going to be that Fox is headed to the downside. So Roku, it was an implied 160, but that was based on Fox's price at the time. And Fox is now down 10%. So you're going to have to, if you're looking at this today and thinking it's going to be a crazy run, you better be watching Fox just to see how it's going to go. As far as this deal, deal or no deal, at this point, I think the market's like, yeah, okay, well, fine, Strait might not be open today, but we're still going to treat this as pretty much done. You look at, there's been no relief rallies or movement in oil futures more or less all morning long. They've just been hanging off of the lows. It wouldn't surprise me if there was some kind of a pop, maybe a little bit of a try to relief rally and then head back in to the downside. But for all intents and purposes, this feels like the end, and this is exactly what the market has been looking for. You throw in the fact that we just had, it was a good week for the markets, but it can be easy to forget that we had some hot inflation numbers coming through. And now all of a sudden, you can finally look toward maybe the end of that push, and the Fed can get back to maybe thinking about the labor markets. There's going to be a couple of months where you're still having inflation filter through, but it feels a lot better. I think you're going to see the odds of that rate increase might start to crop a little bit lower throughout the week. And then, of course, on Wednesday, it'll be a nothing burger. But hopefully by then, it won't be I don't want to say a lock, but it's been generally high percentage that there would be rate hikes by the end of the year and early next year. And I think that's going to start to taper off a little bit, which is a good sign overall.
Yeah, I think with Wednesday's meeting, I think Kevin Warsh is going to start talking about rate cuts. to tame this inflation with this war being potentially over with. That should bring inflation back down. We should have obviously a little bit of a volatility spike the other way to the downside, and like to get rid of some of this volatility. We've seen the VIX start to come back in, obviously with the NASDAQ up another 2% today, and the ES really starting to go. Here's USO. I actually have it written down. Was just currently typing up the sticky note, and 120 there, it goes breaking lower. I'm going to try to short. I wrote down the 200 period, so 124 is what I have written down, but we'll wait to see what winds up happening there with USO up to 125. That's where we closed on Friday. Obviously the deal, deal or no deal, it's definitely a step in the right direction here, and it does suck. And we mentioned a couple weeks ago, obviously, that Netanyahu and Trump don't seem to be on the same page as far as where they want to take this thing. But the United States is the dog that wags the tail. So there's the move to the downside right now. Finally trying to hold it. Last week we were talking with Brendan up there on the desk, and he was talking about this 135 to 140, and it was getting pretty choppy there with Sharif, Brendan, and all of us. And then now finally we start to break lower, convincingly lower now. It's not like it's just hovering around. I finally think like a 5% move in oil is a big move, and I want to short any pops here. I do believe something's going to get resolved sooner rather than later, if it hasn't sort of already, with the memorandum of understanding. I think it is MOU that's been written up now. So yeah, the nuclear aspect is pretty key for this to get done. And we had talked about it, and I talked about this with Kevin O'Leary last week, and just talking about some nuclear. And there we go, a little bit of a day's bump now for nuclear. And when we were talking to him, it was down here at $9. Now you're up to 10. I think this, again, as the market starts to go a little higher, you can see names like SMR, names like Oklo, start to just drift a little bit higher here as this day goes on. So yeah, I'm definitely excited to have a look at some of the nuclear names today, especially SMR, just because I like the way this one trades. I mean, it's a sort of a low price but high possible mover, right? And so you can get that 10% sort of every single day back and forth there with SMR. I did put out a tweet there asking to see if anybody had any ideas today. Yeah, Dane is all about Robinhood. We'll talk a little bit about that. What's up, man? To Andrew. Oh, hey, what's up from across the pond as well? The NASA ETF. Yeah, I think you might be right there as well. What's up, Noah? And then, yeah, Space Innovators. There's a lot of different ETFs that are out there right now. And, we looked at NASA last week, and I think with Rocket Lab and ASTS and all these names starting to move around, good opportunities here to get back in. I have SpaceX, and again, you're going to see it soon. The note's about out. I have SpaceX written as the long again here today. So, a little bit of a fallback wouldn't surprise me. Again, the 200 period moving average, closing price of 165 on Friday-ish. I mean, where was the close exactly? I guess it was down here. Closing price 161, 162, floated up into 164, 165. We'll see what winds up happening now. But here's the NASDAQ with a little bit of a move lower. Up 2% seems to be a lot into today. We do have, like you mentioned, though, Rocket Lab and some of those other names, and a Zscaler moving out of the NASDAQ.
Yeah, they're coming out.
Yeah, we'll talk a lot about names moving in, but Zscaler moving out. So you see them with not the greatest earnings report there. Then they get the news of, losing their listing in the NASDAQ 100. So we'll wait to see if there's any sort of a prop up here around $122 for Zscaler. So yeah, it should be a good one, man. I mean, I don't know. I didn't check the note yet, but we're supposed to have Michael Noss coming through, so we'll see what he's doing. And he got some allocation. He talked about it on the show. I hope all of you guys got some allocation.
Anybody that got the allocation we saw in the chat, all be happy.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I was saying. Like, even when Kevin was on here, and I was trying to tell everybody, like, if you get the allocation, you got to take it. And then, there's no way it was going to open up near that 135, but it actually did. It opened up at 150.
Because closer than expected.
Way closer than expected. So congratulations to everybody part of that IPO. It just makes me more confident, more excited. I had my biggest day of the year, of course, and we'll have more, hopefully, excitement on the Anthropic and on OpenAI. And the fact that it was opened up so well, with no halts, no real controversies. Like, the quotes were actually pretty stable. It was one of the best openings.
Best run IPOs.
And if you lost money, you knew why. Like, there wasn't like anything crazy dramatic. It didn't halt, and then, what price do I take? It was very orderly.
And it also opened before 130, which...
Yeah, it was really
It wasn't as early as we would have liked, but
11:46.
It was before noon. It was before 11:30, or 12:30. It was so good.
That's bananas, Randy.
Really, bananas,
That's bananas, Randy?
Bananas, he says.
Yeah, bananas.
As we get
I guess there must be no bananas today.
Oh, well.
I guess.
Take what you can get. We're not going to hate on it.
Matches the strap here today. So I got the orange strap on. right there. So 820, good one. We'll get that sticky note out. We got a bunch of different names going through, like SpaceX. Some of the chip names upside again today, over 2%. The Nasdaq's starting to go back upside. We're almost back to all-time highs on the Nasdaq. I mean, that didn't take too long.
Give it a day.
So it's ready to rock and roll here. Yeah, give it another day, and I think we're there as well. SpaceX, yeah, more levered ETFs going to be coming out soon, right?
Oh, yeah. The SpaceX 2X ones.
Is it out already?
Well, I don't see them. So they think there's
Okay.
like a delay for the SpaceX 2X levered. At least I can't bring them up. So for anyone that's all excited about that, the options are supposed to start.
Yeah,
today,
let us know
So it's
if
only a
there's
matter of time. You guys let us know if you can trade. There's like 3 different.
I don't even know what the symbols are.
One of them's
It's like space,
You know what, if I just go
SPCXL, maybe?
AACX or there we go.
SPCU
is supposed to be that one.
SPCL.
And then Granite is SPAL, and I don't know if we can pull either one.
Defiant Space.
And there's SPAX,
SPCL is
but I can't pull any of them up.
SPCL.
Oh, this one, SPAX is quoting.
Yeah, it's not. No, you can't. SPCL we don't have.
No,
This is
SPAX is quoting, but I don't know whether this
$52.
is going to actually be open. We'll see. But obviously, you can just look. Everyone can just trade SpaceX. Like
Yeah.
you don't need 2x daily levered to be able to trade. But there are a bunch of them that are supposed to be coming to market this week, for sure. Which I feel like is a bit unprecedented. Like, do we really need these products that fast? But hey, they're here. The CDR is here. We were showing you guys that on already on Friday. So that's a way for Canadian investors to be able to get it currency hedged. So that was already up and running and looking pretty good to go. So yeah, so we're locked and loaded. We're ready. We're going to throw it back up to the desk. Mosey on. We got a lot to cover this morning. It's a busy one.
We're going to talk some crypto, but a couple headlines I want to mention first. For one, we have Vice President J.D. Vance talking about this Iran deal on CNBC, saying that there's going to be a 2-step verification process between the U.S. and Iran with regards to Hormuz, and saying that Hormuz is, quote, already enjoying more traffic. But this NVIDIA story, Sheree, from a couple minutes ago now is pretty interesting. Starting to see some reports that it's going to be joining the likes of Google and reportedly even Meta as well. They're looking to raise roughly $20 billion of cash. They're going to be selling some high-grade investment debt. I mean, I know this has been discussed in the midday. How do you feel about these companies continuing to raise money in this way?
Yeah, it's a great question, Adira. It's one that, we see these companies with hordes of money, but we see them expend it as quickly, if not faster, than how they're bringing it in. It speaks to the nature of the build-out right now. I think it's just such a cash-demanding build-out with prices really starting to skyrocket, whether you're looking at CPUs now, which are back in vogue, with inference, the GPUs, the RAM, which has been, quadruple, I think, year over year in terms of price. So it always makes me worry, Adira, when these sort of previously asset-light names really start taking on heavy assets and heavy debt, because it changes the financial narrative a little bit.
Yeah, definitely something to watch here for NVDA. But let's also talk here about MSTR in the crypto space, because once again here, Michael Saylor's strategy, buying some more Bitcoin.
Yeah, I didn't actually know that. $82 million in liquidations yesterday, short liquidations, which were caught offside as President Trump made the announcement mid-afternoon yesterday. But we need to kind of temper some of the expectations and highlight the fact that there's been 5 consecutive weeks of net outflows from these ETFs, these spot ETFs tracking Bitcoin. So even a nice move like that, we still got to put it into context. And then listen to this. The Financial Times is reporting that Iran is trying to actually collect new tanker transit fees in Bitcoin. Now, I know they've been doing that already, but they're actually going to do this going forward. And it's apparently some of the estimates are saying it's going to be about $1 per barrel here, and then to be paid in Bitcoin. So we'll see how that all works out. Simultaneously, you have the U.S. here with a massive unpublicized enforcement action where U.S. Treasury officials actually blacklisted Nobitex, I think is the name of the company, which is Iran's largest cryptocurrency exchange, allegedly for processing hundreds of millions for the IRGC. So just as they're organizing themselves to be able to collect some of the transit fees, which I guess are part of the agreement here, the U.S. taking action and preventing some of their collection abilities here, Adira.
Yeah, interesting look there with regards to Iran. I do want to mention as well here with the strategy buying 1,587 Bitcoin for $100 million. Also, I'm seeing some people in the chat ask about ARM. I'm not seeing anything in terms of news and social media. only seeing people confused as to this drop. If I see anything, I will let you guys know. What do you guys feel here about, I guess, also ARM, but this Bitcoin space today?
Well, in the absence of news on ARM, which I'm suspecting we'll probably hear something at some point, you don't really drop 25 bucks in 10, 15 minutes when there's usually nothing going on. It could be technical, but I'm leaning towards there's probably something here that we don't know just yet. So the easy answer for ARM is like, yeah, stay away from this one unless you have some sort of an inside. But at the 400 level, it's the multiple times that it's really just lost this level. Technically, there hadn't been a lot of buyers when it's been failing here. Like there was a little consolidation up top, but once it's underneath, it's generally been will sell, recover, and then today looks like that 400 just goes. But I like the move in Bitcoin here. Like you cleared way out. Like if you look at the last couple of weeks, like no matter how bullish you got, like we were just running into brick walls here. And you're finally back above 65K at 66. In IBIT, it was the 36.5 level, and you've gapped through that. That's an obvious place that if you dip 36.5, that gets on the nose. There's too much resistance at 36.5 on IBIT to not respect it as a good level to come back into. And then I pop over and put one of these back to a daily chart because I like my daily. Then when you pop back over to like the daily here on IBIT, like we've twice now kind of ticked like a 5 handle and managed to bounce off it. So you've got yourself a double bottom that we're working on here for Bitcoin. I think you look to 68 has been a bit of a level, 68,000. So you get up there. I think you start thinking on the day trade fades on IBIT. But for now, yeah, I like that prior high, 36.5, and I'll probably look at the 37 for some dip buys. You haven't really broken the downtrend, but you've still made that temporary double bottom. The last time it held 60,000, it was able to make a decent rally before coming back into the low. So I think you're in store for something very similar. But I saw in the chat someone liked Robinhood, and I like Robinhood today. I'm not making any qualms about this. I think it's crypto adjacent, it's market risk on adjacent, it's PDT rule as well. It had a double top that we've broken through, so I want to pull back into the prior high here on Hood. That's about 95.5. Yeah, I think crypto, at least relief rally. As I said before, Bitcoin hasn't really broken that overall downtrend on the daily, but it can still be bullish for a little bit.
All right. Just looking here at the VIX, I mean, today you're getting a little bit of a pullback, obviously, in the VIX as we're up quite nicely right here. So this is UVXY, an ETF, short-term ETF you can trade here with the VIX, and you're starting to break a little bit underneath. So that's really great. I mean, as the market here finally gets a little bit of a relief rally into it, obviously we just talked about what was going on with Bitcoin, what's been going on with oil, what's been going on in the Middle East. So there it is, man, UVXY on a nice, this is a daily chart here. So you're starting to now break underneath, which is really great to see. Obviously the war spiked some of this, and that's ETF rebalance there, so we won't necessarily have to look at that, but this is what the VIX itself looks like. We're now at 16. I do hear a Dara in my ear, so I don't know if that was live there. And then if you zoom back in a little bit here, you're going to see you're starting to finally come right back into that little $16 area on the VIX proper, right? And so again, a volatility index, probably going to be little lack of, I mean, today will be upside, and then tomorrow we'll wait again for the Fed, which is coming on Wednesday. So we're just moments away from what's going to be here a hold on the rates, right? We have very, very much chance of that. And if you go into December, things will start to switch back the other way now, right? And we were saying that, so right now today, we're gonna wait for 350 to 375. That's the current rate right now, 350 to 375. In December, it's looking much more likely that that is exactly where we're gonna wind up. That's where the odds on favor are for actually nothing to happen by the time we get to December. And then there's a 41% chance that we have a 1 rate hike in us, and then a small chance that there's that rate hike of 2. That has changed pretty dramatically over the last little while. So we'll wait to see here as Kevin Warsh makes his appearance on Wednesday for the very first time. You're now 2 days, 5 hours, and 30 minutes away from that happening. So that should be, again, another decent look come Wednesday to give us a little bit more opportunity to maybe trade some volatility. But this is the time now. If you're looking to hedge some of your positions, I've said this a couple of times, like I am obviously net long. I'm only long everything. We've been buying some up in the last little while. To protect your portfolio, VIX is always something to look at because there's a little bit of a spike. If you were buying protection down here at 16, all the way up to 22.5 there, on some worry, it's coming right back in. A man that knows a little bit about buying some protection and I'm sure has traded some VIX before in his life is Michael Noss. And we're gonna go over to the desk right now. Congratulations, Michael. We knew that the SpaceX IPO, was gonna hopefully, we didn't know it, but we'd hoped that it went off without a hitch there, and it did. So, all that initial, longs at 135 and concerns there that maybe we opened up under the IPO price didn't seem to happen. And now we've got a little bit of a move today as well. So there it is. It's Michael was here with us on Friday. He's here every single Monday as well. Let's go back over the desk and hear what the guys have to say to Michael Noss.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Michael in 1 second. Just so you guys know, minor number here at 8:30 a.m. This is the New York Empire State Manufacturing Index. 5.7 is the number we got. That's going to be markedly below the prior print of 19.6 and below that forecast and consensus between 14 and 12 here. So lower than expected, lower than previous for that NY Empire State Manufacturing Index. Now we're going to bring in our friend Michael Noss, CMT. Thank you so much for being here with us once again on this Monday and as well every single Friday, as Sean mentioned. How are you doing this morning?
Doing fantastic. It was a great weekend, and hey, who can't be walking in with a smile on their face with a gap up like this?
I mean, exactly, right? Especially with what we have here. Positive news for the world, it seems like. And also, if you were looking at or traded SpaceX, pretty positive look as well, because I understand you want to talk a little bit more about SpaceX and other IPO stuff today.
Yeah, so on Friday, I came in with a very interesting study that was run on what happens when these large IPOs take place. And the idea is pretty simple. So, this gentleman, I think it was the University of Florida, in 2010, just looked at all large IPOs that happen. And there's very little to trade on the actual IPO itself. You're either, betting it's going up or it's not. That's kind of all you can do. And this is kind of what we talked about in the last show, where, when the big IPO lists, the other ones in the sector that you already own, generally speaking, get sold. And the example that I gave in the last slide was Facebook, because this was the closest thing I could find to the SpaceX IPO. And just to the next slide there, perfect. So this was Facebook, and a long time ago, right? Only people with gray in their beard like me were probably around to trade this, but Facebook didn't do too much, and and maybe Sean and Neil too. Facebook didn't do too much to the upside, but then you had LinkedIn and Groupon and Yelp and Zynga and all these things kind of fell apart. So I said, okay, if this thing's going to happen the same way it happened before, then be careful of the other space stocks that have been rallying, especially the day before. Things like Virgin Galactic was up like 20%. Start to maybe keep an eye on those. And this is the action that happens. So that 19% for SpaceX is from the 130 IPO price. It's around, I think, 8% if you actually bought it right on the opening print. So you could take that number and apply it to yourself. But if you look at what happened to Rocket Labs, Planet Labs, ASTS, and Space, that looks pretty much exactly like that other chart with Facebook. And that was an amazing trade. Like I mentioned, I had gotten some allocation. I only found out that morning when I was on with you guys. But I did have a little bit of, especially Space going into this, and I sold it kind of right on the open and actually took a little bit of a short and made some decent little bit of a trade there. So we're going to talk about, it's very interesting that it went that way, but I'm not just here to brag. We gotta talk about kind of what's next, right? So Virgin Galactic, again, down 32% in a single day, and it wasn't a guess, right? We just read the study, applied the study to the market, ended up being a great trade after that. So the next one is potentially Anthropic, right? They've already filed their S1. We don't have a launch date yet, but I think just going off the back of what happened, we should potentially start to look to prepare for this. So the last round had this company around $350 billion per $350 billion as the total of the company. And then the people who backed it were Google and Amazon, so that's interesting. So they're saying fall of 2026, sometime by the end of the year, but we don't know. We should start to look at the next slide here, which is just some of these competitors. Because if the same thing is going to happen, we could potentially take the same trade. And the beauty of this is it's a pretty simple trade. So we don't need to do anything yet, but these are just some things to potentially take a look at. AI and SoundHound and Big Bear and Palantir. What happened with all of the space stocks is the first couple days before the IPO, there's a lot of hype about, in this case, space, but in this one, it will be AI. You could potentially buy these up going into that price and then maybe potentially look to take some sort of pairs trade or sell where you say, okay, maybe Palantir runs up a couple days before. Again, a lot of what ifs. We don't know what's going to happen for sure. And then if it's going to follow the same thing, maybe that's the top of Palantir. Maybe we look for a short the next day, something like that, right? So there's two main differences I want to talk about here in just the next slide, and that is that the pure rival for Anthropic doesn't exist yet, right? So OpenAI doesn't trade. So it's one of those things in which the Microsoft owns a lot of OpenAI, so maybe we take a look at that as OpenAI, opens a lot of AI as Anthropic comes through. And then Google and Amazon are large holders now of Anthropic. So you could potentially trade those names as a proxy because if they own them, if Anthropic comes first, then if that's going to pull money out of Microsoft and OpenAI, that could potentially be a trade there. So I just wanted to go through, that was the study that we ran. So we read the study, you pull the numbers from it if it's something that makes sense to you. SpaceX actually proved that. So if Anthropic is going to come next, I think it's just, I wanted to kind of represent this to you guys to say, okay, start doing your homework now on if, no one knows what will happen before, for sure, but if we get the same thing that happened just on Friday with SpaceX, there could be some really great, even if just intraday trades. I know there's some people out there who just took that SpaceX short or Planet Labs just for a quick shot. Maybe the same thing's going to happen with some of these other names. So if you're a holder of them, maybe start to read this study if you'd like and think it through. And then if it actually triggers, then maybe there's a good short for us that like to take both sides.
It's a really interesting look in terms of the way that some of these sympathy trades or anti-sympathy trades can show up with these IPOs. I do have some questions, and these are going to be a little bit speculative, so I guess I apologize in advance for that. But I guess one question I had, I know these are necessarily day one. In terms of day two plays, so like, the Zyngas and the LinkedIns of the world for Meta, and then of course for the SpaceX situation on Friday, Rocket Labs, et cetera. Is that a situation where would you see these continuing to sell off or maybe bouncing on day two? And I'm not sure if the study got into that.
Not so much day two, but it did show that after about a week or so, it becomes a sector. Generally speaking, you have, if one quantum computer name is hot, they'll all be hot that day to some degree. Same with retail, same with financials, same with everything. So eventually it just becomes a basket. And the thing I talked about on Friday, I meant to reiterate this time, was that it's not that, SpaceX or Virgin Galactic, SPCE, is like a much worse company than it was the day. It's a flows thing. If I want to own a basket of space stocks, I've got to sell some to buy others. So I think this normalizes in about a week, and then all of a sudden, if you're getting good space news, they're probably all going up, and then bad space news, they're probably all going down.
So yeah, it's an interesting way of looking at it. And I guess another question as well, and again, not sure if this is gotten into in the study, but in a situation where, and I guess this is looking forward to an Anthropic and then even maybe an OpenAI IPO, if you have a situation where the other members of the sector don't necessarily run up in as noticeable of a way leading up to the IPO, is that something where maybe this day one and first week reaction changes a bit?
Yeah, so it did notice that if there was no change in the sector going into the IPO, it just kind of represented a lack of hype because, if you were at all, watching anything last week, it was all about SpaceX hype, and that's by design. We need these things to get people to buy them, so you need to have them mentioned on, CNBC and all these places to help hype them up. So if you don't notice them, that's why, generally speaking, there's less of a chance that the IPO works out because you just don't have that push from everyone out there. So I would be worried about anything that doesn't get any sort of kind of hype or run up going into that week. And I think this is why when the study was done, he specifically looked at large IPOs. And I think that's really important as well. If, a retail company comes out and it IPOs and it's 1/1000th of the size of Walmart, I don't think it affects it. It's only when, SpaceX, for example, was larger than every other space company combined that it's really going to have this effect and really matter.
Thank you so much for breaking that down for us. As always, Michael Noss, where could people find you if they want more information on what you do?
Yes, statsedgetrading.com is my website, and Michael Noss CMT on all socials.
There we go, Michael Noss, CMT. Find him on Stats Edge. And thank you, as always, Michael, for being here with us every single Monday and Friday around 8:30 a.m. As such, you will see him again on this Friday. Thanks again, Michael.
Thanks. Have a great one.
Thank you, too.
Yeah, big thanks to Michael there for sure. And I don't know, man, like there was all kinds of signs for some of those sympathy plays like Virgin Galactic that, hey, maybe, just maybe, if you're up on the hype and you don't have quite the same type of business or that viable of one as well, that when they had a chance to sell the news, they would do so and do so in a dramatic fashion. It was just a vast difference between, say, Virgin Galactic or, say, Rocket Labs in the lead up to the IPO, and then none got burned harder than SpaceX, which I don't think is too much of a surprise. On lighter news, a couple of things happening here. ARM was able, there was never really any headline that came with this drop, and ARM's more or less right back. So it's bought right back up, so the market bounced a little bit. ARM bounces almost the entire way back. So that's a good sign. Like you would like, if there was nothing happening here, then you should expect to see some dip buyers in there. So I guess some of the concern alleviated there. And we were just talking about SpaceX, so worth noting, SpaceX busting through 170, holding VWAP on the way to the potentially this 175-ish top. Now remember, if you were sitting when you're here on Friday and we're sort of listing off the indicative open prices, it turned out that the ones that we hung on where there was liquidity before the open, where it'd say, okay, we're opening at 175, and then it was 169 for quite some time. Like that ended up being the first level of resistance as well. So I think that 175 once again going to come into potential play. But the volume looking fantastic. It's still looking pretty bullish. But I'd stay bearish on Virgin Galactic, the other space.
Like we hit like I was saying, the biggest trade right there, long, obviously, right off the open. That was an absolute monster. And then this was a great short as well. I heard Michael talk about potentially getting some of that short, and we got it all, man. I mean, 171 did not break right there. So it's broken now, but that was a top from Friday, and we just went short, and the rest is history, man. That was over $10. It was over $10 one way or $20 one way, and then $10 the other way. So even though SpaceX only had like a $25 range, we wind up almost taking 35 plus on that name on Friday. So let's continue to watch out for SPCX. It's the #1 trading name here for me today. So we're just going to keep on watching it and probably put on a bunch more trades here on SPCX. And I was just still had on, of course, the UVXY from the last time we spoke, but there's breaking through that 131, and this is what I was talking about right into here. We shorted the back end of this move, just thinking that there was going to be some, just some sellers come on Friday, and that's exactly what happened. And unfortunately, I was waiting down here at 155 or so, did not get long on SpaceX down there, but we're long anyways. We got long during this melee around this price, 170 to 171 on Friday. So yeah, I'm now long SpaceX in the old count, and we'll wait to see if we get long again here today as we continue to move around. And then, you can get some love with the NASA ETF as well, if that's something you guys want to look at. And that's now up 2.2%. And, names like the Rocket Lab and we talked about this one, ASTS. There's going to be, Neil talked about Virgin Galactic. There's a lot of names to look at here today as we continue to move forward. AMD is up a handful today. There's so many names that continue to enjoy this 2% move up. If you were working before, you're working again. And that's basically the idea. Nothing's really changed. Obviously, money comes out of these names as loose hands get nervous again about the IPO, about over the weekend to see if there was going to be that deal. And now it looks like we are starting to break out again on Micron and SanDisk. I mean, all these names, just like I said, if you were $2,100, okay, didn't even realize that. Now look at this move. Talking about a little bit of a break, man. This thing went from 1,800 down to 1,500, and now 2,100 again as SNDK. There's no stopping any of these names, man. I mean, Marvell's another one that's all the upside. Robinhood, anything that you thought you would work in a bull market today is working. So upside. You know what? The one thing I didn't look at was Apple there, because it was, so that's still under at 300. So this could be sort of the next one that's languishing just a little bit down here, ready to get going, bouncing off the 50-period moving average. A great time to look at some more Apple if you want to be a little more conservative in your portfolios. And Google, Amazon, all the rest of them seem to be hovering around a little bit higher and better off than Apple is today. So yeah, lots of names to focus on. We'll go back over the desk. We have our watch list, watchlist.tradertv.live. That's not the right one, but the link is in description. You can go grab that right now. If you're not part of the watch list, you're missing out, man. Every single day, lots of names on there. And even today, we have on the watch list a mover, which is right at the bottom of it. I was looking at it earlier. Its symbol is CAST. So free cast today, upside as that keeps on going here, higher and higher and higher. This is a DirecTV integrated streaming service. And again, with more and more talk here of Roku, we'll talk about that too, but with their recent acquisition by Fox, you're gonna see Cast upside now 4.5% right there, starting to go up. And that's following a recent strength, announced expansion of its partnership with DirecTV from Friday. So nice move there, and a day 2 play upside for Cast. So here's one that's up 190%. And yeah, man, it was a really good one. Thank you so much, George, there in the chat, or sorry, not George, JD Garcia right there. It was a couple of great trades on Friday, and yeah, we had I had my biggest day, and it was a good one. So we're really happy with the way that performed out. You can always do better, but we'll do better on the Anthropic. And we want to thank, we had record views as well on Friday, so thanks to everybody
Monster number
for all of that. And it was well done, man. A lot of energy that day, and hopefully we can get some more back in here today.
Oh, you know what? Well, we don't have Joe this morning, but I'll read you one upgrade because this is a big number here. Micron got a TD Cohen price upgrade from 660 to 1,500. 1,500, saying the higher. Wow. Oh my goodness. So look, Micron. We'll talk about the market. Maybe tomorrow could see the all-time high. Micron could see its as well. Well, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Who knows? It's up 8 points today. If you look at what's happening with DRAM, absolutely flying around here as. Look, this has been the hot spot, and we're not telling you anything you don't know, that memory has been the place to go, but DRAM is poised for a potential run to break out the highs. It's $70, about $70 in there, led by, obviously, SNDK and by Micron, both these names just going ham. Like, you've cracked 2K on SNDK, which I don't think, like, it's insane that you were past the 2,000 number. I'm just waiting for these guys to, like, when are they going to split? It feels like this is the obvious company that, there's a lot, I mean, you could say Micron should split too, and I think you'd be right about that, but like at some point, these guys got to split. It's just getting way too intense to the upside. And look, DRAM's fantastic, but just pointing out, like, SNDK already broke out highs, already through the 2K. It seems like it's Micron's turn to try to do that next. So the chips are going to be in play. There's really not much you can do about it every single day. Crypto's going to be in play. We talked about that already, SpaceX and related space stocks. There's something for everybody, and we're going to have a lot of fun covering it. That's why you got to have the watch list, so you can narrow down some of those symbols. And even the dead one, Sharif, and I say the dead one, and we joke about this because it's not really, like, Apple's not the dead one. It's just that Sharif called it the dead one for a while. Even Apple, not as strong as everything else, but if you look closely, somebody is buying this at the 50-period moving average on the daily. So even when you're not strong, you're still finding buy support. That should be key, I think, this week. I don't expect Apple to be the big volatility mover, not when you have so much else going on, and especially considering that the names that were the safe places and safe havens when you'd have memory and the chip names pulling back and it was a bit risk off, and you'd have relative strength in Apple and relative strength in Walmart, let's just say, and a few other safe names, they're not going to get as much of a jump when we're up 2%. But don't sleep on the value that you get here with Apple. WDC, they already had the little sell-off moment, and we found a bit of a bottom temporarily. For the dead one, Sharif.
It is a disappointing one this morning, Neil, underperforming as you mentioned, but yeah, the cyclicality was pretty obvious there when everything else was kind of hurting. This one was holding up a little bit more, but as we saw at Dara, it was a big sell the news event.
Oh yeah, the WWDC event was certainly not well received. We're going to talk now about a different Mag 7 name, or a couple of these actually. META is the chart I have up here, but Google could be another one to look at as we hear that the UK is looking to put out what sounds like a pretty extensive ban for social media usage for kids under 16.
Blanket social media ban is the term being thrown around here online. Slated for early 2027, no exact date, of course, but politics has a lot to do with this. Keir Starmer under a lot of pressure from his own party as well as others to resign, and now he's facing more pressure from another Labour candidate, the mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, and apparently he's a big advocate of social media ban, so trying to get ahead of this individual, sort of try to reclaim the narrative. But the U.S. none too plussed about this. In fact, the U.S. Embassy in London issued a sharp, quiet warning to the UK government, explicitly cautioning that a blanket social media ban violates free speech protections and places what they're calling an unfair and disproportionate regulatory burden on American tech companies. Lastly here, though, this is not just for social media. We're not just talking about TikTok. We're not just talking about Instagram and Facebook. Live streaming here also being covered by this. So the legislation quietly goes significantly further than Australia's model, and as we saw last week, the Canadian proposed model as well. The UK bill will feature world-leading blocks, according to this report, and to target the broader physical economy gaming sector, which is going to completely ban under 16s from live streaming themselves and heavily restricting the multiplayer gaming chat functionalities, with the goal of preventing adults from communicating directly with minors vis-a-vis the comms on gaming.
If we get more countries instituting these types of bans, do you think it gets to a point where it starts hurting the profit and the revenue of some of these companies, especially with the fact that these are very ad-driven? That's
a great question, Nadira. One hard for me to know without actually looking at the data and the metrics, how much of their revenue is generated by individuals under the age of 16. What percentage of advertisers are targeting market or customers under that age? So, yeah, I think we definitely need to do a little bit of a deep dive here to kind of make a more of an educated guess.
I guess we'll have to find out in time. In the meantime, though, these social media companies absolutely on watch. Are you guys looking at any of these today?
Well, I think there's more bullish places to look than Meta, even though it's up 1.5 points right now. But I would say this at least. You know, there's a reason why. Like, you had Zuckerberg open to the notion of data centers, monetizing AI, looking for other places of monetization. So I think they see that there's a little bit of an attack on their business model, and they've got some places they can flex and move elsewhere. If we were just talking about Apple as the dead one, as a joke, I mean, these guys, if we're just talking about the Mag 7 here, then these guys have been the dead one. You can say this about Microsoft, but then Microsoft's kind of like IGV, whatever, it's the software names and blah, blah, blah. And then that group has been beaten up. No, it's been Meta, realistically, that has not looked good. And ever since it lost to 600, it's looking for a temporary home again, because somebody was buying that sucker up. So even if we get a rally in Meta, until it can once again prove that there's buyers above the 6 level, I think it's like resistance till proven otherwise here in Meta. So I like the fact it's up 1.5 points. I think it'll be a stay away for me here. I just think there's a lot more attractive places to go. Like, you got value to buy on Apple over there. You had Amazon pull back into the 200-period moving average last week for a nice little bounce, and of course they get the Anthropic angle. So there's something going on for them as well, and Google as well, relative to a Meta. So I think you're going to start getting some value there, just not right here. There's still some better place.
Yeah, first of all, I think these restrictions are absolutely ridiculous. But what are we supposed to do about it?
It is what it is.
I guess not much. I was going to look at, I kept on typing in Rocket Lab there, but I was trying to think about what's the video game system that everybody uses, the one online. All the games are there right now. I guess no one can think about what it is. Roblox, RBLX, right there. So Roblox. This is going to be the one that's probably the most affected, I mean, by everything there. I mean, to get rid of streaming and not allow, kids to stream and all that stuff, I mean, streaming has made hundreds of millions of dollars for kids. There's lots of great streaming channels, and I know some of them are run by adults, but they still involve kids under the age of 16 streaming stuff. And I think they should be allowed to do, honestly, whatever they want and just try to get a handle on your kids a little bit if you're able to. I mean, my kids are on Instagram, they're on Facebook, they're on Snapchat, they're on all that, and they have amazing, academic lives and social lives and family lives and everything all wrapped up into one. I mean, when we were kids going around there, I could have just gone to the store and bought a pack of smokes myself when I was 12 or 13 years old. Nowadays, obviously, restrictions are a little bit tighter than that, but I mean, it didn't stop us from running around. We were running around the streets, when we were younger with absolutely no issues, and now all of a sudden there's all these crazy restrictions. Now I get the running around the streets part, maybe not, but if we're not going to let them go to parks anymore, then maybe we should at least let them, enjoy something online. And I do understand that, taking your time to make sure that they're properly safe, that's one thing, right? And I think Roblox has messed that up a little bit with some of their safeguards as far as allowing kids, adults to go on there and talk to kids basically without a filter on them. So I do believe that there are some things that have to happen, but a complete ban seems to be a little bit silly. I mean, especially if you're not going to let them watch streaming services either, then bye-bye YouTube, right? I mean, YouTube's such a huge part of everybody's life, not just for streaming the most ridiculous, stupid, dumbass things. That's what TikTok and all that is for. YouTube actually has shows and all these things that are on there as well. So does TikTok. I'm not taking shots at TikTok. It's just that, the mind-numbingness of the reels. And they're on YouTube, they're on Meta, they're on Instagram, they're on TikTok. Those I can sort of see, they call it doom scrolling, right? If you're doom scrolling things, I think that's not overly healthy, but there are lots of stuff that, kids, teenagers, because remember 16, like you have 13, 14, 15, 16, these are teenagers that are in high school that honestly should be able to control, what they themselves view. And so I just think it's a little bit harsh and a little bit of a tough pill to swallow there, to ban the complete ban of it. But yeah, we'll see how Australia takes that and whatever winds up happening to USA and Canada. There are various things like that being approached here as well, in Canada to try to restrict it. And Apple just released I think a 16 plus or 17 plus sort of iOS there, where it does unlock different things depending on your age. And so I think there are good means to this madness. It's just I don't know if it's being operated and worked on properly. Meta just continues to get hit, but I really like Meta, man. I mean, there's a new acronym. It's called Mango. It's like Meta, Anthropic, something with N. G is Google. O is OpenAI. Yeah. GXAI.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know what is
OVAS.
What is it?
There was a small capper that had an AWS tie-up a while back. Well, maybe it wasn't a while back. Maybe it might have been,
Gaxos AI?
Maybe Dave remembers, but a few weeks ago maybe. We heard of it. It feels skipped by the media. Well, I mean, you get small cappers. How big is this thing? GXAI. To say it's skipped by the media, realistically, when you're talking about how big is this thing? $12 million company is kind of unfair. And yeah, there was something with them in AWS. There's also, remember, we're bringing up these, and we'll call it what it is. A penny stock's a penny stock, and this one's been bouncing off $1 for a while, not doing much with it. So I think this is one of those, thank you for the super chat, and they do have an AWS tie-up that was a couple of months ago, but it's basically been buy it off $1, see how far it's able to even go, and it hasn't been able to follow through just yet, there's so many companies like this. And if you like it, there's fundamental reasons why, fair. But we can't sit here and say that we know every single company in the market. We can call it up. And when something like this gets a story and gets volatility behind it, when it's been cresting this dollar for so long, yeah, you can get some serious runs on it. But there's plenty of small cappers that are moving on a daily basis. This just doesn't happen to be one of them, even if it has found a bit of base. Thank you for the super chat. We definitely appreciate it. Ooh, it's almost 9 o'clock. We talked about the free watch list, so it's about time to mosey on into it. We already know what's one name that's going to be on there. SpaceX. Let's be real. That's going to be on there. It's got to be there.
Imagine not.
Well, if it wasn't there, then we'd have some serious questions. Serious questions to be asked. But it was a fantastic IPO, obviously.
Amazing.
And we'll definitely talk about that. But let's talk about some futures and get into the watch list, everybody.
We're going to get right into this rundown, which I promise does have SpaceX on it in a pretty prominent position right after we look at these futures.
741 3/4 is where we closed out on Sunday, guys. On the SPY, we're well ahead of that right now, already up 1.25%. Pardon me. We're about $10 higher than where we closed out on Friday, and that makes us above the 750 level that we've been talking about for a number of days now as a possible resistance level. Recall, it acted as both a resistance and support level before we cleared it, and then after we cleared it for a number of days. So we're looking right away, 755 as our next area of resistance. If we start selling off for whatever reason, support level number 1 is going to be 750 Adara.
Let's take a look here at our Trader TV Live watch list, which, as always, is the basis for our Trader TV rundown from 9 to 9:30. Every day we're here. You guys can grab this, again, for free. You can use that link. There's also a link here in the description of the video to get free market insights, to look at who's reporting when, any economic data to be aware of. It's got everything for you guys. And near the top of this watch list today, and certainly at the top of our rundown, is SpaceX, SPCX. Roaring success here for Elon Musk, making him the world's first trillionaire. Well-received IPO by all accounts.
Up 19.2% on Friday, closing at $160.95. And I just looked, it's now over $2.3 trillion in market cap on its second trading day. Take a bow, Elon. All right, guys. So SpaceX's, I guess, positivity caused a lot of negativity for other space names. You had SPEC drop 31 4/5. Intuitive Machines, LUNR, 13% drop. RKLB also dropped nearly 11% as the liquidity exited those names and entered into the big kahuna SPCX. And now we know also, as a result of the early inclusion of SpaceX in many different indexes, we're going to have a lot of passive buying. That means if you have a 401k retirement portfolio, possibly passively buying there, as well as some of the other ETFs, are all going to be picking up and started picking up, in fact, SPCX within hours of the IPO.
Yeah, we also have Ron Barron saying that he's added some shares. You've got Cathie Wood and Elon Musk both speaking already about pretty massive revenue goals for SpaceX heading through 2030. There's a lot of excitement around this IPO. How are you guys approaching day 2, Sean and Neil?
Long.
Yeah, there's not many levels to look at. There's the closing price. There's the high that it makes, right? So at the 175 area. There's the close down at 161. There's double barrel support at 158. I think that's the most clear, obvious support level that isn't 165. 158, 165, close price. I'm looking for just dip and rip kind of plays on SpaceX, and just to keep it simple, in the off chance, if Virgin Galactic was actually moving today and going up, I'd probably try to fade that. I just still think you can have a little bit of sell on some of the weaker other names, but I just feel like SpaceX, until it proves otherwise, look for the long. And there's been a lot of conversation about valuation in the chat. I get it. It's not like I don't think it's overvalued, but Tesla was overvalued for a very long time as well. And before eventually, people started realizing, hey, this is about the future. You're not necessarily looking at this from a valuation standpoint and thinking that this thing should be less than $1 trillion or whatever that analyst was saying last week. I think it was like 500 or 600. Maybe it was like 700. Whatever it was, doesn't really make a difference. They're gonna have their numbers and their targets. We heard a lot about that for Tesla for a very, very long time. And is it valid when you just crunch the numbers? Sure. And do I think eventually this is going to have a dip? Absolutely, I do. I think it's going to be similar to what ARM did, which we can probably zoom back far enough to be able to see. For ARM, initially, maybe not there. I'll just go to a weekly chart on ARM and keep it simple. Because when ARM debuted, it was good for a couple of days, and then eventually it kind of caught a little bit of selling, made some fresh lows, and then a couple of months later it had made that bottom and then resumed. So I think something similar happens on SpaceX, but it's just day 2, and for day 2, I want to keep it simple. Dip buys off the key levels that were mentioned. But I do think at some point you're going to get a bit of a reset, but it took weeks for ARM to make its absolute bottom. I think the same thing could be true on SpaceX.
Look, you probably don't know anybody that took more fills than I did on SpaceX on Friday. So I'm going to be here, obviously, all over it today. We had our best day on Friday trading SpaceX, and we'll see if we can. We won't be able to duplicate the numbers we did on Friday, but we'll see if we can have a successful time with it as well. 165 long. I'm just trying to get in, man. We're looking to see where VWAP was going to be at. First trade has to be look long. We did. That's a sticky note right there. We did hit it on Friday, as we talked about it over and over again. We hit the long rate off the open. We hit it. It was so nice. We hit it twice. And then we hit that short again at 171, which brought it all the way down to 160. So we were, $10 or $15, $20 long, $10 short. Lots of opportunities there for SPCX. I'm a buyer. Valuation be damned for me, honestly. That's not a thing for me. I'm going to just buy. I want to be long SpaceX. I want to be hella long SpaceX. I think this is a game changer for your portfolios. We called Palantir down there, in the teens. Obviously, we called Marvell in the 60s. SpaceX here, anywhere between 160 to 150. I want to just start to buy more and more and more into the portfolio and just get long. I think this is a story that you're not going to be upset if you were able to DCA into this one over the next little while. I'd have no idea if we do break back below that 150 or not, and what winds up happening. But what a great day it was there on Friday, and I just want to keep the momentum going to the high side there. It's no surprise. Like today, to wake up to, that's why I bought it on Friday, is because I knew today was going to be possibly an up day, at least to start with. Now, whether or not we fade back out today and we're able to get longer in our own account, that's a different story. But I'm just, we're at VWAP right now, which is 169.50. It's more, the level that I wrote down was 165, and that's a 200 period moving average. So that's sort of what we're going to be looking at here to see if we do get a dip down into those levels. And look, love or hate Elon. That's really what you're going to be putting your money on. We had Kevin on, and this is just an Elon factory again. So it's like you're just buying the, corporation of Elon here. I forget what the exact terminology everyone's using for that one, but this is what it is, man. Is it a hype machine? Yes, it is. Will it fall down on valuation? Yeah. Some people are going to put out some reports that are going to call this thing way overbought, and they can't possibly mine this or do that or whatever. Probably true. As of right now, there's no, the blueprints are there to get into space for these data centers and everything like that. And the idea of the colonization of Mars and all these kind of things are all nice to think about. And I'm not the sci-fi nerd here. The man to my right, of course, is. And the thing is that this is all something that's been talked about for a very long time. And I just think, I want to get long. I don't want to put my whole life savings into this thing, needless to say. But to have it be, 1 or 2% of the portfolio, I think is well worth it. So that's what we're going to be doing, man. Maybe rotate some Palantir money over to SpaceX and, just see what winds up happening here. Upgrades, downgrades, going to hit this stock, and I think you just take advantage of that. And if you take the opposite side of what I'm saying, that is great too. I think there's going to be lots of opportunities. That high of 175, like that could be an awesome short. And if you wanted to get some puts on this name, options are going to start trading if they haven't already on SPCX. So you're going to have 2 times levered ETFs. It's going to be all over the place. So lots of give and take on this name. And hey, no matter which side of the sort of spectrum of space and this exploration and what SpaceX means, there's going to be lots of trading here. And I think it's, well supported down there at the 150. We'll see if it hits. That was a couple dip buys there at 156. We bought 155, we bought 155, we bought 155 again. So we're going to keep on going with all of that. And here's a good friend of ours. We want to thank all the new subscribers, both on TikTok, on Instagram, on Twitch as well, that we've recently had. We had an explosion of interest on Friday. Thank you for coming back here today. And Adam James Abroad, you're a guy that's always here. JRSH, CTM, AMAH, and CAST are all small cap names running today. So there you go. There's a list of 4 of them you guys can get in there. PDT will be damned. These stocks are running like crazy right now. Poor Randy, we're not going to see him too much. We have to get our own coffees these days. He's over there. There's going to be a whole bunch of renovations on the other side for real trading. So there's Randy. I'm gonna send out a bat call for Randy right now and see if we can get him over here. We should
have like a bat signal for Randy. Like that would be absolutely perfect.
There is. It's our chat. I'm just gonna.
And we just, by the way, we're getting some movement. The Nasdaq's moving a little bit, but Bitcoin just took out the high. Robinhood just took out the high. So a lot of strength out there. There's IBIT taking out the high of the day. We'll just remember to gotta move my little thing so I can see it. Almost at 67. 66,600. So strength in crypto continues in crypto-related names. But that's probably because oil's down. If you haven't noticed, which I hope you have.
Oil's down. President Trump posting here on Truth Social even that ships are starting to move. This was as of a couple minutes ago. Apparently these ships, many of which are loaded up with oil, are moving out of the Strait of Hormuz. And we know the Strait of Hormuz is going to be on watch as earlier this weekend, President Trump announced a deal. It's very, very close here with the U.S. and Iran.
Hopefully signed by Friday, Adara, as they plan to meet in Switzerland. President Trump already on the way to the continent for the G7 summit. Some issues do remain unresolved regarding how much money the U.S. is going to unfreeze of Iranian assets, whether in the Gulf countries or elsewhere. Secondly, we definitely have to keep an eye out on the U.S.-Israeli relationship, as reports a very heated call between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu again yesterday, leaking to reporters. And then, of course, the nuclear material, the uranium stockpiles that are apparently under a mountain subsequent to the U.S. attacks there, how those will be treated, where they will go, and who will govern it.
Just be aware, we're still seeing comments coming in. And we had this Truth Social post from Trump. J.D. Vance was speaking on CNBC. Comments as well coming from accounts associated with people in the Iranian government. So be aware, lots of headlines still unfolding. Hopefully we get that signature by Friday. How do you guys feel about oil today?
Short.
Yeah, it broke the trend before this even happened. So I'm going to be expressing it looking at crypto and silver long, but it's the same thing, basically. I think energy down, and we'll go metals up for me, and then crypto up. So we've already talked to like the 37 and 36.5s on IBIT for dip buys. Backup plan over there is to look at silver, which back above the 200-period moving average, by the way, and then holds that support from all the way back into March at 55. So this one, you got 63 as a prior resistance level on any dips, and you've got this 61.8 level. But this and Bitcoin, I think it's pretty simple. You get any spikes in USO, I'll look to revert them by buying the dip in silver and Bitcoin. I'll stick to IBIT, not really going to mess with MSTR or BMNR, which I think will be good plays as well. But whether you think whether you think a deal is happening or not, oil futures have been trending down for quite some time, signaling that. So from just that perspective, the trend is your friend until the end, if it bends. We always say when it bends, but if it bends.
Yeah, I have written here, I just put the sticky note back out there. We have it written down there, USO short 124 area. You know, I was just like, you got to watch this today. You got to watch oil today. And we also have crypto. It's crypto. We're going to maybe talk about it. No, it's not on there, but we're going to go long on IBIT as well. So, you know, long on crypto, short on oil. And it just makes sense to me. I don't know what else to talk about. I mean, we're going to have Fed coming out later this week. I mean, there's going to be talk of, I think, of rate cuts again coming back into play. So oil should come down on that fear. And then we also have, you know, inflation obviously becoming hopefully under control. I don't know. I mean, a spike in oil does create more inflation issues. And now that this oil is coming back down, that's going to all trigger. I mean, hopefully this all triggers a little flattening out there for the CPI, PPI, and some of the worries there about global inflation, what that's going to mean for GDP and everything like that. Because again, as oil starts to go upside, you do have a problem there with production. But you know, I think it's been well handled since the start of this war. I mean, we did get as high as 150 on USO. Now you're back down into 120. Things seem a little bit better. I again wrote it down when we first opened up here, looking at a 125 to 124 area. We've just kind of done nothing all morning here, so we'll wait. It closes at 2:30. Remember, up to 122 would be something to look at. It's not a whole bunch of volume right now, and it's pretty choppy. So I guess we just got to keep our ear to the ground. We've got Adara back today, so any sort of a ceasefire, you know, break, like, you know, there could be. You know, Iran could attack again. Like, you know, there's still that nuclear problem there where they've been talking about how it's not all over until we come up with sort of an idea about destabilization of the nuclear project over there, the program in Iran. And then you do have President Trump, as Sharif mentioned there, sort of having a little bit of words with Netanyahu, and Israel and the United States don't seem to be on the same page. So I do think that oil is going to remain volatile, although this morning you wouldn't really be able to tell. It's back and forth in about $1 range. So down 4.5%, 5% today for USO. And again, you know, the symbol CL, we just have to, I don't know what it is, March, April, June, July, maybe it's the August contract. Right now down to $79 here with 22,000. So, you know, you're starting to see a little bit of a push down here now in oil. There it was $83 per barrel, down to 79 right now. So, you know, a nice push back in for oil proper and related obviously in USO. So, yeah, man, I mean, Excited to be here to trade that today. You know, other looks, to have a quick look. I mean, Randy, again, was always pumping the sort of the tires of XOM. And if you do think that there's going to be some value in holding a 3% dividend, I don't. I think this comes down even further. I think it tests 135 and maybe gets back into this 115, 120 area. And then I think it's a screaming buy. I mean, we've seen the strength in XOM when oil goes back up to the upside. And I still, you know, with Ukraine and Russia, and there's so much more uncertainty still in this world, and I'm not, again, convinced that, you know, the whole Venezuela, we don't know what's happening next there. And as President Trump says, you know, they have lots of oil, so the higher the price of oil goes, the more money is made in the United States. So there's definitely something to look at here as the price goes up and down. So I like XOM, but I'd wait for it to come back in about 20 bucks lower and then look to add some to the portfolio. I don't really have too much invested in XOM, and I just hold XLE, but I hold it in Canada. That's a different one for Canada. It's ZEO, I think, for that, and that's just a dividend payer, and same as XLE. But this is, you know, come off its highs as well, $62 down to 55. So we'll wait for XLE and some of these oil ETFs, as I like them all. Just a little bit sleepy right now. Ooh. To the downside anyways, so hopefully you're not too loaded up there. All right, man, 2% still on the NASDAQ. It's 9:15. Part of what's happening in the NASDAQ is what we're going to see right here. There's rebalancing happening coming up. And that does include Nebius and CoreWeave. So let's go get the story at the desk, and then we'll look to see if there's a trade.
The NASDAQ actually welcoming 5 new members as of June 22nd, Nebius and CoreWeave among them. There are some pretty heavy-hitting names in this list.
There are, Darren. 4 of them are directly adjacent to the AI trade. We're talking Astera Labs, high-speed data connectivity for chip makers. We're talking CoreWeave, NeoCloud, Nebius, same, NeoCloud. Then RKLB, of course, that's a global commercial launch service, obviously space-related. But then we got Teradyne Systems, also an automated testing equipment giant for semiconductors. So AI front and center into the additions. Coming out, you got Charter Communications, Cognizant Technologies, Insamed Incorporated, INSM, for anybody who's interested there, and Verisk Analytics, as well as Zscaler as well. That is coming out. But because the NASDAQ 100, which these names are going into and coming out of, is tracked by over $800 billion in global assets under management, kind of these swaps will spark massive forced trading volumes. So they got to remove the outgoing names and put in the incoming names before the open on June 22nd. So look out for some passive buying as well as passive selling, Adair.
And these names certainly going to be on watch here on Thursday after the close, or at the close rather. Are you guys watching them today?
Yeah, well, I mean, Rocket Lab for sure. I don't know if you get a shot at $100 again, but that's got $100 is just a psychological number, and it's also got a bit of a bounce level. I feel like it's also in play because of, let's be real, SpaceX. So it had the pullback, you had the basically the run up on the SpaceX news, and then the sell-off here, because it was a sell the news on SpaceX, kind of overshadowed the addition to the NASDAQ, which I think gives it a chance to catch a bit of a bid here. So I like the 100 area this week, at least going into the addition. It's so far away from it here, up 5% and catching that bounce. I don't know if we get that dip buy in, but there's buyers and support down there, and I think that's the way to play it. Just look for some dip buy opportunities as opposed to getting, oh, it's going in the NASDAQ 100. It has to go up this week. Like, it's not true of CoreWeave. It doesn't even have to go up on Thursday afternoon, right? Like, and consider the fact that a lot of times when you get the inclusion or run up because of an inclusion to an index, you can get a sell off after the fact as they sell the news. But yeah, Rocket Labs off 100 looks good to me this week, especially given that it got beaten up mostly because of the SpaceX sell the news story for all of those names, and that really overshadowed the addition. Hey, hi trader. Good morning, beauties and the beasts.
So I'll take the beauty part. The other guys are just a bunch of beasts around here. Well, me and Adara will take the beauty part. Neil and Sharif can be the beasts of the East. Yeah, no, thank you very much for that one. Hi, trader. Hi to you guys as well. Yeah, we're ready to rock and roll, and thank you again for all the super chats. And thank you for the continued love You know, we had such a huge show. We had over 40,000 at one point watching on Friday, and we broke YouTube. So we want to say thank you to everybody for that one. Look, I think CoreWeave continues to work. I mean, Nebius has been obviously a little bit of a better trade as they're over there in Europe, a little bit quicker on the build-outs and everything. But I think CoreWeave works here as well. I mean, you never really want to buy something because it's getting added to an index. That seems to make it go the other way around. So, you know, it's like trade the rumor, sell the news, and I think that'll eventually happen to CoreWeave, but I think you have a good little runway here today, breaking through the 200 period moving average. And again, you like the name, I think this could be a forever hold, you know, just wait for it to break 90. I don't, the upside in all of these trades, NBIS, I mean, it's just, there's been so much money made over just believing in something and holding it, that I don't see why you can't just do that again. I mean, this name was back in here in March was 90 bucks, man. It's 250 today, let alone what it was last year at this time. You're talking about in the 40s and 50s, 250 today. Can we have a similar upside? Yeah, I think there can be continued movement. I mean, you saw what SNDK, and we're going to talk about Micron and all these names now, just continue to work and continue to get to all-time highs. Why can't these names? And I would say they can. So again, the dog that wags the tail is going to be NVIDIA. I'm not even really looking at NVIDIA today. I think this is very heavy stock. You know, so many names, so many people in this name. It just takes a little bit to get it moving, but when it does, it goes. We've seen that happen before. So for me, I really think that you hit your wagon to NVIDIA, but, and I'm just going to show again, like, IREN has just been quite the winner off of some of those levels as well. Like, if you're going to go long on some of these names, it's an IREN world, it's an ARM world, there's so many different stocks that continue to outpace what NVIDIA is doing, including those two that we have on the screen right there, CoreWeave, Nebius, and all those other ones, Coherent, Lumentum is another name as well, IRDM, another great name to get involved in as well, back up to the upside. Hopefully that name can resume moving higher here as well as the space names and these sort of AI names continue to climb higher. So yeah, I think I'm trying to get all in on this race to the top, and I think the top is still, you know, a ways from here. So yeah, I'm excited about all these names, and I don't actually own any CoreWeave or any Nebius or, you know, any Coherent or anything like that. I'm a Marvell kind of guy with NVIDIA right now, and then most recently bought into IREN, and so quantum names going too. Lots of opportunities
they got great news
today,
in quantum too.
To get going. So all right, let's go back over the desk. We'll start talking about Micron, another sector that apparently won't be stopped.
Ever.
Completely ever.
It's not just Micron, of course, that is going, as Sean and Neil alluded to, DRAM. Here's what this looks like. Really strong SNDK, poised to open above 2100 for the first time in its history. WDC and Sandgate all to the upside, but Micron's the one that's giving the analyst love this morning, Sharif.
Yeah, RBC as well as others, well, RBC specifically here, reiterating their outperform rating on Micron, but boosting the price target up big from $525 to $1,200. That is one of the most aggressive bullish calls in the semiconductor sector. The firm here, specifically RBC, is arguing that the current memory cycle is fundamentally different from the prior boom and bust cycles where we had a glut of inventory and then not enough of it, as the cyclicality of that industry was well known. It's saying, look, this cyclicality is being kind of killed off by the AI infrastructure demand rather than the traditional PC and smartphone demand, which had traditionally defined the boom and bust cycles within this industry. They also believe that supply constraints are going to remain very much a headwind for supply into 2027. So something to look out there. And they're saying data centers now account for over half of the revenue for RAM and RAM-related names, so we'll see if this becomes an even bigger story, Adara.
Are you guys watching Micron or any of the other names in this space today?
I think what I'd be looking for is the all-time high break on DRAM, right? Like if you're looking for follow-through in both those, it's a little bit trickier to be super bullish into overhead resistance. So when you look at Micron today, when you look at SNDK today, if there's like one thing hanging on, it would be that the DRAM 70 top, you're within a percentage, like 1.5 of that range. If I see it starting to break out above, and this will be about 70-20 when you look at the actual high, you start to get past there, then I would look for some continuation. But otherwise, you know, there's enough to be bullish on, at least for myself. Like if you're already looking at SpaceX and Robinhood and silver and crypto. I almost said silver and gold. Keep want to say silver and gold. Silver and Bitcoin. as well. So I'm going to stay away just because you're in that overhead resistance up at that top. Micron's going to be very close to it. It could get there today. I'd be much more interested in a post-breakout play on DRAM as opposed to trying to break it in this morning. So I'll just for today, but tomorrow you're very likely looking at that breakout and a little more explosion.
Yeah, for me, the only thing that I have in this space, and it's not even in the same space, but it's going to be Intel. So, you know, Intel have a double upgrade last week there with Bank of America. You know, looking to see if we can fall back into Friday's close. I don't know, man. The Nasdaq being up 2% today. I mean, obviously we get good news there in the Middle East. Is it a 2% kind of a day? I don't know. So we'll just wait to see if we're going to be right or wrong about what winds up happening here with the Nasdaq. And I just think Intel has had some quite violent moves. It wasn't Friday, no, because I wasn't looking at it on Friday, but this is what was happening there on Thursday when Intel was upside down. It was like a huge move up and then a big move down into 110, right? And then that 110 was just bought up, you know, like crazy. And then on Friday, we did have a nice move higher there. You can see sort of the trend definitely to the high side, and it looks like we do have some potential kind of support right around here, and that was the 125 that we wrote down. So it's up right now. It's on the note, 125 long. You guys can go find it. There's the imbalances that are just out right now on the Nasdaq, so we can have a quick little look-see and, you know, figure out what's going on right now, if there's anything moving more. Wow. There's SpaceX with a 4 million buy.
You don't see that
right there. You don't see that very often. So giddy up on that one as we're starting to get going there. And you know, we knew the SpaceX was going to be an active name today, needless to say, so that's on there. We have IBIT as a sell for Bitcoin, so we'll talk about Roku and Fox in just a minute, but that's not stopping IBIT. I mean, IBIT's still upside, right? Remember, a little sell in IBIT. IBIT is moving around with this. So this is crypto down here at Bitcoin. Well, you can't see it now, but all right. I wouldn't buy it all the way up here at these levels. Just added AER to my buses or to my buses. Is that what he means?
Oh, buses that you missed.
Missed, like, right. I catch the bus. Gotcha. Yeah, so that's another one. So exactly. So I missed IREN for sure, and it came back in twice. Gave it to you. You got it. If you missed Meta because you were all mad about it, that's even lower than it's been. Microsoft, same kind of ways, right? There's lots of opportunities, and I don't think anybody missed SpaceX either. But there's your AEHR you mentioned there. Is what you want to get into. Oh yeah, this we know about this name. 1-800 $118. 1-800. Right there for AEHR. Yeah, it looks like you did miss this one. Off of $100 up to 120 right now. There it goes. So that's a good little look there, trying to break out as well. And then NVIDIA with the buy side. Everything's starting to bump up. There goes the NASDAQ. We said, hey, is the NASDAQ an up or down day? Looks like right there with those imbalances, just kicking it off into day's high one more time there for the NQs. And you're now approaching, guys, like getting close to all-time highs again. Right now for the NASDAQ, up another 2% here today. So there we go. The level to look for here on the Qs is 750. I think that's very possible to get to that today. You're at 739, 740 right now. So watch out for the Qs, trying to get to 750. All right, it's Roku and Fox, a deal that some shareholders will like and some won't. And I think it's, if you start with an F, you may not like this deal.
Yeah, FOXA here, Sean, as Sean was alluding to, gapping down, but ROKU trying to trade higher here as we get some talks that Fox A will be acquiring Roku for $160 cash and stock deal.
Yeah, Sean brings up a fantastic point there. Some people will like this, some people won't. And why? Because it's not just a cash offer. So if you're the shareholder of the acquired or the acquiring company, or even the acquired company, you have to ask yourself two questions. First and foremost, is what I'm getting on a cash basis sufficient for my shares as they're currently valued? And question two, do I want to be part of the combined company? That changes your fundamental thesis. Your investment thesis changed markedly because you take on all these new parameters. So something to think about there. But there's also $12 billion here that's being loaned out by Morgan Stanley just to get the cash component of this buyout deal through to the gate. And that's really going to hurt, I believe, Fox's leverage. They're going to go from a basically ultra-safe 0.4 times to a very highly levered 3.3 times at the close of this deal. There's also, you know, being made here, Roku's going to bring in $400 million in long-term run cost savings. Yeah, eventually, but there's going to also be $400 million that has to be spent by Fox on the integration of Tubi and Roku. So something to think about there. And then last but not least, while their very, very aggressive growth strategy in terms of digital ad sales attracted Fox, one thing that's dissuading some investors on the Fox side is the very, very bad smart TV and streaming stick hardware manufacturing supply chain, which continues to bleed money, Adair.
Yeah, are you guys adding Fox and or Roku to your watch list today?
Not really. I think if you're a Fox shareholder, then you're like, give it the 2 or 3 day rule. The acquirer, when you get the cash portion, or mostly stock or a lot of stock portion, you're going to get hit. They're dinged 13% and not looking very good. And then Roku, if you're trying to trade that one, just remember it's going to loosely follow both, the whole arbitrage, but the other side of it's going to follow Fox. There must have been a small buy imbalance that just popped up and immediately got paired up, but Alphabet took a jaunt to the upside here, cracking $370 for a couple of seconds and then right back in. So the bullish, there's a lot that's bullish to add these guys to the list. It broke through Friday's high. It's not on my radar, but it should be on everybody's radar in a general sense. This could be a re-break this week of the 50-period moving average if it actually gets through that 72 to 75 zone. So worth a watch from that regard. Going to be looking at SpaceX and Robinhood off of the open. Is the opening bell brought to you by VinFast. That's ticker VFS. Shout out to them and want to thank them for sponsoring today's open. Might be a holiday shortened week, but we're not light on action or names that are moving. As we said, adding a name like Google out of nowhere to the list.
Yeah, no, we're excited here today. So SpaceX trying to get going. Unfortunately, my level 2s won't change for some reason right now. So yeah, we're having a little bit of quote issues for sure. But all right, so there goes. I can't switch quotes right now, so I don't know what's going on.
We were just.
I think we might be temporarily down a little bit right now. So I'm waiting for SpaceX. The high was 176.50. I'm going to punch long 176.50 if we do wind up breaking that level. So we're getting ready to rock and roll right now. Do we have quote issues or?
There might be some. Quotes are coming back, but I'm having execution issues.
Okay, so we're going to wait. Here goes SpaceX right now. It looks like it does want to break through some key levels here. SPCX trying to get going through 175 right now. Lots of volume. Already 23 million shares on SPCX. So I'm waiting to break the top, which was 176.50. We'll try that long and just see if that wants to go. Hey, look, if we fail on there, we'll give it a couple bucks. We'll be able to, quickly punch out. But that's 176.50. Nice move higher there for SpaceX to start the day. So giddy up, man. We're in the money on those shares right now, but nothing on the show yet. And so that's what's going on there. Intel up to 130 again. Yeah, it looks like we're fine now. iBit as well coming back in just a little bit, but not enough for me. Wait for VWAP, waiting for the 200 period at 37. We wrote down 36.50, but that's, when we were down there. We've had a nice move up higher here, and the 200 periods back down to 37.20. So yeah, man, everything is a risk. And right now we're going to be trading some risk on items as we look at USO into the oil space, 120 and change. Looking for a little bit of a pop right there. There goes the NASDAQ, man. The NASDAQ go boom, and so does SpaceX. And I don't know if RKL.
Oh, wow, Hood. I still can't.
Yeah, Robinhood. Yeah, well, 66 and change right now. Yeah, it's slow to change.
Yeah, it's a little bit slow with the quote, but
Rocket
100 just got taken out there on Robinhood.
Oh, good. Nice.
As maybe you could still get a little bit of a dip into VWAP. That's a possibility. I know the airlines are going boom. Remember, we said this is not just all tech that's going higher. You've got airlines strong. You've got cruise lines strong. CCL with a big bounce. Hey, if the strait's going to open up and the war is going to be over, then I think that's going to be a little bit of exuberance as well. Back into the metals are finally, they're trying to break out. If you're looking for dip buys at the open, for some profit taking, you're just not seeing it anywhere. There's nothing that isn't going parabolically higher. So the first thing that could happen, you could get that break on SpaceX. That has not been the case just yet. USO just not really doing much of anything. Uh-oh, I just went to Blue Ocean on that one. USO not doing much of anything. Very sideways, but this has been somewhat normal for oil. We've just a lot of sideways play until you get headline to headline. So I wouldn't overreact to that. Hood's just gone at this point. Might have to go. iBit could be the first available thing, only because Bitcoin's not doing all that much. It's just going sideways off some of the highs, and it's close enough to VWAP that could be a bit of a thing if it dips. 37.7 here, chance to catch it off VWAP if we can get it. But the Nasdaq's at 2.5% already. It's crazy.
Yeah, man, there's no stopping this thing, as we keep on saying here. And we don't, I'm not saying it lightly. Like, I do think that the NASDAQ does have a big move inside of it today, and we'll just have to wait to see where it is. But NVIDIA is starting to go up 2.5% as well. So there's another name that gives us some hope that, hey, man, maybe there is some more bids here today into the space. So, yeah, the NASDAQ going higher. Let's give it a shot. If NVIDIA does come back into 209, we'll try to buy that. That's where VWAP is. We're going to wait for that to come through. SpaceX went exactly to 175 again. That's why we were looking at that key top level. And, yeah, fades off of that. So maybe getting ready to get into some SPCX here. I'm trying to let it have some sort of price discovery because we still have some bad quotes here on the NASDAQ book, so we'll have to try to figure that out. But right now, just up and down, a lot of volume coming into SpaceX, over 30 million shares. It has fallen back in through VWAP right now, looking to retest the low of the day. 168 is your 200 period moving average, so a little bit of a dip buy opportunity potentially for SpaceX coming in around 170. So that could be something that we look out for here on SPCX. And again, thanks everybody. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're here all day today looking at all of these names. I haven't been into one thing yet. Waiting for NVIDIA to come back in a little bit. Apple started to go. I saw in the pre-market off a little bit of an imbalance, but that came right back in. Now right back to the upside. So pretty choppy open. It looks like the NASDAQ may be due for a little bit of a pullback. Marvell was approaching 3 bills as well, but that just, okay, that actually breaks 300 and now is coming back in. I'm getting a feeling that this
ARM as well
NASDAQ might be weak.
Remember ARM had that random sell-off in the pre-market all the way down to 370? Well, maybe it wasn't so random because ARM just flush citied off of the open down into that same 370 level. Remember, there was no news story here. It was just a random spike, at least nothing we could find. This is what the market at the high. So, ARM looking definitely like a weak name in here. Keep your ear to the ground. I know Adair is going to be all over it if we catch the story, but it's hard for me to believe that there's nothing going on here with ARM. It's just way too much selling for sure. But we do see the halt. There's a couple of halters off the open as well. And we'll get to that super chat in a second.
The one thing based on the timing that I've seen some people say could be maybe part of why ARM is moving, at least initially, was NVIDIA considering that bond sale, but that's really iffy. I have not seen anything else resembling a story on ARM, just confusion as to the drop.
Okay. All right, and we have the CUPR, which is, it's making a super move to the upside. 211%, that's Cuprina Holdings. Right now the tap is saying, am I getting the tap? Oh, okay, it's saying flat. Right, so it's actually saying, indicating an open at the actual halt price. So nothing too crazy, but up 210%. This is another one of your small cappers going absolutely nuts. Bitcoin is determined not to move at this point. Like, you're up so much, you thought there'd be something. Like, you break the high, dip, do something. Like, it's just going absolutely sideways. I expect this to be a mover today, no question about it. And even silver, like, it's absolutely sideways as well as the market just continues to push higher and higher and higher. All right, Robinhood's at least starting to come back in. That could be something. The hooded one back through the 100 level. Maybe we can get this dipping into this 98 level, and then we can finally grab something to jump into.
Well, here's a name that we've been all over for a while, of course, and that's going to be SMR. So there goes SMR, man. And I've been trying to talk about this for a minute, and I'm glad that we have been, because there it goes. I mean, it was a good level down here, I thought, at $9-10. So we didn't get into a whole bunch, but there goes SMR back up to the upside right now. I still think uranium is in early days, obviously, as these guys aren't making money, and it's actually probably embarrassing if you sort of open up the books. But, right now, the market is rewarding SMR as nuclear names back up to the upside. We had space have their little bit of a run. Now you're having nuclear trying to go for a run as well. Like I said before, you could have some quantum that starts to, play the game back up to the upside soon. I don't, the space race is on, but there goes Rigetti. We talked about quantum, we talked about nuclear, and then, SpaceX, just to give you guys an update on that, as I'm sure a lot of you are still interested in it. There's actually the bounce off of the 200 period moving average, and unfortunately wasn't necessarily looking at that. How about a break of 170 now on SpaceX to see if we can get back into the upside and then use that as our little bit of a launching pad, so to speak, there for SpaceX. Maybe give it a couple bucks. Its low right now is 169.50. So we'll see what happens here on a break of 170. We'll see if we can get SpaceX to go back up to the upside on a nice little bounce there of 168. We can, if it goes through, we'll try to punch long, but there it is. Looks like there was some sellers there in and around 170. So now that we're into that, let's stop out at 167, 50s. If it breaks lower, that 168 maybe gets, looked at one more time. But here we go. We're into this name, man. First trade for me today would be in a SpaceX long, and there it is. So there's 75 cents right now. We'll just go sirens up as this one's trying to go. We'll sit at 171, see if we can make $1 right there real quick on SpaceX. And like I said, man, really traded this on Friday, and we nailed the long and the short. So we're feeling it pretty good right now, but lack of price discovery, man. This is only day 2. So see if we can play the momentum. We just waited. We waited pretty patiently to get back into this name. So we're long SpaceX. It's starting to work out for us to the upside right now.
There it is. And as the market continues to at least attempt to go higher here, we're trying to break down here on Robin. Okay, we were catching a bit off 99. Looks like this one could finally be jumping off a little bit here. Still a little bit slow with the messaging. I don't know about you. Yeah, so just jumped in off of this higher low on Robinhood, and watch out because Bitcoin's also trying to make a little bit of a jaunt back in to the downside. So tracking both of these, I don't think you have to be in both at once, but VWAP here on Bitcoin or IBIT is trying to hold. Someone was just asking me, why do you talk about IBIT? Because we have equity accounts here, and with equity accounts, it's just easier to trade IBIT than direct crypto. But you can trade Bitcoin proper at real trading. 100%. And watch out, like the market is starting to come off of some of those highs. So I want to play this back into the 98.5 zone on Robinhood as my first jaunt of the day. And then the second one might be silver, it might be Bitcoin, but it won't be Bitcoin until after Robinhood resolves itself. It needs to hold that 98.5, the opening range bar, as the NASDAQ is really holding up much better than crypto. Like Bitcoin just lost VWAP, Robinhood's kind of doing the same. It might not be the moment for crypto, I don't think. I have to jump out of that one. It was number 2 on my list, but sort of is what it is. Could have gone over into IBIT, but the same thing happened. That's why it has to be one, not both. Because I feel like if one was going to go down, both were going to go down at the same time. So I'm not going to take them both at the same moment, but looking like a little bit of weakness coming back into crypto. And the only name I had short on my list, and which he didn't even make the list, it was if we got pops in something like a Virgin Galactic, and that's barely even moving. I might jump over and flat bottom break this one to the downside. It was the only thing that I really wanted to the south side was a sympathy play. Because the SpaceX goes up, this is just not going with it.
All right, way to get out of that Robinhood real quick. Like we took advantage of that dip. Took a little bit of a bid on NVIDIA right here. So yeah, right now we were just in the money 50 cents. We did take some out there as it came right back up into VWAP again. So that's a good little marker there for me. We'll take another mark out as it is at VWAP. So there it is. Yes, sir. Here we go, man. Oh boy, starting to get a little bit exciting now on NVIDIA. And we take a little more risk with NVIDIA than we do with SpaceX. We're very comfortable right now with NVIDIA, and SpaceX, as we said, needs to figure it out before it is really leveled into for me anyways as a trade, right? We want to see some levels, let it trade a couple minutes. But there goes SpaceX. We took some out, three outs actually up here at 171, but here it comes fading back in a little bit. I'm still going to buy some 168.50s if it does like sort of come into those levels, but that's one thing that I want to look at is SpaceX down there and see if we're able to get something around 168, and then if it breaks 168, then we are gone. So far so good here today. We got a nice little win there on SPCX, and here it goes upside for NVIDIA. We just got a nice fill on NVIDIA just a second ago at 209.80s. So take advantage of that right into your 25 period moving average there for NVIDIA, and then also some of those looks into day's high type of thing. So not too bad there as we continue to go back and forth with some of the trading today. The other name on here I had was Intel, INTC. So again, thank you everybody. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. We're here every single day, except for Juneteenth. Whenever there's a US holiday, we are not. There goes Intel. I wrote down 125. I'm currently bidding 126. That's didn't come in. That only went to 127.50, but there goes Intel, man. A lot of upside on INTC right now, as they got the double upgrade last week. And here we go to the top side again. And there goes NVIDIA 130. Oh, sorry, it was SpaceX that we just got a little look on there as our net sort of popped upside. I'm going to take another out here at 69s or 70s. We'll offer that. We'll take it out. And here goes SpaceX. See if it can get into the dollar club. We just got to break through 171, and that's there. So far, so good here today. Trading SpaceX with nothing but love for that on the upside for me. Now up 6% on SPCX, and NVIDIA still doing its own thing. We don't have any halts yet. We have what is RTNT?
There was a couple small cappers on halts.
Was there? What else was there?
It was the CUPR.
AIBZ.
CUPR is trying to halt. Oh, my chat just crashed.
All right.
Uh-oh. Oh, snap. I just got the, you know that message of death, like the oh, snap?
Yeah,
like it's just, it's just hating on you.
I don't like that message.
Nah, I don't like it, but it is what it is. So Robinhood, we'll take our second shot at it. If I can flip, there we go. Thank you.
Stop orders in here.
Flip stops. So made another bounce. Like this one's alongside. We'll try to play it off the support that we can get. Until we break underneath 96, I'm going to take every single curl that we can. This one, 97.75 is going to be effectively the out. But if it gets to VWAP this time, like I'm going to respect that 99. Right, like the volume weighted average price, the 99 level. If we're gonna have false breakout, then I wanna make sure we're profiting back into that volume weighted average price here. And with crypto looking a little bit weak, or Bitcoin looking a little bit weak, I also wanna respect that as well. So we're gonna take profit out on the way up, just to make sure that we lock in a little something on Robinhood. SpaceX, I like this if it can get above VWAP. I was thinking 165 on SpaceX, like these weren't levels for me, but if it busts through VWAP, yes. Or if we get the 165 level, that's still going to be in play for me there on SPCX. Looking incredibly strong in the market, and part of that is a name that we didn't even talk about. Apple was the dead one. Not so dead anymore, is it? 295 up a point and continuing to go higher. So what is dead may certainly not die.
There it goes right now. Now $2 in. As there goes SpaceX, man. Huge trade alert, obviously. I mean, not huge amount of shares, but it depends on where we go, how big this trade will be. But now we are in the money, 270 here on SpaceX as it finally breaks through that 170 with some kind of conviction. I'm up at 173.50 here. See if we get one more spike. I'm gonna take out a little bit more here at 172.94. So there it goes. Yes, sir. All right, man. There's the daily. I mean, our daily goal. Based on what we did on Friday, we should definitely be changing it, but we're not doing that. We're just going to stay with what we're doing, try to make a little bit of money here today again, and we've done that with SpaceX. So take another piece out. I still have more than half of this trade on right now, so we're still loving life on this one, but we're still trying to wait for 173.50. Did we get it? No, we did not yet. So 173.50, there it goes, man. Now 250 in the money on SPCX, and a good trade back here for NVIDIA as well. Let's get a little bit more out in the 40s here for NVDA. We just missed. We were waiting at this 50 period at 86. And we just missed it. It actually went down to 90s there and no more. But that's a good one here. As there it goes, man. Let's go, SpaceX. Mooning right now, so to speak. As we go, if we get 173.50s, that's my next offer. It looks like we just bounced off of that. I'm going to put an offer there in the 60s. We'll take that. Let's less our shares at 173.50. Sure, go ahead, man. We do have that super chat up right now. I'm just busy doing my thing over here.
UWMC inflation sensitive good swing.
You tell me, bada bing.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you're doing fundamental research on whether you think that you're going to have a good swing on something if rates are going in the other direction, like, I always say the same thing with a bottom picker. I don't like trying to catch bottoms on a stock. If I'm looking in the downward trend, I always look for the continuation play personally. Like if it gets back above like 50 period moving average, rounded bottom, double bottom, something that isn't, well, it made a low and it's up for a day kind of deal. So again, like you have to have your own conviction. I just generally prefer when you can break out above 50 periods or break out above prior lows and then catch a second wave as opposed to guessing on the first. 'Cause I feel like that first wave, so many times it gets in a downtrend for a reason. Like, here's an example. Like Robinhood, there's your low, rounded bottom, hold the 50 period, and now breaking out. Instead of trying to be like in here, you try to grab these types of longs. That's just my cup of tea. But speaking of that, it is still trying to get to that volume weighted average price. It's gone at the most about 60, 70 pennies in the money, but hasn't been able to crack that 99 and VWAP look yet. And part of the reason for that is, heck, I bet actually looks like a short. at this point. Like, it's holding lower highs underneath VWAP. And that's not strong at all. So until this gets above VWAP, I don't want to be adding on anything crypto related. We also have lunch 911 caught Meta up. Thank you, everyone. Hey, good for Meta if it can finally start to show some signs of strength. That's been not Apple, man. Meta's been the dead one, but I need that 600 level. If there's no buyers above 600, then it's kind of muted expectations here if you can't really get past that 600 when you pull out that daily chart. But congrats, 4% up here for Meta. That's better than the overall market, so Meta on one, definitely.
All right, everybody. Yeah, we're just doing what we're doing here still, and it's just watching out. I mean, we're still at 173.40 now on SpaceX. The high, we sort of got there the last little break there. We didn't get through 173.50, so we'll sit a little bit ahead of that. Maybe there is a key level here at 173. It seems to be bouncing its head off of that, and still $3 on this. And we did. We put on 1 unit there or so on that initial break of one, not initial break, but it came back in, bounced there. We wanted to wait to give it some time, so we did give it a little bit of time, and we got long there at 9:38. And again, I just put it out. We do have our node out every single day, and the #1 trade is the long on SpaceX. Then we have the long here on Intel, which we miss. Long on IBIT, maybe I got to look back, but another good trade. Like we're going to go 2 for 2 here today, and that involves obviously there it goes. Yes, we just get it right there. Bang, 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 and yeehaw! As there goes SpaceX. Now we're 350 in the money, and it's going larger here as we're in charge now with this SpaceX trade. As it looks like the bulls have won today so far, up 7 and a bit percentage points, and there it goes, man. Boom, boom, boom. There goes SpaceX up to 173 and change. As we just get more and more fills on that one, there's our 173.50, so out there as well, and then an out on NVIDIA as that's 50 cents. So we're $4 in right now as we just continue to watch these names fly around, man. It's SpaceX, it's NVIDIA, it's day 2 right now of this well-received and very successful IPO that now paves the way for OpenAI, paves the way for Anthropic. And I said, man, I'm more confident than ever right now on what we're doing. So 174 now, let's offer some more out. There it is, we'll take another out here at 174 to lock in that $4 or so. And we still have a third left of this trade. So yeah, we're working it pretty good now. Actually, a little bit more than a third left on this trade. So about 40% as we continue to make upside plays on SpaceX and just trying to hold a little longer. I don't know how far this name's going to go today, but I think a lot further than where we are now. So we're going to sit there, watch out. There goes 174, 175, 176.20s, the high from Friday. We shorted Friday right there at 171. We brought it all the way to the downside, but today we flip up that game and we now go long on SpaceX. So we were long off the open, we were short into the close, we nailed SpaceX Friday. It looks like it'll be the #1 P&L name for me here today again, SPCX. It's still early, we have no idea, I don't know what's gonna wind up happening, but I'm gonna take another piece now at 174 and just lock in some of this and just create another positive vibe day here on Monday. So hopefully you guys are all having a great time. Yeah, Dell's going off right now. CUPR is a name that a lot of traders are looking at. I see
it halted a second.
They're in the chat, so there it is, man. What was the name of this one?
Cuperina? Cuperina?
Yeah,
Cuperina.
Cuperina Holdings came
Cuperina.
there. So yeah, nice move higher there as, yeah, Cuperina starting to caprese salad to the upside. I really like caprese salad. All right, 209.50. I'm going to get a little bit more out here on NVIDIA because why not, man? We're just sort of topping off the day here. It's been a good one so far.
Yeah, Robinhood's not the one, man. It's not holding out at all. It's looking relatively weak. So we took a second stab at it. It got halfway to VWAP, but couldn't continue. You're still seeing lower highs. So I want to stay away from that. I said if we were going to get to the upside, I would fade Virgin Galactic. If it got brought up, it did. So it came right into 420, which was that prior high in here. So we jumped into the short when it broke the trend, trying to add to it if I can. But just because Robinhood couldn't go, Bitcoin is still looking okay. It's now back above the volume weighted average price. So if Bitcoin's going to be stronger than Robinhood, so be it. I like them both, but if one's going to be better than the other, once you close above VWAP, I'm going to jump into the long there. So yeah, the one thing I like short, we're going to see. If SpaceX goes down, I think Virgin Galactic is toast. And even if SpaceX goes up, I still feel like this one can get right back into that 390 level. It did hold in the afternoon down here, but that still gives you, a good, decent runway. Remember, it's a $4 stock. So if it goes 410 to 390, you got to like that one back in through the downside. So looking at this NASDAQ at 3%, at some point, you really have to think that Bitcoin is going to contribute here. It's a little surprising to me that it's not going anywhere, but I feel like that's just a matter of time before this one explodes.
All right.
Iron made an acquisition today.
I don't know. I love Iron though. I should do some more research on that if that's
Is that
exactly
true?
what's happening.
I'll double check.
Who knows? But yeah, right there. I mean, 99 problems trading today and on Friday was not one. And there we go, man. 2 for 2. We should have just reloaded some NVIDIA down there. We tried. I mean, I'm sitting at 86. We tried to get that. That could have been another dollar. We're trying to get a dollar on this. If we can finally break through to 10, that would have to happen for that to be true. But again, just picking on some names that we like, man. I mean, I'm a big cap kind of guy. We like to trade a little bit of the futures as well, so we'll see what's going on there. But as Neil said, it's a lot of buy side right now into the NASDAQ. So giddy up as we continue to watch out for more plays higher. Still trying to make some money everywhere where we can. I mean, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac not really moving around. We're looking at some pink sheet names there today as well. That's up 3% right here. Maybe making a move on this one. President Trump has called these guys out for potentially going public and trying to get some money back. Okay, here we go. Come on, SpaceX. Now you're trying to moon. That's a good one there. Into 174.30. I'm going to offer that out. We'll take another piece out now on SpaceX. And my next offer, I don't have one. So let's go to 176 right now and see if there's an opportunity to get some out on the upside of 176. So there it is, man. 170 dip buy opportunity on SpaceX. I mean, if it's on the note, we're probably going to trade it. At least a couple of those names. So there's SpaceX long right there into the account today. Not much else is hitting on my imbalance or my locator right now. If you guys call up that visualizer, we can definitely have a look to see what other names all of you want to look at. CoreWeave's on there as well. Okay, we could definitely look at that. Here's Cerebras, up 2.5%. Did have a move down lower as well. Not all IPOs are treated the same. As you can see, SpaceX moon, Cerebras crushed. So we'll see if this is a possible play there for our good friend SpaceX, because here's the move down, right? I mean, this is day 2 on Cerebras. It got smoked pretty badly on day 2, right? So, just
it was.
Yeah, I wasn't here for it, but I'm not really seeing the liquidity vacuum.
It was like $20 off the open first.
Right. So
basically.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to say. Like, we're not really seeing a death sort of spike or anything like that on SpaceX. If anything, we're going the complete opposite way. But yeah, Iran, whether or not did you find out there was a deal? I mean,
they completed an acquisition of Nostrum Group, expanding AI cloud platform in Europe, but. So that was in the pre-market, like at 7 a.m. So that's not like it didn't hit like after the open or anything. That was deep into the pre-market for Iran. So have you seen it move around? Absolutely, there was. I just saw someone put it in the chat. We thought we'd get you the news on that one just to confirm. As the market heads higher, Virgin Galactic is starting to break down a little bit here. So if SpaceX false breaks, I suspect and comes down, this is going to crater. But the fact that this is going to remain weak, it just makes sense to me. I would not pick on Rocket Lab. I just think Virgin Galactic is just a different beast. They don't really have that much of a viable business at all. And be careful at these highs. I just saw AMD, and that was really starting to like crest at the top. Like, look how strong it goes into the highs. Now you got a couple of red candles, a little bit of a trend break happening on AMD. So the market's getting a bit top heavy as we go to the desk to Adara for the first time.
Seeing some info here on SPCX. Apparently, according to SpaceX, their underwriters fully exercised their IPO overall allotment option. Apparently, underwriters exercising the option to buy an additional 83.33 million shares. So just more sign this IPO very well received as SPCX attempts to break that 175 level. Some housekeeping as well. In about 4 minutes from now, so at 10 a.m., the U.S. NAHB housing market index data will be coming out. I'll be giving that to you guys right here at this desk at 10 a.m. for happening now. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara, for sure.
Adara.
And again, thank you to Cheese right there. Cheese. SpaceX is my stock, apparently. Keep it up. Yeah, I'm going to keep on going with it. Look at that huge size at 175 right now, right? So want to thank you for that. And I don't know, it's only day 2, man, so I'm not going to call this my stock, but definitely made, like I said, more money on this than I've done on any other stock in that was in 1 day. So I've been trading here for 200 days this year, 150 days, and SpaceX now is #1, and we're putting some more money onto that account here today as there it climbs through 175 again for SpaceX. So yeah, giddy up one more time for SPCX. We did take a lot of risk there off the open, and it was well rewarded, obviously. And we not only did we go long, but then we reversed it into the short, which was probably a better overall idea than the long off the open, but long off the open definitely printed, and a little bit more risk in that. We did have our easy outs there to go with, needless to say, off the open there, and we did get stopped out a little bit, and then I got back in, and that was the trade there on SpaceX off the open. NVIDIA trying to fail out down here. Let me take a little long there. It's not at the right price yet, so we'll buy some 13s, but I was still waiting for 85s. Like, again, that went to 87 there, so we should have been long. Am I still there? Yeah, I'm at 86, 208.86. So we just missed it by a penny. I'm only going to give this a 208.50. I'm not even going to give it, well, the 200 period, I guess we could be a little bit more patient with and give it down to the 200 period maybe. But I'm still going to, if this breaks 208.50, I'm gone. Don't really want to be part of that. We've already nailed that SpaceX trade, and obviously we just saw huge size there at 175. So no surprise there that we did pull back a little bit, and here's our outs leading up into 175. I only have a quarter left now on this trade, right? But this was, again, take a little bit of a risk down there to 168.50, buy it right now, wait to see where it runs from there. Good, we finally get that fill, so let's take advantage of it if we're able to. It just spiked over 209 again for NVIDIA. We did get our 86 fill that time, but we didn't take advantage of the high tick through 209 again. So NVIDIA definitely having a problem as the market's trying to pull back. I am going to take advantage of SpaceX one more time and see if I can get out at 174. But for right now, a little bit of a downside move. I can't feel my hands. I'm going to go get some coffee, and then we'll wait to see how that goes. I'm sure you need one because Randy right now, there's a big fun plant at his desk right now.
Huh? Oh, yeah. It's a little bit different. We have some renovations going on in the back, and some things got moved in here, including a nice, pretty plant. Let's go to Adair. It's time for Happening Now as the market heading back down.
We have some numbers as well, guys. I think massive. Just one number here at 10 a.m. The NAHB Housing Market Index data for the month of June in about 13 seconds. Forecast 37. Prior print 37. So what we're expecting here is no change. Now, in case you guys missed it, we did get a lower than expected print coming through here at 8:30 a.m. for NY Fed manufacturing. And for the U.S. NAHB housing market data coming in at 35. So a little bit lower here than the forecast and prior print of 37. Not much of a reaction here in the market. SPY continuing to push lower here off that 754 level. If we take a look here at the NASDAQ, looking kind of similar to the SPY. We know both of these gapping up amidst a pullback in oil, which we'll get to in a second. But I want to talk about SPCX, a name that I know has been discussed to death this morning, but certainly on watch here, guys. Not only is this day 2 of its IPO, we just heard the proceeds were a bit bigger than expected due to some underwriters expressing with these additional shares and this over allotment. Additionally, we have a whole bunch of these leveraged ETFs coming out here. So you've got this SPCX ETF here, 2 times leveraged. We have a liftoff ETF called LOFF. So be careful, guys. Lots of leveraged ways to trade SpaceX in addition to the SPCX ticker. Keep an eye on USO as well. We've had comments from the likes of JD Vance and a whole bunch of officials out of Iran as to what this deal between the U.S. and Iran is actually going to entail. Again, this is set to be signed on Friday, so we'll have to wait and see how everything takes place. But we know President Trump, about 20 minutes before the bell, posting that oil is moving through, or some boats, which do include oil, moving through the Strait of Hormuz. So lots to watch out for today. Don't go anywhere. Stick right here with us every single day at Trader TV Live. And do be sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content.
Thank you very much, Sir Dara. And by the way, there's an offer out there for you traders that your broker is not giving to you. From June 8th through June 25th, Trade the Pool is giving first-time users an exclusive second chance opportunity. If this is your first time joining Trade the Pool and you don't pass the evaluation, Trade the Pool will give you another evaluation account completely free. That's right, a second chance to come back stronger, improve yourself. This is a one-time exclusive promotion, available only during the Trading World Championship event, and once it's gone, it's gone. So scan the QR code on screen right now, join Trade the Pool today, and take advantage of this exclusive second chance offer before it disappears. I want to shout out and thank you to Trade the Pool for sponsoring the show. And we have Mitch on, and we've had, of course, Steve Tomlin, good friends of the show. Appreciate them for sure. Look, this NASDAQ continues to hold on to some strength. I did reload Virgin Galactic off of some lower highs. Going to look for, basically the same exits, VWAP, and then any break of the $4 level. And again, looking for and hunting that LOD. Because as long as SpaceX volatility and volume keeps up, although that might be breaking trend, as long as that keeps up, I'm going to be playing over in this Virgin Galactic. But yeah, you might be breaking a bit of a trend line here. And it's not much of a trend. It's just the opening range. A couple of dark pool wicks in there, but there's your bottom, there's your higher low, potential trend break here on SpaceX. But that can just give me a reason to hold on to Virgin Galactic more than anything else. As you start to come back in here, there's still 165 is a big level to pay attention to. There's still the volume weighted average price that you can sink your teeth into. And remember, the market's really been buying it up. NVIDIA not participating, but this might even be breaking trend as well here on NVIDIA. I'm looking for anything on market strength that's going to give me a bit of a trend break. Yeah, maybe not SMCI. That is absolutely dying. Like, what's going to show me a downtrend that we can break or a VWAP bounce play? Thanks. No, could be Intel here. Intel's holding VWAP. That could be a little bit of something. But for now, just going to hold that Virgin Galactic. As long as that continues to fall, we can try to get that one into the low and look for something a little bit stronger. Apparently, Poth Mafia says BACs at VWAP. The first place I would be thinking is not necessarily the banks for any strength. I just feel like there's going to be a little bit more movement in chip names, space-related names, the AI trade in general. But don't run. The banks are good. BAC is not my favorite. Citigroup's good, and then of course the trading banks, who all just made banks making bank on these IPOs, which they got it right. It's just going to be even better for OpenAI and Anthropic. And Morgan and Goldman and JP, like they're just going to line up and just gobble everything. Because, quite frankly, it's an oligopoly, which is great.
Yep.
For them, anyways.
And just like NVIDIA potentially has some sort of an oligopoly on high-end chips. We'll see if that continues to be this case as margins are going to keep on shrinking and so on and so forth. But we definitely take advantage of that. So we go awesome there on the reload for NVIDIA. It's always nice to come back, get some coffee, see that your NVIDIA trade is now working into the money off that move. So again, looks pretty weak though in the overall market. I'm not really happy that we're holding underneath VWAP. We're holding underneath. So we're going to start to peel off right now some of this NVIDIA trade, although I don't know. It's tough because I still like the trade, but still trying to make sure that we do take some profit because it is looking a little bit weaker. And that's one thing that I want to change up now. Now that we have, quite a nice cushion with what we did on Friday with SpaceX, we can now take a little bit more risk, obviously, as, we're trading on a prop floor, and I don't want to roll, all the money that we made on Friday into bad ideas. So we want to make sure that we're able to get out. If we see something happening, we want to make sure that we get out, and we don't need to, pray for any winning trades. We've already sort of got what we needed to do there. And we're now trading SpaceX a lot, I think. And, good there at 170, another out right there at 174.50. Still waiting for 176 to break. I think now we can just hold off. I do now have about a quarter left officially on that whole position. So a quarter left, and now we'll just wait for it. Thank you there. Any thoughts on Celsius? Again, a pretty good name. There's a lot of advertising going out still for Celsius. Customer acquisition still remains quite high on that level. And I'm not like a big energy drink kind of guy or anything like that, but Celsius all the way back into 28. I think you might be right. It does look like it's bottomed out there. Not sure if there's going to be any earnings coming through or not, but you got to go all the way back to last March to sort of see some of these levels on Celsius. So as we look at a chart there, downside. Looks like we are trying to hold right into there. $25 might be worth a shot. I don't know enough about this to really say anything about Celsius, but it's not. If you want to take a shot, you do have your bottom now, but I'd rather us break and try to get above this $33, $34 mark, which is where means we'd be up over the 50-period moving average and over this little break spot right there that we got right back up to. That was the last time we tried to break the 50-period, came back in, tried to break it right there. Came back in as well. So yeah, man, 50-period moving average on Celsius, something that you'd wait for that to happen. And it looks like we nailed it again right there on NVIDIA. You know, we were just talking about making sure we don't hold that much of this stock as it comes up to the upside, and it just falls right back in. So we're going to stop out right now at 208.50. I'm not going to average it back in. That's the stop zone, and looks like that's what's going to happen now for NVDA. And hey, if we get taken out, we get taken out. That's part of it, and that's why we have those top side outs when it makes that move. So there it goes. We're still very positive on NVIDIA, but here we go, banks.
Before we go to Adair quickly, the banks that took SpaceX public exercised their options to get an additional shares of SpaceX, and the IPO is going to end up as at 85.7. Remember this is 75?
Yeah.
So it ends up as 85.7. It just goes to show the strength that is in that, the strength, desire, whatever, momentum that exists. So let's go back up to Adara, and we'll talk a little bit more about this strong market when we get back.
Another name that's strong here is Klarna, K-L-A-R, and watch. This seems to be pretty speculative, so be careful, guys. But Vice reporting on said speculation that Microsoft could be preparing to buy Klarna, or at least to add them here as a buy now, pay later payment plan system. So KLAR potentially being watched here by MSFT for a potential partnership and or purchase. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Buying partnerships, fair. Yeah, they'd buy Klarna out. It could be interesting. I mean, that's the kind of thing that could give you a temp floor on a stock like this. Like, this has been a beleaguered name that's holding some higher lows. I mean, why not? It's not doing a tremendous volume spike on that. That's intriguing a little bit. I don't necessarily, whatever. Like, Microsoft can do whatever they want. They got enough money that no one's going to care. Like, Klarna's not big enough to put any kind of a dent in Microsoft, whether they do it or not. That's a big-time Klarna story there. It's not moving enough to get me to think that there's a lot of juice in it, unfortunately. All right, is what it is. There are some small cappers, and shout out to all of you that are throwing your names into the chat like we always tell you to, with the $. One of them, RGNT, was just about to, no, it is going to halt up. It's at the halt band. It's literally at the halt band as we speak. It hasn't, I think it's halted once. RGNT up 250%. It is literally at the halt band at 531. So you're starting to see it run out of steam at said band. And this is what happens. They pass the buck from one to the other. Like, if this one stops, another one starts going. So it looks like this baton has gotten past a regent. Just these small cappers since the PDT rule went under. And shout out to everyone that's taking advantage of that. I think there's been small cappers almost every single day going 1, 2, 3, 4, 500%, and much better follow through as it just may be more actively traded throughout the entirety of the session. This one's not going anywhere, but if SpaceX is bouncing off of VWAP, that would be the time that maybe Virgin Galactic catches a bounce for another reload. So he's going to short every single pop that we can get. At some point, those shorts probably turn into the volume-weighted average price, as this is making lower highs. Sell the news, sell the news, sell the news. Did Rocket Lab get to 100? Absolutely not. Rocket Lab's still at 107. This is built differently for me if you get a sell-off, sort of like a sell the news event on Rocket Lab, because it's going into the NASDAQ 100. I like these guys at $100 where there's been a little bit of temporary support. That'll be effective at the end of the week.
All right. Big Bear AI up 1.7%. Not doing a whole heck of a lot there for BBAI. Nothing going on. NVIDIA does bounce off that, so we'll hit sirens up. I mean, I didn't want to reload it. Looks like we should have down there at the 200 period. I was just like, this name was weak. Normally we use the 200 as a support area, and we could have done that again, but our stop was always there, so we'll just remain chilled out on that one and just, say that, damn it, darn it, we missed an opportunity to hold on to dear life for that one, and we didn't do it. So I still don't love that NVIDIA idea of a long off the 200 period, although it did wind up holding. As we just mentioned there, SpaceX, I did get a little bit out because I thought, once we broke this 25 and we were heading right into here, I did have some concerns that, we were in a little bit of trouble there. It doesn't look like those concerns were very warranted, as it's upside right now for SpaceX, and we did get out. So not great, but not horrible either for the SpaceX execution. I still do have a decent amount on, but we're now under about 20% instead of 25%. Now I'm going to wait for that 170. You know what? Take a piece out right now, because we do know that there's a big buyer or big size at 175. So here we go. Let's have a quick look to see what winds up happening. I'm still at 176, so hopefully we do get a 175 break and we just go right up into 176, and then we'll see if we can get that fill. And then after that, man, 178 flat. We'll try that fill, and then we'll go. But here it is. This is the look right now for SpaceX heading into 175. So, you know, whether or not you're trading the NASA ETF or SpaceX or Virgin Galactic or Rocket Lab or whatever, this is the dog right here that's wagging all the tails. Let's just wait to see 65 million shares right now today on SpaceX, and we're $4 in the money again on it. So it's so far so good. What's up, Joe? How you doing, my guy over there? As Joe is now in the house.
I got something I wanted to ask pre-market. I'm going to ask right now. As SpaceX gets to 175 up at those highs, Friday's highs, today's highs, I want to ask everybody specifically, we know a lot of you got the allocation. We know you're sitting 135s, a lot of people. Did anybody, have you sold any of your allocation shares? Not talking about the day trading here. Obviously, if you're trading like Sean is, you're in, you're out, all that kind of stuff. But your allocation, did you sell any, yes or no? Did you sell any of your 135 allocation to get some of those profits? There were a lot of threats out there about if you sell within X amount of days, you're banned from IPOs for X amount of time. Schwab was apparently pretty good about it. At least some of your viewers were telling us. So there's some yes in there, but so far, almost actually 50% have sold their shares. That's what I like to see. Ring the register, nothing wrong with that. Be curious to see if that actually holds up at 50% selling that allocation. And you couldn't have lost any money. You couldn't have lost on the allocation. You couldn't have really lost if you bought the open and held. If you bought a little bit too far up the chain, I suppose it's physically possible to be out of the money because I guess you could have bought some shares above 175.
Yeah,
but it's technically possible on SpaceX to be out of the money, but congratulations if you got that issue. Effectively free money for anyone that got it. And nice to see some people ring the register. You have to, I think. You don't want
I wouldn't be ringing the register, but if you guys, it depends on your time frame, right? I mean,
I think a lot of people were doing it for that whole jump. Yeah,
like we said, like I would
bounce.
I would have maxed out at one. I didn't have an opportunity to do it. I would have done that, and as Michael Noss was talking about as well, there for SpaceX. And again, congratulations. I'm trying to buy more on the dip right now. So let's see if that winds up coming through or not on SPCX. Hopefully it does. But for right now, I'm still waiting for that 175 to pop through. It's been a hell of a awesome day so far, man. I mean, we did have this NVIDIA take, still up on it despite dropping out rate. Obviously, we're still up on it, but we did drop out of a little bit there as well for SpaceX, for NVIDIA. So that's going to be a look for me moving forward. Now on NVDA, SMCI, I really like that stock too as a long. We'll just have to wait to see if that one wants to come through. Again, just bounced off, I think, the 200 period down there. Yeah, right there, off 31s. I like it for a long, but we've got a... I don't know if it's going to hold 31. It's come right back in. I was looking at that. It went to 31.50, and now it seems like it's a little questionable here on SMCI. I think if you liked SMCI, maybe you like Dell as well here today. Not too much as far as we talked a little bit about the halting names, trying to look for some of those for you guys as well. But for me, man, it's the story is right here, and it will always be. Here goes SpaceX. I mean, I'll probably be trading this one the most. I'm here tomorrow, not here Wednesday, and then Friday we're all off, so it's going to be a little bit of a quick week here. But I'm going to be looking at SpaceX every single day, needless to say. So here we go, ring right through 175. I'm just waiting for it. Like, I think this is going to be a marketable trade. You can even bust through 175, take the long. There's a few million shares. It's done 68 million shares on the day, and there's a few more million sitting at 175. So we can scroll down. Like, you won't be able to see too much of them here because the books are so thick right now, but as we move down, you'll start to see a big level here. That's 175.50, and then as we go, we'll see some 175s, and hopefully it's going to...
Probably 5 times as many shares behind that in the dark.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be a lot of shares, needless to say, for SpaceX. But it's going to have no problem. It's going to have a little bit of a problem. It had a problem the first time trying to break through it, as the day's high is 175. We have a couple ticks out up here. So we're just waiting to see what winds up happening the next time it shows up. I want to be able to sit here and show you guys what it looks like. So if that does go through, and just quickly, here on IBIT. Almost coming in, 37.50. We wrote down 36.50 though, right? Yeah, so IBIT doesn't quite get to those levels, but my attention is going to be on SpaceX trying to break through 175. That should be imminent right now on SPCX. So let's go. I'm offering 176. Hopefully we do get a little bit of a boosh to the upside, like breaks it and booshes upside, new word, and then we'll wait to see if we get 176. Here it comes. Oh, it just got hit right back down. It went to 174.80 right there, and now we're just waiting for that one to pop through. Look, my hands are off, man. We're offering 176s here on SpaceX. We did hear that the bot deal was even higher than expected, so whether or not whether or not there's still liquidity in the market for this, I don't know, but 175 has been a turnaround spot for SpaceX. So whether or not you're long with me and $4 in, or you've been short off 75 a couple times, you know, the trade here today, SpaceX, has been very calm, easy. I mean, easy, I would think anyways. Nice move early if you let it settle down. Comes in, bounces off the 200 period moving average, then takes the key level of 170. That was an in for me, and now we just wait to see the top side for SPCX, and hopefully we break 76. I got an offer at 76s, then at 78s, and we'll just let SpaceX hopefully ride to the high side. But yeah, pretty choppy right now on the top end, which is good, right? I think you want to see some kind of orderly market here for SPCX, and that's what we've got right now so far here.
Here's a good point
Today.
Here's a good one from, it's not a super chat, but LMF, Chinito. I heard insiders allowed to sell if it's 30% higher than the IPO price, that's 175.50. So to the I mean, that has been resistance for 2 days now because there's only been 2 days to trade, and you're triple topping up there. So if you were able to get through that, I think you could have another wave to set upside. But remember, there's already a lot of people that can sell, and you have been seeing some profit taking and resistance. I do want to remember Circle. I think I'm 99% sure it was Circle that did a similar thing on day 2, where in the morning it ran into the highs, kind of sideways, and then eventually broke it. But I don't think it broke until, it might have broken in like the back half of the show, or like the back half of the morning show, where I passed 11 o'clock. I think it was me and Obi who were on it. I remember it being late enough that you're like, oh, now it goes kind of deal, like it was running. It was like a good long, but then it wouldn't follow through, and eventually did the break. As that continues to go upside, the other names continue to go down. So we've almost, like, we're looking to close the gap.
SpaceX broke 175.
Oh, it's through.
Yep. We didn't get 176. It just went right.
I have it underneath.
It went. Oh yeah, well,
Flip.
it went, but it just didn't go.
I can't flip stocks.
Yeah, so there it is, man. It does break, so good trade there. But we were waiting at 176. It went to 175.95.
No way.
So we were just waiting for 1 penny too, or 5 pennies too low, too high on that one. I think it still goes back, but there's the break and there's the sell, as you guys had mentioned there. Big sellers. It looks like upside on SpaceX, but it does break. That was real. The day's high, 175.90. We miss it just by a little bit, and now our quotes are all messed up again.
Yeah.
So 173.24, 174, 173.50. Current quote right now on SPCX. So yeah, man, good little fake and break there. Maybe I'll take advantage of that. Let's get out some at 50 now, just in case that was the test of the high. We're into now 15% left, so still waiting high side for it. Whether or not it comes in, I don't know. We still do have ARM coming through as well there today, as we want to say welcome. Tiffany is here running the board as well with Andre today. So shout out to Tiffany, shout out to Andre. You guys are crushing it. Thank you for making us try to look good. So thank you for that one. All right, over to the desk. It's Adara with a 1020 update.
Some news quickly to mention here, guys. I do want to let you know that some comments here coming on the Middle East situation. For one, leader of Hezbollah is reportedly speaking to Al Arabi TV, saying that the final terms of the agreement between the U.S. and Iran have not yet been reached, which is what we're also hearing from the U.S. And this individual further adding that they are insisting on the withdrawal of Israeli occupation forces from Lebanon. So some more, I guess, terms potentially being mentioned here by Iran. I also want to mention as well here that military advisory here in the U.S. saying that the U.S. blockade in Iranian ports will remain until that official deal gets signed on Friday. Let's talk about small caps. VSME, VS Media. This is an interesting one. It's kind of a day 2 catalyst, but it's actually a catalyst from all the way back on April 27th. So I guess this got going on Friday, as we had the revisiting of an announcement made from April 27th. That was the company's May AI Smart Living announcement and its debt conversion agreement. So interesting look here, revisiting of a catalyst for VSME gets not 1, but 2 days of action. Also, guys, just seeing apparently reports of Israeli drone strike in southern Lebanon. Just be aware. PAVS also here worth being aware of. This is our only day 1 small cap catalyst in the small cap recap today. Couple different things here from PAVS today. For one, mutually agreeing to terminate its sales agreement and related ATM offering arrangement with AC Sunshine. Paranovus also striking a letter of intent to acquire Jab and Arrow for $15 million to $20 million. Last but not least, CAST. This one was on our watch list. It's actually a day 3 catalyst. I guess this was announced on Thursday morning, but they expanded their DirecTV relationship. They're going to be offering services via DTC Residential and its ecosystem of PAAS partners. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And you're about to tag LOD on USO as oil futures, USO down 5%. Obviously, this is not oil futures, it's ETF, but same difference. You're going to be breaking these overnight lows. But the problem is you'd think that would be good for the market, but the NASDAQ is losing VWAP. I don't want to call it a flush because we're up 2.5%, but we are losing the volume weighted average price up here. And if you're looking for some culprits, don't blame the dead one because it's not looking very dead at all. Like Apple's holding up pretty well. It's Alphabet, which is underneath the volume weighted average price and looking like it's heading lower. If you're looking at some of the memory names, the strongest name out there this morning in the space was Micron. It's also putting in lower highs and trending to the downside. Yet some of the exuberance slowing down a bit. You would think if oil trended down, that would be an all systems go. It just has not been that way at all. I'm still just holding on to Virgin Galactic. I thought maybe Intel was going to be a thing for me, but remember, we're looking for that VWAP bounce. Intel just very promptly lost the volume weighted average price. It was no continuation. So that's still heading downside. Maybe a pullback into the prior high can be a bit of a thing. As we're testing 128 right now, 127.5 is the prior high, and would also be a double bottom off of the open. So a trend break on Intel is in play given what the market's doing. It's still hard not to want to find some longs in these tech names if oil is going to continue to go down the way that it is.
Yeah, what's up, Simon? Thank you to you for finding this channel as well, man. I'm really glad that you found it. Trading does get lonely, that's for sure. That's why we're here, and hopefully you guys can, continue to support the channel. We'll be here every single day. I just feel like slapping a fail, although we only have 2 trades today, and trust me, man, this is not a fail. It's been a very successful day, but fail there. We did NVIDIA double buys off the 200 period moving average. So let me go over to another name that I was looking at earlier. That's going to be Intel. Intel was going to be a long for me at 125. We just failed at that bottom break of 128. So potentially here, as the NASDAQ trying to gain some feet, could go. I just want to let you guys know I'm out at SpaceX if we break 170. It's right back into the 200 period moving average again. We can try a small piece there at 170.50 or something. I'll put a bit in there, but I'm going to be dumping out of this one if it does break 170. My trade's already in. That's where we went long. It just rejected pretty nicely there off of 175. As it was pointed out by our viewers there very astutely, that that was that 30% marker up there around 175.50, 176. So there's the move down. And a smarter trader than I would have shorted that, but unfortunately, no. And there it goes right back in. And I'm just going to try it one more time right there at 170.60. We just literally missed it again, I guess. Went to 170.80, but that's okay.
That's the 200?
Yeah, the 200 period moving average. Yeah, the thing that we've sort of coined here on the show. And people always like, why do you use the 200 period on the 1 minute? And it's been a money-making opportunity for me. So we'll just continue to use that. And I think that's the best thing you should do is, figure out what works for you.
If an indicator works for you, you use that damn indicator.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we said,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you read in a textbook. Or, well, I don't know if you read
That's why I don't read anything, because I think it's good for mental game, but it's not good for anything else, because most people that are selling something are selling you something because they, quite frankly, no one's going to give you the secret sauce. They're just trying to sell books and things like that.
They just trade it more if it
So
was.
yeah, it's just a matter of understand what you do. I mean, that's why we're here live, and I think that's why it's important that I try to tell you realistically, the success rate of prop traders, the success rate of traders in general is extremely, extremely low. You're talking about like less than 5% of everybody that's even walked through our offices here have ever even made money. And when they do, it's on major, major market events like the IPOs, like the rebalances that are coming through. Sitting here and hitting keys every single day, although it can be fun, you definitely have to understand what you're doing in order to put money at risk. So that's why we always talk about it being a good adventure into the prop realm, because there are lots of opportunities there that prop firms will give you to trade, their money as opposed to yours and work on your game just a little bit more right there. Yeah, the book that we have is Real Trading. That's talking about sort of the push back from algorithmic trading. I still have to read that book, so it was a busy weekend.
The book is not how to trade.
No,
it's about trading. Yeah,
it's
trading in general, why the market will always have real traders out there and not just algorithms.
Oh, we missed
which I think
again.
is
What the hell?
understanding market structure is a good way to learn too. Like, just understand how the market works, why things are the way that they are. Because if you understand liquidity events better, like say an IPO or rebalancing, whatever it might be, the market mechanics, that helps you in your trading of those moments. So I think that's a completely different ballgame. Just want to note, ARM is back.
Oh, good.
It's dumped twice today, pre-market, and then right away at the open back into 370, and it's back to the upside. So I think your all systems go. We thought at some point it seemed like maybe there was a negative story going on because there was no reason why it was falling the way that it was. But if it can get back up to 400, I think that'd be even better. And then this one just continues to bounce. I think there's one thing that we're learning in this bull market. These parabolic names, when they pulled back 20%, 25%, whether it's ARM, we'll throw Marvell in there, SanDisk, Micron, insert whatever name out there that you like. That's just been a heck of a buying opportunity. This pulls 400 to 300, and then it's absolutely gone. This bounces off of 200 when it pulls back to like 240 and goes 20% down after earnings, and then it's absolutely gone. I know people start thinking that the valuation and this and that, but heck, man. ARM didn't have a great valuation before all of this. And if you didn't like it then, and now it's like, well, we don't like the valuation. Well, they got a chip business now that's going to generate 5x revenue in the next couple of years. So that's getting reevaluated, and it's still looking like it's an absolute burner to the upside. So it is what it is. As long as the dip buyers keep dip buying, respect the trend. You just have to.
We did get a little bit of a reload here, but not much. I mean, I was still waiting for that 170.60, but we took some 171s there. I just don't. We could have just taken 80 cents on that last reload. Still waiting to see if we can get testing back up into that 175 area. We do know that there's no more support back up there, so resistance. There's no more overhang on the shares. So if we get back up there, maybe we fly through, but that's a maybe, and I don't. We're going to dump that if it breaks 170. That was our first take, 170. We've done really well on it again here today, so let's just wait to see if that winds up holding. We've been down here at 170.60 both times and missed us, so hopefully it comes back in and gives me that 170.60, and then we can get going, and if not, we'll stop out. I'm only taking 20% of what we had on the first breakout. So if it does go against us, it'll be a hit of about, maybe, I guess way less than $1. It'll be a hit of 50 cents, and it's on 20% of what we had right there. So just giving you guys an idea of what we're doing. Over to Adara at the desk.
Feeway here, no move on any of these yet, but watch Blackstone, that was Blackstone, this is BlackRock, and KKR. Axios reporting that Senator Elizabeth Warren is at it again, querying all three companies. If I get more details here, I'll let you guys know. But again, three of these credit equity-related firms reportedly being queried by U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren. Back to you.
Thank you very much. As always, Adara. Oh, get it, Qs. The Qs.
Yeah.
Almost at the highs. You know what is at the highs and can't stop, won't stop? DRAM is back at that 70. So DRAM did make an all-time high, and of course, for anyone that doesn't know, this would be memory ETF obviously, but it did break all-time highs very briefly, sort of failed that breakout earlier and putting in a bit of a lower high in here. But yeah, if it gets through another fresh top, I guess I was wrong about saying it would happen tomorrow. I'm like, yeah, whatever, give it a day and we'll get there. Well, it was more like give it 5 seconds and then it would break that all-time high. But it is back underneath, so watch out for this overhead resistance. Micron, SanDisk, and obviously you get exposure to like Samsung and HK Hynix as well, which is coming to at some point we do think will get listed in the US markets. That'll be spicy and fun if and when it does happen. All right, I'm sort of seeing that bounce that's happening in SpaceX is causing some sideways action here in Virgin Galactic. There's been no shot for a reload, but it's getting to that time of day where it's 10:30, you've had trend down. I'm slapping my trend line on here and saying, if we break the trend line and get back above 380, I'll just be out. I'm only holding on to the last 15% of it anyways, so just gonna move the stop. Oh, okay, I already canceled. Just going to move the stop. We're looking to basically close the gap. This was what I wanted it to do in the afternoon on Friday, and it just went sideways. Like it gave you like 5-10 cents, but the push down into the lows makes a little bit more sense. We're looking at, I'm 1 for 3 today, and it was like 0 for 2 on Robinhood, 0 for 1 on an iBid, which really didn't take that big of a shot at it because it didn't come into the levels, and then just sort of make it all back on Virgin Galactic, but there goes Robinhood. I just find like sometimes you stick to the one that works, and that's part of it. So, I decided to pivot over into SpaceX because that short was setting up and looking good, but Robinhood back into that $100 level. And remember with Robinhood, yeah buddy, the 200 period moving average, which it's been allergic to pretty much the entirety of the year outside of the month of January, this is the spot to look for. 102.5 into that 200 period. I think you find a little resistance there. It's all systems go when you break out from that 200 period. But this is what I've been waiting for because I've been long this sucker at 80 bucks for quite some time looking for this move. I don't know how SoFi is doing. Should probably check a look.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been looking. It was doing okay.
Well, you'd think today it would be.
Yeah, Robinhood's much more, get up in it than SoFi does. But okay, so just real quick, man, we're back into SpaceX, but it could not be for a long time here. As I said, just a quarter of the position, 20% of the position we initially had. It just went up into 171.20s there. I didn't take anything out. Maybe it goes, maybe it doesn't. Willing to stop out on a break of 170. So my order's already in. It's all automated. If it breaks it, then we're out of this one. It's SpaceX. See you later on a 170 break. But we tried it. Looks like there was a lot of energy up there at 175, and that's now created a little bit of a panic in the name. So let's see it sell off. And, the minute that false broke right there, we got out again at 174, then we got out again at 173.50. So, the outs were definitely there and gave me a reload $3-4 lower. And there it goes. So, downside there for SpaceX. So we're not going to slap a fail on it. We're actually going to slap a money on it because it was a great money-making opportunity. Unfortunately, I didn't pay for shorts. I can probably just go in there and do that right now, and we'll be able to see how much
They're basically free.
Yeah, exactly. So that's...
shout out to Real Trading. It's less than 1 cent per share at Real Trading for locates, and that's the ability to go short. Like you pay for shares to borrow, and then we can go.
It cost me 23 cents, which and then we made $10 on Friday. So we'll do it again.
That price came way down. Way down.
Which is 5 cents.
That's par for the course. We have a super chat I want to get to. It's from Nicole Vada. Can we throw that up one there, Andre, or I can do it? I just found it myself. Did you? Sorry, I just read it now. Did you go to WWE Angel Reese game? Yes, I did. SPY options were good this morning. Now I'm waiting for 752.56 or 754 breakout patiently. So yeah, my neighbor and his daughter, and then he has season tickets to the Toronto WNBA team, and it was a fantastic game. If you were not a fan, we got destroyed, but there was an absolute, just one of the most epic crash out fouls on Angel Reese. Like our center, I forget, Harrison, I think our center's name was. She just dragged her down at one point out of pure frustration and almost like body slammed Angel Reese and then got tossed from the game. And my neighbor's daughter, who's like 7 years old, was like, "What's going on?" to her dad. And she's like, "They just both really wanted the ball."
Right.
Yeah, that's what happened. Now, Angel Reese, in my opinion, is a bit overrated. Like, she's a great rebounder, but that's I think 75% of her offensive boards because she's such a bad finisher around the rim, and then she just grabs her own.
Yeah, exactly, that's what I was saying.
It's like, but then when you watch it, it's like she didn't even attempt a shot 5 feet away from the basket at any point.
I can't.
But the atmosphere was fantastic, man. They really respect and
that's the whole thing.
And support
I can't wrap my head around watching that basketball yet, but maybe soon. That's the difference.
I think Gia would enjoy it. It's just,
no, it's not that. Just the quality for me. Oh, the atmosphere, 100%.
atmosphere.
I mean, we are season seat holders for the hockey, and that's the women's hockey.
It's just different,
is
man.
Much better than women's basketball. But
yeah, the missing layouts.
Yeah, missing lay. For me, I'm sure it's a great experience. So shout out to that one. Just not the same excitement for me, women's basketball. But hey, man, I mean, to each their own. And go Toronto Tempo, man. Definitely worth it. That's for sure.
They're 500. Which
are they 500? Okay. Nice.
For an expansion team to be 500 in any sport is kind of abnormal.
Yeah, so it's not like the Las Vegas Knights that win the Stanley Cup on their expansion year. Okay, here we go. Here's SPCX there. Nice move to the upside. Shout out to the Utah Mammoth as well. They're having a good success rate. And shout out to the Carolina Hurricanes because you guys are now awesome, and you guys have been awesome all year, so we say a shout out to that one as they get the money to explode for Carolina today. I guess I'm not sure when the Hurricanes parade is, but New York is Thursday, so that should be a lot of fun there on Thursday as people get ready to have Juneteenth off the very next day. So that should be a lot of fun for everybody in New York taking Thursday off. Maybe the market will be a little sleepy there on Thursday. There's 169.50. We got stopped out there. I mean, completely. I guess we got 169.50 because we were trying to break. Yeah, so 50 cents worth of a slippage on that one. So we wound up losing I think we lost about 80 cents on that. And there it goes right back up to the upside. So just like it washes out up there, washes out to the downside. But P&L number one by far today for me would be that. We only have one other trade on NVIDIA, and we did the same thing, man. We got taken out at the 200 period moving average. So we're still it, man. We still know the prices that we're looking for, the levels that we're looking for. Just got a little nervous there, got stopped out as the market was coming back in and didn't really, I don't know, whatever. It crashes my in, and so we get out when that winds up happening. Unfortunately, we do not have the lunch menu has stopped being sent, so I'll have to find out, contact the caterer my damn self, and get that lunch menu. So for now, the most fabled segment on Trader TV Live is.
How about we just guess? I'm guessing.
Okay, you can guess.
I'm gonna guess we'll probably have some kind of. I'll go with chicken and like noodles, but like the Thai one. How about that?
Okay, Thai food there.
Yeah, a little Thai.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go with straight barbecue chicken.
Barbecue
chicken, salad, roasted vegetables, mixed greens.
So we have a super chat on from Patrick here. We're just gonna quickly get to TA technical analysis on Palantir. Thinking of re-entering the long. I don't think it'll be anything different than what we were saying before. Like here's a weekly of Palantir. There's the support that's been holding at 125-ish. Like there's a couple of wicks underneath that, but it's been clear support from February of this year and kind of triple bottoming. So I think like all longs are off here, and then the 50 period. I mean, the 50 period kind of gives you like 160-ish range where the resistance has been. So until proven otherwise, it's basically like there to there. But you're still in that downtrend. You lose 120, call it 122 as that low, and that support is gone. So yeah, I mean, I like that level. It's been holding out for a few months now. They're on Palantir, but make no mistake, it's been this to the 50 period on the weekly, and it's the same thing on the daily. I think it's like maybe the 200 period on the daily and the 50 period on the weekly has been your resistance, and you're bouncing off back and forth. While the market continues to press highs, you're pressing the range in Palantir, which it's been giving you a good range, and that's about it.
All right, what we're trying to get to there before we start talking about lunch a little bit, there was Micron still up 8% here as we look at the broader market. NVIDIA, Apple, all up, right? Today has been a big rally moment for stocks in general on the tech side, right? I mean, Micron, Texas Instruments, SanDisk is upside huge. Again, there's WDC, pardon me. Adair's going to do this segment? Okay, then we'll go over to Adair soon. J&J, Eli Lilly as well, Merck. So some of these healthcare names starting to dance around just a bit there. Coke and Berkshire, some of the financials upside there. So we'll leave that as we do have Sector Watch coming up very, very soon with Adair at the desk. But there it goes, NVIDIA. I mean, if there's any other names you guys want us to talk about, SpaceX is on the mind here today. It's well traded, but unfortunately we did stop out there once it broke 170. We went long at 170. We tried to go long again. Now it's outside. I'm going to try it one more time if it does come back in. And then the trade that, I don't know, I could have been in as well was ARM. big bump down there, and it just landed right at pre-market lows, and that would have been something there that, I look back, and obviously those are trades that we really like, and even right here, not a bad short opportunity if we break below 391, because that was that top, and we just sort of executed above it. Doesn't look like we want to hold. Will ARM give up this 391? It may just be doing that very, very shortly. That's ARM waiting to see if there's a trade coming on over there. And like I said, bidding more SpaceX right now, 170 flats. If that comes back in, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But that's another trade that I'm looking at. And then ARM potentially going short there through 291 on ARM. And I did look at SpaceX and I forgot, 3 cents. Per share. So we bought some SpaceX short. So if we wind up going short on SpaceX, we now can. And if I did, it would be at 176 or so, maybe 175.50, blowing it out at 176, something like that. But too bad we got stopped out right there. We literally just took an out that was 30 cents away from the bottom, and that would have made us $3 almost to the top side. So yeah, not a great movement now, but we're still happy with the way we've been trading it today. It's all good over here, as people are wondering if Palantir's finally waking up. Let me know when we got to go to Adara, by the way. I don't know if that was... Okay, we can go now. There goes Palantir up 4%. This might be, I told you, trying to rotate out of some Palantir, maybe into some SpaceX, but not at these levels. I think Palantir still needs a ways to go, maybe 160, 150 on Palantir, a decent spot to think about getting out. Now it's time to go over to the desk to Adara. We'll see what she's talking about. I think it's Sector Watch.
Now let's talk some of these sectors, guys. Again, here, Sean mentioned some of these, so we'll not going to go over tech or electronic tech. Again, we know both these sectors are very strong. Let's talk about producer manufacturing. LRCX, AMAT, GEV, all up at least 3% each day. Good look for this sector. Consumer services quite strong. Comcast pulling back a little bit, but you've got BKNG Booking Holdings up 6% today. Disney up about 1.5%. Mixed look for industrial services, mixed look for commercial services, but lots of strength in non-energy minerals. So gold, copper, these kind of plays doing really well today. Consumer durables, strong. GM up about 3% here. Tesla just slightly green in the day, relatively flat. Transportation mixed. Consumer non-durables, some weakness here with Coke and MO Ultra here, both sharply to the downside. Finance, though, is looking pretty strong. And, of course, energy minerals sharply to the downside as traders digest reports, repeated comments here, suggesting that the conflict is coming to an end between the U.S. and Iran. We'll have to see if this deal does end up getting signed on Friday, June 19th. Back to you.
As always, thank you. Whoops, we got a key for this. What am I doing?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to hit the key every single time, I think. And a big shout out to Adara. As you can also see, we got Sia on the desk. She's in the hizzy, of course. And Adara was off last week. She did a fantastic job filling in for Adara, and she's back in the building and locked and loaded. Come on, hold on to the bids, futures, if you can, if you're even able to. Like the Nasdaq. Look, the Nasdaq is basically, we're teetering on VWAP here. It's like bounce, 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 teeter, 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 but lower highs being put in. I don't wonder if there's going to be a little bit of a breakdown. Intel still refuses to break trend. This is holding very well all morning long. Outside of you pushed into the high, made a fresh high, Intel up 2.7%, but it just holds this trend line. It just won't break. So I thought this would be the next long, breaking out of this downtrend. It just doesn't happen to be just yet. And Daniel, good question. Does eBay pull a Roku move? Well, remember, for that, if you're asking, can eBay do what Roku did? Okay, well, eBay has a suitor. It's just that there's just hasn't been as much belief that Ryan Cohen gets a deal done, right? So, remember the difference with Roku is being bought. It is cash in stock from Fox. So this is happening. eBay just had an unsolicited offer from GameStop and Ryan Cohen that is sitting out there, and the board was like, okay, we don't really think so. It's a very different story. Could something come of this one? Your guess is as good as mine. There's just a heck of a lot of doubt that Cohen can pull it off. And I think that's what the market was saying. And Obviously, it would probably be trading a little bit better if that was the case. But yeah, very different. It's a very different story when like the board is like, oh, we get an offer, the board's accepted it, so it's firm, and hey, we get an unsolicited one, we review it, and we're like, not really, Ryan Cohen. Could it still happen with eBay? It's certainly possible, but it didn't really do much for GameStop stock either.
CUPR halted. Cooperina has been halted back and forth. Now it's starting to open up. Just opened up about 6 or 7 minutes ago. They're at $9. Makes it move into $10. 27 million shares as this name goes higher. Was there a story on this again today, Adara, or is this a day 2 or 3? CUPR. CUPR. Yeah, nice move to the upside there. 150%.
It's a new story. It looks like 510K clearance from the FDA for their MetaFly maggots.
Okay.
Sorry.
Meta flying maggots? Is that what happened there? I don't.
Did you say maggots?
She did. Okay, so all right. I don't know. All right, watch out for 870 right now. It looks like that a break there could create a down halt because we don't really know any levels until the way it went upside there in the pre-market means when the pre-market's happening, there's not as much volume and not as many levels. So if this breaks right there, 870, you're going to have to pay for shorts, I guess, on that one and wait to see what winds up happening on a break. I do want to make sure that everybody does hit the like. There it is. Files FDA approval for its, there you go, maggot debridement product. Debridement product. There's
to clean and
heal maggots.
Yeah, to clean and heal chronic, non-healing wounds.
Good, nice, man. We like that.
You learn something every day, man.
Over 10,000 of you watching right now. Make sure you do hit the like button right here. 1.1K of you have done it so far, man. If we could just get one of you to do it, one of every 10 now, we'll get that up to 2,000.
Hit the like, you maggots.
For that one. Yeah, get on there. And the next trade will have a 50% chance of going up or going down. And hey, man, we just said it. Money. I said if we break that level right there, we will halt. And there's the halt right now on CUPR. Probably a downside look. It's 875. It halts at 883. Right now it's tapping 875, but a downside look there for CUPR as that just halted downside as we go on CUPR. That's the most recent one that's halted. WYHG is another name. Wing Yip Food Holdings. So if you're getting your food at Wing Yip Food Holdings, you've had a nice little run, man, from $1 there all the way up to $4 or $5, and now you're just dancing around here, 1.14 million shares. There's not too PRHI, and I apologize if none of these are actually moving around. Yeah, this one's nothing, 2,000 shares as well on this one. So looking out for PRHI as a potential halter. A name that can't work out these days, and that's, if my charts go, is Alibaba, and that's just had a real rough ride. During this sort of tech boon that we've seen in the rest of the market, Alibaba continues to get hit downside. So maybe we made a bottom. 110's an interesting look there, I think. Still like all their technology. I think we're still in the early innings of any sort of China-US deal, believe it or not. Like once that gets back on the agenda, I think Alibaba could potentially work. I mean, all the deals, as Trump keeps on saying, like, just trust me, it will work out. And I hate that aspect of it, but the NASDAQ is moments away from breaking all-time highs again. And many of these names, including Marvell, right back there up to the upside. $300 was looked at today for Marvell. All-time highs around 330, so that's back in there. ARM was approaching $4 again today. NVIDIA is the one that's really lagging, but that's at 209.70 right there. We should still be long NVIDIA and long SpaceX, but we did get stopped out down there. Then USO was breaking lower actually today. So to complete certain steps to decentralize exchanges, what is that? Iran will be required to complete certain steps to denuclearize, in exchange for sanctions. Yeah, so we sort of talked about that earlier, that they were not near the sort of agreement as far as nuclear and what those programs look like. So downside there for USO. For me, the only trade is off VWAP here, 120 or so on United States Oil Fund.
And I saw someone in the chat asking about oil prices and Tesla. There's always the theory that, of course, if oil prices go down, well, oh no, oil prices higher is good for the EVs. But try to remember that Tesla doesn't trade usually based solely on the fundamentals of the EV company. it's always been about the future. And in this particular case, I think right now you're looking at robotics, you're looking at full self-drive and automated driving, and then the outside chance, because Dan Ives was still talking about it. Every time someone asks him about SpaceX, he still says he thinks there's a merger happening. So I think like a small percentage as well of the future of Tesla is people thinking it's going to be a further, like a merge with SpaceX at some point down the line. Whether that happens, whether the regulators would allow it, who knows? But it's usually more than the EV business that people are pricing in. And today, I know it's up 0.6%, but the NASDAQ is still trending up. Right, you're still trending higher here in the NASDAQ and the ES, and Tesla has been trending to the downside. Let's go back up to the desk. Only 10 minutes ago. Time to see how the US dollar has been doing with all this oil movement.
I'll tell you what it did this morning, Neil. It gapped down here for the DXY. We closed on Friday around that 99.81 level, opening today here at 99.54. It looks like that was a bit of a gap down for the DXY. We had this push to the upside, attempt to break recent highs, and then slam lower here on Thursday. So pretty violent action on Thursday, relatively contained action on Friday, and gapping down to start the week. Now this week, pretty light in economic data, especially compared to what we had coming through last week with CPI, PPI, and University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, respectively. So lighter economic data week, but there was one pretty massive economic data event to be aware of, guys, at 2 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be getting the first Fed decision under the leadership of new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh. It will also include a summary of economic projections, which you don't get at every meeting, so that is significant. That'll be coming through again, 2 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, June 17th. So let's take a look here. As of before this meeting, before this rate decision, how do people see the situation with rates going forward? We don't expect any cuts or raises for the rest of this year, but once again, we're now starting to price in a rate hike in January. So that December or January rate hike bet continues to waffle. We might get some more consistency with that going forward, depending on what happens here on Wednesday. But speaking of Wednesday, 98.7% of participants expecting rates to be held on Wednesday. You've got a meager 1.3% of participants expecting a 25 basis point cut. So rates being held, very likely the announcement we get from Kevin Warsh and Co. on Wednesday. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And well, I could hit the key, but you know we're going to be looking at the end of the year and even into 2027. It's important to look at rates, certainly, but slight moves down on those rate hikes that pretty much everyone has been talking about. If you go all the way out to like March, though, of 2027, you're still looking at rate hikes. But I think that's the kind of thing that can change. But first things first, it's one thing to have a deal. You also need to have that follow through, see some ships go through, like have the strait fully opened up, have that trickle back through the economy and yada, yada, yada. You're still going to want to see some data. Well, the Fed's going to want to see some data showing that those hot prints that we had basically in inflation are going to be slowing down. You're catching, I don't want to say you're catching a bid on USO right now, but it is. So it's bouncing off the lows. So maybe watch out. This is a 15-minute to give you an idea of the last couple of sessions on USO. For like 80% of Friday and for almost all of today, you've just been chilling out in like a $1 range. So I think the one fear would be if you break out upside of this range, that would be bad for markets, obviously. But if you break out downside, I think you're going to go all systems go to the long side. Frank, it's not was asking about Virgin Galactic. I'm not considering this could be an all-day hold, but I'm holding for the low. It's still, it caught another bid off of 370, but I'm looking for the LOD here. Low from Friday. I shouldn't say the LOD. It's at the LOD now. I'm looking for the low from Friday as a target, and I've already got my trail at about 380. So there could be a continuation. I just think there's a limit to how far it can go down, especially if SpaceX doesn't even break down. We got Anthropic to meet with Trump admin today over Mythos. Well, they comply and they sort of pulled the new, they pulled their new issue to be able to comply. And they've been in the crosshairs. It hasn't seemed to matter too much though. Overall, like they were in the crosshairs from from the Department of Defense, and now all of a sudden, they get in the crosshairs of the administration. But that's not slowing down the IPO, which we're still going to get this year. For sure. What's up?
No, nothing. Someone said nice trade on Target. I don't know if you traded Target today.
Target today? No.
No, but TGT, man, we sold some at 121. We still hold 25%. But wow, Target right now, what a move, man. I mean, we always shine the light on Walmart, but this name, an absolute running machine right now is Target. Still glad we do have some 25% of that left. Obviously, we've put new money to work. We talked about buying IREN. We talked about buying SpaceX on, on Friday. And right into here, man, I mean, Target still blowing to the upside. This name is a great one. It also has a decent dividend of 3 to 4%. So Target really starting to work outside of all the other retail names. Target right now, just an absolute kicker back there to the upside. I want to say thanks to this comment here about SpaceX. Keep on watching. You wanted to know, Sammy, is there a short still on if we come up to 75.50? I think you can look at it for the short and give yourselves to 176. I don't. It's too bad because every trade that I've been in, we literally got stopped out at the lows. We had NVIDIA right there at the 200 period, and I was just preserving capital. We had such a monster day there on Friday, honestly, that, today we hit our goals. We're actually 60% ahead of our daily goal right now. And so I just didn't want to lose it all there, make all that money on SpaceX, then lose it on the way back through 170, because there are still some pretty good bears on SpaceX out there that don't believe in this valuation at all and are just talking negatively about it. So, I thought that there was a chance for this name, to fall even further back in. It just didn't happen. So it breaks the 200 period. We get out there, we give it a little bit of room, and now it's just blasting higher. And the same thing on NVIDIA, just believed in it. Look, we've taken 2 trades today, and they're 2 positive ones, but it's just, upside has taken out. This could be a good trade too on NVIDIA right now, breaking through 210. I definitely like that one. So to answer your question, Sammy, yes, I do believe there is room to run on that. And obviously buying some SMR a little bit last week, just dipping in there underneath $10 has worked out. I did talk to our good friend, Mr. Kevin O'Leary, about said trade. And that's part of the reason why is that I like the look here on uranium moving forward. I don't know if it's going to be strong for very long. I was trying to get this maybe out. If we can get this out even just for 20%, like around 12s, I think that might be good. And then we kind of rinse and repeat it. I don't swing trade that much. So, this is just trying to have some, we've got a lot of play money now. So we'll just wait to see what winds up happening here with some of these names. I didn't put a whole bunch of capital back in, but we have sold some we sold some Marvell near the top of this, or not near the top, but, on this run. Turns out to be the top. I don't know if that's going to be the case. We sold some AMD, some ARM, some Marvell, waiting to sell some Uber if that ever gets going. Okay,
they caught a bit of a bid today.
Yeah, okay, that's good, man. A bit of one. I'll take 6%. Yeah, I think Uber. Maybe I'll sell a little bit of this at 75, if and when that does come into play there for Uber. And then I want to buy more SpaceX. I know that sounds crazy, but that would be another sell of ours. And then JP Morgan's been a real nice run back up to the upside. So again, talking about this name at 290. There goes the banks. Someone said BAC was making a nice move or at VWAP or something today. Let's wait to see if JP Morgan gets back up to 335, and we'll be able to potentially get some more out of JP Morgan. So, yeah, not bad. We're sitting here trading today. Cerebras.
You know what stands out today?
Yeah, what?
The Nasdaq's up 2.7% and about to tag the high of the day. The Russell is breaking the low of the day right now. So it has been it's basically been flush city all morning long for the Russell, and meanwhile it is big caps to the upside, but the Russell going down, which is a weird, because like you would think, okay, deal, oil goes down, decrease the chances to some extent of rate hikes, and if you're not talking about that, then you're closer to talking about rate cuts, and if you're closer to talking about rate cuts, and that should be good for the IWM, but unfortunately, IWM's taking it on the chin. Maybe not the natural reaction that you would have expected to deal getting done here in Iran, but it is what is happening, and obviously the Russell, the small cappers are much more rate sensitive than the large cap names, right? They're not making money, they got to have funding, not generate as much cash. So not looking good at all in the IWM. But I do like that Uber bounce. There's at least a little something there. And there was one story that we talked about, well, Adara brought to our attention, and it's actually still going higher, that rumor of Klarna, and it's just a rumor, Microsoft potentially buying Klarna. Well, that's still trending up, so they must like it at least a little bit. And that chart looks not too shabby whatsoever. So yeah, I mean, where all systems go, the market looks incredibly strong this morning, relatively strong this morning, and holding up despite the fact Remember we were saying oil was making a bottom? It's still going. USO, now through VWAP, is approaching that pre-market high. I think that's going to be a good spot. USO gets to this pre-market top. look for it to maybe find a little bit of resistance there. Maybe watch a trend break back in. Was Sharif just cheering on oil going higher? Oh, he's just going UK. But we want oil lower. For the record, we're trying to have oil be weak, Sharif. You can cheer it on if you're long it, but we want oil down, market up. That's what we want.
We are happy to tell you that the man, the myth, the legend himself, Joey Options, is here ready to go. Sharif is here ready to go. So good show today, 11 o'clock. Thanks to Derek. Great to have you back. Thank you to Tiffany. Thank you to Andre. Everybody that's working hard over there. Ramin, everybody as well. I don't know if I haven't seen Fabian yet, but shout out to him. Shout out to Brendan. And thanks to Sharif for the morning show. But you're about to see this guy coming up right now. That's Neil. I'm Sean. We'll see you at 2 p.m. Peace.
You see how Sean included Ram in that list there?
That's very nice of him.
No, we're gonna have to remove Ram off that list right there, Joe. You can't be included, Ram.
Whoa.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people.
My boy.
Bro, I'm a pro at this, man. Been doing this every day for 4 years. Shout out. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and we're having everybody mosey on over from the other screen, so we're going to wait for everybody to come in, and then we're going to shut them out. Fluffy, Hippo. We got Luis frickin' Barbado back in the chat, A-Day Trading. We got Jesse Hernandez. Shout out to my man, Jesse Martinez. Stormy Trades. Jody's back, Joe.
Yeah.
Jacques. We got One Micro Trader and Boomstick. I was going to say broomstick, but I made a mistake. The One. Hey, he says. Andrew Chow, right back at you. We got DK, 6052. Mr. CNL. We got the OG, Bhavin Patel. And what kind of day would it be without Gamecraft Nico or Hinsey or John Roberts? How about Georgie Porgy, frickin' 22. Shout out to my man, Trust Fund Baby. We got Lele. Shout out to Sean. Shout out to Blue Spots. And who else is the man? Poor Robin Hood, Armenian Muscle. He's flexing up a storm in the chat. Shout out to him. We got Shaka Trades and the real Don D. Kirk D, let's go. Angry Rob Entertainment and Green Day Dean, amongst the many that have joined us today.
Yeah.
Got a lot more new viewers. We got a lot new subs. Welcome to everybody. If you're just joining us today, we are the regular hosts of the Midday. Again, that is your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and we're going to be doing this for 3 hours. What are you looking at, my man?
Man, come on, man. I think there's one name that's in play here today, and that's going to be SpaceX. But we do have Google heading towards a high of the day. Sorry about the dark pool wicks, guys, but it took a couple attempts to get this bad boy rolling. Attempt number 1, we get stopped out at the lows, but I'm like, not today. You're not fooling your boy. We get right back in. We take a little bit off, and then we have the volume-weighted average price hold. So we add a little bit more, get back into somewhat about approximately 25% more size than what we had on this original position. Now let's see if we can break the high of the day. There goes Google to 370, help dragging the NASDAQ, and Apple also being one of the stronger names. We're going to send things off to Adara right now, but happy post Freedom 250, everyone. Hope everyone is having, that is Obi. We got Obi up there. All right, Adara, talk to us.
Here in GeoOGL, as you can see here with the headline on your screen, they do have a piece of news moving higher here on GeoOGL as they announce a $1.5 billion investment for 2026 and 2027 to expand their data center campus in Jackson County, Alabama. So Alabama data center expansion on watch here for GeoOGL to the tune of $1.5 billion. It looks like those investments are going to again happen in 26 and 27. Back to you.
Much for that, Adara. All right, guys, let's get right into what we got going on here today. There goes Google. I mentioned this not too long ago, 371.24, and then now it looks like we're going to get somewhat of a pullback here on SPX, or CX. I'm going to continue to forget that. But we also have the SPY and the triple Qs at the high of the day. Now, what is really dragging? We have Tesla downside. I'm not surprised by that whatsoever, but we're going to kick things off with AAPL, as this name, you can do it, you can change. Sharif, it might be one of those days. As we are hovering around the high of the day here on AAPL, so a strong move. But we also have Robinhood running into that $100 marker. We love that. But why is the SPY slightly stronger than what the NASDAQ is up to? It isn't JPM, even though we did have a strong gap up into 325. We're now down to 321, but we're holding that gap area low, which I really like. We're gonna continue to hold on to this SpaceX. We're about 50% win rate on this bad boy right now, still slightly red on it. Now we need a high of the day break and then a continuation on this play. Am I gonna be buying any just anytime soon? No, I don't believe I am. I believe we could get $150, $135. That's going to be my ideal price here on SpaceX. So we'll be patient. We'll remain calm and just allow the earnings report too. So don't forget, now quarterly, we're going to get this company's earnings. And I think that's going to tell a lot, because if the street doesn't like it, it's going to sell off, and then we're going to be able to get in at prices that we want.
Just before we go to the ad read, QTEX is ripping here, guys. You need to be alert to this one. We're on the way to 2. It's a recent breakout from a flat top at around 170. Watch out here. QTEX is moving. And with that, let me tell you about this. Huge shout out, massive shout out to VinFast for sponsoring today's video. They just announced a massive partnership with AutoBrains and NVIDIA, all to bring you level 4 agentic AI autonomous driving to real life. We're talking about next gen, Katina, man. We're talking about intelligent tech that is completely redefining how we actually hit the road. So if you want to see what the actual future of driving looks like, you need to click the link in the description and check out VinFast today. Shout out to VinFast. So QTEX, this one, I'm focused on this one at the moment. So here we go. Buvin, I was trying to tag you. I don't know why it wasn't letting me tag you in the chat, Buvin. But we're on the way to 2. We're close to about 50% in Greensville on the day, up 46.5. We've done a good amount of volume on the day. We're closing in on 13 million shares with a 1 penny spread. There's ample liquidity to get in and get out. I don't want to say unscathed, because you can get smacked with these ones, but the fact of the matter is, the cost of doing business here with a 1 penny spread close to $2, I'm liking this one's set up at the moment. So we're going to keep a close eye. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to text you, Buvin. Buvin's in from 66s, so $1.66. Your boy Buvin took the flat top break on this one, and there goes QTEX into another high of the day, into $1.94. This one's on its horse, and this one could see $2 rather than later. Let me tell you something. If this one clears 2.5, I'm going to start thinking 5. Okay, so we're going to keep a close eye here on QTEX. But as we tell you about this one, let's tell you about some others. There was a good-looking one here, GLXG, but it no longer looks good. In fact, it looks quite bad, and it may lose its spot on the very coveted side charts over here. Joey,
yeah,
what does this setup look like to you over here? What do you see over here?
Yeah, that's a failed bull flag potentially.
Bro, yeah, yes, 100%. But what do you like? Look at these topping tails.
Oh, okay. They're genuine, so you see a lot of selling pressure.
Yeah, no, always genuine on the black charts. So
yeah,
always, never dark pools.
Dark pools.
No. Right. So what I'm seeing here is a failed break of $3. And it was really set up quite aggressively. A lot of equilibrium here between buyers and sellers at this $3. At least that's how it was for about 20 minutes. And then we started failing just to even reach $3. And that started happening on this candle here, the one that just closed at 11 o'clock. And then all hell broke loose to the downside when we failed that 255 bottom. Let's say 255, 250. Okay, because that was where the support on all these topping tail candles was essentially coming in. So that failed. It failed miserably. So be on the lookout here. GLXG. It's a no good. HQ. Bit more expensive. I wanted to say it's more expensive. It's $15. It's got a good pattern under its under its sales here. What I'd say is look for a 14 to 14.25 retracement. That might be a bit too rich for my blood at the moment. There goes QTEX. It is ripping through the highs into 210. So this one's really going here. Shout out to Buvin. I didn't get a chance to set up on this one quite yet. Let's see how it deals with $2, okay? Last but not least, NTLA, also looking quite good here. And this is up about 15%. It's not a big mover. It's an okay spread. I've seen it as wide as 5 or 6 pennies. It does tighten up to 2 and 3 at times. 1406 high, respectful of trend, as you can see. Nary a breach of the 10 EMA on the 5. And for the newer viewers, when I say 10 EMA on the 5, I mean the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, which will always, underline that, always be green on my black charts. So this line is the one I'm talking about right now. And I use that line often as a trend following line. Trend following system is what I'm trying to employ there. So those are the ones that I'm looking at. I'm looking at ARQQ as well. GMM tried to get back above the WAP. It failed. And RGNT is fighting with that $4.50 area where VWAP is. It's also doing its darndest right now. Let's see if it's able to recover, Joey. Oh, yeah. Oh, it looks like we're going to go to see at the big desk.
Thank you so much. Today's ticker that we're talking about is FreeCast. It was surging pre-market, almost up 220%. Well, now the stock, while I was preparing this segment for you, was 175% up. Now it's surging 186% and on the up and up. Let's take a look at a bit of the fundamentals and what's going on with this ticker. So the company milestones, during the years that the streaming services had launched, the landscape had began blooming. This company had basically pivoted its product line towards aggregation. It also recently launched its DirecTV deal. DirecTV is one of the most recognized entertainment names in the United States. We'll take a look at its financials. It's a little bit low, but you'll be surprised how good this company, this ticker, is doing right now. Revenue for the recent quarter came in at just $92,909. Net loss at $4.53 million. Cash flow just at $119,000, region around the 300s. Deficit of $205.4 million, and yet this stock doing so well. But despite these financials and numbers, an analyst thought, you know what? I see potential in the stock, and they gave the stock a buy rating and a price target of $6. A little bit of this history about the stock, that it opened during its IPO this year on the NASDAQ in March, just around 60 cents. Today, it's trading around $4.20. So the real test that I'm seeing with this story is that if they can convert these paid subscriptions to actual revenue, or will this just be a story for today? Sending it back to you.
All right, yeah. Let's see. Do you want to go over that trade that you just put on, and then we'll get into the super chat here? No. You're good. Yeah. All right, man. Good stuff. Paula Anderson, let's pull up that super chat here. Hi, Joe. Can you let me know your thoughts on exercising NVDA 185 calls June 18th expiry? You paid $19.90 for them, so $2,000 versus selling the option around $650 now for profit. Thank you very much. Now, if you're going to exercise it, you have to understand that you need to have the capital within your account in order to do so, because then that means you want to own the underlying asset at $185. And with that being said, Paula, I think that's a good idea. I mean, NVDA at 185 isn't a horrible price, considering we're trading above 200, 211 right now. So you grab $30 ITM, and you're right in the middle of the range. So you can most definitely exercise it. You just need the capital, or you could just lock in that contract, like you said, for $650, which isn't bad whatsoever. That's a good start to the week. I don't know if you want to be a long-term shareholder of NVDA, and if that's the case that you do want to be, then by all means, feel free to exercise it and be the rightful owner and a big-time owner of 100 shares minimum. At $185, so that's what we want to see. That I would love that. I would personally, if the capital was there. But for me, that'd be a lot to allocate to one specific name at that price, right? I diversified.
Concentration risk, yeah.
Pardon me.
Concentration.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But for me, I actually got out of TrashFlix this morning. Yeah, I'm like, you know what, man? We were sitting in this for some time. It didn't do what I wanted to do. So see you later. AC Slater to Netflix.
Get it,
and we're going to put our money into some other things that have been working.
What are you going to put your money into, Joey?
JPM. Like, come on. I've been talking about JPM. I've been talking about Google for quite some time. And then also some Walmart. So I like every single one of those names. Hey, listen, I think Netflix will have its time in the sun, just not right now. All right? It's going to take a little bit. There's just so much more in vogue right now than some of these streaming names. And with that being said, it's just dead money for me personally. I sat in it. I'll tell you exactly when I bought this bad boy.
When'd you buy it, Joey?
I'll tell you right now, Sharif, my brother. And it's been a while, actually. It's been a while. It's been a while.
Hey, yes,
been a
great
while.
minds
Yeah,
think
man.
alike. That's what I want to hear, man.
It's been a while, man. I
a
can't even
while.
find here on the chart exactly when I did, but it was around $100 or so. So I'm like, okay, you take a little bit of a loss. I put 10K into it. I take somewhat of, I think it was like a couple $100 loss on it or whatever it was, and then it was just, see you later. Let's put our money to something that's working and that's more in play. And I want to buy more Google. I want to buy a little bit more TKO. Shout out to Dana White and Company for putting on yesterday's event.
You need to go through a thorough review of how that was yesterday.
It was really good. It was very good. It was very good.
Pay-per-view?
No, it's Paramount doesn't have pay-per-view.
Yeah,
Yeah.
What am I saying?
Paramount doesn't have pay-per-view. Full disclosure. So what happened was I had Sean O'Malley to TKO, Canadian, unfortunately, and then I had Ilya Topuria to KO Justin Gaethje for a cool 800. But I was up all night watching it, and let's just say Ilya Topuria got served a big humble pie there, Sharif.
He eats pie?
Yeah, and a humbled one at that, my friend, because he took a butt whooping. And someone who's highly confident. But aside from that, guys, I hope everyone had it was a spectacular event in my opinion, fantastic stuff. But really, let's get back into things. Why do I want to buy JPM? Look at this big gap up, and we were talking about it in the low 300s. I believe it's lagging its peers. So you have Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs putting in all-time highs right now, and they're up 2%.
Did you say Goldman Sachs?
No, but that's a good one.
That's what I swear to God what I heard right now.
Goldman Sachs, Goldman Sachs, right? That's a pretty good one. Maybe we'll call it that from here on out. But other than that, right, guys, you're up 2 1/3 here and almost 2% in some of these banks that are at all-time highs, and we're relatively flat, and then yet to put in a new all-time high, which we're still down about 5% off of, right? Like 5 and a fifth. So I like this name. I think it's only a matter of time until we hit all-time highs, and then it's Robinhood as well. Like, we've been holding on to this. We averaged in, but there's a lot going for it. PDT rule, and then obviously being one of the underwriters here within that SpaceX IPO. So there's going to be a lot of transaction fees, and what we want to see is it's decoupling from Bitcoin. I haven't even, listen, there's been such a major rotation in my long-term portfolio, and I'm happy about it, because look at Bitcoin. I've been selling this thing for quite some time. I am still holding on to about 30% of my whole position, which I'm comfortable with. I just had too much exposure in this, and it wasn't doing anything. And we talk about opportunity costs quite often. It was Netflix and Bitcoin that were holding back my portfolio big time. And was I rushing to get into anything? No. We allocate things slowly, and then we DCA into, because it's a long-term outlook. And then sure enough, things are working. I'll average up as well, too. So I have no issue with sticking with names that have been strong for us.
I like it, Joey. Sound advice, I think, and obviously, I think it kind of goes without saying that we hope you print up several of those storms where money falls randomly from the sky and then a big dollar bill flashes in, hence the animation there. QTEX, above in, it's failing too. Okay, so we had a nice little dalliance here with QTEX up 52 and change, but unable to hold 2 now. I don't think that ends the matter. We're still above the volume weighted average price, which I believe is a low 90s, $1.93, $1.92, whatever, okay? It's in and around that area. What I'm watching more specifically for is a defend of the 2 area. I don't mean a strict $2 right at the level hold. I mean a general area and then show me a retrend back up. Watching the 5-second chart, as I typically do with these small cap gappers, and this is what we're seeing. You're seeing a bit of a foundation form here, a base, so to speak, at $1.96, which is above VWAP, but below 2. We're gonna continue to watch QTEX here. We had a couple of good trades on it. We have the high of the day into 35 on this one, correction. The high day is 36, so we got 1 penny below the high of day, but I want this to set up in a little bit of a better way. Now, it's in the midst of doing that. As I mentioned, it's generally holding 2, but I want to see a little bit more. Now, here's the deal. I perceive an interesting area of resistance between 210 to 215. If we can clear 215 and clear it quite decisively, that would embolden me a little bit more to get back in, despite the fact that, you know, we're still dancing with that $2 area. So QTEX in focus for me over here. Nothing to do other than to hang out and wait. Now, This one is going to lose its spot on the side chart, GLXG. It's failed miserably. Now, there's some of you in the chat that are really good at picking these ones up below the volume weighted average price at key levels and then riding it back into VWAP. Again, if you're a newer viewer, this really elongated horizontal white line on my black charts will always be the volume weighted average price, which is a key indicator that a lot of traders, including myself, use. So keep your eye out on that when you're looking at the black charts. And I often refer to it as VWAP. Sometimes I'll lovingly call it the WAP, but you know, not as much, Joey. Yeah. But GLXG, it's losing trend, and it's going to lose me as an interested trader. RGNT continues to try to fight with this rounded bottom off 3 3/4, and it's dancing here with 4 1/3. It's cleared 4. It's still suffering, though, from this affliction of trading below the volume weighted average price. Again, that white line on the black chart. So continuing to watch that, looking for an interesting area there. But I got to tell you, as Neil mentioned to end out the morning show, the Russell 2000 is, well, it's the least best performing major average on the day. So I know the IWM is not a major average, it is an ETF, but it's down less than 1%. Sorry, it's up less than 1%, 0.95. Juxtapose that to the triple Qs, which is ramping into 3%. You got the SPY 1 3/4 and the Dow 1 1/3. So very much lagging behind our small caps. Makes sense, right? Especially with the headline yesterday. So I need to be a little bit careful here, knowing that perhaps maybe today is not the small caps day, and that influences your trading in different respects. It should influence your sizing, right? As well as your expectations for something to run. Last week or the week before that, we were seeing things get above 5, and immediately, if it cleared above 5 and did it decisively, my thinking and my bias was to 10. When are we going to get to 10? I don't know if that same thinking can hold up today, but maybe there's one or two that run. Continuing to watch here, QTEX. It's back above that technical level I was articulating, 210 to 215. It looks like it's a decent hold here, Bovin. Bovin also saying SABS. Can only focus on one thing at a time, but I did see SABS move. Here's 215 on QTEX, looking for continuation, not getting it. Going to continue to pack the patience and see what we get. And while you're looking at that, you can look at SABS, which is a little bit of a lower volume name, 415 high on SABS. Looks like a flat top break waiting to happen, Joey.
All right, man, good stuff. Full disclosure, I am in a position 172.30 roughly is my average price, as SpaceX failed to put in a new high with the market screaming. Be careful, man. This name's now worth 2.2 trillion, and it's probably going to move like one of those heavier weighted caps. A lot going on, a lot of transactions, but look at goggles, holding trend. I wanted to get in at 368. I could have. Did I pull the trigger? No, because we're messing around here with SpaceX. So we'll be patient to see if volume weighted average price holds. And then I think that's going to be a good opportunity for us to add a little bit more shares, just in case it wants to do a liquidity grab and then continue on the northeast path. Now, as for Robinhood, a strong name. Do we want to stick with strength? Absolutely. Hold VWAP, especially at this support level, 99.40s, and then maybe you can catch the top end of the range for a scalp. But there it goes, a nice little bounce here. Yeah, go ahead.
Got to interrupt. Sorry, brother. Okay, 2 breakouts right now happening as we speak. Sorry to interrupt, Joe. RGNT, shout out to Grunfeld, ripping into almost $5 here. This has recovered below VWAP. Watch for the turn, though. Yeah. This one has a tendency, or these names have a tendency to put in a lower high. RGNT and BTQ. BTQ just ripped off that 540 into 580. That's a new high a day, and that's the completion of bull flag number 2. You get bull flag number 1, breakout 930, shorter period of consolidation, about 20-25 minutes. This one was much more prolonged. You got the breakout 955, and then the second breakout 1122. So almost an hour and 25 minutes of consolidation on BTQ. Watch out for those ones, but they're looking pretty good. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, man, it's all good. I was going to head over to small cap land here as well. But what I want to do is I just want to focus on this trade. We got a whole lot of dark pool wicks, guys, so too many for me to correct at this point, so I'm not going to. But what we will do is we got a nice little bounce. We can post up at a lower price at 172.40s, but I was going to take a look at SABS, not necessarily doing what I wanted to, and cast. Listen, let's just continue with this. Day 2 of SpaceX, you're up 7 3/4 at this point. Am I going to be adding into resistance zone? No, I don't think that's the logical thing to do. But what we will do, as I mentioned multiple times so far, is just wait for this lower end of the range like we did right here and like we did right there. We had that consolidation base earlier in the morning at approximately 10:19. I was like, okay, we're in at a good spot. We're at the lower end of the range. We broke through, we had some volume, and I'm like, all right, let's just add a little bit, because we typically don't average down, but then when it has failed to hold that level and put in a new low, I'm like, all right, let's get out. But price action turned right around, and I said, not today. We're gonna get right back in. We take some off right at the volume weighted average price, which is correlating with the key support level, right? So I'm thinking over, under, I better take some off just in case this does act as some resistance, but it didn't. We form the base at VWAP, we add into the position, and then we take a little bit more off right now. I can do a transaction. There goes Google. I believe I'm going to try a long here on Robinhood, just in case this is a consolidation, and then we decide to break a little bit higher. North of $100 is totally feasible at this point, but what has been absolutely monstrous for us here now, the dip buy at 350 there in the long term, Sharif, only a small amount anyways, is on goggles as we're climbing to 372. Man, oh man, 13% to the downside. I had to get involved with it, and sure enough, there we go. We established a new high of the day. It's unfortunate that JPM just gaps up and then gives back the majority of that. But post up at VWAP here on Hood. We're still holding this for a consolidation hold at 171 for the potential add. But the ideal entry right here would have been around 368.50, and then sure enough, you have this wedge that's been forming and now currently breaking. So not too bad of a look whatsoever there, guys. Let's head over to our watch list and see how some of the other names are. We haven't looked at NVDA in quite some time. I know we hit around 210, 211 in the post market. I was keeping my eyes on it. Sharif messaged me last night. He's like, the market is ripping. What do I have to do? I'm like, brother, you know I'm watching UFC, but let's just see what we got going on right now with the futures. And sure enough, we had a massive gap up and then some continuation here today, but a nice hold of this 199. You just know that buyers are going to most likely step in at that hold dollar, that $200 marker here on NVDA. Now we're trading around 211. And who was it? Paula. Yeah, 185. Like, look where you're potentially just assigning yourself these shares. Right? Like right in the middle of this consolidation. I think that's a pretty good area. Obviously, the lower end of the range would be more ideal, but you're above some breakout zones, and there's support levels there backing you as well. So I really like that. 296 in Apple. We were down about 8% or so off of the highs, 9.6 to be exact. Goodbye. But I looked at this name, and I'm like, Google down 13% just like that? Let's get involved. 15 from peak to trough, so not too bad. And Meta has been dead money for your boy, but we're going to continuously hold out on this bad boy here, Sharif.
All right, man. Trying my hand here at RGNT. It seems to be setting up a flat bottom break pattern unless we can decidedly move above 70 pennies. And there's a seller on every single lower high. So this is what I'm talking about. This kind of descending wedge pattern with lower highs and that flat bottom in and around 450. We can't seem to shake the aggressive seller who puts sell orders, I want to say, in the high 60s, low 70s. There is a buyer that comes in, so we'll stop out there as it does lose trend. So shorts win out for now. Let's see if they win out for the rest of the day, because I'm going to be keeping a close eye on the clearing of 5 here. So we'll go 1 for 1 on the day here. RGNT stopping me out. No continuation as the shorts push this one a little bit lower. Let's keep an eye, though, on BTQ because we had a nice move up into 580. We're showing 566 now. Now, this one is a bit of a bamboozler for charting, not price action. And here's what I mean by that. So it's got kind of like this lower high setup right here, which made you feel maybe that the shorts were in control, but this is very much a bull flag, right? And we talked about how this is 2 bull flags, one at 930 that starts, and then the other one at 950, say 955, that starts with a prolonged area of consolidation. But this is a bull flag breakout. So realistically speaking, whether or not we get this, we'll have to wait and see, but we could be in store for a third bull flag into 580, especially with that $6 area in our purview. So why do I say this is a bamboozler? Because it was putting in these lower highs. So I don't really know where to pick this up off, right? Should it come down? Do I wait for the $0.50? Or do I wait for the areas where the closing prints couldn't get above? That 560 area looks pretty good. So where to pick up BTQ off an area of support, that kind of question is eluding me at the moment. I don't really have an answer to that. So I want to watch to see what the price action develops and looks like. And then if I like what I see, I'll get involved. But we'll have to wait and see if that one ends up manifesting. QTEX, I'm not liking the look of this one's jib at all. It is an unbroken lower high setup ever since we got that print at around 235. Area high here into 1110. Every subsequent candle with lower highs. But take a look at what they do have in common. The area low. They all seem to find support at $2, yet not enough support to be able to get you above the prior candle high. And that is what's telling here. So we could be in for a flat bottom break, especially if it loses that 2 to 195 area where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. Of course, referring to QTEX. Let's have a look here. Corey Marshall, 06, 499 super chat. Pavs, please take a look to see if it'll break out again. We'll have a look at PAVS for Corey as soon as we get back from SIA.
Thank you for that. This is coming in from Iran's foreign minister saying that there probably will be a meeting between the heads of negotiating teams on Friday in Switzerland. Just repeating, comments coming in from Iran's foreign minister saying that there will probably be a meeting between the heads of negotiating teams on Friday in Switzerland. They're set to sign the deal in Geneva in Switzerland on Friday. This is coming from CNBC. I read earlier this morning. So just an update on that. Keep an eye out.
Let's have a look at Pavs. It's up, I want to say more than 100% right now. But as you can see, it's really suffering here from a downtrend. Let's flip to the 5. About 95% it's up. So the only thing about this one, Corey, is that I could say is good news right now is it's holding that pre-market resistance level. I'm talking about, look at that 6:20 a.m. area. It couldn't really break through 40 pennies. In fact, it kept trying to break and then it failed. Then it kept putting these lower highs. Then lo and behold, 8 a.m. comes along and all of a sudden, you can't stop the bid. It rips through 40 pennies and gets up, I believe, into the pre-market high of 61.83. I'm talking pennies, not dollars, okay? But since that 61.83 high, Corey, we have been really, really bleeding here. PAVS doesn't have enough bids to take out prior area highs. So right now, it's got enough bids to keep it above that kind of 40 penny area or just around that 40 penny area. But what I need to see, Corey, is a decided break of this downtrend. I'm talking about like a move into 45, a move into 47.5, maybe even a little bit higher, just to know that number one, we're breaking trend, and number two, the sellers who kept making us put in lower highs, at least for the moment, they're caught offside here. And the longs may have them on the ropes, to use a fighting metaphor, obviously, with the event yesterday at the White House. So PAVS, not bad, but I think this one, at least for the minute or the moment, is past its prime.
You know who was there?
Who?
Your boy.
Hold on, why did you message me Zuck? What did he do?
Zuck was there.
Yeah, I know, but I thought he did something.
You know what he did? No, but you know what he did? A very kind gesture. So every blind veteran gets a pair of meta glasses. So there you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do they help? Like, I'm assuming.
Yeah, because it can read things and like pick out their closing, right?
Yes,
so it's just like, hey, read what this is, and it can just. Yeah,
I like that.
Your boy was there though.
Who? Crawford?
No.
What?
Yeah, he was there,
was there?
and Connor was there.
And Conor McGregor?
No, Ben.
Conor Ben, yeah.
But also
he was
your other
talking
boy.
about Ryan.
Yeah, he's ready to go on that one. But your
talking
boy
mass market.
Tyson was there as well. You know what
Fury?
you know what he's doing?
See that hat he was wearing?
Yeah.
Tyson,
Yeah, for
Trump for Prime Minister?
Yeah, Trump for Prime Minister. But he's signing, I believe he's going to sign up
Joshua.
with no, but he's signing with Zuffa Boxing.
Hold on, I thought Turkey said that they were going to have this fight likely in November.
Yeah,
So it's going to be a multiple.
You should have heard this guy talking.
Who? Tyson?
Tyson, yeah. He's like, yeah, it's going to happen like at some point maybe in July, and then he's like September. And then it's
Was
like
he
the
drinking?
typical, no, just the typical boxing BS. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what what was going on there. Dude, did you go to the Fan Fest?
Hold on, there's news here, Joey.
Oh, okay.
Iran's foreign minister, negotiation agreement implementation planned on distrust, broken commitment, and past experiences. This is being reported by the Iranian state media. Let's go up to the big desk.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same comments here. If we get anything else, we will let you guys know. But in the meantime, we're going to talk here about a different region of the world, Europe, because the European markets just closed one. What can you tell us about it?
Thank you so much, Adara. So a quick one from me for the European close. Geopolitical breakthrough over the weekend, definitely European markets having a party. Hitting some all-time highs as well. I mean, this peace dividend, it's sweeping through global equity stakes, and we see the stocks Euro 600, new all-time high at 638.53. Even the Euro Stoxx 50 also reaching new all-time highs, which is great to see. In Germany, industrials are surging, lower factory energy costs with all the crude oil premiums going down. France also looking pretty good, up by 1.84%, while only UK were the only ones in the red at the close, and that's probably because heavyweights like BP and Shell definitely plunging with the news of the Iran-US deal. Now, some of the things that we need to watch out for this week, of course, we've got the basically Bank of England coming in with some prints later on this week, so something to look forward to. And also, yeah, after reaching historic highs for Stoxx 600, that's basically erasing all the wartime losses, hopefully for more better improvement over the week for Europe.
Yeah, other than that oil weakness in UK, it sounds like a pretty good day for Europe. We'll have to see if that continues tomorrow and beyond. Thank you once again to One for being here with us for that Euro Close segment. Catch him at 3:30 p.m. for an update on the Asian markets.
All right.
Thank you very much for that one. Go.
All right, Sharif. Yeah, there we go. Guys, I told you that we've been in SpaceX from 172.29. We're still holding on that. We're almost going to print 174s. But what we did post up, like I mentioned, is at the lower end of the range on your boy Robinhood, so 99.60s, as this name's starting to climb a little bit higher for us. We're up 8% here on the day. It can load any minute here, Sharif, if it feels like it. There goes a strong uptick on Robinhood. Yeah, would have loved to take more shares. Post up at 99.60s. You can see that's our entry price, now printing $100.12, so not too bad of a look on Robinhood. Jesse, I hope you're having a good day. Everyone in the chat, we could do some roll call. Blicky's in the chat as well, and of course, we have Mike P. DeRider. So, Hangry Wife, I hope you guys all had a good weekend.
Hey, can you load up this HQ? It's on the NASDAQ, but I can't seem to load it up here.
On P?
Yeah, on work platform. Oh, yeah, there we go. I got it. I don't know why it wasn't loading, Joey. My bad. All right, looking at HQ over here. A bit of a spread on this one, 17 on the bid, quarter on the ask. It's holding trend. It comes into 15, a.k.a. the 10 EMA on the 5. I'm going to give this one the old college try here. Yeah. Well, the JUCO try, as we call it sometimes, Joey. Let's see if we can get the print. The answer is no. I was trying to get the mid print there. Let's see if it gives me it. There we go. Good job. So we'll go ahead and just sit right below prior bar low, which takes us just right below that $15 area. So let's give this one a bit of a try here, see if we can ride this one into the trend. Let's go here. I'm just setting up some orders on this one. RGNT failed. It failed miserably. It lost VWAP, and it lured me in. I did get a quick scalp on this out, but this one will be a failing trade. So, yeah, we'll go 0 for 2 on RGNT. And that one, you know what, where that puts it right away, it goes on the Uncle Sheriff shit list right here. Look at this one, failing. It is going to halt down, limit down at 350. Wow, this one's bleeding its own blood. So for the newer traders, when I say limit down, that means that this is going to stop trading for at least 5 minutes if it reaches this $3.50 level. And that's what we call a volatility halt. And the exchange does that so that people don't pile in aggressively both to the long and to the short side, so that there's some measure of order, right? That's what we call volatility halts. I know we got a lot of new viewers in the chat, so for the more seasoned viewers, just I apologize for having to repeat basic concepts, but this is kind of we got a big audience here, Joey.
Yeah.
Right? So RGNT. Failing here pretty miserably. Gonna leave this one, let it do its thing, 25. There goes HQ. We got 21s. It's now showing me 40s. excellent. Looking for more. Let's put some beak wetters here just south of the $0.50 and then just north of the $0.50. You know, we're going to put 57s, Joey.
Yeah.
Right? We'll just put that, see what we get there. BTQ also could be an interesting area. That 560 area coming in as an interesting area of support. It was prior area of resistance at around 1015. This one could also be an interesting one here to weasel into. Be on the lookout for that. Shout out to Escape Planet. It's a good thing. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna help.
Whoa.
Go ahead, Joe.
There we go. Sorry, brother. I don't mean to interrupt you. But there goes the hooded one, Sharif, as you would like to call it. $100.46. So a big time breakout through the resistance zone. Now we need SpaceX to get rolling for us here, guys. But that's a big time breakout. Again, I didn't put as much size on this trade as I would have liked, but oh well. That's neither here nor there. We just execute on what we have. So we'll take a little partial above the resistance zone. But what we do have is a nice little dip buy at 99.60s right off of the support system. And then a big time bounce on Robinhood. SPCX, let's go over here. 173.89 with a key resistance zone right at this 174 marker. Tuesday, guys, don't forget, I believe this is going to start to become optionable, which is huge, I believe, for the market. This is going to be a name that will have a lot of volume stepping into it. We did have some space names on Friday with a lot of volume, but we're still going to be patient and wait for this. We're up 8% here on the day. We get this breakout on SpaceX, then we're really starting to rock and roll here on the day. There it goes, guys.
There
it goes, Sharif.
Hey.
174.42. We're long 172.29.
Get it, Joey.
Obviously, more shares would have been more ideal, but hey, happy to put this on for you guys. Let's send things off to Sia.
Yeah, just a couple comments coming in here from a U.S. official saying that Hormuz openings will take time because of the mines, and they have announced an MOU that has been signed with Iran. Senior U.S. official also saying that there will be a significant increase in traffic in the Strait of Hormuz starting already. And just another thing saying, again, from the senior U.S. official that the agreement ensures a prompt reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and a removal of the U.S. sanctions on Iran.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So there it is, guys. We take some more off. Unfortunately, guys, I won't be going through all these dark pools and removing them for you.
Aww.
So yeah, I know, man. I'm such a mean individual, I guess, Sharif. But I mean, it's a lot. I'm not doing that. Do it. Yeah, well, oh man, you should have seen me last night.
What happened, Joey?
You should have seen me last night, Sharif. I was in the fights. My boy O'Malley got us the KO. It was a good time, man. We had a lot of fun. But anyways, SPX here.
You were looking forward to this for a bit.
I was, man. I told you.
I know you.
Hey,
were,
listen.
bro.
I said, dude, I was gonna literally throw the kitchen sink on that main event, and good thing that I didn't because the guy that I was betting on took a butt whooping.
Come on, Joey.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Concentration risk, baby.
Yeah,
there's some applicable
big time, dude. Big time. Shout out to Josh Hokit as well too, the incredible Hoke. But what we have right now, yeah, Sharif, this guy's a character. What we have is Robinhood starting to come back into the zone. We have to be prepared to get out break even just in case it does come back to the lower end of the range. Super chat, Pavs, look again, says Corey Marshall. Sharif, you're in the small cap land today. We're trading some SpaceX. Did you want to take a look at that?
Absolutely, and I did want to, I actually put it on the side chart, but I really want to warn you about something that I've been warning the small cap traders about for a long time. These are very interesting setups, right? When we have these very prolonged areas of downtrend, and then we get that monster candle to break trend. Now, one of two things, in my opinion, can happen here. One, we can get a genuine retracement to test the highs, or two, this could be a bull trap where either the shorts are covering or there's somebody buying to lure you in only to have it fail and then lose 38 pennies. Be on the lookout here for the latter, the bull trap scenario. Okay, I've seen a lot of these lately. They drag you in because they're up so big. You've been watching this one since the morning like, yes, this one is back. Time to pile into Pavs. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Be on the lookout for the loss of the 38 penny low a day. Now, having given you the bad news, let me give you my honest opinion of the good news. If we get and hold above that 50 penny area, I think we have a genuine opportunity for a high a day test that includes a pre-market high, which manifested at 815, which is 61.83. So be on the lookout for that. Thank you for pointing it out. It's going to stay on my side chart. And we're going to keep on look on it. And then Bovin comes up clutch as he usually does again with a halter to the upside. Bovin, CUPR halted $11.33, up 185 and 3.33% on the day, having done 33.5 million shares. CUPR is absolutely ripping, even though it is still well below the high of the day. I'm talking dollars too. 1133 halt level. As you can see, the high of the day is this gnarly looking double top in and around 1480. But this one is one that we already had eyes on. I didn't have eyes on it. I was in here on Friday afternoon. But this one was ripping in the pre-market and in the morning on Friday. So this is at least a day two play. And it looks like it spiked up a couple of times last week, but was quick to lose trend. So be on the lookout for that, because look at that. It spiked up, what was that, Thursday? So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all 3 of those days, it spiked up and lost VWAP. Now, it did that again today, but look at it trying to make its move here. So halted 1133. Let's put this on a trading screen so we can take a gander at what the spread is on CUPR, as well as when to expect this one to resume. So halt time, 11:43:20. Earliest open, 11:48:20. What am I taught? How do I know? I'm not clairvoyant, right? But the point is that volatility halts for the newer traders come in waves of 5 minutes at minimum, meaning sometimes it can be more. So you say to yourself, let me look at the time and sales. When was the last print that came in on the time and sales? And that's easy to see right there, 11:43:20. And you just add 5 minutes on top of that. But it could also be 11:53:20. We'll find out at 11:48:20 whether it will open or not. That's part of the fun of this game. We don't know when it's going to open, of course, right? But we know that it's going to be in waves of 5 minutes, so 5, 10, 15, etc. Right? And I do apologize to the experienced traders who have to listen to me rant about some of the basic stuff, but we got to make sure that everybody's following
Sometimes
along.
you need a refresher, Sharif. I'm one of them.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think you know all this stuff
mean?
anyway, brother. But like, yeah, you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Yeah, so there it is, right back to the top end of the range, 7% on Robinhood. Ryan, brother,
What happened,
Derek
Joey?
I don't know why he was in it, but anyways, we can, yeah, the Incredible Hulk. Ryan, we'll get into this later. We're going to talk a little bit more about some stocks. Hopefully you cleaned up on that. Clue, what happened to you? Because I know where you are, so you said you got rinsed, but hopefully you cleaned up on some trading here today. Let's head over to our watch list and see how the Mag 7 are performing. Tesla holding on to positivity. You're up 0.6% roughly, but what we do have is 3 1/3 on NVDA. We have Apple up 2 1/10%. Google, same thing, 3 1/3. Microsoft, 2 1/5. Amazon, 3 1/3. Okay, so we're all in the same neck of the woods with that one. And our boy, Meta, Zuckerberg and company, up 5% here today. And then obviously AMD would be the one that's up 7%, putting in a new all-time high of around $558 here today. I heard Neil and Sean talking about DRAM. Let's see how that's been performing. Bang. Like, oh my God, what am I doing? 20% to the downside, and then immediately slingshots right back up. I think at this pace, you are going to continuously put in these new highs week after week, maybe even day after day. Day after day.
Day after day. Day after day.
I'm slowly drifting.
Oh, get it,
yeah,
Joe.
is that the one you're singing,
I
right?
think so, yeah.
Wave
yeah,
after wave.
Yes, oh, that's 100% wave after
yeah,
wave.
man, that's a big song. I actually listen to that all the time on my way to the gym. Fantastic weekend here in the city, aside from yesterday. Sunday we were outside Saturday we were outside all day. Yeah, on Sunday we didn't go outside, but Saturday we were outside all day, workout gym for multiple hours, and then just walking around the city. Did you go to the Fan Fest or no?
No, bro, I went to the game.
I know you went to the game, but Saturday the Fan Fest was for...
on Saturday?
Yeah.
There was a bunch of different fan fests. I didn't go to them. I'm going to the game on Wednesday.
Oh, yeah, who's playing?
Baby. Panama and Ghana.
Okay.
And then Ghana was disallowed, and a former Arsenal player, Thomas Partey, was denied entry into the country.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah,
because he's got some outstanding litigation.
Some
Arsenal dropped him
there.
because of that, by the way.
Oh, man.
Just 1 second, Sia. There goes CUPR. It is now unhalted, and it's on the way to $13. Shout out to Grunfeld. Shout out to Bovin. This one is ripping. You need to keep your eyes on this one. It's up 210%, Sia.
Oh, okay. No, it's all right. No, it's okay. No, that's okay. Go ahead.
All good? Okay. We're just going to read these two comments coming in from the U.S. official saying the next few weeks are indicative of the future with Iran, and also the details of the MOU will be released in 24 to 48 hours. The details of the MOU said to be released in the next 24 to 48 hour period.
For that. All right, guys, there goes Robinhood putting in a new high of the day. We're going to tap into 8%. We're going to piece a little bit more off here. It'd be ignorant for me not to. But yeah, Clue, honestly, I had 200 on Taporia and O'Malley for the KOs to pay 800. And man, we didn't get that last one, but that 800 would have been nice, man. Jesse, so I'm adding.
SpaceX going to take out all-time high.
Yeah, I'm already in this.
Get it, Joey.
We're in that SpaceX 175.50 on SpaceX here. What is our market cap on this one, do you believe now at this point? Don't look. You looked. I see.
I don't even have it on the watch list,
okay,
bro.
good. I was going to say.
I'm going to go ahead and say, look, it was 2.3 this morning.
Yeah.
And so it's probably at 2.4 now.
It's 2.292 right now.
Whatever,
trillion.
That shows you I wasn't cheating.
All right, man. I had a
wasn't.
feeling you looked.
I don't even have the watch.
It's all right, man. I forgive you. But other than that, man, good stuff here on SpaceX as we continue to climb higher. I mentioned time and time again, are we going to be buying it? But don't forget FIFO, first in, first out here, guys. I was buying at the lows, and as I slowly partial out, you're going to see my average price lift up a little bit. This would have been the ideal ad at 172.71 for that continuation moving higher, but that's not necessarily the position that we're currently sitting in. But what we do have is a nice run on Robinhood in this name as well. So let's break through that 176 marker, hit that all-time high. I don't know if we're talking about squeezing shorts out, but hey, $200 on SpaceX incoming. You didn't buy any yet, did you?
No.
Okay, yeah, same.
I know, I suck.
No, it's all right. Hey, man, what do you mean? You suck. It opened up at 150.
Weekend. I couldn't even get myself organized at all, bro. Saturday was super busy.
Yeah.
Sunday was super busy. Friday was just like, I woke up this morning feeling like it was Friday, like I was waking up from a Friday. Yeah, I was tired as hell.
I was tired as hell.
Yeah, well, there you go. I'll take that any day, though.
I had a question for you. Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
You know what I found? That the city wasn't as busy on Friday as I thought it was going to be, because I took the bike in to the office.
Okay, so to your area, so the bottleneck from Liberty Village into BMO Field was a disaster. That's where my cousin came in. I was smart. I came in from the east. So I came in from front. So coming on past through Bathurst on front, and that entry was super easy to get into. No bottleneck there.
Yeah.
So it was easy to get in. But can I say?
Why didn't you tell your cousin to train in my?
Well, because he's coming in from St. George and Bloor, where his office is. So he had to come in from like that northwest side.
Oh,
right?
Man,
I don't know. He did whatever he did.
Told him to hop on the bike.
I want to tell you something though.
Yeah, tell me.
An absolute disastrous organization by the city of Toronto. Yeah. And there goes SpaceX into all-time highs.
Let's go.
It is ripping 9 1/3, 2/3, and it's on the way to 10, Joey.
Damn.
We could see $180 on this one, maybe 200 by the end of the week.
2.3 trillion. We took some more off right there.
2.3. A trillion.
Finish your thought there, though, because I wanted to.
Very bad organization. So I go to Union Station, right? And there's umpteen amount of signs. Toronto Stadium this way, Toronto Stadium this way. They're funneling you onto the streetcar. So I'm like, okay, this makes sense, good. Because Google was telling me to take the train, the actual GO train for one station, which I thought to be stupid. So anyway, funnels me onto the streetcar. Does this streetcar not drop me off 2.5 kilometers away from the stadium?
No.
Yeah, and then you know what? I watched the streetcar go all the way to the end of the route there, right in front of the
But they made you guys all get off?
They made us get off. Why are you making us get off here?
I got a good explanation for this, Sharif.
Go.
Your girl Olivia was at.
She's a brilliant mayor. Excellent mayor.
She was at Taste of Italy, dude. I was literally so. She had her little stand, and I walked like behind her security, and I could have went like this. You know what that? You know how dangerous that is, man. Just
Yeah,
touch
well,
somebody
you know
on the
what?
shoulder.
I wouldn't want to touch her.
No.
Anyway.
But anyways, yeah, she's doing her job over there in the taste
Doing
of
her
Italy.
job, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
SpaceX is really breaking out here. I apologize. Our dark pool wicks aren't doing this trade any justice right now, but that's okay. We're in at those lows, guys. You see at 173.15. Now we're trading at 177.26. So a big time move. I'm not going to complain about my share size on this anymore, but we would have liked to have some more on this specific trade. This name is going parabolic. We're now at $2.3 trillion here, Sharif. So a big time move, surpassing a lot of names from a market cap standpoint. And we were talking about this on Friday. Just how the maturity in which this stock is coming to market
Well said.
is rare, right? But this thing's really going now, 178. Let's rock and roll on this bad boys, ladies and gentlemen. Dare I take my last little bit off? I think we can hold this for 180. Am I being optimistic? Absolutely, but why not? That's the world that we live in. Let's just manifest whatever can potentially come into play, but $4 here on this bad boy.
Yes, sir. Good look, Joey. All right, continuing to watch HQ here, looking for a bigger move up to test 2/3. But before we can get to 2/3, which is the high of the day, we got to clear that $0.50. I got 21s on. Here's 40. I'm looking for at least a glance at the $0.50 just so I can get an idea of what kind of resistance we're expecting at said $0.50. But it's quite slow. It's ascending very, very slowly. So I'm going to have to pack the patience on this one. It is no QTEX or CUPR. It's not the way it moves, and it's going to require, at least during the midday, some more patience than I typically like to have. Anyway, CUPR halted down according to everybody, but it's now reopened. So let's look at copper over here. What's a local area high? Well, that's not the prior bar. Well, it is a prior bar, but there's a halt in between. 1284 local area high with an intraday high of 1480. Can we get above 13 so that we can make an aggressive move and test that $14 area? We'll find out. But right now, it's trying to hold above $10. It's zigging, it's zagging. I don't have a read on this. As such, I stay away. Let's see if it clears 13. I'm going to be watching for that. So CUPR in focus. Let me just load up my watch list over here because it's not updating. There we go. CUPR back in the update list. Continuing to watch HQ, now showing me 42s. Good look. Looking for that $0.50 test. Nothing to do quite yet. Got forced out of BTQ. I feel like I gave this one less room than I typically would have, given the price action and how it's moving. So I got pushed out for a very small loss, but I'm still interested in getting back into BTQ. I need to mention one thing though about it, is that BTQ has these sudden spurts of price action and then goes dormant for a prolonged period of time. Case in point, look at that 930, boom. Consolidate, consolidate, consolidate. 950, boom. Consolidate, 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 consolidate. You see where I'm going with this? 1120, boom.
No.
Consolidate, 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 consolidate. Okay, so point is, you gotta get in here for the bigger move. I don't think the move on BTQ is to get in subsequent to the move. I think you're probably going to have to DCA aggressively, and I don't know if that's going to fit your risk appetite. So BTQ, keep your eye out on this one. Sha Oil, 49.48, UBXG. Let's have a look at UBXG for, I'm not even going to try to say that name again. I suck, man.
Yeah, try it.
No. You're trying to get me in trouble, bro.
Oh, I know. Sorry, I didn't know what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay, it's up nicely on the day, 20.5%. I don't like the price action, Joey. The line, hold on. The line of the VWAP here is like the line of best fit. It cuts through the heart of the price action. I don't see trend on this one. Sorry.
All right, it's all good, man. We're just having a good time here. It's Monday. It's every bit Monday, as you would say, Sharif. There it goes, Robinhood to the new
Reddit
high
is
of the
ripping.
Day. It is Reddit.
I don't know what the hell Reddit is doing, but it's ripping.
It's on one right now.
Yeah, it's on that good
stuff,
Joey.
Listen, okay, so I got a lot going on in my mind right now. I'm gonna get it out one by one. I'm gonna try to at least. Here it is. Here's Robinhood. We put in a new high of the day, now north of 8%. But look at this beauty sell here on SPCX as it comes in aggressively. We were fortunate enough to catch a top tick on this bad boy. and then bang. Once again, our dark pool wick's not doing any justice, but I'm like, you know what? We had that strong up move and on volume as well, so let's get this out of here. And we take our last little bit out at 78, and I can already buy it back $3 cheaper. Let's see if we get a VWAP test. I think that'd be a pretty hefty and a deep pullback, and then you might not get any continuation after that, but anyways, I like that move there on SPCX. SpaceX heading back to Robinhood as we are up 8% on the day. I had something else that I wanted to mention, but I think it's irrelevant at this point. Google, okay, Google's looking pretty good. If there's any specific names that you guys want to go over, please put it in the chat, tag Sharif and I, and also do us a solid, hit the like and subscribe. If we can do this here, Tiffany, I see that we have our top supporters on the board here behind us. If we can get a zoom in on that, shout out to Dragos. Dragos is continuously doing this time and time again, and you know what? Our good friend from Chicago, putting in a $100 super chat. The top supporters there, yeah, the high trader with $53 and another $50 super chat. There it is, guys, our top supporters of the day. And you know, Adam James, brother, you got to stop sending us all those carbs in that pizza as much as we love it. A salad or something maybe potentially on that. No, I'm obviously being sarcastic, man. We're extremely thankful over here. And thanks to every single one of the supporters of this channel. Do Sharif and I a solid and hit that like and subscribe. We don't ask for very much. We used to say that a lot more often than not, but we haven't said it in a while, which gives us believe it gives us the privilege to do so. You glossed over Reddit? Have a look. Absolutely. I will stop glossing over Reddit, and we'll actually take a look at that name. The launch bell rang, in case anybody was curious about that. I'm pretty peckish myself, but hey, let's see what we got going on. Let's head over to the 5-minute time frame on RDDT. Any specific news on this bad boy? We can figure that out right now. And here's why Reddit price up. Here's why Reddit.
Yeah, just before we go,
momentum.
can I cover something, please?
Did you have something?
Yes, I do. So I just have to explain to the newer viewers in the chat, the black charts are my own platform. This is Interactive Brokers. This is my platform where I have my own money in. So I'd rather you not see my account number for obvious reasons. So this is a simulator. When you see the black charts, it is a simulator. When you see the white charts, this is my work platform. We work for a proprietary trading firm. This is live. I hope that explains it to the newer viewers in the chat. Do you have anything?
No, I was gonna say there's nothing on Reddit since 9:50 here today, guys. Other than that, it's that lunchtime hour, so we're gonna send things off to Adara. Or Sia, sorry.
Thank you so much. We're going to start by taking a look at the three major averages, the SPY, the triple Qs, and the DIA. The Dow Jones, all three in the green. SPY up almost 2% on the day. The triple Qs up 3.15%, and the Dow is currently up 1.38%. Let's take a look at some stories for right now. We're going to get a deeper look into the Fox buying Roku for $22 billion. We were discussing this speculation of what is this headline with Roku on Friday. Yesterday, couldn't figure that out. There was nothing definite, but this is it. Fox has said it's entered into a deal to acquire Roku for $22 billion. A combination will be merging Fox's sports and news networks, as well as its free ad-supporter stream called Tubi with Roku, which will be making streaming devices and has the Roku channel. The deal is expected to close in the first half of the year 2027, and Fox will be acquiring Roku for $160 per share, which will be in a cash and stock transaction. We're going to talk about Salesforce as well here, buying AI customer service platform Fin for $3.6 billion to boost agentic offerings. Acquisition will help accelerate Salesforce's agentic offering in an increasingly competitive environment for autonomous tech. It is its largest acquisition. Its largest acquisition was more than $27 billion deal for chat software that we all know and I love, Slack. It's Fin's primary offering also, just for information, is an AI agent that's capable of resolving chat, email, WhatsApp, text message, phone, as well as certain Slack queries. And the agent is powered by its proprietary AI model, which is called Apex. Finally, we're talking a little bit, just recapping, SpaceX is up currently almost 8%. Am I right? Almost 9% on the day. It jumped 19% as we do know it on Friday. Stock closing at $161 after being priced at $135 per share. That put the company's market cap above $2 trillion. Elon Musk, the CEO of SpaceX, posted on X on Sunday that the company might be able to approximately reach $1 trillion revenue in 2030. SpaceX has reported an $18.7 billion revenue in the year 2025. But CFRA on Friday has initiated coverage of the stock with a sell rating and a 12-month price target of $115, which is nearly a 29% drop from Friday's closing price. That's all for your happening now. Sending it back.
Fantastic stuff. Neil is not here, Sharif. He had to attend to something. So, yes, I will be covering for Neil in the latter half. So get more of this smile. Sorry to...
Get it, Joey.
Yeah, I mean, sorry to disappoint you all, but being sarcastic. I'll never do that again. But yeah, it'll be Sean and myself from that closing. Yeah, Joey substitute, man. That's for sure. From that 2 till 4 o'clock hour. Other than that, guys, let's rock and roll. We're still sitting in this Robinhood. We're looking to re-engage in this SpaceX trade. It's been good to us throughout the intraday session. A nice move on this, but we may as well hold on to this Robinhood position as we are now trading around $101, just a little bit south of that. Joey, the marathon man. Yeah, no, it was a last minute thing.
But you can actually run marathons. That's the funny part about it. Yeah, can't you?
I've never ran one.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, and I don't know if I could.
You're pretty good at running, though.
Running's my thing. To be honest with you, you know what the longest I've ever ran was?
What?
Like 15 kilometers.
Okay, so that's not even that much more than me. I did like 12 and that 12 and a half is my max.
Yeah, and
I mean, and that's
15.
by choice too, because I just get bored.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, is that what you just kept going?
Yeah, and like I did 12 and a half because my buddy was there. Otherwise, I would have stopped. Right?
You would have. But
like running. I don't like cardio. I find it to be, it's catabolic.
Okay.
Right? So just like to me, it's like I just do it begrudgingly. Right?
That's all right.
Anyway,
12 is good, man.
12's okay. 12's okay. It's definitely not.
I would love to try 25,
it's not an elite
man.
level at all, but whatever.
It's definitely not. 15 kilometers, what is that in American? That is a great question. Probably like 8 point something miles.
Is it 1.7? I think the Wicca version is 1.7, 1 point something like that.
American.
All right, guys, let's get down to business here. HQ coming into the half dollar now showing 48s. We got 21s. I've been trying to be patient with this one. I want to see what kind of resistance levels we're going to get now that we're around that half dollar, right? Because we know the half dollar is that staunchy area, always the half and the whole, right? Staunchy area of support and resistance. We'll see how this cookie crumbles, but I need to bring your attention to one that really jettisoned this morning and that was moving all last week, VSME. Now, a lot of traders on the floor got caught up in this one, and you had some that made money and you had some that absolutely got rinsed. So this one has a bit of a checkered reputation. And it didn't really do much after the 10th. Didn't do anything on the 11th, 12th, so Thursday, Friday were kind of dead days. This morning, it caught an aggressive bid right at 4 a.m. The low of the 4 a.m. candle is $2.19, the high is $4.20, right? So $2.01 worth of range, but it is ripping up right now, I believe. Is this halted up? VSME, dumbass. Not R. Why am I hitting VSMR? Come on, SSE. Cut me a break, man. Here we go. Now this one's opened up. It's right at to the high of the day, 364. I need to bring your attention to two different levels. One, the 505 area high is 375. And then, as I mentioned earlier, right at 4 a.m., that is the pre-market high. That's exactly 420 on the dot. So VSME here, very strong intraday, and it is ripping right now. Oh, my days. VSME. Maybe I can type this on right here. Into 468 we go. Let's see, does this one retrace? I got to give you some levels right now. So VWAP at around 320. Okay, current bar low is 323, so right around the $0.25 right now is the quarter bar low as this one really starts picking up steam to the high side. And as you can see, people taking profits into that 2/3. Let's see if we can get to 4. While we wait for that, let's send you up to Adara.
Let's talk here about the market. Just be aware President Trump speaking with Emmanuel Macron leader of France, and they're at the G7. He is talking about the deal with Iran. He's saying that the strait will be completely opened as of Friday. They're already partially open. So President Trump praising this Iran deal. Just be aware he is speaking. If we get anything of note or stuff we didn't know before, I'll let you know. Back to you.
There goes VSME into an area high. This one's really picking up steam here. Looks like there's a buyer locally here at 2/3 of a dollar. Let's see if this one can price spike up a little bit higher into 75s. Very good strength here. So I got to give you updated, well, not updated quite yet because we still haven't opened the 5-minute the next 5-minute candle. That will open up in about a minute or so. Let's see if we've got the juice to take out 3/4. Seller locally at 75. Not surprised about that because we gave you guys that level earlier. There was a 5 a.m. spike into around 375. Let's see if we can take out those sellers and kind of make our way back in. 350 coming in here. Do we hold the $0.50? Let's see if we can kind of hold up the $0.50 and then mosey on back into area highs. So let's put in some orders here. So my move, I will have to give this to about 3 1/3. Now that does pose a bit of a problem in terms of risk here. I didn't get in a big position, nor here, so we've only added, not a lot, but we're looking for this one to hold up, okay? 375 resistance, and that's exactly the high of the day right now, showing 60, 63. Let me flip to the 5-second chart so I can spot local areas of support and resistance. So can't quite see yet. So there's definitely a $0.50 buyer for now. But we've also got lower highs, so that does concern me. 68 seller, can't shake the 68 seller to get into 69. No continuation. There as it is 70, 75, breach a high a day. Answer is no. Rejecting right at 75, so that's now a double top that we're forming. We're gonna have to shake that 75 seller, otherwise it's gonna be trouble. So let's continue to wait now. Let's go and post at 77s. Let's post at 85s. Let's see what we can get there. We got 64s on, so we're by no means out of the water, especially with that 75 seller still coming into the 4 here, Joey. What are you looking at, brother? Oh, hold on. There goes HQ into the high of the day, 75. We've got 21s on this one. Totally negated this trade because I was focusing on the other. Got good shares on this one. Let's take some out here. What do you got?
All right, guys. Huge shout out to Fast for sponsoring today's video. They just announced a massive partnership with AutoBrains and NVDA to bring level 4 agentic AI autonomous driving to life. We are talking next-gen intelligent tech that is completely redefining how we hit the road. If you want to see what the actual future of driving looks like, click the link in my description and check out VinFast today. All right, guys, there goes, man, we missed that dip buy opportunity on SPCX. Are we going to get it again? I don't know. There's a nice hammer candle above the volume weighted average price. This thing's just moving different, to be honest with you guys. Here it is. You have that aggressive selling, strong downtick, but then you print this hammer candle. So what we have here is you open up at 175 3/4, you push all the way down to 173.5, and then buyers push price right back up. And I think it's only a matter of time until you start to see a new high of the day. So we did miss that dip buy opportunity on one of our better performing names here today. But what we do have, everyone, is we've been going on about it, and you can see it on the board, is that we are long some Robinhood from 99.60s, currently trading around $175. So not a bad start whatsoever to today's session. Now, it's a little bit tougher of a look on the NASDAQ, on the SPY. If you are to the short side, I must say, as we put in new. Is this in? There was a couple of those. Actually,
I was about to ask you, was there any new?
Yeah, there was a heavyweight belt. So an interim belt there for the heavyweight division.
I feel like that's not the most popular division in the UFC.
The heavyweight?
No, right?
No, it's not, man.
Yeah,
to be honest with you, it's not. There's so many good divisions in the UFC. The 135ers are, the 135ers are really exciting. The 170s and the 185ers are really exciting as well too. But there's the TQQs, guys. We're just hovering around. I wouldn't be looking for the short until approximately 2:30, 3 o'clock here this afternoon.
Bless you,
and then the question follows is how deep is this pullback going to potentially be? And we have this massive gap up, so it's a gap and go scenario that we're experiencing here in the SPY and in the NASDAQ. I think that we're going to find some form of a continuation, and watch out for this bad boy on the daily. I want to pull up Robinhood. We had it. So this is what we're talking about here, right? So you have this downtrend. And this downtrend is holding up to the tune of like you just essentially losing 50 to 60% of the value, especially if you were at the top buying. But then the downtrend breaks and you have a retest of that level. But what I was looking at earlier this morning is the open up above this key resistance zone of $93. Now, we can correlate that with our options chain to see if there's any form of high levels of open interest within that area. And now those specific writers are underwater. So let's head over to our options chain and see what we have on Robinhood for any form of resistance above us and potentially below us. So June 18th, the 19th is a holiday, so these are going to be expiring, guys, on Thursday. Don't forget, it's a shortened week. Keep that in mind. 12,000 contracts expiring on Thursday at that $110 strike price. I do believe that we have the ability to climb above that, but what we now have is these $100 strike price contracts with 27,000 contracts still open and 27,000 of them closed. Open and closed here today. So you are slightly ITM on these bad boys. At the money IV sitting around 81.1%. So not too bad of a look. Let's see if we can head up into that $110 area on Robinhood by the end of the week.
All right, but just taking a whole bunch of scalps here on VSME. It's got a lot of resistance. I was of the view that if we cleared the $0.75, then, that kind of would open up the door to 4, but it ended up being just a perfunctory breach of 3/4, and then it headed right back down to 50 pennies. And here it is, it's at 50, it may or may not fail, 48, 45, 44, 41, okay, you guys get it. I've been out break even for the last remaining amount. Profitable trade though on VSME, pleased about that, displeased with the lack of continuity. But this one, I mentioned it right from the jump. This one made a lot of money for some of the traders on the floor here, but it rinsed a lot of people. It really depended on your view and how you approach this name. And look at it bleed its own blood. Man, I can just smell these when they're about to fail right now, Joe. You can just see the tape accumulation.
What's it smell like?
Rancid eggs.
Oh.
A failed breakout in the small cap world. Rancid. Brother,
What's that?
I like that one.
So do I. Everybody loves that one, man. That's a special right there. But you know what else is special, Joey?
What's that?
The chart pattern on QTEX.
It looks like it's going to go. Oh, there's a high of the day break on this potentially, my boy. Thanks for pointing that out.
Go, my man.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even take credit. It's your boy TT Mass who's been talking about QTEX the entire day, so shout out to my man. TT there. TT.
Ooh.
You trade small cap.
Ooh.
No, but seriously, QTEX over here with a 236 high, showing 218s right now. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. President Trump finishing comments to press at the G Summit with Francis Macaron. All right, sounds good. Shout out to Mr. Macaroon over there. We'll have to see, if he serves any macaroons after the...
Like macaroons? You didn't tune into the event at all yesterday?
Which one?
The 250 Freedom, man. Freedom 250.
Freedom 250?
Yeah.
Oh, for America's birthday?
Yeah.
No. That's President Trump's birthday. America's birthday is on July 4th.
So
Yeah.
It's Trump's birthday.
All right, we're going to go to Sia just momentarily here for small cap recap. But Assassino, we got to let them know before they go that QTEX is on the move here with a 236 high, showing the $0.25 right now. Did this one make your small cap recap, Sia?
What is that? QTEX? Unfortunately not. I do have some interesting tickers for you today. First, okay, wow. I'm gonna give myself a this, and then we're gonna talk some individual tickers, but currently IWM up on the day 1.2%. First ticker that I do have for you is JBlue. We do know about is up almost 11.5% on the day. They've waived charges and canceled fees on fare differences for customers that are traveling June 14th to and from some cities due to some severe weather in the Northeast. Next up, we have ABSI ABC Corporation up 10% on the day. It's maintained by Guggenheim, just a rating, and LAES Seals Corp Seals Q Corp up 9.19%. This company is collaborating with WiseKey to create one of the world's first AI-enabled orbital security clouds. The launch marks the beginning of a multi-year deployment strategy that is expected to expand into a constellation of 100 satellites by 2033. And this constellation is expected to reach full operational capability by the year 2023. We'll also provide enterprise-grade services up from space. Sending it back to you.
I think this Forrest Gump guy, I think he's having a tough day, man.
Why, what's he saying?
Come on, Forrest Gump. Why are you all your little messages there are getting kind of held back because they're filled with vitriol. Brother, are you okay?
Maybe
go touch grass, have a walk, have a cup of water, do something over there because life is a lot shorter than stressing out over that kind of thing. You're yelling at people you don't even know in the chat. Brother, take it easy, man. Calm down. All right, Joey, what are you looking at, brother?
I'm looking at our boy Scott Tomlinson here on the chat. Let's see how he's doing, Sharif. I can see that both you and I are in this QTEX for the high of the day break. We're holding on to this. Forrest Gump, man, you gotta just take a chill pill. Hopefully you didn't lose too much on Freedom 250 last night, but it is what it is. Let's head over to QTEX. As the market is slowly starting to come back in here, guys, Robinhood down to $100.33. But you know what your boy says?
What do you say, Joey?
Breakout or bailout, right?
Who says that again?
I don't know. It's CR.
I don't even know who that is.
CR, man.
That sounds like a made-up name, Joey, if you ask me.
Oh, man, now you made me hit the wrong thing. Man, now I'm panicking, QTEX. Oh, it's a disaster. If you pulled up my screen right now, you would see that I'm having an absolute horrid time. Oh, no, we're obviously being sarcastic. QTEX, we're gonna hit that on the net. Oh, man, you guys are doing me real dirty here today.
Yeah, Assassino doesn't miss a beat.
He doesn't, I think that was, no, that was not.
This big immediately,
yeah, I know,
bro.
right away. But let's see if we can get
Assassino.
this breakout, Sharif. It's not looking too good right now, but what we want to see is this 210 level. We put on a couple of shares on this, nothing substantial, but about a half a risk unit. And if it doesn't breach through this high of the day, then that means it was in a failed established high, and I don't want any part of that smoke.
You don't want it.
Let's see, man. I got 228. Shreve's got $2.29.
What do you got on
228? Yeah, 228.
You got better price than me?
I got a penny, man.
I'm going home, bro.
Going home.
I'm going home, man. You're gonna have to fill in for me and Neil.
Whoa, that's crazy, man.
I'll play. But Joey.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
You know what's moving here, Joey?
Hold on, let me guess. Robinhood.
No, come on. We're not ever talking about Robinhood, brother.
Obviously.
There goes HQ headquarters, baby. It is headed to the $16 area. I told y'all you had to pack the patience with this one. It was a bit of a slower mover. And there it goes into the day high. 1585. Sorry?
Poor's Gump. I don't know. I've never seen your name in here before, man, but you're on your way.
I kind of like him. I'm not going to lie. I disagree with everything he's saying, but I like his gusto. He's got gusto, Joey.
Yeah, you can be green and be talking smack. He still says, called you a workout something, though.
I don't know. I don't really care, brother. But like, I like his gusto. He's pumped up in the chat. He wants to take everybody on. Get it, poor man's Gump or whatever your name is there. But there goes HQ into $16. There's $16.05. Joseph options. We're holding from $15.21. Let's see where this one can take us into $04 as we go. Riding high here on HQ. We're almost $1 in the money. Let's see if this one can run through 16. Now, we haven't quite made it above 16 now. We do it on the bid and the ask. Into 16.12 it goes. That's a new high a day. Packing the patience on this one. Not that this one's going to limit up or anything, but 17.30 flashing here is limit up. There's another high a day. Joseph options into 19s. Give me my money, man. Ooh. Give me the print, man. Come on, man. Oh, slow hands, man. I couldn't get the print there at 19s, and now it's topping tail. Let's go ahead and post. I'm going to post again here. Let's post at 17s. Nah, it's failing. I wasn't quick enough to get that. That sucks. I tried to get the high of the day. The spread opened up. 9s showing up again, but I don't think we're going to get that clean follow through into that 20 area again, so we'll have to pack the patience on that separately. QTEX, 10 pennies out of the money on this one, but I do want to defend this one into an area low. The area low for me is the 1210 candle, the low of which is around 208. So keep your eye out on that. QTX fails below that 210 area, I'm gone. And then simultaneously, VSME has back, baby. 377 high with 360 here, looking to take out that $0.75 area. This has now spent 5, 10, 15, 20. We're going on 25 minutes here, defending after clearing the volume weighted average price. Don't forget that 420 area high right at 4 a.m. could keep, us down below that level as the bag holders may be holding on to that area. So keep your eye on this one. I'm watching. Let's see how this one does, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know it's that deep. No, I think, man, you're literally complaining and worrying about something that you have no control over.
Who are you talking to?
Your boy, Porist. He's on one right
Porist.
now. Yeah, Porist.
He's still going?
Yeah, he's still going, man.
Oh, he must have having a great day.
Yeah, he's having a great day. He said he's been green for weeks,
brother.
Man. Yeah, bro, just chill out, man. We're out here. We're sipping Java, as the folks would like to call it. But yeah, I mean, but there's Adam James. I haven't seen him this morning.
Oh, you need another booster.
What's going on with your boy QTEX? A booster?
I don't know, man. You need a booster shot.
I hit the Stone Cold. I didn't know who hit the Stone Cold there. That got me kind of excited. But there he goes again. That's crazy. All right, man. Just Usa.
I gotta start screenshotting this guy.
Yeah, just let him do his thing.
Brother, it's not gonna allow your messages through. You're using all these trigger words that annoy Google.
Like, exactly. Just stop, bro. Just chill out a little bit.
We're egging him on a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Pure rage baiting this guy. He's just losing it right now.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sorry. But anyways, no, in all seriousness, guys, at what point are you thinking to get out of this this trade here? 215 potentially, 210 for sure out of Dodge. On QTEX, 68% to the top side. We might have to take a couple attempts on this bad boy to get going, but we also have to take into consideration that this might fail at some point, and I think that'd be giving us around that $2.10 marker. We had a nice strong move. As you see, we punched through this 216, which was a prior resistance, but it's not acting as support right now. What's he going on? Stop laughing, man. Why wouldn't you guys assume all right, man, we understand that you're green, man, but it's okay. Just take a breather. 217.
We gotta show some
we're giving this guy a lot of leeway here.
Sorry, Joey, I'm gonna message you a bunch of pictures. I don't mean to message them to you, but that's the way I'm
Is that the poorest? Is that the poorest you're sending me?
No, I'm gonna send you
from Friday.
Friday.
Yeah,
I'll
man.
show some of the game pictures.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
video
That's pretty cool. It was. You know what sucks, though, is that Toronto Stadium is what they're calling it now. It just looks the worst compared to all the
Okay, so before I show the pictures, I have commentary.
Yeah.
Joey, I really like the new addition of the seats. It
like
looks
that?
very good from the inside.
Yeah.
From the inside, it gives it that complete stadium, full stadium. If the atmosphere was really good.
It was fantastic. I watched it.
Having said that, let me say this.
Say it.
One thing they could have really improved on is the the stand stadium experience. What am I talking about? So if you're at the concession stand, you're picking up a drink, you're getting some popcorn, you get some food, you have no idea what's going on in the field because they got no screens.
They got no screens?
The Dome does fantastic. The Rogers Center, we call it the Sky Dome if you're from Toronto, everywhere. Right? You get your Toronto card revoked if you call it the Rogers Center. Ooh. No, but seriously though, they got screens everywhere, right? So you never feel like you're missing any part of the game if you go to the bathroom or you go wherever, right? So that's where they needed to improve a lot on the sort of concession in-stadium experience. But the actual seats, the actual additions to the stadium, pretty good.
That's good. That's good. But that's only temporary.
Temporary, and that's what I was saying. I wouldn't be. I think they should definitely do it permanently.
Yeah.
Permanently, absolutely. It gives it like sort of a world-class look. Having the north and the south end completely exposed with no seats makes it look so amateurish. Inside and outside.
Do you want to know the honest truth? And I was thinking, I was like, there's high school football stadiums
that are better than that in Texas. Yes, exactly. I know
what I mean.
I know.
And like, there's like college stadiums are definitely better than what we have going on. You want one, Jesse? I can give you one. I think
what happened, Joey?
He wants a timeout, man.
He wants a timeout?
Yeah, I don't know why, but
he's asking for one, eh?
We're getting an aggressive pullback here in Robinhood. I want to zoom out and see how the rest of the market is performing. We're still hovering around the high of the day, and I mentioned that, there goes SpaceX, 178.58. We should have re-engaged on that bad boy.
Look at HQ, bro.
Is it ripping?
1640.
Well, why can't you get QTEX to rock and roll here? No, I'm sorry. Sorry, Jesse. I ain't giving you one anymore, man. We all know what happened last time. But yeah, at some point we're going to have to, no breakout here, Shreve. So it's looking like we're going to be out in bailout country here momentarily in QTEX if it doesn't start to turn around relatively quick.
Sorry, just give me 1 second.
Yeah.
You want me to cover it?
No, I don't care. I don't have it. Like, it's nothing, it's not that deep. So, like porous, right? Like porous is shipping, it's not that deep. But yeah, we're still holding on to this, man. At some point we have to get out of this trade. It would have been nice for a momentum move and a nice squeeze through this pivot at 227. $2. Sorry, I had to speak of these small caps like they're in like multiple $100s, no, the $2.27 marker. As you can see where we punched high. Now what we want to see is a curl over and then the momentum start to uptick. Can I add a little bit? Maybe if I see some volume step in at 220 and we make that strong push, I think that'd be a good opportunity to add some. But as of right now, the way the price action's looking, we don't want to do that. Let's send things off to Dara and Sia.
Starting here with ABVX, volume on this a little bit lighter, under 900,000 shares, so getting to that million share mark. ABVX, though, nice push to the upside for Abavax, seeing some speculation that they could be having some encouraging data. Apparently they presented some new data, or they posted some slides. Could be a good look there for ABVX. In the meantime, though, we're going to send it over to Sia for a segment.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Adara, for that. Currently, the SPY up by almost 2% on the day in the green. Let's take a look at the sectors for today. Electric tech in the green majority. We did see that tech stocks doing good today, but energy, however, falling down, oil falling down with that speculation of, well, not speculation. We did have that guarantee that the deal will be signed this Friday in Geneva in Switzerland by US and Iran. So with that, energy is falling heavily. XOM down 4%. CVX also down 4% almost on the day. Electric tech, we have NVIDIA, Apple, AVGO, MU all in the up. Micron is reporting next week as well. Another thing to remember. Tech services, we have Google up 3.18%. We had that announcement that Google has announced a $1.5 billion investment for 2026 and 2027 to expand its data center campus in Jackson County, Alabama. Then we have Microsoft up almost 3%, Meta up almost 6% on the day, Oracle, followed by Oracle up almost 6%. Netflix also up 1.27% on the day. IBM, however, sliding down 1%. Finance, mixed sentiment here, lot of flat, lot of green, lot of red. BRKB up, JPM trading flat, MasterCard, followed by MasterCard and Bank of America. We have producer manufacturing in the green, LRCX up almost 7% on the day, AMAT up 4.3%. Consumer durables is again a mixed sentiment. PG is up by almost 2%, whereas KO sliding down 3%. Consumer durables, we do have Tesla up 1.2%. Other sectors like utilities, transportation, health services are also a bit of mixed sentiment, but major focus does remain today in the energy sector, which is pulling down. All the names are in the red. Health tech, not the best sentiments. Lilly trading flat, J&J down, ABBV down. But that's it. Sending it back to you.
Free Boris.
Yeah, man.
He's locked up. All right. Assassino, let's do this over here. Here we go. So, oh, hold on. Don't put it yet, Assassino. All right. Now we're good to go. All right. So this is the spot right here. So this is where my seats were, right at the 50. Like, this, I think these were the best seats in the house. I think that they were by far some of the best seats I've ever had. You'll see them in a second with me and my cousin over here. So this is my cousin and I right at the 50. I can't even pause this. There we go. So look, I'll show you the video in a second. Yeah. When we score, you'll be able to see sort of the new stadium. So look at this. So you're gonna see there's 4 screens now. All this over here, all this. So when you see it pan, all that's new. None of this was here. So let's just pause it in a sec.
Oh, man.
None of this over here. All that, these boxes, the stands up there, all of that is new. And then all to the left is new as well. So it feels like it's a real big stadium now. It doesn't feel like this amateurish stadium from the field view. You go in the concession area, super amateurish. Not only kind of, you expose this and expose that, but the on-field experience you're completely separated from that. You have no idea what's happening, but I don't think my seats on Wednesday are going to be nearly as good, but that's okay. They're not mine. They're my cousins, and it's free, so who's going to complain about that?
Free 99.
Guys, ARQQ ripping into area highs. I had this one up earlier on because it was a nice-looking bull flag. It did nothing for the better part of an hour and a half, and now it's just moving into the high of the day, 1837, showing 1830 now, ARQQ. The volume is super sporadic on this one, as you can probably tell from looking at the bottom right of the screen. Look at all these volume bars. Great, great, great. Then it just drops off a cliff, and there's no volume to be had, I want to say, for the better part of from 9:55 till 12:25. Look at these volume bars, man. Nary or very, very little in the way of volume. But anyway, ripping into an area high. Watch out for ARQQ. BTQ, this is the one that I got wrong a couple of times. We'll go 0 for 2 on BTQ, but I still think it looks quite good. Setting up for a possible breach of the 580 high a day. That is something to look out for there. NTLA, feeling very flat top breakish. I want to say the flat top is 14, but clearly we've been above 14 on the day, 1409 HOD. But let me make my argument to you guys. Yeah, we've been to 1409, but point out how many closing prints actually close above 14. There's only like a couple of there. This 1050 candle, then maybe this one over here that and it hasn't closed quite yet. So clearly there is a seller of note at around 14. Now, what keeps me optimistic that this could be a decisive claiming of the 14 are the higher lows. So kind of puts in that ascending wedge pattern that we talk about. You can also call it a flat top break if you want, right? Essentially where you keep getting that same area resistance only to reject off it. So that's NTLA for anybody who's interested there. Adam, read the supers. Sorry, brother, I missed them. Fan funding, let's go. Let's bring it in. Adam, James Abroad, Sharif, HQ, all-time highs, price discovery mode, and RGNT halted up. So I think we did pretty good here on HQ. Obviously, we could do a little bit better. We got 1645 there, not the greatest print. It's not bad because it did end up going to 1670. So technically, we could have done a lot better. Not a lot better, but better. RGNT, let's take a quick look at that. Do I still have that up at trading screen? I do. It's right here. Halted to the upside. Uh-oh. Joey, we can't trade this. It's halted at 666.
I see. Oh.
It's halted at 666s. $6.66 halt at 12:32.49. This is on the Amex network, so we will have no idea what the theoretical auction price is. That is the tap, and you'll always be able to see it right there on my screen. So what do I mean by that? So the tap, guys, for the newer traders is a theoretical auction price. And when these stocks halt, the exchange doesn't just take a break from doing their job. Just one sec, Joey. Just explain the halts. So what they end up doing is people continue to send buy and sell orders during the halt with a market on open a limit on open for both buy and sell, or market on open, to be fair. So what the exchange does, it takes those buy orders, it takes those sell orders during the halt, and it tries to pair them. And then it gives us a buy side or a sell side imbalance. So we figure by the tap that there's either more buy orders coming in than there is sell orders during the halt. And that imbalance is reflected in the theoretical auction price. So when we have a NASDAQ listed name and it halts, we're able to see what the buy side or the sell side imbalance is during the halt. That gives us a better understanding of where this one is likely to open. Is it likely to open down or up? So that's something to keep in mind. Now, that's only going to happen on one exchange and one exchange only, that is the NASDAQ. So if you're trading a stock on the New York Stock Exchange, the NYSE, or the Amex, you're not going to be able to see that. So we call that flying blind. In any event, just before we send it to Joey, 12:32.49. It is 12:38 right now. The earliest this one will be open was supposed to be 1237.49. That obviously has come and went, and we didn't open, Joey, so I don't anticipate this one to being ready quite yet.
All right, man, good stuff. Yeah, we're getting back into this in this QTEX. We're gonna give 2 stabs. We're not gonna get run over by any of these small caps today. We got all out of our Robinhood. We had about 20% left. That's fine. It comes back to break even. We get out of that one. I was looking for a 101 before we remove some more, but wasn't the situation or the scenario that we fell into. Now we'll head back over to SPCX, as that was a pretty good one for us. Sorry about all the dark. Oh, okay, they're gone on this one. Nice. So this adds a little bit more context to the trade for us here today. We take a long right at the support level. We add a little bit more, nothing substantial, and then it continued to bleed. So we got out of dodge on that. Then we get right back in, right? We're not gonna shy away, especially when price starts to turn around. We get back in, we take some off at VWAP for the potential rejection of this resistance zone, this prior support level that can act as current resistance, right? Didn't happen. We add at VWAP, we take some more off, we take some more off, we take some more off, and then guess what? We take a little bit more off there, Sharif. But then we have this aggressive pullback into 173, but now we're at 178, $5 higher on that specific name. We can remove this dark pool. I'll do that for you because you know what I typically say.
What do you do?
I am kind.
What do you say, Joe?
I am kind, right? Shout out to Xerxes. But no, there it is. Yeah, pullback, $174, and then now continuing to move a little bit higher. Now,
Joey.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tunisia sacked their coach, bro.
Who?
Tunisia. They
in like the middle of the World Cup?
Bro, they just lost last night.
Yeah.
5-1 against
And he's
Sweden.
gone middle of the tournament.
Straight to jail.
Bang.
He's gone.
Right away.
One game. That's all he gets. I mean, it was an ass whooping 5-1.
Yeah.
It's kind of embarrassing, but
There's
mid-tournament like that?
That's crazy. Yeah, well, I mean, that's probably not going to work out to them. Shout out to everyone in the Carolinas, though, as the Carolina Hurricanes take home Lord Stanley, the Stanley Cup last night, beating the Las Vegas Golden Knights in 6 games. So there it is, QTEX. Let's see.
Did you win or Katina Man?
Katina Man won that one.
How much money does he get?
He gets nothing. We offset because I won the previous bet and then he won this one, so it balances out.
I like that. See ya.
Thank you so much. Let's talk some currency. The Indian rupee has risen against the US dollar for a second straight session today. Rupee is at a 6-week high. Oil prices are plunging following the US-Iran preliminary agreement to end their conflict and reopen the crucial Strait of Hormuz. The pound as well has inched higher against the US dollar today after the US-Iranian officials said that they've reached, again, a preliminary agreement to end their war, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and currently we're going to look at the dollar currently rebounding off lows, hovering around the $99.5 region. That's all. Sending it back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Guys, we are still halted here on RGNT. So, halt time, 12:32:49. Earliest this will be open is 12:42:39. Current time, 12:41:30. So we have exactly a minute and 20 seconds from the earliest open of this one. This one I got wrong all sorts of times, and this is my biggest loser on the day. Thankfully, it's outdone by my biggest winner, which is HQ. However, I need to be honest with myself in that I didn't have the right read on this, okay? And so I'm hesitant to want to go over 3. Can you blame me? Let's see, unless the setup is going to be like aces over here. So about 50 seconds, give or take, before we get this one to open. Fluffy dropping 20 in the chat. Love it, Fluffy. Thank you, Fluffy. Hi, guys. I'm in SPCX 161.09 after today. I'll be out for about 2 weeks due to surgery. We hope you're good. We hope you're fantastic. My current thinking is to hold the position while I'm away, but I appreciate your opinions. What would you do in this situation? Fluffy, I need to know more. Are you holding this one for a swing trade, or is your intention to be a long-term holder? You don't have to obviously super chat again, but please tag me so we can get an idea of what your thinking is, because I don't think, we should be painting with one brush on this. Your RGNT's open, guys. 7:45, day high. It's Rip City, Rip City. And there it goes again into area high of 745, 750. Limit up is 854. I just saw it flash there, but you're getting an aggressive move down into 7. Fluffy says she's happy with either, okay? So we're going to go to Adara, and then Joseph and I will answer your question as soon as we get back.
Absolutely.
Keep an eye here on AMZN. Another way to play this will be AEE, which we'll get to in a minute, though this is really light volume. Amazon just announced via its website, it's got a new data center campus they're going to be investing, quote, several $1 billion in Montgomery County, Missouri. Now, apparently the local utility here is Ameren, that is AEE, so that's how the other ticker AEE comes into this. Yet again, guys, another data center announcement. We had the Google Alabama announcement coming through earlier today. Now we get Amazon Missouri. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. So I'll just give you my opinion. Joseph is obviously going to give you his. Fluffy, I personally do not know what to expect in the short term. RGNT is ripping up.
Yeah, let's go.
Here we go again. There goes 799, 830. It is a rip city right now on RGNT. Here comes 500%. Get it, Joey. 860 limit up. 860 limit up on RGNT, at least currently. It's an 855 high a day, so we'd have to breach high. So I personally don't know what to expect in the short to intermediate term from SpaceX. I personally would hold this for years and years and years. So my advice is going to be tailored on that. If you are looking at holding SpaceX for a prolonged period of time, I think you hold it into the surgery. Never financial advice, of course. That's what I would do. If I was going to go into surgery and I was holding SpaceX, my view on SpaceX is like more 10 to 15 years rather than 10 to 15 weeks. How do you feel about that, Joe?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. This is a long-term hold for me when I do get into it. I mean, I don't look to ever sell, except for when we're at peaks to maybe get in at some better prices, sell some profit. I'm in the exact same boat. That's something that I would be holding for an extended period of time. Here it is. We get it. So we'll head back to that, Fluffy. So I like it. I mean, don't forget, it depends on your, as Shreve mentioned, it depends on your time frame. Are you an investor or are you swing trading it? Did she state that? Or anything
she
along
said she's fine with both.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, if you're not tying yourself up capital-wise, just add to it forever, not like a madman. Don't listen to me or anything that I do, but that's what I'd be looking to do. So think about it. I've been telling you guys for the past couple of weeks leading into this IPO. I've been rotating out of certain names. Why? So I can specifically allocate SpaceX, Anthropic, and OpenAI. It's that simple.
Touching OpenAI.
You're not touching it?
Hell no.
That's fair. That's fair, man.
I wouldn't touch that with your money, bro.
That's fair, man. Hey, listen, whether it works or not is a different story, but at the end of the day, money is money. A $100 bill is a $100 bill. You obviously don't want to get it in the wrong ways. But if it works out, I understand that you may not like Sam Altman and company and think ChatGPT is garbage. Maybe that changes in a couple of years.
Of course, and we've seen that. Right? We've seen that happen. And
with Anthropic.
We've been talking about that. The frontier model kind of race is so dynamic.
Very.
Right? You're up today, I'm up tomorrow. You know, somebody else is up the next day.
That's what I'm saying.
And we're going to talk a lot about that on the news.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what the hell happened over the weekend with Anthropic? This is a monster story. It is huge.
No, I didn't hear what.
Oh God, we're gonna get to it. I don't want to front run it right now, but I'm sure C is gonna have it on the news segment because it's as important story as there is in tech right now. Obviously,
did they sign a big? Did they get a big government deal or?
Big government deal. They got a big government smack.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, I seen it. Smack. See you later. Yeah. Did you see IonQ being promoted at? Oh no, you didn't watch 250 yesterday. A lot of public companies and Andrew up there. Yeah, right, QTEX. As I get off, obviously now it's starting to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man. Hopefully this isn't a false break. Katina, man, we're gonna have to take a stab on this bad boy as QTEX now really starting to move here. Let's see if we can get this break of the high of the day. A nice scalp that puts us slightly positive on RGNT. Now we need the exact same thing. Third time may be a charm. There it is, Sharif. On this, we have double the amount of size on QTEX as our first initial position. So let's see if this can work. We have to be prepared to get out. There it is. It's really starting to move here now, my boy.
Oh, yeah.
Not too bad of a look.
Incoming.
Third
Great
attempt
look.
here. Yeah, exactly. Let's see if we can get this rocking and rolling for us.
Absolutely. Good look there, Joe. Got to point out a couple of things here for those trading. RGNT, what a big move down. 855 high. Now it's coming down into 7. Keep your eye out on that 666s. I know it's an ominous number,
yes, sir.
which is the halt level currently. Pardon me. It is holding the halt level. Prior bar low, 680. Current bar low, 680. Somebody's buying, I think, Joey, at 680. Okay, so keep your eye on that. Now, it does keep coming down into 7. You're not likely to see 680 for very long, so the way that you're probably going to get that print is by having a resting order in and around that level. And by the way, HQ, Adam was telling me this is a blue sky setup possibly, and this is the daily on HQ, and we almost had the high of the day, that 635 high, but that is the, well, whatever, IPO, what was this? What did this open up at? This looks like a SPAC to me here. This is probably D-SPAC because it opened up at 15. It closed at, I have no idea if HQ was a SPAC or not. But in any event, March 20th was the first day HQ started trading, the high of which is 1740. Today's high, 1670. So definitely be on the lookout for that, especially if we open up above that all-time high. RGNT is bleeding its own blood. It is headed down. Wow, here comes limit down, 597. We were just at 855. This is as ugly as it gets, man. These Amex stocks are just not trustworthy. 596, 597, pardon me, limit down, we're halted. RGNT, oh my
What a
Lanta.
move on QTE.
Great move on QTEX, brother. That's a great entry, great trade.
I'm so mad at myself because I added up this move here instead of taking some off at 237s. Yeah, it took 3 attempts for this to get going, but when it decided to, there's a couple of things correlating with this trade, right? Is the volume, and then obviously the breakout through some key resistance zone. Katina Man back in the building. Welcome, brother. But yeah, man, what a bag fumbler 101 on this one. We had double the amount of size as we did on each individual position right there. But okay, there it is. Bang. Maybe I don't feel so bad about it at this moment. So yeah, bag fumble 101 on this QTEX.
What do you see here?
77% to the top side. Glad we got out of MGMT. Just joking for those who know MGMT. Shout out to you. RGNT. Is that move.
Come on.
There. Jesus tap dancing cried, my power just went out. How are you typing then still, my boy? It's probably an account that's been here before. Anyways, I'm not going to read what Blicky and Jesse have been up to. Once again, I hope everyone's having a good day. Let's get all you guys engaged and do us a solid. I mentioned it before. We have 534 likes, 6,500 watching. Let's get those likes up exactly, Katina Man. Get those likes up. Hit the subscribe. 575,000.
The option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
Okay, it does. Maybe we have to redo my like and subscribe because, as you can see, I currently have no hair compared to what we had before. Dang, what did we do? Nothing, man. Don't worry about it. Other than that, guys, thank you very much. There it is, a big uptick in the likes, 580. Much appreciated to everyone. Now let's head right back into the market. We got all out of Robinhood. We had a high of around $101.81. We come back, now holding the volume-weighted average price, and then boom, a move back in. But we did break through some support levels. And if this is breached, you can see that a shelf is starting to be formed. And you know I don't like the look of those jibs because you get that really, really aggressive downside movement if the support level is breached. And then you want to look for that next level where you're going to approximately hold up at. Katina Man, did you see JPM up to 325 today? You know that, my guy. That's why. Awesome. Hey, listen, that's why it's Katina Wilson Capital over here. We're grabbing over here some of these names. Hitting that Josh Hokick play last night as well, too. I told you. Yeah, it's all right, man. Dude, you seen my plays on yesterday. Man, it's unfortunate that we didn't get that. Would have been a nice little payout. But what we do have, guys, is SpaceX putting in almost a new all-time high, around $178.51. Man, oh man, if you did buy that opening price at $150, not looking too bad right now as this name continues to move northeast. Now, how has Tesla been performing here, ladies and gentlemen?
It's up.
320. Oh no, that's JPM, man.
This guy's upset.
But JPM?
What you need to look at on the day is WD frickin' C. This thing's up 14 and a third.
WDC?
Who does this thing think it is, man?
Who's that?
Western
WDC.
Digital.
Oh, Western
brother.
Digital. Yeah.
Are we moseying on over
Man,
to
look at
Sia?
that fail on QTEX. Yeah, we're going to send things off to Sia.
I think it's a good entry.
Thank you so much. We're going to quickly talk about one crypto story. Bitcoin surging back above $65,000, currently at $67,000. Investors are reacting positively to reports that the U.S.-Iran peace deal agreement framework has been completed. The easing of these geopolitical tensions has also boosted a broader risk appetite, helping all these cryptocurrencies, I'll talk about the other names, to outperform certain traditional risk assets. More than $339 million in crypto positions have been liquidated over the last 24 hours, accelerating this rally. We also had ETH, sorry, just going to pull up that chart here. Ethereum climbing above 1,730 region, currently at 1,870 region, while higher beta names like Solana, XRP, and Dogecoin posted even certain larger percentage gains. Crypto analysts, some of them are also believing that this renewed risk-on sentiment could potentially drive some additional flows into these digital assets if the broader equity assets and market do continue strengthening just like they are now. With that, Bitcoin is up almost 2.10% on the day. Sending it back to you.
Thank you very much, Sia. Great information as always. Joey, you know one thing I completely negated to mention today? And the Katina man just jogged my memory. He's like, when is Egypt playing? Oh yeah, today at 3. And Joey, do you want to know who we're playing?
I kind of know the answer already, but tell me.
It's one of the teams that I actually selected as a sleeper, Belgium. And I'm terrified of facing one player and one player only. Guys, can you guess who I'm worried about?
Who are you worried about?
In the chat, do you guys know what player I'm talking about from Belgium? I just want to see if they can get. Mo Salah's not on Belgium, bro. He's on the opposite team, Sufyan. Kevin De Bruyne, nope. Doku, yes, Nico Wagner, right away. Well, Kevin De Bruyne, you know, he's obviously a GOAT, but he's not the current GOAT. That goes to Jeremy frickin' Doku, who had the best year of his life, in my humble opinion, with Manchester City. The dude was unstoppable, playing against some of the best, right backs in the world. He's a left winger. Now, there's even more chaos that can ensue because Leandro Trossard, the Arsenal left winger, could switch sides. He could start playing right wing, and then you could have like this duetto of a very fast player, Jeremy Doku, a very clever player, and then a very tactical player, a very skilled player in Leandro Trossard. I think the Egyptian defenders are going to have a nightmare trying to stop these two. I get Kevin De Bruyne, you know, he's good. He used to be your top guy. Don't think he's still the same type of player he was about 5-6 years ago with City, but hey, man, he had a good year with Napoli, so we're not going to hate on him there, man. But, yeah, so this is going to be interesting. Imagine Mo Henney defending against Doku. Mo Henney? Who's that, brother? I don't even know who that is.
Just making names up now.
I don't even know, man. RGNT's open, says Bovin. Yeah, it's zigging and zagging. I see it Bovin around 6 3/4 right now. Yeah, my money's on Belgium too, Frico. That's why I'm not putting any money on it.
Frico.
Now, my cousins and I, we came to an agreement. If Egypt makes it into the first knockout stages and or Canada, it's going to be either one of those teams. We are going to travel and watch those teams. So super pumped about that. That's going to require traveling, obviously, and tickets, knockout stage tickets, which will be obviously quite expensive. But hey, man, how many times does a World Cup come into your backyard, right? So pumped about that. Mo Henney is the Egyptian right back. Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, hard to follow all the Al Ahly and the Al Zamalek and the Pyramids players because, well, they're
dude,
far
honestly,
away.
that's why I never really got into soccer. It's just that there's too many leagues and too many people.
The European leagues I can follow quite easily because of the Champions League and the Europa League. So if you're a top team in Europe, you're typically in one of those two leagues. So then I'll have an idea about you. It's just hard to follow all the world leagues.
Yeah.
Because like the Egyptian Premier League, and then you got the Saudi League, and the Saudi League is really good now. They're paying through the nose to buy these high-end players. Like the top 3 teams in Saudi,
it's like
according to some analysts, would be mid to bottom teams in the Premier League. That's how good the Saudi League, well, the 3 teams.
Oh, yeah?
And the top 3 teams in Saudi, right?
It gives me little boxing vibes, like the WBC, the WBO, the lineal. And all those different SpaceX.
New day high since Katina Man
Exactly,
on
new
SpaceX.
day high. You still sitting in this bad boy, Katina Man? Oh, all right. We were long from 172 or 170 something anyways. Yeah, I mean, not too bad of a look, guys. I know QTEX, I'm looking for this to kind of gain its momentum.
There we go.
Was that a 25 print? No way it just did that,
man.
That's crazy.
Give me my money.
Man, what a big time up spike. Let's see if we can wait for any form of a pullback here because that was an insane volume. But I'm not seeing the uptick on the tape. There it is, another one. Are you going to get that high of the day break? Man, that went from 215 all the way to 225 in a blink of an eye. I didn't even see it print anything on the tape. It just went up 10 cents immediately, right away.
Straight to
so now it's starting to pull back a little bit. Maybe this is our green light to engage on this. Boom, rocket boosters, engage. Let's see if we can get a break of the high of the day. But what we do want to see, Shreve, is an increase on the tape.
You want to see an increase on the tape, eh?
Yeah, man, I
you're
want to see
asking
that
a lot,
flow.
brother.
Asking for that.
Look, you're
flow.
asking for price action. You're asking for tape action. Probably your next, what are you going to ask for? Volume?
Yeah, I need
Like
that.
your
If I don't,
expectations are too high.
No. We set that bar high, my friend. If the volume doesn't come in, then we got to bail out. Like you said, man, break out or bail out module.
Shout out to my man,
I think that was
Jay
a fake out, to be honest with you. And
fake out,
it's displaying that. Because there's, like, listen, okay, so here it is, right? I always talk about effort and result. Now, what do I mean by this? Look at the effort within the price action prints here. So this is a big engulfing candle. So the effort, there's a lot of volume. That's what I mean by effort. And the result is a strong print. Now look at this one here. Effort, not so much, but the actual result is an engulfing candle approximately the same size as the one that we seen at 1247, but with half the volume. So I don't like that. I think that was a fake out there. That's VPA right there. Just correlating volume and price, and there wasn't that big outstanding volume spike that we were looking for.
No, you're absolutely right, brother. Now, whether it goes on this candle or goes on the next few candles, but what I want to point out, Joey, on QTX, if you don't mind my saying here, is this uptrend. We've got a general higher low trend. Now, there's been bamboozlement across the way. Don't get me wrong. There's a wick down here, a wick down there, right? So if you're using strict stop areas amongst, or at prior bar low, there's a good chance you probably get bamboozled a couple of times. But the general trend is higher. So whether or not we can make it into that 2.5, we'll wait and see. I've got long 216 here. Best print I've got is 28s. We're looking for a little bit more. But there goes RGNT, Buvin. This one's moving again, Buvin. Now, if this one can take out prior bar high, which is at 737, this one can get going. Current bar high is 728. So just about, 9 pennies or so below the prior bar high on RGNT. This one's been rip city all freaking morning. It's up 383%, and it's about I would say almost 100% off the highs there. So RGNT, keep that in your purview if you are small cap gapper inclined. What else we got over here? We don't have much else that's moving right now. Those are the two that I'm going to really focus on, QTEX and RGNT. But yeah, I know we're probably going to start the new segment soon, and I have got a lot. I'm excited to talk about the Amazon / Anthropic angle that we kind of hinted at not long ago. It is a very, very interesting developing story here, guys, and I think we all need to be alive to this story because, it's great risk by a company who's been very, very risk averse so far. I kind of both applaud Dario. I want to stop talking about it. Maybe we should just send it to see. Are you ready to go for the news or what? Yeah, you ready? All right, man. Assassino, should we send it over? Maybe. All right, brother. Let's send it up to see for the news segment.
Let's start by talking SpaceX. Will move into Amazon shortly. SpaceX extended its post-IPO momentum. We do know it. It's been up 19% after its IPO. Shares had closed on Friday around the $161 mark after pricing its initial shares at $135 per share. The market cap been pushed to over $2 million. Currently, SPCX is at all-time highs, 179.77. It had reached earlier 179.43 mark. So that's great. The bulls are pointing to Starlink, launch dominance, Starship, and future AI infrastructure, whereas the bears for the stock are focused on valuation, with SpaceX losing nearly $5 billion in 2025, while capital expenditures climbed to $10.1 billion last quarter. As I mentioned earlier during the Happening Now segment, that the CFRA has initiated coverage with a sell rating and $115 target, saying that also while Morningstar estimates the fair value at $63 per share, bullish analysts, however, more bullish analysts arguing that SpaceX maintains a substantial launch advantage and could also dominate the future orbital infrastructure in the coming years. And with that, currently SpaceX up on the day 11.8%.
Katina Man is talking about 180 on SpaceX, and he said that there's a lot of size there blocking the ascension of the price. So let's load up SPCX here. Take a quick look. Well, currently, Katina Man, I think the high still technically 179.99. Did you get a breach of 180 there? No, the Katina Man says it's right there, right now. There it goes, right back into 179. Should we pull this up on a trading screen here so we can get a good look at the time and sales there, Katina Man? So we're going to do that on the BTQ chart, SPCX. Let's load this up, and then we're going to talk a little bit about it. Monster size at 180 there. You can see all the wattage posted up at that size. So that's what the Katina Man is talking about when he says big size at 180. Wow, there goes 180 through, what is the high? 181 incoming. Joseph frickin' options on SPCX. This one's trading like a small cap gapper. It's 12 1/3. And I was just about to tell y'all, there is where's that data that I had there, man? I don't know where it went. But anyway, there's a lot of money that's going to be passively buying SPCX subsequent to the IPO because they all have to track the NASDAQ 100, right? So there's a lot of these MSCI as well. So you're going to get probably a lot of days where this one just keeps making higher highs and higher lows as people look to get into their position. But SPCX, I wanted to mention one thing and one very specific thing. When asked during her interview, this thing's ripping, guys. It's just blowing through the top there. When asked during her interview with Morgan Brennan, Gwen Shotwell, who's the president and COO of that company, made it very clear that she anticipates to have a successful orbital flight for Starship by the end of the year. In fact, she went so far as to say that she thinks, really, she's not blaming the FAA, but it's really the constraints up to them when they give them the nod. Why is this important? I'm not talking about Mars exploration. I'm talking about the amount of satellites that a cargo ship, which is what it is, the size of a Starship is going to be able to put in orbit. I'm talking about low Earth orbit satellites. So we can kind of get that new telco, space telco, that we've been talking a lot about. Right now, we're launching them with a lot smaller vehicles, so you'll only be able to put out like 20 or 30 at a time. You're going to be able to put a lot more out with Starship. So I think, number one, launch cadence, super important. And number two, how quickly we can get those low Earth orbit satellites out there, Joey. What are your thoughts on this whole thing here?
So, I mean, people are always worried about the valuation of something, but at some point, it doesn't really matter. We know that Starlink is really the money driver for this right now, but things can turn on a dime relatively quick within this company, and I believe they're going to. Now, we're sitting above we're probably around $2.5 trillion from a $2.3 trillion market cap, putting it in the top upper echelon of market capitalization names. It's the same thing with Tesla. You remain forward-looking within the stock. This is a 10-year horizon, and I'm going to stick with that. A lot of people are agreeing with that fact, but don't forget, and I mentioned this before, is that you're going to have earnings reports start to step in, and at some point you will be able to get this stock at the price that you want. Now, considering it's trading $182, up 13% on the day. Like Sharif said, it's some small cap. It's not. This thing's $2.4 trillion here momentarily, which is absolutely insane. Now, as for expenses and just the cost of getting everything in space, the data center, I'm not going to call it a dream, but it's something that you have to be patient and wait for probably about a 3 to 4 year horizon. I like the stock. I'm going to be buying it, and I'll be a long-term investor in SpaceX.
I like it, Joey. I like it. All right, let's send it back up to see you.
Okay, let's talk a little bit USO right now. The Iran deal has triggered an oil collapse across the market. We saw that in the Sector Watch segment 2. We saw a complete red in the sector. The US and Iran have announced a peace deal agreement that would end their nearly 4-month conflict with a formal signing that is expected on the 19th of June. That is this week. The deal includes a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which, if you don't know, is one of the world's most important energy shipping routes, and removing the U.S. naval blockade. Markets immediately have priced out much of the geopolitical risk premium that had built into the crude oil over these past months. The reopening should, keyword should, restore oil, gas, and fertilizer flows, also easing supply concerns that had supported these higher energy prices across the market. The agreement raises the possibility of future sanctions relief on Iran, adding an additional supply to the global energy markets. And oil has been lower as a reaction to this news. Again, the sector, everything in the energy sector was red today. We did see that pullback. USO also currently down 4% on the day. Adara, what do you have to say about this?
What I have to say about this here, I mean, I think with USO and more just for the deal in general, I think we should all be, very aware of the fact that there could, of course, be some snags. We don't want there to be snags, but it really seems like, for one thing I will say that's good, is that from what you're hearing from both the US and Iran, they do seem to have some kind of understanding, which is always good with a memorandum of understanding. They seem to be on the same page. But the biggest issue is that neither country really seems to have a lot of clarity as to the specifications of the deal. J.D. Vance said that more or less in those words on CNBC today, saying, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see exactly what comes of this meeting. So I think with that in mind, wait until Friday. J.D. Vance will definitely be there. President Trump said he may or may not be there, depending on when he leaves G7, so just be aware of this. And one more headline, Sia, you and I were talking about this off camera, but NVIDIA is going to be on watch here too. I put it on the screen, nothing massive here from a stock perspective, but we know that earlier today I told you guys that we were hearing $20 billion could be raised in debt by NVIDIA through a bond sale. Apparently they drew $85 billion worth of interest. So NVIDIA on watch, and of course also this oil stuff. But yeah, I mean, I think Friday, and then of course what we see when we start trading on Monday.
Yeah, for sure, that would be fun. Yeah, sending it back to the guys.
All right, let's get down to some details over here. So $25 billion of the fund, $25 billion that's going to actually be unfrozen, not net new money. This is money that's going to find its way to Iran. Apparently, it's frozen assets from South Korea that are being held in bank accounts, other investment funds in South Korea, Iraq, and the UAE. Then there was another figure that started making its way out. I was just speaking to a friend at the gym before I came onto the show. He's like, oh man, the US taxpayer, they're going to be really mad. They're going to have to fork over $300 billion in reconstruction costs to the Iranians. Yeah, that's what, a one-line kind of read of the headline may lead one to believe. But when you look a little bit more into it, it's not like that at all. This money is going to come from a joint venture with European and Asian development funds, Gulf state capitals, specifically UAE and Saudi, and they're basically going to be an investment fund, not straight cash. The U.S. contribution here is going to be more regulatory than financial. In fact, it's just going to be the removal of sanctions by the United States so that this kind of can take place. So I think that there is a lot of misinformation making it out there with respect to how the money is going to be structured. I think we'll probably have to wait and see, Sia, on Friday when and if the deal gets signed, then we can actually see the MOU.
Absolutely. Let's take it over and let's move over to Amazon's Europe AI sovereignty debate. The European Commission is reviewing whether Anthropic could restrict access to these advanced AI models for the European users, raising concerns about Europe's dependence on US-based AI providers. Officials have cited reports that Anthropic may disable access to its most advanced models in Europe due to these regulatory requirements, and through no Although there's no final decision that has been made, this is important to know. The debate is fueling for calls for Europe to build certain domestic AI infrastructure, not international, and reduce reliance on foreign, like I said, technology providers. With that, Amazon remains highly relevant because it has invested over $20 billion into Anthropic, and it's one of the company's largest strategic partners through AWS. With that, Amazon is currently up on the day, 3.2%. Sharif, I know you were interested and excited to talk about the story. What do you have to say about this?
I am, and Anthropic is an investor, but that's not their main feature in this story, CEO. The main feature in the story is that they were the ones who detected how to get around some of the safeguards that Anthropic supposedly put out for their Mythos class or Mythos-like LLM called Fable, and that was the most recent one. So let's kind of step back here. So Mythos, we all heard about it. It can break into legacy software. They created a working group, including Palo Alto and Crowd, and they got their act together, so to speak, before they put this thing into the wild. Now it was time to stage or stagger the release of this Mythos class kind of LLM into the wild. But Dario was super worried that people could use it in the wrong way. So what he did was he basically got to decide, well, the LLM gets to decide whether you get to use Fable or not, or whether you get downgraded to Opus. Case in point, if you asked it specific questions about how to get around regulations for a certain type of, let's just say, fertilizers, I wonder what that's used for, you were smacked, you got downgraded, you were viewed as high risk. You're trying to make untoward things with this information. So basically, they put rails, safeguards around this. Now, what Amazon did was they came in and they figured a way to get around these rail or safeguards. And so what they did was the first thing they went to do was tell the Trump administration, hey, watch out, there's a national security risk here. Fable may not be as secure as Dario thinks it is. And so the Trump administration requested from Anthropic that they patch that. Anthropic, if you believe the reports, refused. So the Trump administration came back out and was like, nope, we have to put limitations on this thing. One of the first limitations was they said, no non-US citizens can actually use this. And that put Anthropic in the very disadvantageous position of not being able to allow some of their employees to use it, because apparently, and this only came out after, a lot of Anthropic's employees not US citizens. So where does this kind of leave everybody? It leaves everybody in the precarious position of not knowing, something that they've started with Fable, they can continue with because it may not be available anymore. So this is very interesting, and I think, it caught a lot of people off guard. The fact that Anthropic, showing themselves always to be this AI safety company, refused to kind of go back and repatch some of the, I know you missed some of the spiel that I had there, or to patch some of the issues that we had with Fable 5's safeguards.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Okay, so let's just go back to that. Let's go back to Sia.
Let's talk a little Tesla. Reuters investigation has claimed that Tesla's frequently cited FSD, which is its full self-driving system, safety statistics rely on comparisons that are independent traffic safety researchers considering misleading. So according to this report, Tesla executives, including Elon Musk, have increasingly referenced data suggesting the FSD is up to 10 times safer than human drivers. Researchers have also argued that the comparisons may not be accurately amounting for differences in these road types, driving conditions, and usage patterns, potentially overstating the FSD's safety advantage. But the report does not allege any kind of fraud or regulatory action. It just raises certain fresh questions about Tesla's marketing claims as autonomous driving remains central to Tesla's valuation.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say about this. It's one regulatory body making accusations. I've seen it work in real life. I think it's pretty good. Is it perfect? No, but I think it's on the way there.
This technology is still so new that you're going to have these regulatory bumps. I mean, it's already starting to expand in European countries. Of course, you're going to say it's 10 times safer. That it's their business and what their technology is. But at the end of the day, the data will obviously back itself up, and I think that's going to be the narrative. I do believe you're eliminating human error, and I think in some aspects it will be safer. 10 times, maybe that's a little bit of a push, but hey, I like the technology, and if everything's kind of moving in tandem, and what do I mean by this is if you have a bunch of vehicles on the road that have the same data and you don't have that subjectivity within the driver itself, I think there's some aspects that can make it a little bit safer. And then I believe that's why some people continuously use the technology. I like FSD. I'm gonna like full autonomy when it does get here, because again, sometimes humans can act irrational, and that's not necessarily gonna be the case with this new technology.
I completely agree as well. And you know, anybody who's watched YouTube, just go on and watch some of these videos of somebody literally taking it from one coast of the country to the other side and having either 0 or 1 or 2 interventions the entire way. I mean, so I feel so many people who comment about FSD have never used it or even been in a Tesla where one was activated, but they have such strong opinions. It's actually quite comical.
Did you see the Waymo commercial, the new Waymo commercial?
No, I didn't.
It's just saying just how they appreciate and they really value human life, but that's why they're allowing the robots to take over or the AI technology to take over.
Did they address why they're buying their cars from Geely?
No, they never mentioned that. They never put that in the commercial, but I'm sure pretty sure it's because what they don't want to be and continuously doing is paying $250,000 a vehicle.
I know, Joey, but you got to be picking it up from an American company, not a Chinese company where you have to pay 100% tariff on bringing it literally in the body. And they will pay the tariff. They've already said that.
But see, the crazy thing is, though, if they're paying the tariff, then that means it's still probably more profitable for them to buy that vehicle than it is to hook it all up.
Yeah, it's not a good look.
Their LiDAR to these American-made vehicles.
I don't know what to tell you.
Otherwise, they wouldn't do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree. Why would they? They're going to follow the path of least resistance. What Joey and I are talking about, if in case you don't know what we're talking about, Google, Alphabet's Waymo division has made it very clear that their next kind of Waymo format will not be based on the Jaguar I-Pace, as Joey just alluded to there, about $250,000 in development costs to convert that into an autonomous driving car. They are going to be going with Geely, and they will be importing the next format of Waymo kind of cars from a Chinese electric vehicle maker, and they will pay, according to the current reports, the import taxes on that. So to me, it's a bad tactical decision by Google, politically speaking, to do that. I think that I don't know, I think they should reconsider. Not that I don't like Chinese EVs.
Yeah, no,
I made that very clear.
Exactly. But at the end of the day, Google has somewhat of an argument, don't you think? Just the fact is like, hey, think about how much money we've spent in AI infrastructure within the United States.
Right.
We're going to grab something that really doesn't even put a dent into the bottom line at this point for the company, and that's just bringing in these vehicles.
I totally get it. From a dollars and cents perspective, it doesn't move the needle. That's why I was kind of like, this is a political, it's a PR thing.
But that's what I'm getting at. Is just like at the end of the day, it's like Google. Look how much money they spent in the build out in data centers and creating all this cloud. So the fact that it's like, hey man, we gave you all of this. Let us do our thing.
I see where you're going with that.
You know what I mean?
It's just cars is such a sensitive issue.
It is a very sensitive issue.
I see what you're saying though. You're not wrong, man. All right, let's throw it back to Sia.
Let's talk MU. RBC is seeing an AI memory super cycle extending into the year 2027. RBC has reiterated its outperform rating on Micron and raised its price target to $1,200 from $525, which is one of the most aggressive bullish calls on the semiconductor sector. RBC is believing that supply constraints will remain in place through at least 2027, late in 2027, as limited clean room capacity and years of underinvestment restricts certain industry expansion. And data centers now account for more than half of the industry's DRAM demand. With that, don't forget that MU reporting next week's Wednesday, not this week, on the 24th of June after the bell rings.
Thank you very much for that, CA. And what stood out to me in this report here by RBC was not, the close to street high $1,200 price target, but again, echoing the view that we've heard a lot more from analysts lately, is that the cyclicality of the RAM market may be over in the near term, whether it shows up perhaps after we've built the AI build out, but you're seeing RAM sold into 27, into 28. You're having a lot of these long-term agreements between the Microns, the SK Hynix, the SanDisks, whoever else, Samsung as well, of course, I shouldn't forget that. You're seeing these LTAs lock in the price for a year at just below current market value. So they give off, or give up, I should say, just a little bit of profits for that long-term security. But that's not what I'm focusing on. What I'm focusing on is this shows good revenue guidance for these companies vis-a-vis the LTA into a year, right? So that's pretty good. I think that kind of can help some of the investors rest easy about the cyclicality of this business, because believe you and me, it has been very cyclical traditionally, because it was reliant more on the PC upgrade cycle and the cell phone upgrade cycle. That's not the case anymore. 50% now of RAM is being bought up by data center or AI related kind of compute. So keep that in mind, you know, when you look at these names and you're like, oh, SanDisk is only up 785% on the year. MU is only up 276. WDC is only up 277. I don't even know what SK and Samsung are. I'd have to go back and look. But yeah, that's kind of what they're saying. Cyclicality is over in the near term. Whether you believe that or not, I think reasonable people can disagree.
But yeah, absolutely, Shreve. And I think when you talk about bottlenecks within a specific space or subsector, eventually you're going to start to see that traffic clear up. Shreve mentioned the long-term agreements. That's important, right? Because you have names like Apple who have those locked in. When you're looking at 13% of actually constructing the iPhone comes from memory costs, right? And if that was the case and they didn't have those long-term agreements, then you would have seen the price of the iPhone substantially increase. But what I'm getting at here is just with the bottlenecked aspect, eventually the traffic is going to clear up and you're going to see somewhat of a cooling down. How long is that going to be? Multiple analysts stating that, hey, we might see this traffic come through these names up until 2030. So you still have some more room to run within this specific sector and this crazy bull market. Are you going to go parabolic? As Shreve mentioned, 700% here, 500% there, and then I see multiple analysts adding another 50% on top of Micron's price from where it's currently trading at, $1,500 price targets. I mean, at the end of the day, when you have something that has so much demand, I wouldn't be surprised. And we're still we're in the middle of this complete AI build out. When you have these companies that we were just talking about, Google spending ridiculous amounts of cash, Zuckerberg still spending money, Amazon doing the exact same thing to the point where they're depleting their free cash flows and going to raise debt. Well, that money is going to funnel into somewhere. And that's why we're seeing SanDisk, Micron, SK Hynix, and these other memory storage names just go on these parabolic runs. And I think we're going to see that until we start to see the cool down in the capital expenditure from the hyperscalers.
See ya.
Anthropic again. Anthropic will be meeting Trump administration over the Mythos dispute. Senior Anthropic staffers are meeting with the Trump administration to try to resolve this company's latest dispute with the government. Anthropic has been ordered to suspend access to its latest AI models, Fable 5 as well as Mythos 5, by any foreign national, and the government has told Anthropic to disable these models because of an unspecified national security threat. A source has said recently, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth also addressed the government's latest directive in a post on X this Saturday, saying that every passing day proves why blacklisting Anthropic was the right move. Anthropic has sued the Trump administration in an effort to reverse the supply chain risk designation and the litigation that is currently ongoing. And this just in some moments earlier, that U.S. Commerce Secretary Lutnick's letter to Anthropic flags the risk of latest Mythos and Fable models being diverted to foreign military intelligence users.
So what we saw here was, I think, a compromise from Dario, right? He knew how strong these models were, and he was concerned about putting them in an unfiltered form into the wild. So he very much safeguarded them. Give you an example. The guy's on All In on the weekend. Cal Canis. He got downgraded twice from Fable to Opus, and it tells him that he's being downgraded because of the nature of his questions. So it is working in a deterministic fashion. There's no human on the other side that's determining whether your query is, legit or not. And so it's going to be determined by AI. So you can literally be working on Fable, ask the wrong question, and then get downgraded to Opus right after that. And again, I think this is a compromise by Dario because he knew that this could be misused. The problem was Amazon was able to work around some of these safeguards. And they brought it to the attention of the Trump administration, who brought it to the attention of Anthropic. And if you believe the reports, Anthropic refused to patch it in a way that was satisfactory, I guess, to both parties. So that creates kind of the question in my mind, why have this sort of doomerism approach to AI, which the strategy they've been employing basically since the jump, and then kind of refuse to patch something that, very obviously needs patching here. It wasn't just the Trump administration coming out with this. This was Amazon saying, hey, look, a company who has a financial interest in in Anthropic, surviving and thriving. So I was really interested to see how that worked. Now, there are more implications to this. Friedberg, David Friedberg, one of the hosts of All In, working, he's back, as a chief executive now. He's working with this, I think they're biotech, perhaps some botanists and whatever. They're trying to perfect some of the vegetables and the crops that we eat, right? Through research. And he and his company, I forget the name of it, was also dinged several times because they asked sensitive information about changing the molecules and all that kind of stuff. Not that I really know too much about it, right? So I both like this and dislike this, right? And I like the fact that, we're alive to the fact that, the Chinese or anybody else can get their hands on this, or anybody untoward, perhaps some of our enemies. And I don't like the fact that they didn't respond in a way that showed urgency.
In regards to
the exploit by Amazon of Fable 5.
Okay.
That's my concern.
Yeah, no, I totally understand and can get that. Now, with Anthropic flying someone to the White House, my question to you, Sharif, is do you believe that this is just some form of a road bump, or do you believe that it can be fixed, this issue, patched up relatively quick?
I don't think the White House or the administration in general, or the government in general, I should say, can look past Anthropic. Anthropic is that good.
Yeah.
Okay, I've never used it in an enterprise fashion. I can only say how I've used it as just a regular user. Yeah. It is that good.
Via Claude or Opus.
Via Claude, yeah. And it's not like you have a second much better or, equally good option. Not yet anyway, right? So, everybody out there saying, Sharif, let the free market decide. If Anthropic wants to take this approach, well, the market will either reward them or they'll make them pay. Let the free market decide. We don't need to kind of intervene.
Yeah.
Well, we kind of do, though, in this case.
To what extent?
That's what I'm saying. Right. Because this is a Mythos class kind of frontier model.
And don't you feel that they were, at the beginning, they were kind of fear-mongering with this?
And that's what I was saying.
Right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, listen, it's still early days within the technology, and I believe the patch will be corrected, and the next thing you know, the government will most likely be using it once again. Now, I mentioned that Claude 3.5 and Opus 5 Opus, just not affected by this at all. So it's definitely a little bit of a...
Have you used it yet?
Opus?
Yeah.
No, I've never
Neither
used
have I.
No, I haven't used Opus. Been using Claude though. So yeah, other than that, man, I think eventually they'll be able to find some form of a framework and get this completed and patched up.
All right, just before we go back to see a couple of things here, we'll just look at RGNT and SpaceX because they're both ripping. So good luck here, Bovin. RGNT's putting in this ascending wedge pattern. This could be a very, very brutal break for the shorts through 8. We'll see if this one, if it does squeeze through 8 on a closing basis, whether or not it makes its way into 10. RGNT looking pretty good. Likewise with SpaceX. You still long this, Katina, man? The Katina man just got long again, so he's printing again as this one works its way back into 184. SpaceX looking fantastic on the day. A bunch of higher highs and higher lows. You know, just a couple of breaches here and there of the 10 EMA, but you can see the closing prints all kind of defend that green line. Great look there for SPCX and RGNT. Anything you want to say before we throw it back to you?
I was going to mention 212.53 here on NVDA. I want to head over to the options chain quick because we were talking about this level. So 212 here. That next marker could be potentially 215. Now, where is max pain on the week? That's definitely going to be all the way up here at 230. I don't believe we climb that high, but anything can happen. So that next level would be around $220. But I think what's obtainable here today is $215 or at some point throughout the week.
All right, see ya. Let's get to the next topic.
So this is a cool story. It's funny. KFC tapping into boneless chicken market. KFC has unveiled its new strategy that prioritizes boneless chicken options and adds a new drink sub-brand and aims to make the in-person dining experience more immersive for their guests and customers. So the Yum Brands unit is facing a competition from upstart chicken chains and also from legacy giants like McDonald's that are betting big on the growing popularity of, you guessed it, chicken. KFC is an important part of Yum's portfolio, and particularly as it is seeking a sale of struggling sister chain giant, Pizza Hut. That's sad. I love Pizza Hut. But with that, Yum is currently trading flat, but up 0.44%.
RGNT.
Joey, you a boneless chicken guy or you like the bones?
I like boneless chicken breast. Yeah.
You like boneless chicken?
But it depends what it is, right? Like if you're cooking some authentic jerk chicken, then you need the bones.
You gotta have some bones.
They gotta have the flavor
I
and
want
cartilage in there.
Jerk chicken.
How about
bones.
How about yourself?
Hold on, Joey. There's more questions.
Okay.
There's more questions over here.
All right, go ahead. Let's hear them.
Let's ask the question that everybody wants to know.
What is it?
Is it flats or is it drums?
Brother,
Let's get the chat going
listen.
here. Let's get the chat going, Joey.
That is a crazy question. I'm good with
People
either
will fight
one.
you over that kind of question.
I'm ready,
there,
man. You know I'm ready. But anyways, aside from, I'm good for either. I know, yeah. See, some people are flats. Some people. What are you? Are you flats or drums?
I'm drums. I'm drums.
I'm good with either or, man. I hold no.
I'm trying to load this up. Here we go. We're gonna get the chat involved here. Assassino, let's get the chat
involved. Let's go RGNT.
All right, hold on. Here we're gonna end voting of this one. Return to main menu. We're gonna do a new poll, Assassino. Flats or
that's crazy.
Drumsticks. Okay, hold on.
Or SpaceX.
Get out of here, put that in there. How do you like your? You can chill this, Assassino. Chicken.
Why don't you
wigs.
put boneless in there too,
Wait,
my boy?
man. Hold on. Yeah, we can do that. Flats, drumsticks, or add option, boneless.
Ooh.
All right, guys, let's get the voting. If you like flats, you're hitting 1. If you're about that drumstick life, you're gonna go 2. And if you think you're a schmuck if you're having bones in your chicken, you gotta go 3. Let's get the voting. The vote's ripping
it's
right
tied.
now, man.
Look
Oh my
flats.
days.
No one wants those flats. If you vote,
that life,
listen, if you vote 1, you may get a timeout. I don't know. I'm obviously being sarcastic. It's pretty tight. It's a neck and neck race right here. I'm good with either or.
Very close race, Joey.
I'm good with either or, brother. As long as they're barbecued.
Look at Sia voting 1,000 times, bro. Stop stacking the deck like that.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even vote yet. So watch this.
Get it.
Bang.
We got a really close race here, man.
Did you vote
Flats?
yet?
I did. This is neck and neck.
I like boneless though.
You went boneless, eh? Yeah, the boneless. I think you're out of luck here, Joey, because.
But I'm good. I voted deuce, man.
For chat.
What is? Oh, hold on, man. Everything else is irrelevant right now.
Mark 9670. I used to think chicken wings were small.
What does that mean? I don't really get it. But there it goes, man. RGNT. We're rocking and rolling on this one. A big time move. This is actually our best trade.
Drumstick.
Yeah, this is our best trade on the day right here on
Joey.
RGNT.
Good job, Joey.
Yeah, so a nice rock and roll of $9. What are we in? $8.44. Almost catch $2 like that. Yeah, the chat is going crazy. If you guys are voting in here and you don't hit the like button, then time out right away. No, I'm obviously being sarcastic when I tell you guys. Time out. So boneless is fake chicken, bro. Or mostly likely it's leftover chicken put into 2. Okay, that's fair. Meat grinder. into a meat grinder. Yeah, I mean, that's what they said about chicken nuggets. Are you a chicken nugget guy or no?
I don't eat a lot of chicken nuggets, but
Yeah.
I've seen some interesting recipes to make them at home that are super healthy.
How about,
so I can get behind that.
how about strips?
The air fryer.
How about strips? Are you?
I think they're the same thing, aren't they?
Where's Wendy's Tendies?
Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
right? I don't
they're
think he's
from
in the chat there.
Like drums from a smaller chicken. Okay. Thanks for that $2 super chat. I guess this is a really, it's not that serious, but it's pretty serious at the end of the day. But as for the KFC Yum brands, I don't know. They've always had the popcorn chicken. I don't know how much of a needle mover that's going to be.
Yeah, I don't have much to add to this, but yeah. Let's throw back to see the poll right now, though, guys. Drumsticks winning out by 5 votes. Keep voting.
We're talking Oracle. Adara is going to chime in a moment on this as well. Mizuho has maintained its outperform rating on Oracle following the company's strong fiscal fourth quarter results and reaffirmed its $320 PT. The firm has highlighted Oracle's accelerating cloud momentum with total revenue that has reached $19.2 billion and infrastructure as a service revenue surging 93% year over year to $5.8 billion. Analysts are continuing to point Oracle's massive RPO, which is remaining performance obligations backlog, as evidence of strong forward revenue visibility. The key investment thesis remains, however, here that Oracle's cloud infrastructure, that is the OCI, which continues gaining traction as enterprises and AI customers are seeking additional cloud capacity beyond their existing hyperscalers. And Mizuho believes that execution is remains strong here and also sees the cloud demand in Oracle supporting the sustained growth that it's about to see over the coming years. But that Oracle is up almost 5% on the day. Adara, please give us your take on Oracle.
Yeah, I'm back, guys. I know people were probably very happy that I wasn't here to talk about Oracle on Thursday and Friday, though I did have infographics about Oracle going out all of last week and through the weekend. So here's the thing. I actually did not hate this report that much. The one thing that I did say that I thought Oracle needed to do, which to its credit it barely did, was beat cloud infrastructure revenue projections that it provided for fiscal 26. So as you can see, here's the steady growth. I will give them that. They have steadily grown their cloud infrastructure revenue throughout the quarter since they started reporting it. But let's get into this. So they need to do $5.65 billion in cloud infrastructure revenue in this quarter in order to make their guidance for the year of $18 billion. They did $5.8 billion, so that gets them to $18.1 billion. That is a beat, but it is a very slight beat. And I wonder if it's too slight a beat, given the fact that this company is guiding well over $100 billion in revenue for this segment in just a few short years in fiscal 2030. Now, I understand growth, but I think can we continue this exponential growth for another, 16 quarters? We're going to have to wait and see. Furthermore, RPO here for ORCL. I've been calling them RP Oracle for a couple quarters now because they're just obsessed here with this, RPO situation. And again, I want to mention RPO, much like that cloud infrastructure segment we were just talking about, they only started reporting it after they had a really bad quarter. So this is another kind of dicey thing I think Oracle does routinely. That being said, RPO growth is still in the 200, 300% on a year-over-year basis for each quarter. I guess that growth continues. I wonder, though, can a company subsist on pure RPO, middling earnings, and now needing to raise $40 billion? That I am still not sure of. While I do think this was a better quarter from Oracle than I was expecting, I still feel bearish on it. We'll have to see what Q1 2027 brings us, because I do think, at least for me and probably for a lot of other people as well, that cloud infrastructure outlook is still going to be on watch, because that 100 billion plus is still a massive number if you're looking forward to fiscal 2030.
I gotta tell you, I was really suspicious of Oracle initially when they started reporting some of these numbers. And I'll tell you, because the amount of CapEx that they had to expend to possibly get some of the revenue that the RPO was showing was a little risky. That's how I felt. But now you're seeing all the big and even much bigger names go into the debt market to raise. We're talking about Google, we're talking about Meta, there are others. So I start thinking, was Oracle more alive to the fact that they would probably be required to go ahead and raise aggressively because they foresaw what demand was needed? And you could make the argument they foresaw that vis-a-vis the RPO. So my thesis on this is changed a little bit, and and this is kind of why I was caught between two minds, because we were talking about CoreWeave, can't even hold up with demand. They're having their book 6 months down the line for the H100, and they're charging 125% of the cost they're currently charging on the H100 than when it was new in 23. So then that side kind of pulled me into that direction, like, no, maybe these neoclouds really do have something going here. They have cooking, and they've got to spend this money in order to meet that demand. So this is where I feel like my thesis is changing a little bit here, and I think that you have to actually spend this. And I think I was kind of persuaded more when the hyperscaler started raising, because usually they're not companies that we think have a shortage in money, Joe.
They don't. They don't. So we talked about this before, which is crazy because Sundar actually stated, hey, we would have made more in actual cloud revenue, and if we had the compute power. They don't. Google raising, that was a big tax payoff. That was like a one-off tax payment
because,
or something along.
Yes, I understand, but that's money that they weren't able to deploy into the AI build-out. Think about it. If they had the money and they didn't need to raise
from the funding you're
so they were going to pay it was basically an employee tax charge to the IRS that they were going to have to cover. But if they had that money and they weren't going to need it for AI CapEx, then why would they raise to pay that? Even if that money directly doesn't go into AI CapEx. Think about it.
Yeah, I am. But like we're talking about a company that has $125 billion in free cash flow.
So why raise?
That's a great, right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah. And then it's clearly before that, right? Like even if it's not going directly to that.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, fair enough. And I mean, we've seen at the end of the day, there goes RGNT. Yeah, that thing's really starting to cook up now. Sharif, Amazon depleting about 85% of their free cash flow. Now, I think it's a little bit different of a scenario in regards to what Oracle has going on, because these guys actually had to offload assets as well too to raise cash, right? So I mean, and they laid off a bunch of employees where we didn't necessarily see that. We know Amazon laid off a bunch of individuals, Meta's laying off a bunch of individuals, but Google was one of the companies that hasn't laid off as many people, right? So I think it's a little bit, and the fact that you have to offload assets as well to remain to hit those RPOs, and let's not forget the concentration risk within Oracle, right?
Absolutely, of course.
OpenAI, where the majority of it, exactly,
is
their largest client. So that might be a little bit of an issue as well too. If there's any company that I'm not worried about raising any money, Sharif, it's definitely Google. I can understand how Oracle can raise an alarm, considering they don't necessarily have that the revenue basis that Google has. Which, I mean, hey. OpenAI, if they meet their numbers, if they continuously grow from a monthly user aspect, then I think Oracle will be okay. And don't forget, they're involved in the TikTok deal as well too, which I think has been swept under the rug a little bit.
Well said.
Hold on one second. RGNT, wow, 1123.
It's going to 15.
Yeah, this thing's going crazy.
Going to 15.
I have nothing left on it anyways. Oh well, it is what it is. $12 incoming here on RGNT, 673%. Feels like last week a little bit, doesn't it, Shree?
It does, but this one's still not halting.
Oh, halt band.
Here comes. What's the halt band?
I don't have halt bands on here. No,
let me load it up. Halt
Look
up,
at that
limit
one.
up 1240.
Ooh.
So we're at 1219, 1240, limit up. Here comes 1227. There's 1230. Let's go. Let's see if this one's going to limit up here, guys. What a rip. 714%. Limit up into 1240.
It's hit the band. We're out.
Yeah, there you go.
Band.
Nice trade there.
Hit the band.
That was a great trade, bro. 131.5 million shares traded on the day. 726.33%. Halted to the upside. Halt time 13:46:16. Right. Earliest open 13:51.
There we go.
16. See ya.
Confused. What was that? Okay, crypto. Let's talk a bit crypto. Bitcoin has surged back above $65,000 region. I did talk about this in the crypto segment. Currently, BTC trading around a $66,800 mark. Investors have reacted positively to the reports about the U.S.-Iran peace agreement framework that has been completed. It'll be signed, sealed this Friday, hopefully. The easing of these geopolitical tensions have also boosted a broader risk appetite, helping these cryptocurrencies outperform all the traditional risk assets. More than $339 million in crypto short positions have been liquidated over the past 24 hours, accelerating this rally. Ethereum has climbed above $1,730 region. Higher beta names like Solana, XRP, and Dogecoin are also posting certain larger percentage gains. Crypto analysts have also believed that this renewed risk-on sentiment could potentially drive additional flows into these digital assets, and if the broader equity markets continue strengthening. Sending it back to you. Sorry, Sharif.
No, that's great information. So yeah, Katina Man, 185. Here comes 186, Katina Man. Big move here for 186, almost into the ominous 187. I'm just trying to bring it in, but my computer's tripping. I just can't believe the price action here on SPCX. Joseph, it's up 15.5%.
It's like, man, what the heck is going on?
Here comes 186. There goes 186, 187 incoming. Where are all the stories? Oh man, I bet you the media was salivating at a rinsing so they could just label Elon as the guy who took all the retail money. They were salivating at that headline. What happened? Oh no.
He's gonna hit $190.
187, good breakout here,
187. Oh, okay, I see what you did. You want to talk crypto or what do we think?
Yeah, go ahead, man? Joey.
Well,
let's talk crypto.
Yeah,
Let me talk about crypto.
Yeah, I want to hear what you have to say.
All right, apparently, the Iranian regime, the IRGC, is looking at continually get paid here in some of the tanker transit costs in Bitcoin. So they're apparently, they're looking for $1 per barrel. So however many ships, however many barrels I should say the ship has, they want $1 per barrel to be paid, US dollars, to be paid in Bitcoin. Then, on the other side of this, there was this enforcement action taken by the US Treasury to blacklist Nobitex, which is apparently, if you believe the reports, Iran's largest cryptocurrency exchange. Apparently, they're processing, allegedly, of course, hundreds of millions of dollars for the IRGC. So in one kind of vein, they're looking at raising crypto or getting paid in crypto. And on the other side, the U.S. is trying to block their sort of methodology for receiving that. So interesting look there. Sia mentioned the $82 million in Bitcoin short positions that were liquidated overnight as a result of the move up on Bitcoin over the weekend. What we didn't talk about, though, was the fact that last week accounted for the 5th consecutive week of ETF outflows from Bitcoin. So it's been a tough little time here. If we can get back, I'd say, and clear that $90,000 level, I think we get back maybe looking at 80s, but we're gonna, or sorry, 100s. So we'll have to see exactly how that all works out, Joey. But
yeah,
BTC, at least it's not at the day's low.
Your boy's back in the chat, eh?
Who's back in the chat?
Porus. Porus made it, man. This guy, what's that? Shawshank, a little Shawshank Redemption. He's back in the chat. Shout out to Porus.
Which Shawshank character? I love that movie, bro.
Which one?
Which character are you talking about?
Oh, well, no, the guy who escaped. What's bro's name?
Oh, you're forgetting
the main one. Yeah, the main one.
Forgetting his name.
Right?
Andy Dufresne.
Andy Dufresne, man. Andy Dufresne.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite movies.
What a great movie, eh?
I can just sit back and watch that movie again and just relax watching.
You know what I was thinking about watching the other day, and I don't know why it gave me this vibe. It was just like, as I was riding the bike home on Friday, I'm like, maybe I'll go watch Blood Diamond.
It's crazy.
Right, it was just like World
What made
Cup.
you want to
I
watch
don't know,
that?
man. It's a good movie.
That's
though,
actually a
don't you
sick
think?
movie, man.
TIA, man.
Exactly. I was about to say.
You were about to say TIA?
No, I was about to say in it, but yeah. But
you know what TIA stands for, right?
No.
This is Africa.
No, of course I do.
All right, anyways. No, in all seriousness, there it goes. It's open, guys, RGNT. Straight downside trade. I'm glad that we got out on that halt band, but I wouldn't be surprised if this name continues to climb. Listen, Jay Lee said, hey, Michael Saylor said he would never sell any Bitcoin. Listen, I'm going to be completely frank here, as I typically am. This drives me nuts, the fact that everybody's like, this is a huge sentiment shift. when Michael Saylor sold 35 Bitcoin, and then the following 32 Bitcoin, and then the following week proceeded to buy 1,100 plus. Like, come on. Like, I get it. The guy sold a little bit, but on the grand scheme of
Tell
things,
him, Joey.
it's chump change. Now, I just don't believe that the crypto trade is really in play right now. Dogecoin and all of these other meme-styled cryptocurrencies don't really stand a chance unless the grandfather himself, Bitcoin, climbs higher. I think there's going to be a good opportunity to get involved. Do I think that the trend line is broken? No, not yet, because there's still some weakness. When Bitcoin is in play, you will see those strong sessions. And what am I referring to? Those 8+%, those 10+% days where it's just absolutely rip all the shorts faces off, all the faces off the short sellers. And we haven't seen that for almost, I mean, not a year. We're still about 4 months away. But when we started to turn to the sell side was in October of last year, and we haven't had the ability to find a bottom century.
Guys, Spain is going to tie Cabo Verde. I don't mean any disrespect. I don't even know where this country is. And they're in the 92nd minute, and Spain, one of the favorites in the entire tournament, going to go goalless here and walk away with a point. Ooh, that's a tough one there for Spain. 0-0 in the 92nd. We'll see. They can't score, says Toby. Well, I haven't been running it. Usually I run it on the side. Cape Verde is in Africa. Okay, I didn't know. It says Cabo Verde. That's probably why it threw me. I knew Cape Verde was in Africa. Because we're using everybody's kind of their local name now. Like nobody's saying Ivory Coast in the broadcast. You're saying Cote d'Ivoire, and you're saying Turkey instead of Turkey. Right, so I think it threw me off a little bit there. Cabo Verde.
Who is that? Oh, who's that? The country that played Sweden, I believe it was on.
Sweden yesterday. Tunisia.
Was it? Oh, okay.
Tunisia.
I thought it was. Was it? Okay, I thought it was this little Caribbean country that I never heard of.
No, you're talking about Curacao, I think.
Something.
It's right beside Aruba.
Yeah,
they played
exactly.
Germany.
Yeah.
Curacao. How do you say it again, Juan? How do you say it?
6-1. This guy's just like 6-1.
I know what the score was. How do you pronounce the word? Curacao.
Curacao, yeah.
So 7-1. And let me tell you, this match was very, very close until about half an hour.
Yeah, it was 1-1
It was
1.
No, but it wasn't just on score.
Oh, did they play Germany?
In reality, yes.
Germany?
It was Germany,
Germany, yeah.
In reality, it was a close match. Curacao had like a bunch of attacking opportunities, then all hell broke loose to the downside.
All right. Darren, you chimed in there for
Portuguese
a second.
I was just going to say a good way to remember the Curacao pronunciation is the same as that blue liqueur, like blue Curacao. Like it's CU and then, the Sao.
I didn't even know what that was either. So
that's not going to help us.
Yeah.
But I don't know, Sharif. I don't know how you feel about Bitcoin. I've drastically reduced my exposure.
No, I haven't reduced anything, and I won't.
I have.
Yeah.
I
asked
have.
me what I thought, so I was saying.
Yeah. You're going to hold on to where you to stand. For me, I just had too much exposure, but I do believe, listen, we'll pull up the technicals. This is still weakness, if you ask me. I mean, this is just pullback.
100% agree.
There's going to be, once this trend line's broken, then there's going to be, most likely, in my opinion, a green light for me to engage a little bit more. Right now, we're deploying capital elsewhere, and it's working. So
send it back to Sia.
There it is.
About our final story for today, the PSKY story. The DOJ has cleared Warner Bros. Discovery deal. The U.S. Department of Justice approved the PSKY proposed $110 billion acquisition of WBD, concluding the transaction is unlikely to harm its competitors or, harm competition or consumers. DOJ has said its 8-month review has found the merger could actually increase competition across streaming, television, as well as film by creating a stronger competitor in the evolving media landscape. This deal still requires approval. It's left from the FCC, which is reviewing foreign ownership interests that are tied to Gulf sovereign wealth funds that are participating in this transaction financing. Some lawmakers have also raised concerns regarding foreign investors coming in from, bear with me, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Abu Dhabi, and potential Chinese involvement through Tencent.
Yeah, there's an interesting development here with the DOJ having to kind of also clear this in addition to state regulators, and we've seen sort of this conglomerate of states that are now going to take their issue with this merger to court. So we'll have to see, whether the states can kind of put the kibosh on this deal. But from a federal level, it looks like it's all steam ahead. Let's see if it closes.
Yeah. But Sharif, you and I talked about this before. I believe it's as of September, the company's going to have to pay shareholders, Warner Brothers that is, I think it's around a nickel a share, and then it can be a peak around a quarter a share. So they want this deal to close as soon as possible because I do believe they've already overpaid for the company. You're starting to see on Paramount, they are advertising some HBO Max shows. There is the Game of Thrones, the House of Dragons that they're displaying on there, Euphoria, and all of those other big names that they're going to be acquiring and adding to the Paramount catalog. But once again, they've overpaid. They're going to be paying a fine if they don't get the deal closed. And they also had to pay Netflix, I believe it was $2 billion in order, or the backout fee, I believe it was, or something along those lines. So, yeah, I mean, Paramount wants this to close as soon as possible because it's going to continue to cost them more and more money.
Cool. Let's go back to Sia.
So going to go to me here. NVDA, a little bit more here on this investment grade bond sale. We heard earlier today they're looking to raise $20 billion. Then we heard about an hour ago that they had apparently received $85 billion worth of interest. Looks like they've actually raised $25 billion. So somewhere in between, though, definitely much closer to the lower end of what we were expecting. Again, $25 billion has reportedly been raised by NVIDIA in their investment grade bond sale. Back to you.
Okay, so should we go back to Sia for the next story?
That's it,
That's
man.
it. That's the
end
last one. Okay. All right, guys.
RGNT, you want to talk about this name?
Yeah, halted up.
It halted.
Well, it was just up to 15, Joey. I had a feeling this was going to make it into 15, but there it goes.
It dropped right down to $12, so it was like $3 move relatively quick. So $14.12 now, continuing to climb a little bit higher here, guys. But be careful of this one, as Sharif typically says. I wouldn't be surprised if we hit that $1,000 percentage mark there once again.
Do you wanna get ready?
Yeah, I'm gonna head over. Yeah, I'm
there?
gonna head over there.
All right, we'll send it off. We'll send Joey off. Thanks for obviously for covering again, Joey. Always kind there. $15 there on RGT as this one closes right back into the highs. Let's take a look at this one on a trading screen. Take a gander and see what this one is doing. Where is it at? 14. I think we're showing a lot of resistance here in the third of a dollar. It's coming back into 14. Could find some support at 13, guys. But my bias always with this one is you're always looking to that next $5 level, whatever that $5 level ends up being. Is it 20? Is it 25? Keep your eye out on this one. It's bleeding down now into 13 3/4. Look for a hold up generally at 13. It could be an interesting one there. Other than that, I'm not going to be trading into the afternoon. I am off, going home. We're going to watch the Egypt versus Belgium game in about an hour's time, and then we're going to head on over to the gym. And then as we do, we got to go to other work, as we always do. And then we'll be home nice and late for bedtime. Looking for continuation here through 15 on RGNT. You're not immediately getting that, so we'll have to keep an eye out on that. The position that I've been in the majority of the afternoon has been QTEX. We're going to flatten out this trade here at 35, so we'll make about 7 pennies on the remaining amount there. QTEX could be a really good one going into the afternoon because it's been a solid higher low, higher high fiesta on this bad boy here, but it wasn't quite able to make it up into that 2.5 with an only 242 high. 13 showing up here again on RGNT, getting a nice little bounce. So current bar low right into 1281, moving right back into 13 3/2. So watch out here for RGNT. And just before I send you off to the boys, SpaceX into the day high, 188.75, 190 incoming on SPCX. Great trade, Katina, man. Take over and let them know how you were looking at this. Peace, everybody.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? I just put out, did we switch over? Did we switch over? Who knows? There it is. Hey, what's up, everybody? Yeah, we got Joe ready to go. If you could turn Joe off in my ear, that'd be great, Andre. Yeah, Neil had to step out, so Joe will be filling in for the rest of the day, so we really want to thank him for doing that. And, yeah, we're ready to rock, and we've got our Palantir hat on. And, yeah, you're right, Sharif. I mean, it doesn't... Still got to flip the bottom as well. So we'll get that going. But yeah, I'm long right now, 181. So just a couple of refreshes there. That was a break of 180. That's a break. And then we played the push back down into 181 and reloaded it. And there it goes, the upside SpaceX. And, you know, we were long to start the day. And I was telling Joe, we got stopped out right there at 160, 170 break that first time. But yeah, there we go, man. 188 and change. And you know, we've been pretty lucky. We bought some, and we talked about this too on Friday. Bought some 170s in our account on Friday, thinking that this was going to be a play today. Honestly, like day 2, it went over really well, and I just sort of put a video out as well there on YouTube, soon to come out on Instagram too, about just trying to trade the trend. So go over there and find out about it. I don't think trading, sometimes we try to make it a little more complicated. I saw your RGNT trade, you know, I mean, that was obviously a great one as well as we continue to you know, make moves higher. I got to get into the right chat here because again, I must have clicked on the wrong video that was going, but there it is, 188 and change. Right now, over 3,500 of you watching. Make sure you do hit the like and subscribe. And let us know if you are trading with SpaceX here today and if you're too afraid to get into it. And I don't mean afraid as in like, ooh, you're afraid to trade it, but just questioning some of the valuations. I mean, I am too, but honestly, momentum is not lying to us. And I mean, the trade has been high. And it's just, it wants to keep on going. What a great SpaceX debut it was. We actually had the short into the end of the day on Friday, and then just long right now. I mean, look at this 5 minutes right here. It's just basically straight up for an hour or so on SPCX. And, you know, you can tell when I sat back down in, we were waiting for it to break through 180. As soon as that happened, Joe, that was the trigger spot for me there as well. Breaking higher and higher, and now into 188 and change. I don't know. I'm probably just going to hold this last little piece until we go. I mean, if we break through 190, maybe that's another push zone for me as well. And then obviously NVIDIA, we let that go a little too early, I think, right there. Oh, uh-oh. Now you're finally getting a change of pace right here, Joe. Yeah. This might be a short coming in. Oh, wow. The market's actually, you know what? I've just been sort of, you know, just obsessed with SpaceX. Didn't even realize that the market was doing what it was doing and now finally starting to turn around. Maybe NVIDIA is finally a short right around here. We still have the news ready to go, right? I mean, Adara's in there behind us. We've got SIA ready to go as well. And so we're just, you know, really enjoying what we've been able to provide for you guys over the last couple of days. We want to thank everybody for hitting the algorithm for us and creating such a great day for SpaceX on Friday. We're looking to do it again and again and again with those next coming IPOs as well. That normally means there's a news story coming, but I don't know, maybe there wasn't right there. So there was, okay. Yeah, I can. Yeah, we can go to you at any time, guys. My earpiece should be in, so let me know. We'll go to, if you guys are ready, we'll go to Adara right now. Sure.
Sorry about the guys trying to put it on the screen, so I'll just put it right in front of you all. Keep an eye here on the market and on oil. Be aware, seeing some reports. Actually, this is coming a statement. Hezbollah saying they fired rockets and drones at Israeli forces who were seeking to advance in southern Lebanon. So again, Hezbollah claiming there were some forces I guess, in Israel that were seeking to advance into southern Lebanon. As such, these forces were, again, according to Hezbollah, then struck. So more tensions here, specifically with Israel and Lebanon. This has been a bit of a touchy issue with the conflict, and unfortunately, this looks to continue. Back to you.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I mean, obviously, about everything that's been going on over there. And we've been looking at USO, and maybe that's starting to go for a little bit of a move higher now. Yeah, not really. I mean, we're going to get this closing price at 230. Pretty choppy today for oil. I mean, if you're going to look at USO, right now 120 and change. The current front month contract I was looking at for for crude was August. Let me see how many. So 43,000 for July. Let me see what the August contract is at. Probably much more than that. Yeah, 61,000. And then we're not on September yet, are we? No, so we're just still on August. So I don't know why. I'm not sure what's going on with my quote, honestly, for actual oil itself, but there it is right now, down 5%, you know, into 80 bucks. So we'll see what winds up happening there, as we've had now 3 straight down days, and hopefully we get some kind of resolution in the game right now. Okay, quickly before we stop out here, I am trying to buy more at 184. I mean, we've been doing well, trying to chase the trend, and you know, that was a trend break. That was just a break of 180. That fell back into the 25 period moving average. We're giving this one, we should be getting long soon. 184.25. Maybe we should try, all right, I'll get a little bit here at 84 just because that's kind of where the 50 period moving average is. But, you know, initially I was waiting for 25, so let's see that. And if we can break below, I put the stop order in at 183. So if we break below right into here, this level, we want to get out. We don't, you know, just because it's making the move down doesn't mean we reload it every single time. This is actually one of the more aggressive moves down right now in SpaceX. So if we're able to, let's get a little longer here at 184 quarters, and then just give it like a $1.50. And if it blows through 183, we'll get out of that ASAP. If it blows through 183, a little bit of a rhyme there.
Oh.
You know, so there it is. Now we're long. We're only taking a quarter of a unit, so just with the aggressiveness of this
Added
stock.
more on that bad boy.
We added a little bit more, yeah. We averaged dollar cost averaged it down.
I wanna hop in on.
We do have to go to. Let's go to Adara
Yeah, we're
quickly,
gonna go over to Adara,
and then we'll come
but
back.
yeah, I wanna hop in with you as well.
Yeah, of course. All right, let's go back.
I will be brief here, guys. Just want to mention Wayfair on watch W here in focus. OpenAI announces that Wayfair and OpenAI are partnering up to power their catalog enrichment program across 40 million products. So Wayfair, OpenAI collab W, not moving up too much on this, but just be aware, guys. Back to you.
All right, what do you want to talk about?
And we could talk about anything, Katina, man.
Oh, you mentioned
Yeah,
SpaceX.
No, honestly, I want to. We want to be patient before we get in. I mean, we've seen this happen before, but what we have to take into consideration is the fact, is this selling pressure and the volume/momentum going to slowly start to uptick? I think that's the narrative right here. So we want to wait for things to slowly start to cool down as we have the market starting to form double tops almost, and same thing with NVDA. Now, Sean was looking at the potential short right here, 211. It's now bouncing back. What I'm going to be looking at is how do we react around these prior supports, and are they going to act as resistance zones? Now, Google climbed into a new high today as well, so it was sick dip buy for us on that one. 250 or 350 dip buy here on goggles for your boy Katina, man, as we're starting to come back in. But yeah, see, this is really, really aggressive. I'm going to wait for some indecision. Sorry, guys, I don't have that little circle thing that highlights the price action. What I'm going to wait for is some indecision prints, but you have to be prepared. There it is, right? So bang, I got to get ready to rock and roll on this one. Yeah, re-engage, I think, to be honest with you, Katina, man. I don't think there's an issue with that whatsoever. I do believe that it can find somewhat of a bounce back. Now we need to wait for an additional move back in. We want to buy it on a downtick. To see if there's going to be any form of continuation to the northeast here. Yeah, see, that's aggressive. Oh, no.
I might switch to short.
You're going to switch to short? You ordered them?
Yeah, I'm ordered short.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
how long do you think those are going to have to be ordered until you can actually just...
Do you want me to get them for you? Is that what you're asking?
No, I don't want them at all.
It will take 5 seconds.
Sure, if you want to give them to me. I mean, they're only a penny anyways.
They were 3 pennies.
Were they? Where are they at now?
I'm going to double check for you.
Okay.
So
it truly doesn't matter. Like,
no,
we had the
whatever it costs.
RGND.
I'm giving them to you anyway.
Yeah, all right, bang. So there we go. We got that rocking and rolling for us. Katina Man and I both looking at the potential short here now on SPCX. Let's see if we get.
Oh,
there
2
it is.
cents, my guy.
2 cents. Oh wow, I don't know if I can afford that.
But that's 100 shares. Give me 20 cents, my guy.
Considering the hit that we took on the UFC fights last night, but it is what it is, man. Hey, Sharif, brother, you swing big. Go big or go home, my boy, and that's what we were looking at. Katina, man, I sent the boys the actual bets himself. Let's see if we can get filled at 183 here.
Yeah, I'm waiting for 184.50. So we just got dropped out of that trade right there. I mean, we tried it right there. It was the first time, basically, that we aggressively broke this 50-period moving average since we did right there, and that created like a little of a cascade into the 200-period moving average. So I just didn't want that to happen again. So very, very small dollar hit right there. We were long at, well, maybe a bit more. That was 185, 184.25, out 180. 3 break, 182.80. So yeah, about $1.20 or so as a hit. But I'm gonna try to reload and see if we can get the short going through. And then honestly, man, if we break 186, then we can get out. Like I don't want to get too carried away with this trade, to be honest with you. Like I don't think it's the be-all, end-all to get into the short. But the way there it is. Did we just get that? Oh no, we're at 184.50. We just missed it right there. All right, let's take a little bit here if we can. Oh, that's too bad. Maybe we'll get it anyways. But I don't know if you guys saw the trade there on Friday. Not to keep on rehashing everything right now, but on Friday we did have a nice little pullback in on the SpaceX into the close. It dropped from 170 down to 160. Now I don't know if that necessarily is going to happen here today again, but maybe some of the buyers came. Now they're up a lot in the money here, and maybe it's time to sell off just a bit. We'll try a short there. I'm going to stop out on like a 186 break, basically 186.50, and if we will give some back, right? I mean, if that breaks higher, then we will be stopped out again and give some back on our longs. We are going to trade with a little less aggression on the short side than we were on the long side. I think it's a risk to go short here on SpaceX, but I mean, life is about risk, especially, maybe not life, but trading. Don't take too much risks in your life. I don't
No,
think,
that's
but,
not true. I completely disagree on
think-
that. Yeah, take as many risks as possible, man, in life.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe not as many financial risks. I mean, I think if you're talking about risks as far as...
It depends. If it's a calculated risk, I think there's...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Let's not throw some shade on that. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say the chat's kind of freaking out.
I mean, you took
here
a
about
risk
the
betting me with the
position
hurricane, you know, the
board.
Carolina.
And you took a risk with the initial,
that's right, the
bet.
stupid
And we also
Avalanche.
put a little risk on yesterday.
You know, you know what a club that we like?
You're already in that bad
Yeah,
boy?
man, there it is
All
right there. We
man,
just covered some.
No, you went, okay, no, the position board. That's what I wanted
the
to bring
position
up.
board's off.
Yes, we're working on it. Sean's going to do something.
They're working on it. Okay,
They're
no
working on it. So, yeah. Hey, listen, I think a lot of us stand with the quote, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take in life.
Yep.
So yeah, I think you need to take them. And with that being said, that's putting on risk. You know what I mean?
No.
You don't want to be doing something dumb. And
I always think about it like I think about my family. It's like I don't want to risk that much. But then you're right. I mean, if you just sit there,
dude, if anybody knows this,
dude, I mean, you know,
it's you. The fact that the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. You know what I mean?
Bro, were you here Friday?
That's what I'm getting at. If anybody knows this, it should be the man to the left.
I'm saying put on some risk. What I'm saying about SpaceX is that I think riskier short than it is long right now. I mean, the way this name has been going, I just feel like if we're to go short, you gotta have your stop and you gotta make sure, because this could easily get blown up to the upside there. And we just missed an opportunity that just went to 182.20 again. 183.20s, but a couple ins and outs here on SpaceX as we decide to hold the short and see what winds up happening. My next bid right now is at 183 clean. So let's see if we move down $1 from here and then get another fill. But yeah, you're right. Let's take a little bit more risk.
Let's take some more risk.
You know,
man.
we'll see. I took some risk with you in that UFC
last
fight
night.
there, and I went to
Man,
bed. I was like, oh man, Gaethje or whatever is gonna lose.
Yeah, I thought he was too. He almost got him out of there.
Did you see when he did the backflip off the top? He almost broke his neck on the second one.
He tried to get on the second one going. Did you watch the O'Malley fight? That's what I
Yeah, that was a good one.
Right?
Couple
That's
quick
what I
little
needed.
jabs.
Yeah, it's a
That was a
Canadian.
nice one.
Boom, drops him.
I didn't
So
know
we
he was
had
facing
that.
a Canadian guy. I felt
Yeah,
bad
no, I
cheering
didn't want
against him.
The first thing I'm like, all right, Selena, we need this to happen and this to happen, and we're $800 richer. Right? And she's like, oh, you bet against the Canadian? I'm like, way to jinx the bet right off the bat.
But that was a good one. That one worked.
Yeah, that one worked, man. We were ready for that. And then we had Ilya Taporia to knock out Justin Gaethje.
Instead, that guy got TKO'd, man. What the hell?
It was a
only
great
upset of the night. Only upset of the night.
It was the only upset of the night. 7 fights, 7 knockouts. Crazy stuff, man. That's why I love this sport.
Marvel is flying. But
Marvel is flying.
We'll talk about that when we get back from Adara.
We're going to go to Adara. I'm posted up at 183 here to see if we can grab some SpaceX.
Just be aware, guys, that press conference is occurring here with Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, kicked off at 2 p.m. Eastern. He is saying that Israel will, quote, continue thwarting regional threats and remain in security zones for as long as necessary. So it sounds like Israel maybe not in full ceasefire mode as of yet. Back to you.
I'm not the handsome man that is known as Sharif on the bottom there. So don't worry about it. The team is working on getting that all corrected. I am right now short at 184.33s. So there's the cover a little bit at 183. It just broke through, bounced off of 183 a little bit there. So, you know, we're covered in. Joe just stepped away. I don't know. I can't see his positions if he's long or short right now. But he was mentioning trying to take that 183. So if he does have it, he's in the money now $1 as it's bouncing nicely off of those levels. So just a quick short there at the 50-period moving average. We're going to try to hold it as much as we can against this 25 period. But as you can see, we're starting to slope down a little bit now. So let's see if we have a little bit more of an aggression there. Look, one of my picks of the year is Marvel, right? I mean, I don't know what the heck is going on right now, but as buyers come back into the space, it's Marvel's world and we're all living in it, and there it goes back up to the upside, right? We talked about Coherent with photonics, and now you're seeing Marvel really starting to kick higher there, right? Definitely an NVIDIA stamp long on Marvel, talking about how they need the Marvel pieces in order to make these GPUs, and it's going higher here, and I don't know, no stopping these kind of plays. CoreWeave, CRWV was another one. These ones getting listed. Remember, Marvel's going into the S&P 500. CoreWeave, Nebius, Rocket Lab, ASTS, I believe, all into the NASDAQ later on. So few opportunities to get in and out of those plays as well. All right, SpaceX just turned around like big time. Went right up into 184 there. We're short right now, 184.50s. So decent, I mean, whatever, we have a third of a unit, but yeah, decent move higher is what I was getting at right now with SpaceX, as it just turned on the jets right there off of 183. So, you know, we're just gonna go short here, trying to absorb sort of the 50 period once we broke it. We hadn't seen an aggressive break until earlier once we, I mean, it was way earlier right here. We finally broke the 50 period and went down about, that's 172 down. Joe, if you took 183 long, man, you're $2 in the money. So that is a down. Actually, yeah. It's just a huge rip up right there.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I said I couldn't see your blotter there.
How come how come it's not on the position board here yet?
Because man,
we're still working on that?
We're still working on the position board.
Hit
I know.
ITM on there for me, the $2 club, my boy.
Yeah, we're gonna more than that now, man. 185.20 right now, Joe. So it's a good trade there as we continue to watch out. And we are gonna fix up that position board, everybody. So hopefully that'll be done relatively soon. Yeah, did you? Yeah, you grabbed it, right? Okay.
Yeah, there we take a little.
Don't just watch out because this could go. Like if we take out that 25 period moving average right there, this thing could fly a little higher right now. I'm still waiting for 186.50. That's where eventually we'll stop out of it all. But for right now, I'm short at 184.40s. So we're flat. Well, we're out 40 cents. This man's up 200 pennies. We like that one for sure as we continue to celebrate day 2 of SpaceX and its IPO. Micron's been going ham as well today, up 9%.
Features in these tools, then sure enough, you're going to start to see that funnel and even trickle into some of the names that aren't as popular. What am I referring to? What's Meta up here on the day? 5.1%, a little bit more than that. You have Microsoft up as well, 2.25% today. So at some point, these names that have been lagging, I do believe that have the ability to catch up. Now, what am I referring to? Well, we've seen this multiple times before. We had market rotation. So it's like, okay, you had Google, you had Apple, and you had Amazon continuing to climb higher and rip, and NVDA and some of the other names aren't really doing anything. They cool down, NVDA decides to rip. No, Electric, I didn't block you, my friend. They decide to rip. So I think at some point we will see a rotation, into Meta and into Microsoft. Now, we know that Meta might be in a little bit more trouble than what Microsoft is from a monetization standpoint compared to what they're spending from CapEx, but I do like both of these companies. Digital ad revenue within Meta is absolutely insane, 99% of the revenue coming from there, and continuously growing even though they're at capacity right now, Sean.
Yeah, I don't think the story of Meta's changing anytime soon. I mean, I think that there's going to be some little hiccups with Meta, but I mean, I like the story long for quite a while here on META. I think it'll work itself out as the whole world starts to change into, obviously, we know this gig economy that's here right now. Uber's actually had a nice move up on that gig economy stuff. So we'll talk about some of that. We've got Adara at the big screen with some sort of a graphic. Let's go find out which one it is.
I'm back, guys, and that means we get another update of To the Window, To the Wall, where we look at an infographic that I feel is relevant for the day on this here wall. So today's visual is a look at performance of some of these recent IPOs on their second day of trading. Now, you guys might recall, before I left, it was last Tuesday, so a couple days ahead of the IPO. I had a look at the first 6 names that you see here, so ARM all the way to bullish in terms of how they performed on their first day, how they were priced, and how they opened versus that IPO price, and then also their lifetime performance. But this is a little bit more specific. This is purely after the fun of the IPO day, how do they fare on their second session? So first 3 of these actually red. This will be ARM, Reddit, and CoreWeave. So that takes you from late 2023 all the way to early 25. And you get to mid 2025. This is summer of 25 specifically. And you get not 1, but 3 names that did incredibly well in their second session. Circle here was up nearly 30% on their second day of trading ever. But these recent 2 IPOs, you start to see a shift back to negative performance on day 2. Cerebras and Quantinuum. Both of these were red on day 2. Cerebras by about 10%, Quantinuum by about 5-6%. So long story short, there's no perfect science in terms of if these will be red or green on day 2. These don't necessarily correlate to their day 1 performance either, because I was trying to look at that. But either way, an interesting look as to how some of these higher profile names fared on their second day of trading. Now, we expect SpaceX to be added to this visual tomorrow. So if you're watching XTTV Research, you will see an updated version of this infographic with SPCX on the end next to Quantinuum. This was yet another edition here of To the Window, To the Wall. We'll see you at this wall tomorrow and back at this desk imminently. Back to you.
Edition board is fixed. Thank you so much to...
You're short SpaceX? Oh.
That's what I've been saying, my guy.
Oh, man. It's not fixed.
I'm not muted,
I'm
no.
in SpaceX.
Are you muted?
Wrong. No.
No, okay. No one's muted, Andre. So, but yeah, for
I wouldn't know. Like, I'm locked in, man. It says I'm not muted.
I'll take you to Ramin. All right, so there it is. Yeah, thanks, Ramin. I mean, it's great to have the position board back up. Yeah, so I'm short. So we've just been trying to go short against this. We have a couple covers so far, so it hasn't gone against us yet. I mean, right now we're short right at this price, 185. You can see it in there. You know, trying to get some covers. If we can get something out at 185.50, I mean, sorry, 184.50. We've really been bouncing off of that level there. I was telling Joe we were moments away, I thought, from losing that bid there, and it just came right back in again. So, like right there, like why is it not cracking lower? Like it's going to get built right back up now? Yeah, there it is, right back up to 185 again. So definitely questioning life right now. I am holding this short, and I mentioned that I thought it was a little riskier shorting than longing right now, but I was thinking like, you know, this push down on SpaceX was going to get us into that area. It just hasn't really happened yet. 186.50, I'm out as we have half a unit. It's not, I don't want to be uncomfortable in this position, and I don't want to risk the day, obviously, on that, because we've really hit the long so far on SpaceX. Say this is our first time going short, so let's not go long basically for 5 hours and lose it all on one short. So that's not what we do around here. We're going to wait to see what winds up happening on that one. What's been a good name across the board today, if we look over, let's have a quick little look at some of the recaps. I mean, the financials, and I know Joe and I have been, you know, as part of Katina Wilson Capital there. Normally they go the phonetic, so the C would be first, but you know, for the brains, it would be the Wilson first. All right, we have Morgan Stanley up 2.5 there. Again, congratulations to Morgan shareholders, as that's 220 now, approaching all-time highs. It might even be at all-time highs right now. Let me see if I drop this down. Where does it say all-time highs? It doesn't say it right here. That's okay. Next earnings report in 30 days. So we're getting close again to bank earnings, right? Less than a month away. Ooh. Bank earnings right now coming back into play. And it's not even Morgan first. It's always JP Morgan first. So there it is, 29 days away from this name to get going. It's actually red on the day here, JP, so we don't like that. We'll have to find out why that is. Goldman Sachs 164 right now. IBKR, we like IBKR, and we like Robinhood up 7.7% today as that continues to make new highs. Robinhood on the day. It's pulling back now, but nicely cooking there. Try to get through that $100 mark. We'll see if it can hold itself. I did buy, oh, that's what I did. My bad.
What'd you buy?
Eli Lilly.
Okay.
I bought some more Eli Lilly there today, so that's my bad. As I see that, we did buy some more Lilly. I like the name. Again, nothing to do. Obviously, the dividend is small, if anything. I just like it, with the pipeline there, the drugs that are there, and I'm also into J&J as well. That's at low 220s. We've been buying that last week. So, a little bit of give back today in the pharmaceuticals and in the biotech and in the healthcare names. We saw oil give some up. These are just more like the staples. And where's the staples? Consumer, what's this? No, that's communications. Okay, let's just go down here to non-durables. So some of these names are the dividend players, the sort of the flight to safety, right? The Cokes of the world. It's nice to see Procter still up, but as we see tech starting to be the big shiny thing right now, a lot of money may be sold off from people hiding last week. Now they finally get that yeehaw, the go-ahead on the Iran deal, hopefully, and so more traders coming back into the aggressive names that made the money on the way up. Let's see if we can make the money on the second leg back up. And I mean, Micron all-time highs today. Look at the energy space.
City all-time highs today.
Yeah, I love Citigroup. Citigroup's been getting a lot of talk over the last little while. So
JPM, surprisingly, one of the other, it's actually the worst performing bank here today.
What have we done?
Yeah, I know, man. What mistake have we made here as we have Morgan Stanley up 2%, like 2.4% almost on the day, running into all-time highs. Goldman Sachs, that's the new name for it.
Yeah,
Goldman Sachs,
you have
man.
to.
Goldman Sachs almost at an all-time high today, man. Robinhood performing well, so maybe we'll hit the yeehaw on that one, Katina, man, for Robinhood.
Like that.
Finally breaking through that resistance zone and tapping into $100 here today, but still down substantially off the highs, 50%. 34% to be exact. So a little bit tougher of a look, guys. We're long SPCX. I should just call it SpaceX. It's so much easier and rolls off the tongue. But we had this long earlier in the day where we grabbed some at 171. We added a little bit more. Again, this is such small share size, but we take it all the way up here. So this long here, Katina, man, I seen you were, as soon as I walked into the building, I seen you were long SpaceX, and I'm like, all right, my boy's onto something as he typically is. We get stopped out of that first trade, but then we get right back in, and then we add all the way up. And then we don't engage here until later on in the day. 183.04. I don't know why I got 183.04 as a fill when I posted up at 183 flats, but we're not going to complain considering those $2.50 ITM at this point here, my guy. Let's see if we can break through this previous pivot of $186. And people saying, hey, Joe, do you think that it can go to $200 by the end of the week? I wouldn't be surprised.
What?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Joe, it's going there tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, so perfect. We're on the same page. You think it's going to go to, so I mean, Sean, that's another 10%, right?
No, less.
Less, but pretty close.
Yeah, I think
right?
so. I think so easily.
190?
Well, by the time we close today at 196.
It's another like 6%, almost 6%.
Yeah, but there's nothing stopping this thing.
There's nothing stopping
It's amazing that you got, I mean, look, it was a great trade. I mean, unfortunately for me, I got stopped out there once it broke. I thought, this break of 183 was going to send it to the downside, so we started shorting there, a little bit of a cover, and now it looks like we're going to get stopped out right now on this name. But I honestly think we could, just the way this momentum is playing out right now, we could be in for something special here on SpaceX very, very soon. I mean, this thing may just continue. Look, I mean, that's 189 right there. We're about to get stopped. Maybe I'm going to stop out at 186.50. I almost want to change it, but why would I just give up even just a little bit more on this trade? I mean, it looks like it wants to get going upside. So could see if it slows down there. I mean, that's okay. I'm going to cancel. That is 187 there. I'm going to give this a little bit more room. Give it to that 187. See if it does want to break upside into 187. And hey, man, if it does, we can regroup and maybe think about going into the long at some point if we do take out 189. But we're short right now 185. I mean, a $2 hit on this is very, very comfortable, and hopefully we don't make it, but if we do, we do right there, and we'll wait to see if that's the last straw here to drop on SpaceX upside. And if it breaks through 187, I mean, that's the top right there, 180. This is, this is another reason to go. And again, like normally for me, this could be like an A+ setup. You hit the top. We were long, but this is what I'm talking about. This is 181 to like 188. So, we have the long, but then there's the breakthrough on all this, and then the move higher, and then this is why we waited all the way to the 50-period moving average to finally get short, to get long, which was fine, but it dropped out, so we lost about $1 and change there. Then we made a little bit of money back on the short, which was fine, and right now we're starting to feel some kind of ways because we had sat here and saw it hold 185 the whole time. So we're short right now, stuck $1. Let's see what we can wind up doing here with SPCX. We'll go back to Adair, and then maybe we'll start talking about a few different things as we go. Nothing's halting right now, so there's not really too many runners there. We can review your RGNT trade. Yeah. But let's go back over to Adair and see what she's up to.
Let's take a look at the three major averages. The SPY currently up almost 2% on the day. The triple Q is up by 3%, and the Dow is up 1.17% at the moment. We're going to take a look at some stories for right now. Dick's Sporting Goods expanding Lids shops to over 100 locations. The Lids stores are currently available at 46 locations, but are expected to reach 100 locations by the end of this year's summer. So the collaboration is currently available in 46 stores across states like California, Colorado, New York, and Texas, expected to reach 100 stores by late summer 2026. Next one we're talking about is race Ferrari. Morgan Stanley has upgraded it to overweight from equal weight with a price target of $438. Analysts have said that Ferrari's stock decline over the past year was due to value compression and not earnings or any kind of brand deterioration. Our final stock for today is TripAdvisor. Shares are nearly up almost 7% after TripAdvisor has announced the sale of its European online restaurant reservation platform to Amex, American Express, who is benefiting from this, currently up by 4% on the day. Sending it back to you.
Thanks. Yeah, I was telling Joe, I did get stopped out on SpaceX on day one. We were still there. We're actually. We did really well.
I couldn't. Yeah, you did amazing.
Yeah.
But
it was
to
right
be honest
there.
with you, I couldn't put that out because if I got
right
triggered
here.
as well too, my day is done. So I had to give.
Yeah. So it was just funny because it was as soon as it broke 150, this wick down here is not. That didn't happen. That was just a 135. I don't know what that was. But as soon as the market opened up there at 150, it started to rip. Right. The thing is that in the first minute, it did break. This is a real fill. I checked E-signal, this actually broke. So it actually breaks 150 and then just gets bought right back up immediately. So my flatten actually happened at 150, 130 or something like that. So we're able to get out for a profit on that trade. However, we punched only back in 20% and then rode it all the way to the upside. I really feel like that day we should have, and you know what kind of shares we had, we should have made.
Oh, you don't even get me started, dude.
No, but I mean, the thing is that it was clean. It's not just that. Forget about how much you could have made or lost. It's just that very next candle, like you could have fallen asleep there and made $8.
Yeah,
you know, like you didn't even need to do. By the way, we just gave up some SpaceX money right there because there's the break. We gotta hit this fail. You got the long, so that's amazing. Yeah. But
hey, listen,
what are we showing?
What I will do though, Katina man, is give a little.
We have someone's screen up that's not mine. Okay, good.
That was definitely behind us. We can pull up my screen here as we're holding on to this last little bit here on SpaceX. We're long 183 now, printing 187 and a third. But hey, man. Listen, I went home and I went home a little early. I was frustrated with myself because I had more intentions on the trade. But then I just told myself, as you would say, Sean, you made 5.5 times your shutdown. So all we can do is just come back and be a little bit better for the next IPO. So I mean, I can't complain, even though I wanted to literally 20x that on the trade, which I could have, shoulda, coulda, woulda. You just be prepared. And get ready for the next battle. But 5.5 times your shutdown, I'm not going to complain about whatsoever. $87 and 12 cents here, 16.33% to the top side. I think at this pace, I wouldn't be surprised if we hit $190 here today. Hey, man, and then in the post market, man, oh man, watch out for this name to continue to grind. I know Obi's going to be looking at this blue ocean. I will not be. It's just me and the boy for the next little bit, so we got to take him outside, get some energy, get him rolling around, and then get some options activity prepared for you guys bright and early tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so, It's just you and Milo?
Yeah, it's just Milo and I, man.
Oh, that's nice, man.
Yeah.
Just chill out with that.
For
all week, or?
For all week, man.
Okay,
all week,
okay,
yeah.
Okay, that's nice.
So it's.
I mean, this guy's funny because
low-key
he talks to Milo on the camera.
On the cam.
I'll have to look over. He's like, "Hi, Milo. Get off the table, Milo."
Yeah. what are you doing,
Milo,
man?
that's my steak sandwich I accidentally left on the counter. Stop eating it.
This guy is.
You know, I had a pug. So my pug Guido for a while ago.
Guido?
Yeah, he's passed away now.
Yeah,
but one time we did leave. I think it was like a meatball sub or something.
Gone.
It was
gone.
He crushed that thing. Man. I was like, Guido, man, what happened to the meatball
Sarah
sub?
the mama.
That's the problem. When you have an Italian pug, I mean, this
tomorrow.
guy's gonna be crushing meatball subs.
Yeah, exactly. SpaceX options tomorrow. Yes, guys, we're going to be able to, maybe we'll come up with a midday update on those and see how they're looking. I know Adara and Sia have their segments. We talk about options in the morning, but maybe in the middle of the day, once we do see them start to open, I think maybe we'll get something up. No, I'll say it. I'll promise you guys this now. When they do come up, we'll get something during the day. Maybe after Sharif and I are done the midday, and it's Neil and Sean here, 2:30 hour or the 3 o'clock hour. We'll get something up on the big board for you guys in regards to SpaceX options.
We have a test drive for the Juniper ready to go.
Oh yeah?
Yeah,
Nice,
on Wednesday.
Man. So how are you leaning on this? You pretty sure you're gonna get
No. It's just testing something else out. We're still waiting for the R2.
You're still waiting
when the
for
Rivian
that?
comes
So you're
through.
prepared, right?
Prepared for what?
To like.
I'm always ready. I'm always ready. The
You're
checkbook's
ready?
always ready. But
It's ready, eh?
It's just a matter of waiting for the right. These are the cheapest the Model Ys have ever been.
Yeah.
You know, so this one's coming from Germany. It's not Chinese model yet. And yeah, I don't mind it. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, maybe.
We really like driving. I mean, these Teslas, like, I don't know. I really.
Dude, can I be honest with you about something?
You should be, yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand why you haven't tried the FSD yet.
I know. Oh, by the way, hold on a second.
Who is it?
What?
There it is. It's in the money.
No, I redid the short there.
There you
so
go.
We'll have to skip this for a second.
I know. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
No,
there.
because I was just like, we got to try 187 again.
Yeah,
I mean, because I was just thinking like that blowout top. I don't want to wait for that whole trade. So now that it finally falls down and we're in the money $1, let's take a little, or almost $1. Let's just take a little bit out right now. I'm out of already a third of what we had. As now, here we go. Come on, SpaceX. You can do it right now. Nice move down into 127 right now. We're making back everything that we lost, by the way. So hopefully this will come. Well, maybe not. Not if that stops and doesn't come back. All right, one more bid right there in the 80s. That's me bidding 80. Oh my God, I bid 80 there and it didn't fill me. Oh no, it did fill. Okay,
there you go, man.
What was your question again? My bad.
Why haven't you tried this FSD?
I know. I don't know why. Every time I go to do it, it's like, when am I actually gonna? I was kind of waiting for.
I told you, come pick me up in the morning, man.
I don't wake up as early as you, my guy.
What time you wake up at?
Well, then I have to charge you. What time do I wake up? At 6-ish. But the thing is, by the time I shower, shave, and I don't even live anywhere near you.
That's all right.
I'll just
it's
send
not
the
that
car.
far, actually.
You know what I was waiting for was the full self-drive to actually be able to act as a taxi.
Yeah,
so that's the next thing.
That's what you want, right?
Yeah, then I'll just tell the car to go get you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
well, that's what I've been waiting for,
okay,
man.
Well,
I don't know what
then keep waiting, but something might happen eventually.
Well, I don't want to hold my breath now, do I?
For you right now. Yeah, no, I think it's just super convenient, and that's the other thing, right? So I will be in full self-drive on Wednesday.
Why Wednesday?
Well, because that's when we're taking the thing out for a test drive.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna test
So
it out
the wife really, she does not love driving on highways.
The wife does?
No. So she has a lot.
Is that narrative going to change with FSD?
Yes.
Okay.
Really?
Well, because FSD is, it's easy. You just literally tell it to drive, and it just drives you everywhere. So it just takes away some of that anxiety, but we've never driven it before. Anyways, what's up, Adara?
I was gonna say, I can't drive because I fall asleep on the road, but this brings me to the fact that what would scare me about FSD would be the idea of falling asleep on a highway, and then just like, what if someone crashed into you? But that's interesting. I guess if.
But that's the point of FSD. Nobody will. Someone could always crash into you.
That's all.
I mean, that doesn't. I mean, no matter what, if you're driving FSD or SD, self-drive, someone crashes into you at any time. But for this one, no, it takes control of everything, Adara.
That's why. Like, it's funny. So I'm trying to sleep on the highway. Like, if I can get to
full self-drive is for you, my guy.
Man, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. I'm trying to close my eyes in the traffic. So I try to avoid the 401 at all costs. There it goes, Katina, man. Nice move there. You're about $1.25 ITM on that bad boy. Let's see if this continues to bleed. We'll get out if it does come back towards our break even, or maybe where we took our last little partial out. Again, small size, just a little top up right there. So I'm just sitting in the realm of.
I still think there's buyers here.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just about to say that. Now, this is going to be a massive teller if buyers step right back in and buy this dip up. And if that's the case, we break through that previous pivot. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some new highs of the day.
Oh, Joe doesn't have.
I can. If for some reason it's not letting me. It's already saying that's open, and I closed it on the other desktop there. So
Yeah. He does not have.
So just let me know. Do I got to do an ad read or something?
No, you don't have to do anything, man.
All right, man.
It's funny. I didn't do any this morning either. Maybe it's
You didn't do
dried up
VinFast
over
today?
there. No, just VinFast. No, it's all good. So yeah, I'm just going to honestly, I'm going to stop out if we do hit something like this, man. 188, 187. Like we took a shot there. You know, last thing you want to do is give this back up right now. We've gotten out. I'm out of more than half of that trade so far. Actually, just about half of that trade. So that's one. Let's actually get stopped out right on the top of that wick. I don't even want to mess around. 187.70. So let's just put that in right now as a stop. I had 188 flat. We'll just keep 188 flat in there because we got out of some. It's okay right now to do that. So we'll just hold out, hope that something can happen for us. On SpaceX. You're still in that one, so good trade over there. All right, what else you guys want to talk about? Good job by Adara talking about the only one that had actually worked on day 2 that continued to go higher it wasn't Circle, was it?
Yeah, Circle.
It was Circle.
Yeah,
it was Circle.
There were 2 others like Figma and Bullish, but those were marginal and they didn't do as well on day 1, though Figma did. I think the biggest, though, to the upside was certainly Circle.
Right, so Circle proper there. So yeah, and I think that was a lot of it because people were all about the Genius, the Clarity Act, the Genius Act, all that kind of stuff in regards to crypto. And then that's when also crypto was still banging a bit. So, you know, we did have some talk there for a while. I'm bidding right here 186.60, 186.50s, by the way, to see if we can get some more out on this little move lower. We just bounced off 187. There, did we get that, Phil? No, we did not. In the 50s right now. See if we can grab something short there or get out of some of this short. And I did want to bring up Cerebras. I was not here that day, but as Neil had mentioned, it actually popped really crazy from 350 all the way to 380 and then halted down at 370, and then it hasn't really seen the light of day since. So, you know, we'll talk about a day 2 for Cerebras, not great. That one opened up day 2, opened up 330, closes that day 280. So that was quite a nice move down there for Cerebras that day, down more than 15% on day 2, and SpaceX going a little bit the other way right now, up 15% to be clear on day 2. So that just there it goes. I was gonna say, how does that bounce off 50 right there? So we'll take another fill. We're starting to get a little lower here on SpaceX. We'll see where that one's winds up going. I'm gonna refresh my e-signal because nothing's really popping off here. As far as a possible trade, are there anything you're looking at? Any small cap runners?
No small cap.
What was that RGNT?
Yeah, listen, we could pull that up. You know who MGMT is? RGNT. No. I thought you were maybe. Yeah, it is a band, Adara. So there it is. Listen, these names are going absolutely nuts, and I think that a lot of what I do believe is that a lot of this transaction fees are going to fall right into the lap of Robinhood. We were fortunate enough, RGNT, we took our stabs on this bad boy. We lost the first one, second one worked. Third one, third one worked. Okay, what am I going on about? That wasn't so bad. And then we played this breakout. But one thing that I want us to really focus on is just the increase in volume. And that's what made me just go, hey, let's rock and roll on this bad boy. And we were fortunate enough to catch this move all the way to the top side from $8.36 to $12.41. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. Now, Porous Bump in the chat once again. Hey man, to each their own. You don't got to be a negative Nancy about it. All right. So we'll head over to our watch list. How has CrowdStrike been performing here today, Katina man? We're up 1.4%. Now we got JPM really starting to work for us here. Robinhood up 6% on the day. We had a high of around 8%. So congratulations to whoever's been dip buying this in the 60s when you're down 60% off of the all-time high. This is a fantastic grab in my opinion. And then CrowdStrike split. As soon as this split comes into play, I got some cash and some dry powder on the side that I'm going to be grabbing some. I have plans to get some SpaceX, some Anthropic, and some OpenAI. There it goes. It's gone. All right, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
There we go. Now we're $1.50. We're starting to get to the low side right now. I got to get out of that. And we're starting to fall in a little bit. So yeah, man. Hey. You got me, SpaceX, but we got you right back. So now let's wait to see what winds up happening. Look, I'm long in my own account here on SpaceX, and I'm loving every minute of it. But at the same time, playing the back end of that here as we get our sort of OB reversion man trade going on there. And look, it was pretty cheap to pay for the shorts. We do have a couple super chats. Let's go over them right now.
Go ahead.
Yo, what's up, Easy Peasy, man? This guy's a favorite of ours, so we'll go like this. This used to be for Ozan as well, but now Easy Peasy blowing up the cash in our face as well. There it is, man, 2%. Katina, yeah, Katina, you're... what does this mean exactly? Katina Autopilot today. Oh, this guy's up 2.5 G's. Let's go. I mean, I hope some of my confidence has also, you know, dripped over. I can see it's dripped over to Joe, so that's nice there. And I'm glad that you're having...
I've always had that, my boy.
No, I know, but you said, remember, you said you sat down and you saw I was going long, which pushed you long.
Yeah.
Oh, I know you've got confidence, no doubt about that. And then you didn't follow me on the reversal. Well, that was good because we got flushed out of that one a little bit right now. But there it is. So working on a Katina AI agent with Fable. Okay, wow. And I just charge a small fee for that kind of stuff. So, but no, thank you very much. Easy peasy means a lot. Joe, check out. Here's one for you, bro.
Oh, wow.
Adam James says PRFX. Let's go.
Perfect. All right, man, let's take it out. Perfect.
Perfect.
So yeah, nice.
Street Fighter or?
A Street Fighter guy?
Yeah,
no. I was always a Mortal Kombat guy,
sorry to
like back in
distract
the day. That's all right, brother. But I heard you're a big NHL guy.
I'm down for playing some NHL. We actually just got it like last year.
Did
NHL.
you?
And we got 25, and then I upgraded it to 26.
All right.
Yeah,
And you use the
So
Leafs
I just play with the dog. We actually do like our own little fantasy drafts and things like that.
Oh, okay. So you build your own teams
Yeah, build
and you
your
have
own
your own
team
teams
over there.
and everything.
Yeah,
Perfect. Dude, this is not tradable. Adam, look at this. It's just all-day halter. And then it opens up. I don't even know at what time. Let's actually make this a little bit bigger for the folks back at home and our boy Adam James. 2 o'clock, this thing doesn't open up. This is like, hey man, if you've been involved with it, but look how long, from 4:10. Oh, this is, so what time frame is this even? Anyways, in the morning, 4:10 in the morning, all the way till 9:25. It's not doing anything. I don't even know why. So this must be a halt from the previous day. Still opens up for a split second, halts again, boom. And then not until 150 is when the price action starts. Hey, I'm not going to complain about it, but come on. We're going to talk about RNGT or RGNT, whatever the name may be. That's been the hot one here today. Uh-oh, Katina, man.
What's up?
SpaceX getting bought right back up, my boy. Thank you very much for
Yeah,
the chat,
saw
though.
that, yeah. We covered a little bit more down there. I mean, we were waiting for 185 for a long time. Like that was our first cover area there. So we did cover some more, and here it comes. Remember where our stop is? So we just have, you know, smaller pieces on right now. Probably maybe about a third, maybe a little bit less than a third left on this position as we start to cover a little bit of that. Still want to see if there is a flush here at the end of the day. Let's talk about some Amazon and AMD, but let's go to Adair and see what she's up to.
Okay.
Let's talk here about MU. I know Sean mentioned this one. Nearing all-time highs. It's actually back above all-time highs. So as MU knocks on the door of 1100, just wanted to give you guys a bit of a heads up on that. We know we had a couple bullish analyst notes, including from TD Cowen and I believe RBC, definitely Alethea, all of these different analysts giving this company price targets of well above 1,000. I think the lowest was 1,200, highest year is about 1,600. So MU still strong, just worth mentioning here. Also seeing some people now report that NVIDIA upsized its bond sale from $20 billion to $25 billion. Already saw this and already reported on it, but just mentioning in case you guys are seeing this again. Once again, looks like NVIDIA had upsized its bond sale from $20 billion to $25 billion as Micron makes new all-time highs. We're going to send you over to Sia for a segment.
Thank you. The IWM is currently up by almost 8% in the green right now. We're going to take a look at our individual tickers for this afternoon. VMAR, Vision Marine Technologies, is down 19.4% on the day, has announced a 1-for-10 reverse stock split. KUST down almost 10% on the day. Custom Entertainment, as of today, has announced a strong ticket demand for Country Stampede Texas 2026, which is taking place between June 25 to 27 at Azure Amphitheater in Kansas. And finally, we have MEHA down 55% on the day. The Nasdaq has issued a staff determination to delist the company's common stock from the Nasdaq Capital Market after the bid price was 10 cents or less for more than 10 consecutive days. That's all for your small cap. Sending it back to you.
Yeah, I think small caps will be interesting here as we talk about potential rate cuts coming through. We do have Kevin Warsh. His first appearance is going to be on Wednesday at this time, right now. We'll talk about that on Wednesday. We'll have the first Fed meeting under new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh coming, and we just thought. So I just honestly, man, 187 more fills right there. Like I'm not trying to, we just got another short rate up in there, so we're just trying to capture as much profit as we can. And I'll actually bid some out right now at 15s, see if we can capture another bit of a move down as we just try to milk this short as much as we can. Shout out to Easy Peasy there. If I can take 50% of your algorithm, yeah, we'll take that right there. You got to make it better than me. I can't be better than it. I already get 100% of what we're doing here, so it's got to be better than me. And if we can do that, then that would be great. And of course, I would love to have something mimic my trades. I just push go every day, and I can just sit here and talk to you guys and not worry about all of this, and probably have less outs. But I think our outs have been pretty good here. There's another 187, and again, I'm not afraid to take 70 cents. If we have to do that on our last fill, then we'll do that. Like, we're just getting out of this position because honestly, it just seems like every dollar is having a hell of a time to break through it. There's always bids coming in, and that's what I was saying to Joe. It's like there's always this bid that keeps stepping up on SpaceX. Like, when it loses it, fine. But there's so much action when it finds a bid. It's like, I don't know how to explain it. There's not like there's hidden share, like there's a lot of hidden shares, but it's not coming with big size. It's just, it dips down, and then the bid comes back, it holds, then it runs 50 cents, then it dips like a quarter, then it runs 50 cents. And so every time that's coming back in, man, we're getting out. And if it breaks 188, that will be the end of that one. And then we should have just, I'd have so much more money if we just stuck in that long from right here.
I thought you added a little bit more.
Yeah, I know, but again, like that first stop out down into here, what are we supposed to do, right? Like that was, things are breaking our levels, and I just think the best thing for me to do is to remain consistent. And if we just do that, as Joe said, we have no problem, whipping it out and putting it right on the table. And we did that, obviously, on Friday. We're going to do it again and again and again, but we got to make sure that we have the right time to do it. The next thing, I like Microsoft down here, I like Amazon down here. And Amazon's kind of just, treating as if this is Amazon Prime Day and no one's buying anything. This is like a pretty flat, Amazon Prime starts the 23rd, by the way, a week tomorrow.
I feel every day is a Prime Day.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. There's not that much going on. I spent $100 sitting on the couch last night buying something from Amazon.
What'd you buy?
I'd have to look it up. It was...
would you say on?
let me check. I forget what it was. I think it was something for the kids.
It clearly wasn't that important if you can't remember.
No, it's never important. But it was something.
As soon as you open your eyes,
I know what it was. So we went around. So my son, who's graduating in a couple weeks. No, this is the guy that's going into high school. So a girl that he's known since exactly. Now you're gonna spill some tea. A girl that he's known basically his whole life, literally. He sang her a song in JK and SK in one of the assemblies. No, it's going fine. They're not dating or anything like that. But even the guy's in grade 8. But anyway, I guess that's about time.
You didn't have a
You probably started dating in grade 4 or 5 or what?
I'm half Jamaican, man.
Oh yes, okay, so grade 1. So JK. But no, the idea is that, so she asked him to wear, she's wearing this green dress, and it's like a sage green.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. It's anyways.
All right. And we've
been going everywhere looking for ties.
And you can't
that
find
match
them?
it. No. So even yesterday we were playing at Rinks yesterday. So that's right on Orphis Road there.
Yeah, and
so we went to a couple different. No, we didn't go to Yorkdale, but we went to a couple different suit places there. None of them had it.
Did you go to Foreman United?
No, we went to like International Clothiers.
Yeah, go check out the Foreman
Yeah,
United.
okay, anyways, I don't need to check anything anymore. So so on the way back in, he was like, hey, why don't we just check Amazon? I'm like, I never thought of checking Amazon for a tie. But of course, on the way home, he's got the Amazon app going. He found one that he really liked.
That's good.
It came with like a little pocket square. So that gets delivered later on today. So I grabbed him that and something else. And it was like $90-something at the end. The tie was only like $25.
Okay.
Something else there. We have Soda Streams in our house.
Soda Streams?
You know Soda Stream?
No.
You can make your own. You don't know what Soda Stream is?
Like you can make
carbonated
your own carbonated
drinks.
pop.
Yeah.
That thing?
Yeah, but not pop. Like our kids like to drink carbonated water.
It has little thing, the thing that you put in right in it.
Yeah, the canister. Yeah, and then so we bought some like syrup for it, for that. So
so you can make your own Coca-Cola and stuff.
No, but it's more, they like There's like a watermelon one.
Okay.
So it's just to sort of mix with, instead of having normal water, you kind of.
You have the carbonated stuff?
Yeah, the carbonated
I see what you got going on there.
Carbonated
I wanted to bring
Sparkling water.
Sparkling water. I like a nice lemon flavored sparkling
Yeah, lemon
water.
flavor. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking
yeah,
about.
that's
what
what,
we're
I like that. 53%, Katina, man. So PRFX, if we could pull up that super chat, there it is. Our boy Adam James abroad. Where are you now, my friend?
I'm gonna take out
but a
some
big
more.
time move, yeah. A big time move there on this specific name, 53% halting once again. So the volatility most definitely stepping in. We're still sitting on this SPCX. Again, I have nothing left here. Just letting it ride for you guys to see where we close at the end of the day. I could mock this and it wouldn't do anything to the P&L. So let's see what we got. Another double top with the inability to breach the high of the day of $188. Let's see if this next dip gets bought back up.
All right.
I was gonna ask. I know Jesse and Blicky in there, man. Those guys are yelling at me for something.
If there's anything else, you guys, I mean, if we can call up that PFRX just halted, by the way.
Yeah. I was just talking about.
Yeah, you're just talking about it.
Halted. So it's gonna be a couple of minute halt. And then
SMCI. I'm trying to find names that are actually trying to move around a little bit.
How
here.
is Netflix doing?
The thing is,
today?
the Nasdaq is still up 3%. Like what a monster there.
Yeah.
Joe, yeah, thank you, Blicky Spears. There it is, right there, Joe. I don't know what is this all about.
What's Blicky? What did Blicky
Gave you
say?
$5 for your Joe Cares Trust Fund.
Yeah, there you go. But because I told them, they're like, hey man. So I don't know if you've been recognizing this one individual. His name is Porus Gump in the chat.
I've never even seen him.
A lot of people mad at Porus Gump.
Why?
In the chat. I'll let you figure that out. But
What do you know? I'm not trying to
but
figure
hold on,
anything out.
let me finish. Jesse and Blicky are like, Joe, you always put me on, us two on timeout, right? And you don't put Porus on timeout,
right?
But then I said to Blicky and to Jesse, I said it's because I care.
Right. Oh,
right?
so that's the Joe Cares Fund.
Right, exactly. It's like, because I care. So that's why you guys are.
You sound like a father. Like,
yeah, man.
You're like, oh, I'm not going to put this kid on timeout, but I'm going to put that one on timeout.
Yeah.
Does Milo ever go on timeout, or he goes back?
He can do no wrong.
Does he go back on the kennel? Or?
No. He can do no wrong in my eyes.
But these jokers on our stream could do lots of wrong.
No, but it's because I tell him to stop barking, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, Milo doesn't speak English and doesn't understand. Yeah, so.
Oh, okay.
So that's why.
He's not like one of those.
Huge caveat here. Huge, piece of confusion. So Milo doesn't speak English. That's great. He doesn't speak English. But then in that case, what is the difference between speaking to him and telling him not to do bad things versus talking to him through the phone if he still doesn't understand English? Plot hole.
But he knows. But see, the thing is, though, he knows Adara when he's doing something wrong.
Right.
Well, that's fine. But then, does he know it more when you speak to him over the camera, or that's where I'm trying to get at? Like that's where I feel like there's a disconnect.
No, I think it's a fair
Joe.
amount, right? He knows. Like, listen. He says, no, don't do it. He knows, right? He'll let.
So again, about them not speaking English, I think that it's not about that. They just know key words. Like when you say no, they know that that's like you're saying it aggressively, or like good boy. Like he'll know that you mean positive reinforcement on that.
He knows, man. Like when I say, what are you doing?
I can't believe you don't have a dog that doesn't speak English. I mean, come on, man. Where'd you get this guy from?
Barcanese.
Don't all dogs? Oh, well, he speaks Barcanese. Okay. Yeah. All right, that's all good.
All right.
All right, yeah, just having a lot of fun here. Guys, get it into the chat. Anything you want us to talk about, we are here for that. And I mean, here's our today's watch list. I mean, what a day it's been for the watch list. I mean, this is what I've been looking at all day today. There's ARM is back to 411 right now. Wow, I thought I was like all Joe Smart guy over here. Not you, Joe Smart, that's just the thing. Because selling ARM at 400 I thought was a pretty good idea. But did we get more down here at 300? No, we did not. So we are out of ARM right now, and that is starting to break higher, back through 400 bucks again. Wow, what a day for ARM today. That name just keeps on, reaching new highs. Marvell up 10% as well. That name, what a monster that for that trade today is Marvell, as that keeps on going higher. Yeah, we can keep. That's actually a good look, the one you just had there. Andre. Intel was on our watch day. That's up 2%, so we can keep on watching that. I'm actually going to sort this by what's been up or down. Micron up 10, which is a really good one. Micron continues to work outside, the rest of these names as well. Micron upside there. BMNR. So this is one that I know you and Sharif sort of talked about on your show a little bit there, and I know BMNR is one that Sharif said he's going to to his grave with, basically. And
I said, why?
I don't know why either, but that's a nice one there. Even my boy Tom Lee is trying to bail out. No, I don't know if he is or not. 17.75, nice move down into 17.25 right there for that one. What else you want to talk about? AMD, man, that's having a great day, up 7%. As there's just a switch over with this sort of truce and memorandum, MOU. note of, memorandum, whatever. We are waiting for more Iran talk, but AMD and some of these other names, including Coinbase and Robinhood. There's your Robinhood. How high did that get today? Because now that's under.
Up 8%.
I was gonna say, but how did it break? How much did it break through 100? It got 101. Okay, so we'll look out for that one back into 98. There's my Uber, which I need to sell that one. Meta, you've talked about that. That's up 4% there as well. Palantir, nice day for that one, 4.5%. For Palantir, for me, I need that to break above 150 before I get Uber excited about it. And just not super excited about Meta right now, or Uber at those levels. We need it, or Palantir, we need to get that going. On the dark side of things, USO today continues to make lows, but again, closing at 230. Not much going on after the open. Closes at the highs right there for USO, so maybe there's some more there. J&J downside, as we said, there's a potential switch over from conservative natured stocks over into more aggressive ones with today's pull up. In the futures, and then DraftKings. There's my Eli Lilly, by the way. We just bought some more right now, right around here, 11:30. I buy it in the Canadian side. So if anybody here is Canadian, here it is right here. We don't actually have it in here, LLY.to. But there is, do we? No, we don't. So wait, it's .cc, I think, actually. No, we don't have it in the system. But anyways, Eli Lilly, you can also buy as a CDR. So that would be something to look at, which I did there. And then to my surprise, Target also having themselves a nice day as we sort of review what we've been talking about there today. Staples have actually been pretty good. Eli Lilly's actually right now back to VWAP on the charts, so you can have a quick look at Eli Lilly. Made a new move into 124, now brought back up. Look, I just really like diversifying a little bit, and Eli Lilly's had obviously a huge move in the last week or so, going from 1060 all the way up to 1180, now just pulling right back. These are the kind of levels I want to buy. And I'll rebuy it. I really do believe in this name. And I know, as a PE, it's probably overextended right now. We can check out exactly what that PE is on Eli Lilly, but it's just for the pipeline, for this whole GLP-3. I mean, Sharif keeps on telling me that there's all these sort of fake drugs, I guess, that are over there in China that have started to mimic it. And I forget what it is, but it settles down the muscle loss of the GLPs, so it's a little bit more aggressive on that side. And right now, forward PE of just 31. I think for a company that does have a lot of growth prospects into it, 31 is actually pretty reasonable for Eli Lilly, so happy to do that. There's my J&J there with a PE of just 21, so I think that's important too. And so we're trying to get some good names back in the space, and I really like Eli Lilly as a little bit of a sleeper pick. Not a sleeper pick, obviously, but as a pick that, has done really well, that can continue its upside grind. All right, man, here goes SpaceX, and we are not going to reload in, oopsie, is that still the daily chart? We are not going to reload into that. So we did cover almost all of it as we got into the 25 period, and we got some good lows there as well, but our latest reload, let's just see if we can get one more time. 186.30, we'll bid down there, maybe we get one more fill, and then hopefully we break lower and we can hold this into the close. But for me right now, it's SpaceX on the short, this man beside me's got the long, and we're gonna throw it back to Adara. Or see.
No worries. We're going to take a look at the sector, but before that, the SPY currently up 2% on the day. Electric tech, NVIDIA up 3.4%, Apple up almost 2%, AVGO, MU is up 11% on the day. That's great. NVIDIA is, the bond sale has increased to $25 billion from $20 billion. Is just coming in a couple minutes ago. We have tech services. We have Google up 3.18%. We had that news that Google has announced a $1.5 billion investment for the years 2026 and 27 to expand its data center campus in Jackson Country, Alabama. Meta is up 5%, is launching new AI features on Facebook for search content creation. Microsoft up 2% on the day. Finance, again, there's a bit of a mixed sentiment, carried over from earlier in the day. Retail trade, Amazon is up 3.4%. It plans to invest, like Adara broke the news, several $1 billion into a data center campus in Missouri. And we have health tech, Lilly currently trading flat, but again, mixed sentiment throughout the sector. J&J, ABBV carrying the losses down almost 2% and 2.5% respectively. Producer manufacturing looks good in the green. Tesla is up in consumer durables almost 1%. Energy carrying that weight from earlier in the day. It's still down, all in the red. I'm just seeing one name that's probably trading flat. That's EXE. Everything else all in the red. All the other industries, utilities, process, health services, communication, transportation are all full of mixed sentiments. There's not too much green, not too much red, but hopefully they recover by the end of the day. And consumer services too, pretty strong to pretty weak. MACD, Disney doing decently well. MACD is up almost 1% and Disney up by almost 2%, sending it to Sean.
The futures may start to turn around here, just seeing that the dollar is going up and down. And the thing, you know, when the dollar starts to move, then you get volatility. And volatility, Joe, creates movement. And for sophisticated traders, movement creates opportunity. And Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs. These are built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple levered bull and bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves, up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your strategy objectives and individual risk profiles. Trade tactically, and please learn more at betapro.ca. We want to thank them for their last hour sponsorship of the show. And yeah, I mean, I was just thinking myself about going into something because we do have a nice little movement here in the DXY. So I just want to look here at volatility. As we know today, volatility has absolutely got crushed, as we just talk about that with our good friends there at Beta Pro. But yeah, this is what it looks like right now today. Volatility crushed back in, down to the downside, and there's our little VIX take, right back into a level where I think everybody should be thinking about probably buying some volatility right now, because, you know, if you're hella long, like most of us are in our portfolios, well, this gives you that little bit of a hedge now that if we do get some kind of miss up, I mean, we do have 30 days until earnings start again. Bank earnings up in 29 days, JP Morgan, plus Wednesday we have the Fed coming through. But look at this, man, the US dollar right now, starting to move around a little bit. Let me hold on a second. Let me go to the 1 minute chart there. There's the US dollar starting to tick a little bit higher. Actually, at day's high right now is the US dollar, which does indicate potential weakness in the overall broader markets. So that's a nice little jump up there. And that's why I just turned over to Joe and I was like, I'm thinking about now actually going short. Forget about, I mean, the SpaceX short has just been fun. It's been honestly like, it's really no damage. We did lose. We can't sit here and say we didn't lose. We went long there, which was a problem. Then we got stopped out there on the short, but then we brought it back. Then we brought it back a little bit. And now we're just waiting for it to drop down. I have like basically a third, about 20% of a unit. So we'll see if, okay, here it comes in. Maybe we get a little bit of a move. I'm at 186.20s. I'm actually, there it is, yes. Boom, right there, $1.30 now in the money to the downside, Joe. As now we're starting to get a little spicy. Let's get going again. Let's get going again here, boys and girls. Okay, well, see, there it goes, just right back, bought back up again. So it does have, oh, well, maybe not. We just took out some more at 186. I'm gonna cancel that 185.75. Can I get it in? Yes, I did. Right there as we cancel that one. And now we'll wait for a lower play here on SpaceX, right? So maybe we have that back end trade right now. We're entering the hour of power and we go to the downside, Joe. So here we go again. Watch out for this 185 coming through. I'm sitting there 185.10s right now. $2 plus in the money on a couple reloads, right? One there. So did we cry over spilled milk right there? Yes, we did. But now we're back into the game right now, Joe, and we're ready to rock and roll. So there it is, Don. Thank you so much. We will get that money and we'll try to get hyped up again for everybody one more time. And you know, thank you, Don. You know, keep them coming, man. Joe and I looking at chat. We want to thank everybody that's on TikTok today. We want to thank everybody that's on Twitch today. We want to thank everybody that's on YouTube today. We want to thank everybody that's on TikTok, Twitter Live, X Live.
Who else live?
I'm not even sure we're on those.
Okay, we're not even on.
Shout out to Instagram Live.
What a tanks. Yeah, I know. Shout out to Instagram. Shout out to all of them. You're not in the TikTok chat? What are you doing?
I know. Get in that TikTok chat right there.
We got to get in the TikTok chat.
Yeah, we'll clear that. But thank you for everybody that's getting hyped up with us today. And, you know, I'd look at some more names. I mean, just give us them in the chat. You know, just maybe tag us, tag Joseph and myself, and we would be more than happy to go over.
All right, we're going to get out of this. It failed right there. So we did get an initial pop, but I was looking for that
OnlyFans Live.
Oh, you got that?
Sharif does. That's where he goes every afternoon.
All right, he goes live. All right, let's see.
Company man, that Sharif is. Company man.
Yeah. I mean, check that out, guys. Go like and subscribe.
I mean, you should see my feet. You know.
Oh, okay.
No, you don't want to actually.
Why?
Have you ever had a pedicure?
A pedicure once.
Just admit
man.
it. Just
I don't
admit
like
it.
the. I don't like the.
What, last
feel.
Friday, or when did you have it last?
Like, dude, years ago, man.
Yeah, right, Joe. Come on. You don't like the feeling of it?
I don't like the
I've never
feeling,
had it, but I
dude.
want to get one for sure.
No, I don't like it, man.
So when we were in Mexico, you know what we almost did? I don't know what it's called. You know when those fish, you put your
they
feet
put the
in?
feet in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I almost did that.
Did you? Why? Why not?
I don't know. It was just the timing wasn't there. I should have
timing wasn't-
definitely should have. In hindsight, should have done it. It's
Okay.
just. But anyways,
What's SpaceX doing right now?
Who cares? What about those? Yeah, would you try that fish thing?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, what is that
I
stuff
heard
called?
someone got flesh-eating disease.
Have you ever done that, girls back there? You know, when you put your feet in the fish sauna, fish spa. No. Okay.
Know what you're talking about? Never done it.
Okay. Puff pass on that one.
To each their own there.
Yeah, I like going. You've been to Mandarin? They have the koi pond there.
Yeah, I like the
There's
koi
fish
pond.
over
You
there.
have. I heard you have a koi pond in your house.
Yeah, a couple of them. One in the backyard, one in the front yard.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Adam, I don't know what's going on with this PRFX, man. It's not doing what I want it to. But we have no issues with re-engaging on this bad boy. We took an L. It did pop up into 82s, right? And we were long right at 50. Popped up into 82s. I was like, all right, this is our move into 4. Didn't happen. So we give a little bit back. Nothing substantial whatsoever. But hey, let's rock and roll. If it prints something, an indecision move right here and holds up at this level, I have no issue with getting back in. But we don't want to try and continuously give away too much here on the day. There it is. There's the rebound. Uh-oh. There it goes. There it is. We're in again at a better price. Hopefully
Let's go, Joe.
This isn't a fake out here, but it's looking pretty strong. The defense, look at the tape. Man, if this doesn't get going soon.
Man, when did Joe become such an aggressive trader over here? I like this.
I mean,
PFRX, man. You hit that other one today. Let's go.
There it is, man. Yeah, we hit the. Listen, brother. I know.
I like
it.
it.
The momentum is something else within these small cap names. I'm still new to the game within this stuff, but hey, I like it. It's my style. Small cap, large cap. It doesn't really matter what it is. Anybody can get no cap. Anybody can get it. Around here.
Clock it.
Clock it. I thought it was clip it, but anyways,
don't worry about it.
We'll go with clock it.
Yeah, it's
and
clock
clip
it. It's
maybe.
clock it. It's clock it.
Because we are social media, right? So we clip
Something like that. I don't know. Ramin's doing all that stuff.
She's got it covered.
Yeah,
all right,
well,
good stuff.
there
Hold
it
on,
is
what do
now,
you got there?
$3. Yeah, we're
You got
$2.50 in the money now.
Okay, I better hop out of my SpaceX.
No, stay in it, man. Do you? And that's the one thing. Do not ever copy somebody else's trades.
Well, dude, you got to take into consideration. We've been long since 183.
Shout out to Platinum Development Group over there for the TikTok. Shout out. Yeah, we've been long for a minute, that's for sure. Let's go. Break that 185. Let's go break that 185. Get back into the downside there. I'm now bidding 184.50. So if we can get that, we'll take a little bit out right there. 184.50 to the downside as we're getting less and less on this one, and it's been a good one. Oh, I did want to say this. Yeah, shout out to Eclectic Passion.
Oh.
This is the thing. He did the fish thing, but with baby crabs.
Okay.
In the ocean.
Yeah, you know that
one. Sick. Which part of the West Coast? Are you Canadian by any chance? Over there, shout out to the West Coast of Canada. My parents are going on the Rocky Mountain train ride.
That's
through
really
the mountains there. Yeah, they're doing that in the fall. They're super excited. That's. It's not like a crazy bucket list idea, but that's definitely something that the wife and I want to do.
That's with like CN Rail or something,
yes,
right?
Yeah, it goes through. So they're flying into. I think they're flying into Vancouver, and then hopping it from there, then traveling all through, all through Alberta and everything. And
the trains have like first class and
that's it, like the open air, some of the cabins and whatnot. So yeah, they're really excited for that, and so shout out. I'm really happy to see my parents do stuff like that because as you get older and older, like my father, I don't know anybody that had worked harder in his life than my father. I mean, coming in, there's lots of stories like this, but as an immigrant and so on and so forth, and it's just like I want them to spend as much of their money and time now because while they still can, and health is always.
Things can turn on a dime.
$3, Joe.
Oh, bang, man.
We're trying not to play around too much, but at the same time, we're having a great time. I want to say shout out to everybody that's here. And I said this is a dangerous trade. So right now we'll wait for it. We still have about 20, we had about 25. We actually didn't get out of that much there at 85. So I'd say it's hard for me to say how many shares I have left as a percentage, but we still got out a decent mark. So we'll wait to see. I would say it's probably 15 to 20% left. Nice move down. We got to cover some little bit more there at 183.45. We just put that bid there, and there it goes. There is no stopping this now to the downside. Now we're 4 and change in the money as we get low. Apple bottom jeans.
Adam, what's going on with this Perfix here, man? It's not working. I got to get ready to get out because we doubled up our size from what we had over here looking for this move, but it keeps getting defended aggressively, and I have to be prepared.
I've been to Victoria. So
Victoria,
shout out
nice.
to Adam James there. Yeah, I opened up a real trading office in Victoria.
Nice.
This was
Yeah,
about
let's
20
get
years
out.
ago when I was throwing through,
Too much
you know, before the show and everything like that. And
Yeah.
as I was just hired here as a wee one, I was lucky enough to make basically money on the prop floor immediately. And then they just started, we only had 11 offices or 2 outside of Canada when I was first hired in. And then they sort of plucked me from the floor. I hired Neil, hired a couple other people in the back and so on and so forth. And then next thing you know, they're shipping me all over the place. I went to Singapore, opened up an office there. We went to Moscow, opened up a couple offices in,
Yeah, I heard you were
in
partying
Russia there. Yeah, that was,
I heard you were
Russia
partying
was.
over there too.
Yeah, I was in like mid-20s. Russia was insane to go through there like that. What a great place, honestly, Moscow. Like I know now we have issues. We have the Ukraine problem, and now can't even really travel to Russia. But I'm glad that that got done when it was possible for me. And then again, all throughout Europe, opening up some offices. Went to Budapest there.
So you got to travel the world while you're working.
Yeah, man. While working with here. And that was just part of it, right? I mean, now all of a sudden that stuff doesn't exist. And that's where this show sort of started from, because instead of traveling around, you know, we're able to do the conference calls with Zoom and Skype. You remember Skype?
Of course.
Yeah, so I remember when I first started the job, I had to buy some Skype credits to put into there so I could call different offices on Skype. And now, of course, it's just here's the link to Google or Zoom or whatever. And then that's what sort of sparked the show, believe it or not, as many of you know. And that sort of started with COVID and not being able to travel and talk to offices. And why was I spending all, like you can even hear my voice starting to throw now, you know, why spend all this effort speaking to 1 or 2 offices when you could speak to like 5 at once? And then the show happened and everybody signed up, and we want to say thank you to everybody for continuously supporting what is now Trade TV Live, and it's been great. And now we've got great hosts like Joe and Sharif, and of course the addition of Adara and Sierra behind us now. Give us all Sierra. Give us all the news that we're ready. Eventually, I'll call her the right name at some point. Now it's like, let's throw it back to Adara. Let's throw it back to Sierra. Oh, that's why, because Adara, Sia, I'm you know, combining them.
Your name maxing.
If I just say, if I say Sierra, then I really can't get it wrong either time. So
name maxing, that's what the kids would say.
Name maxing, yeah. That's so funny. Who was that guy, Clavicle or something? Who is that idiot?
You see, that kid's gonna be in trouble when he's a little bit older, man. He's 20-something and has already
Didn't he did hammer on his own face?
He's already having plastic surgeries at 20.
To looks max.
No,
it's called.
well, he did like his nose and stuff like
clavicular, that's what it is.
Yeah, clavicular. Yes.
What in the hell?
He's really starting
See,
to.
that's the kind of social media stuff that should be banned.
You know what I was doing at 20, man? I was just in love with myself at 20. You know what I mean? It was.
And what about now?
Not as much as when I was in my earlier stages, but
man.
hey, man. That's all right, breathe free.
You know, the thing is, the other thing too is that at some point, you know, it's doing it for clicks, I would think.
Of course.
You know, I mean, you have to believe in what you're doing to show the passion, but the amount of money that some of these guys can make off YouTube and so on and so forth. I mean, we're on YouTube.
They sign sports deals with these streaming.
Really?
Yeah,
well, I know I Show Speed is something else. I mean, that guy's
Speed is different.
Yeah, that guy's produced a lot. By the way, we're now $5 in the money as Joe and I just sit here and have a great time. What do y'all think about Geo? Oh, what Geo? Isn't GOEV a stock? Geo, what is Geo?
It's a prison stock, GEO.
Yeah, this is the one that Michael Burry was in on, right? This is the private prisons there in the United States, I believe, and then it's according to Adara. So thanks for that quick little.
I don't know. But these guys, everybody's saying there's a lotion for that. What does that even mean, man?
For what?
I don't know.
Who knows? I don't know. Stop looking at the chat all the time with these lotion
at the chat,
things.
man. It was the lotion. Man.
Someone super chat. We'll talk about lotion.
Did you ever watch that movie, Joe Dirt?
Oh yeah, of course, man. That's not Dana Carvey. Oh no, it is.
It's David Spade.
David Spade. Dana Carvey. Yeah, David Spade.
It puts the lotion on its skin.
Okay, yeah. I need to rewatch. Wasn't there Joe Dirt 2 as well? There might have even been Joe Dirt 3. You know who has a crazy mullet? That Diego Lopez I saw last night. Yeah. So my kids are watching that. I'm like, guys, we got money on Lopez. And my daughter looks at me and is like, no, that's not going to win. And I'm like, no, it is going to win. Trust me, man. My guy Joe, we're excited for Diego Lopez. Okay, but here's Geo. So look, I mean, I don't know what the catalyst would be there, but there's the breakout on Geo, and you've actually taken out some pretty key levels now as you go through. That's right there, 28, 29. So you're going to run into some more resistance up here. I would say again, and I can only, Joe and I have to be careful because we're not, to give the ultimate, investing advice, or we don't know what your personal risk tolerances are, or, how much skin you do have in the game. But like, look, so this is the thing. You baseline, you gap. Right, then you actually hold that gap. You don't even come back and test it. Then you baseline again there, and now we're gapping higher into potential levels where there is supply up here. So if you're long this name and you're able to get 28, 29 bucks, I mean that comes right into there. So you could put a trailing stop if you want, like break back down below 27.75, and that's actually these wicks right into there. So we've actually held the last 3 days 27.5. So I would say try your best there. If 27.5 breaks, why not take some off? So I do, great trade. And I think both you and I, we always talk about Kramer and some of the stuff that he says. And I do think that there is a point where you got to pay yourself out a little bit. You can always play with house money. I like that on Geo, so shout out to Geo. And a shout out to SpaceX too, because right now we're 5 in the money, and we're right at a spot where I need to get a little bit more out now, because this is the 200 period moving average. I'm actually not even sitting there. What is that price? 182.60. Let's put a bid there. 182. Let's go 182.80. We'll put out a little bit more, and then we'll see if we can make $5 turn into 6, turn into 7. If we do break that level, there it goes. We did this on Friday, man. We were long all day, and now we're short. So there it goes. Just reminding me of Friday, except you got to put a couple more zeros on our net. That was a big day on Friday.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about
happy
that.
For you, man.
As we go. I'm happy for everybody. Like you said, you did 5 times your shutdown.
Yeah. 5.5, yeah.
I don't want to talk about the amount of times we did it, but that's okay. It was a successful day.
Why? You can say it.
Well, I don't
How many
really,
times? So I want to.
I don't really know what my shutdown is.
Okay, so then how would you say that you did?
Monster day is how I would say.
Yeah, I know exactly. That's what I'm saying. Just say it was absolutely.
I did. I said it. I said my biggest day of the year, and I think, and I do think, and it's not. The reason why we talk like that is I just think that we've talked about it so many times, that opportunity, when opportunity strikes, no matter if it's PRX or whatever you're in there, we're in, the other name, whatever stock you're in, when there's opportunity, and Neil talks about this all the time too, he trades buyouts, primarily. Yeah. It's the best on the first day. Like today, what was it, Roku? So you're going to get like,
there it is.
Booyaka! There it is, man. There's $5 there on SpaceX.
Oh yeah, you got me shorts.
So the other thing, oh yeah, by the way, I got you shorts on SpaceX.
Yeah.
You should have joined me. Join the party over here. Oh my God.
Man.
But yeah, like Roku today will do tons of volume, right? And so, a lot of opportunity there once it unhalts, comes in, Roku right there. Good trade. Now today, this is not a typical buyout for Roku, but you're going to get a lot of shares and you're going to get a lot of action. And we've already seen, when I've shown you the tip, right, the numbers of how much people made on certain days. A lot of the money is made on index action days. You know that, talking with some of the guys in the back when there's imbalances there, whether or not it be in Toronto or the AMAX.
You make it. Yeah, I have a feeling you made it in the top there. Did you pull it up here? Let's see what we got.
I'm not gonna
Don't say no, but we won't say which one. Just scroll through it for me.
Nah, because they're not that big, so I don't really want to.
Okay.
I don't want to show it.
That's all. Oh, bang! There it is, Katina. Man, we went short there. 182. Grab a dollar.
You're short with me.
Just grab the dollar, just like that, my boy. Let's cover a little bit of this here.
There we go. Let's go.
Grab the sirens up, man. There, man.
We need to have a name for the combo over here.
Yeah. What is it?
Like,
man?
I don't know what. It's got to be something, man. Joe Schmo. Joe and Schmo. Maybe?
No.
Something like that.
No,
but
yeah, the chat will come up with something good, or maybe a Dara.
It's really nice to have. It's really nice. I mean, you and I talking about our positions. We're obviously going to be in similar positions there. Neil and I often don't. I mean, I try to talk a little bit about what I've been doing, but Neil's always doing his own thing, which is great, and he'll hold on to different names that I do. But it's great to have you there as we both continue to look at this. We're going to be at the highest spot we've been at all day now. So there's Roku.
Oh, we could be.
Do you want to go through Sia or Adara, just to give you guys a little bit more screen time if you want, just to talk about that Roku, because that was a deal with Fox. I believe it went out at 160. So. Yeah, you can talk. Okay. You don't have to if you don't want to. But yeah, there it is, Roku right there. Nice downside move, down 1.5% today, even though the buyout is 160. But it's also Fox. Is it Fox A shares?
FOXA.
Yeah, so Fox A, so there it is right there as we call that up. They're down 17%. So I don't think that shareholders are necessarily liking what they're going to go out at there for Fox, for Roku. So, basically Fox shareholders today really hitting this name to the downside. They don't like, I don't know what percentage of the deal is cash or not, but,
So,
Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead. It's like $160 per share in cash and stock. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So what I'm looking for is what percentage of that deal is cash? If we
And
know.
that was not specified.
Not specified. Okay, perfect. So it must be not a significant amount because like they're giving up a lot of stock. It looks like for that to be down 17%, there might not be a lot of love for this deal because Roku going out at 160 right now. Let me see what that looks like. Like, why did they pay such a premium?
I'm just gonna say, I think one thing that concerns me that I take of interest here is the Tubi involvement. As someone who is an avid watcher of Tubi, I'm not gonna lie, love Tubi, big fan of Tubi. I don't like the idea of someone else getting their hands on Tubi. So that, to me, I would like more details from Fox and Roku as to how that part of the merger is going to unfold. But yeah, interesting look.
Okay. So yeah, more to come on this deal for sure. But like 160, if we look at Roku, I mean, that just seems like a pretty expensive take there. I mean, here's a little bit of a better chart. We'll just call up the e-signal chart. Just gives us a little bit quicker loads on monthlies and weeklies and everything. So wow, okay. I mean, Roku did have its go there during COVID. Like when everybody was stuck at home, you know, the sort of thought, Joe, was that if you don't have a smart TV, because the cost of TVs, when we saw what inflation was doing, you know, it had 11% prints and everything like that. So as that was starting to get a little more expensive, people were running to the store and buying some of these Rokus, I guess. That created some upside panic there, was a big short sell on Roku, and that's all the way to the downside. But look, this is like 160s right here. So we haven't seen 160 since 22. So maybe a little bit of a premium paid that they maybe didn't have to, but anyways, Roku right now, we'll see what happens. I guess the board's gonna have to vote for that. I'm assuming they're gonna say hell yeah, and Roku will be a part of Fox, and then we'll see what ends up happening after that. And I know that some of the TCL TVs use Roku and things like that, but I've never used a Roku platform, so I don't know how it is.
Oh, really?
So right now, like I have a Samsung TV, so everything goes through Tizen or whatever, the Samsung.
Okay.
And then upstairs, I have the Shield, which is an NVIDIA product. So that's tied to my TV upstairs. But
that's an IP TV.
Well, no, yeah, no, not IPTV. You can install. So on Samsung, it's just their OS. Okay. So Netflix is installed there, and whatever Amazon Prime Video is installed on that, and the NVIDIA Shield is. Actually, I don't even know if you could probably do IPTV on that, but it's just, again, a box. It's like a cable, it's like a media streamer. You know how you can stream even off your PS5?
Yeah, I used to all the time.
Yeah.
That's how I used to watch UFC.
Yeah.
I just stream it off my.
And then what? Pay for it off there?
No.
Oh, use IPTV.
Yeah. Just more or less illegal streaming sites. I would just use the
right. Oh, they use
on my PS4, I should say. We got all out of that, but just a little bit more context. I know these guys were talking about $160 a share. That's a premium from what we're currently trading at right now. $22 billion in enterprise value for Roku, $25 billion equity value valuing the hardware streaming company at $160 and a 28% premium to its June 10th pricing. The deal will be 60% funded by cash and 40% through equity. So as our friend Ryan Cohen once said, half cash, half stock there. My good friend Katina, man, I was hoping you would finish my sentence there.
Oh, shoot.
That wasn't all right, man. We got another one.
I was reading.
But anyways, we're both in the television and streaming pipeline.
Okay, there
Fox
we go.
and Roku are different companies. So interesting stuff going on with this deal here. Roku generated 44% gross margins over the year and projects free cash flow to over 1 billion, free cash flow to over 1 billion in 2028. So not too bad of a look. 60% cash, 40% equity. Yeah. So.
Oh, you found it.
Yeah.
Okay,
right
my
here,
God, look at
right
that,
there.
man.
So
you're trying to take
everyone's.
you're trying to take everybody's job. I see you're trying to take Neil's job over here. You're trying to take the girls' jobs over there.
No, that's crazy, man. I'm just out here working, trying to be a part of the team, man.
You're like Rick Ross, man. Every day you're hustling, I noticed.
Not every day. I was a mad chilling day yesterday.
Oh man, yeah, yesterday was not that mad. We were driving everywhere. Well, because we had baseball canceled.
Oh yeah.
Well, hockey was great. Oh man.
On the weekend.
Anyways, yeah, she's getting to be something special. But the thing is now though.
Dude, you stop sending me highlights, bro. I want to watch the highlights.
More highlights? I'll show you some highlights right after this.
Don't forget, I don't have Instagram, so you gotta just send them.
Yes.
So,
you don't have Instagram, huh?
No.
Okay. What, Selena pull you off that, or?
I was never on it.
Is this Celine or Selena?
Selena.
Yeah,
I swear you ask me this every time.
Yeah, I do, man. I don't.
No, I never had Instagram. You guys know me. I was just a Snapchat dude, and I deleted Facebook or a Meta back in 2016, 2017.
I got you. Don't worry about Andre. Yeah, that's why I was thinking about, like, maybe she had banned you from it because you had too many people sliding into those
In
DMs.
the DMs, my DMs
You know
were
what I'm
just,
saying? Your DMs are just too blasting off over there.
Especially being on this show, it just went absolutely
Yeah.
Everybody
Opposite happened to me. So
Yeah.
All right, let's go back over to the desk and see what's going on up there.
Hey, Sean, at least you didn't get the wrong name this time. So let's talk, let's talk currencies. The US dollar currently DXY trading around the 99.5, well, 99.6 level right now, down approximately 0.2% on the day, sliding to a 10-day low, specifically driven by the newly announced US-Iran peace deal. Also, we have the Indian rupee that has risen against the dollar for a second straight session today. 6-week high is where the rupee is at right now. Oil prices plunging following the deal. All this news is surrounding the U.S.-Iran preliminary agreement to end the conflict. The pound also inching higher against the U.S. dollar today after the U.S. and Iranian officials said they reached a preliminary agreement to end the war and to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Don't go anywhere. Stay here. We have Juan coming and giving us the highlight and a wrap up about the Asian market very soon. So don't go anywhere. Stay here. Like, share, and subscribe.
That was one time.
I want to get back
Asian
in
market update. I'm down with that.
Oh, is it one? Oh, yeah, he's getting ready to hop up on the board.
Ready to kill it over here.
Continue to enjoy options. You know what they were calling us?
What?
The show.
I like that.
Right? You know what I mean?
This is the show.
Oh, is that? No, okay, sorry, Ramin. We didn't give Ramin credit. It's the show.
How dare you, Joe?
I like it, man.
Joe, you may be off the show real soon. If
Why?
You don't, because of Ramin.
Oh, yeah. No.
Brendan's gone, so Ramin is the boss
Where'd
now.
Brendan go?
Where did Brendan go? He's probably lying on some beach somewhere. What do you mean, where did Brendan go?
Yeah,
I have no idea
you
where
probably went there for gym set
Half the
number
time.
2 at the end of the day. But the show...
Man, these guys with no kids around here. You, Sharif,
Dude, I have
Brendan.
I have a fur baby. Stop
Shut up about
no,
your fur
bro,
babies.
stop it. Man.
I've got a dog. I've got 2 cats. I've got a bunch of fish.
You have a lot
I've got
of
3
kids.
humans. I've got a wife.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bro, same. So I think about it. I'm in the same boat.
I don't see no ring.
Brother, listen to me. I'm just trying to live my life, and I have.
Get Celine on the phone. We're going live right now. I'm changing with no Brendan. We're changing this whole show. Call-in show right now.
Who should we get calling in?
Your girl. I want to talk to you.
My dad could get my dad.
Yeah, your dad. My dad.
You want to hear
everything?
a thick Jamaican accent?
Yes, man. I want to tell him how much I appreciate you, and then he's gonna like that. I hope.
Knows nothing.
Knows nothing. What does he think about you working here? Has he seen some highlights?
Brother, he doesn't know anything.
Oh no, he's not about that. Okay.
No, get my grandma to call in maybe.
But some of our viewers, Jesse could call in.
Yes. No.
Forget about family members. Blicky could call in.
Why don't we do that? Why don't we should get Adam, maybe Adam, James, or Broad, or somebody to call in. And we can get them online, and we'll actually have a serious
I'm trying to create content. Like, I want to go podcast. You and I could do a podcast.
We could, but
right? Light this thing on fire. That's what we could do, but we need to get the approvals.
With just individuals calling in. You know how they do it? The lightning round.
Whatever, man. We just talk about topics.
Yeah, exactly.
Talk about whatever, man. I think it'd be hilarious. But anyways, whatever. Okay, when we are ready, okay, here we go. What's going on with Robinhood? All right, Joe, I mean, you're in Robinhood. You've been loving Robinhood for a long time. I don't know if you were dip buying into this name, if you're trying to hold on for a while. But, for me on Robinhood, we've just made a really great bottom. I know Neil was in there at 80 or something like that. And I think that those were great levels, right? I mean, the only problem is that a lot of traders, and we've talked about this live on the show, so we don't have a problem talking about it again, but there is something about holding on to something for too long. And I mean, if you get long at 80, I mean, it went down to 66. So that's a little bit of a hit there, $14. So now if you're long at 80, you're now over that $14 threshold. So you're just into 1-to-1. I would just say watch out for Robinhood because you have the 200 period moving average. And we've sat here a couple times and looked at the 200 period and had issues with stocks trying to break above those areas, right? And so, and I'm going to go to the desk in 1 second, but like there's the 200 period there. The first time it saw it, bounced huge, then we broke it, and we really haven't recovered against that 200 period until basically today. So I think you need to get above, for me anyways, you need to get above 102, 102.50, hold it for a couple days, and then we could start to really get some upside action. And then at that point, man, you're not too far. I mean, it's gonna seem like $50 is far away, but we've just had a move right now in the last week or so of $18. So maybe we do get a higher take here on Robinhood. I like it. I think you're into something there. For me, for a longer term play, look, I still like Robinhood. I think you can have a mix of Robinhood and SoFi, get some new fintech plays into your portfolio, as long as you do have the JP Morgans and the Morgan Stacks. Was that yours that said Morgan Stacks before?
Yeah, Morgan Stacks.
I like that one there. So get some of that in your portfolio as well to offset some of these riskier plays. Even Upstart or Affirm, things like that, I think those names continue to work as well. But shout out to Easy Peasy, man. He threw some nice love in the chat there about being right on this short there. We've almost covered. I'm going to get out a 185 break here. We don't need to be short into the close. Now, if it breaks some levels, we'll get out 185, 25, 26 is as a maximum out of our position. We have less than 10% left. All right, we teased it before. There we go. Brendan's back right now, so now he can tell me no to a call-in show, and we can go back up to the desk and find out what's going on with the Asian markets.
Yeah, indeed. Let's find out what's happening with the Asian markets, what happened last night, and what we can expect for today. With us to cover that is Juan.
Thank you so much, Adara. So, quick recap of what happened overnight in the Asian markets. Basically, main story is about the relief rally from Iran and US, peace deals coming on. Massive risk on sentiment. We saw the cost be up by 5.2%. Even the Nikkei was nearly up by 5%. And also in Taiwan, the TAIEX up by 2.78%. And interesting to note, the Nikkei hit their ceiling of 69,000, which is quite historic as well. All the foreign investors taking advantage of the falling oil prices. So another thing to note about the upcoming open for the Asian markets is basically keep an eye out on Tokyo. They're probably going to hit the 70,000 mark today. And also, once oil plunges, of course, everything's going to be moving up to transport, chemical, and airline sector. So keep an eye out on that. And we have also a big print coming out of Bank of Japan tomorrow, which is that of the rate hike. Maybe this easing energy inflation might help. So watch out for any of the media news with regards to Bank of Japan's decision tomorrow.
Yeah, between rates and the market, it seems like Japan or Tokyo are going to be on watch today. Thanks once again to Juan for being here with us.
Good stuff.
The chat's killing me over there.
Chat's,
one in a million, that guy is
one,
back there.
One
so
of
we
one,
want to say
man.
one of one, that's for sure. We want to say thanks
take
for
a
that.
look, there he is. You want to take a look at these imbalances here, or what are we thinking here?
Hey, it's your show, man.
All right. No, yeah, I'm just a passenger, man. It's all you.
Passenger, you're driving the bus. Yeah, we can. Well, here, because it was your idea, you can just. I have it a little bit bigger. Yeah, so there it is.
For sure.
ADS. So this is a halter from the morning, so that's not that. So if we erase that one, you have Halliburton right there. EWY, of course, that is the South Korean ETF, as we see just huge opportunities coming through tonight, right? I mean, you know, this EWY is all about SK Hynix. It's all about Samsung. This is basically what's in this name. So it's going to go hard right now. That's up 7% for an ETF. This is basically the whole South Korean stock exchange. So it's very, very isolated with just a few names. So as Micron's going, as SNDK is going, there goes the EWY. And again, like, you know, to buy some ETFs that you get a little bit of protection with, I like that play there, EWY, as this market is getting juicy one more time. Shout out to Biggie. Okay, here we go. Another one coming through right now. SpaceX. You ever heard of this name, guys? SPCX. It's been a great one. It's really been paying off some debts for me in the last little while there, and including today, as there goes SpaceX, man. I've only traded two names today, and it was NVIDIA long, and that one was, we did pretty good on that. And then the other name that we talked about today was SpaceX. And I've said that we would be trading it today. It's on the sticky note. It's the #1 stock for me today. And there it goes. Did some damage early on that one, and now putting in this damage late. And it's exactly what we did on Friday. We will talk about that just real quick. I just want to show you, this was my day on Friday on SpaceX. So we went long first, then we went short and tweeted it out about our short position. We actually tweeted it out early when we took the short. I don't even know where it is, but anyways, long story short, that's what we're trying to do right now on our good friend SpaceX. And there's the 165 long today. We actually took 170 on the break, and there's me talking a little bit about it. In the lovely Toronto, it was actually a little gray outside there, but you know, we're on Bay Street there, nice buildings as we continue to enjoy what's going to be a great summer, especially with the World Cup being here, man. The energy. What's it like by your place?
You know what? It's not as busy as I thought it was. to be honest with you.
You're okay with what?
But on Friday, it was pretty cool, right? To see all the
that's the
stands
thing.
and the concessions in Liberty
the opportunity
Village
to
here.
be there.
Yeah, it was fun, and then they obviously had the fan area just across the street, which is
Fan
pretty
zone
cool.
or whatever it was
I don't know, your boy Murder Beats was DJ.
Yeah. Oh, good. How's he doing?
He's good, man.
It's been a
Murder
minute.
Beats was there. Last night, closing out the show. All right, we tried one more scalp here. I wanted to grab the top here on SPCX, on SpaceX, at 184.60. Instead, I sold here, and I think that was just a bad idea. So that's enough for me personally. Katina Man's positioned really well on this, $4 away plus. So I'm not going to try to look for any more of a move to the downside. Now, I do have my eyes on PRFX, but I believe that this is just going to be a failed high. What we now have is a lower high being established. Excuse me, in a support level right in that $2 zone. I'm going to avoid this name. Listen, we put on a little bit of size. I didn't come in until later this morning, so I was just like, all right, let's see. We had SpaceX day 2. We had NVDA climb up to $112 today. Katina Man, almost $113. We talked about the supply zones via options chain on this bad boy. We can take a look at that now. I know the ladies behind us went over some of the better performing sectors today, but let's do that once again. You can see the tech sector up 3.76%, so 3 3/4. Industrial sitting in that second spot. So you got 1.7% there. And as for the bottom 3, energy sector to the downside, down 3% here, guys. And the real estate, you're down a little bit less than a whole percentage point, down 0.97%. But what I do want to head over towards is the actual options chain in itself, and see what we have going on there in NVDA. Just due to size, we were looking at 170,000 as we went down to that 220 marker, which I don't believe we're gonna head into today, but there was a lot of open interest at that specific level. So we'll keep an eye out on it just in case it is max pain on the week and that the underlying doesn't want to climb anymore. But what we do have is a nice rebound here, 14.5% in SpaceX to the top side, Katina Man. Were you thinking long this name throughout the whole day, or what was your thought process on this one? Because I know a lot of people are worried about the valuation, but when you're running into scenarios and situations where it's just momentum based, all of that is almost thrown out the window. What do you think?
For me on this one, I mean, thanks for asking, but for me on this one, it was more just about just seeing that break. So I almost just thought that we were just, when we were up 20% or something, or whatever we were at those highs, we did get a lot of volume up here at the top side, Joe. So I was just sort of thinking, just like into here, right? Big volume spike, then the move came back in. We finally get a big volume spike right there at the top. Volume came back in. We waited for the 50 period moving average to come into, the 50 period. That did not work. Then at that point, I was like, okay, maybe the short is in. And then plus we had some great success riding the short. By the way, my out's right here. If this breaks 180, wait a second, 180, we should be stopping out soon. 185.26, so almost out. There it is, now we're out, so there it goes, man. We will end the trade right there. I do want to, so here we go. I want to send this through, and then we're going to go over to Adara. Oops, nope, I want to send this. There it is. So do you also have a Spanish channel? When I searched, it redirected me to Spanish channel. Yes, we do. We do have a Spanish channel. So here it is, right here. Channel, yes, you didn't learn Spanish over the weekend? See, there we go. See, yeah. So there it is. So we do have this right now. You can click on this if you are interested in Spanish. We've now 5 are watching. Let's go. If you prefer Spanish and you want to see this crazy guy speaking Spanish, you could do that right now. You click. No, I do not speak a lick of Spanish. But here it comes to the downside. You can watch it right now. Spanish coming through right now, so go over there, search it up. Maybe if I can put this link in the description, you guys can go check it out right there. But yeah, Spanish, and just trying to reach a few more, right? Our station's qualified to be able to do that, so we want to say shout out to everybody interested in Spanish. Joe Wilson, you'll be able to find that out very, very soon.
Don't dox me.
I would say, cuatro cerveza, por favor.
You want that many?
Cuatro?
Yeah.
2 for me, 2 for you.
Hey!
I got you, man. You see what I'm saying over here?
Man,
look at the mood we're in. We're just chilling out right now.
Hey.
We've gotten out. Look, I mean, there's our out on SpaceX. We talked about having less than 10% left of that move. We get stopped out. Now let's wait to see. And we asked the very, very interesting question of when moon SpaceX, and hopefully very soon. Because
Mike Peter Ryder in the chat asking, do people drive cars?
All right, well, we've got something going on in the back. Is he talking to us or himself again? I don't know, but shout out to Mike P. DeRider, always having fun over there. You're the guy that times all these guys out, so you got to figure out what the mentality of some of our guys are.
Mike P. DeRider has a forever hall pass. It's just more or less Jesse and Blicky that get like 10-second timeouts.
Oh, I like Blicky's speed.
He gets a 10-second.
Shout out to Jesse, man. I mean, the guy put the do-rag on.
He said he's going over to the Spanish chat right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mike P. DeRider is going to learn Spanish and talk to himself in Spanish. That's hilarious.
That's
yeah, get over there, man. If you do prefer it, let us know. And honestly, the feedback, right? Let us know. If you are a Spanish-speaking individual, let us know about how that's sounding. And we have Fabian, fluent in Spanish.
Fabian. Yeah, where is Fabian today?
Don't worry where he is, but he's you know.
Oh, I'm worried, man. I'm worried.
He's off today, man. Well, can't people take days off?
I seen him. You got to pass it by the man first. I thought I seen him this morning.
I don't know. All right, are we ready to go back to the desk or no? No. Okay.
Yeah,
that's my new move. Let's go back to the desk. They don't have to worry if it's Sia or Adara.
SpaceX right back at the high of the day, man.
SpaceX, yeah, man. It was stopped
187.34.
What do you want to do about it? Short or long, or leave it alone?
Well, you're out. Are you out of the short? We're all out of the
look
short.
At the ball. We're cleaned up, man. We only have 15 minutes until the imbalance is over.
Yeah, I think we might have to play a high of the day break here, my G. What do you think about that one?
SpaceX?
Yeah.
You have to tell me to go long. Okay, what is the high of the day break over here? 189?
Yeah, 189.
Sure. Do you think it's going to come with an imbalance, though?
Yeah.
We had a huge buy imbalance. You know what? I'm going long right now.
Yeah, you may as well.
Yeah, this is how much science I put into this thought.
Yeah.
No, let's just wait. I mean, let's give it a second. The reason why I say that is I do think that there will be an buy imbalance. There was quite a decent one on Friday, but again, hard to look at it. On Friday, we did almost 500 million shares, I believe, of SpaceX. Yeah. Today, we have done 220, so a little bit of actionable there on SpaceX if you're looking for something to do. I think there could be an imbalance coming through very, very soon. These are all based on the broker side, so these are all right now either Amex. Forget about the New York, this NASDAQ one, you can see that that's from 9:30, so that's leftover from the morning, but everything else on New York and on Amex today, NYSE American, for these imbalances. So we'll get that all sorted. In 4 minutes, they'll come out, and then we'll get that whole market total. It's been a good one here today. Neil had to jam out, so we want to thank Joe for filling in here. Again, doing tons of work over here, Joe. So,
I try, man.
Yeah, you're doing a good job, too. All right, it's Sia in behind. Let's go over to her and see what she's up to.
Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Okay, Bitcoin is rallying, as we do know it, after the US-Iran breakthrough. Crypto prices following the broader risk-on sentiment. Currently, Bitcoin is trading around the $66,626 region, to be precise. We also have the Philippines that has recently tightened crypto rules, adding regulatory overhang for exchanges as well as token listings. And finally, Ripple CEO Brad Garlinghouse has revealed an ambitious target for the blockchain payments company, saying Ripple expects to achieve a $1 billion annualized revenue run rate by the end of this year, excluding any contribution from its XRP holdings on its balance sheet. That's all for your crypto.
All right. There it is, man. There's 189. So, not even that much size there at 189 yet. So we'll wait. Actually, I'm going to just close this out and make sure that we have it right.
Katina, man.
Yeah, no, I just told you, I'm going to punch long right now on a break of, here, go close that up. We have a couple more minutes until the imbalance. It's a break of 190. I'm going to go long. I don't think we were well off when we said that maybe we should have gone long a couple minutes ago heading into the imbalances, right? And so we'll size down accordingly. And it's just a 190 break. Like, we hit the 180 break there. It came back in. We got longer. That we ran it up to 188. We hit that short. We covered the short at the 200 period moving average. We hit the long earlier today as well, down there at 170 break. And then it didn't hold 170, so we got out boo-hoo on that one. And then we just rip higher right now. And there it goes. We just wicked upside. And look at the volume, right? Obviously starting to pick up. That's now about 10 straight minutes of nothing but buy volume coming into SpaceX. So again, I talk about all the time that this market's somewhat rigged. And I just want to make sure that, it's just like, they know that there's a buy imbalance coming. I mean, someone does, right? I would think that someone is either, like, what about if you're the broker putting in that buy imbalance, and then you're just getting long down here because you know that you have a client that wants to buy either a fund or whatever, wants to buy a couple million shares, maybe even at the close. So that spikes it up. So maybe you front running your own orders. I don't know. That seems to be a little dirty to do that, but we'll see what winds up happening here. I do have a bid to go through if we do break 190 on that one. And then it's brethren over here. What about Tesla? 410 looks like a decent level there. That's where your 200 period moving averages and VWAP. As Tesla today up 0.69 and not doing a whole heck of a lot. But today we just wind up taking out that nothing. Okay. We just wind up taking out that 409 area, I guess. But that's just a 50 period. Now you're starting to slope up. I actually like that little slope up there on that spot. So we'll have to wait to see if that means anything. But for now, I don't mind that kind of a look on Tesla. Trying to finally get going here. 50 period sloping up, and we just took it. So as there's more and more talk of the potential merger, I don't even know what that looks like to put all those SpaceX shares into Tesla or vice versa. I'm not even sure if that's a bullish scenario for SpaceX or Tesla or not. So I have to wrap my head around that, and when we do, we'll let you know what our eventual opinion is. But now we are now just moments away from seeing what's happening. We may get punched in. If it fails at 190, I'm out for $1. I'm not holding it too far past that. We will stop out at 189. We don't want to give back, like I said, man, last trade of the day. Let's not be too silly with it. Here we go, SpaceX, ready for it to pop through here with only 5 seconds left.
Exactly.
I'm just getting my stop order ready to go right now in case we do get long.
Let's see what we got going on here, guys. We've been in this from 189 roughly.
So it looks like,
and a nice
I don't even see SpaceX. Oh, there it is, a buy of 1.5 million. So definitely not the huge buy that maybe we thought we could see there on SpaceX. And again, it's going to be a lot of notional money there, but 1.5 million, I'm just here, I'll highlight it for you. That's not that much on the buy side, considering we've done 220 million shares. I'm going to cancel my buy through 190 now and just let this all settle out. There's NVIDIA probably getting clubbed a bit. Yeah, 212 down to 211 as that was a sell. Apple with a sell. You seeing the movement here to the downside? Apple just lost 70 cents. And these are little things that you can really take advantage of if you're an options trader, I feel like, because right now you're getting a little bit of a bump down for absolutely no reason. So like you just got from 246.50 down to 245.80. Like these are the things as we sit here and trade live every day. These are things that I'm thinking about. If I was trading options, I would wait until the last couple seconds of the day and play off of some of these ill-fitted imbalances. Like Microsoft was having a great day up to $400.50. It just dropped down $1 right there. You know, for reasons that could pair off and just rip right back up to the upside. So there it is, and there's the imbalances. Wow, okay, Adara, $3 billion to sell. It's kind of crazy on the overall market. So we'll see if there is a little bit of a pullback coming in. As you can see, there is. So nice move on the market right there with a little bit of an imbalance to end the day.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We just grabbed about 50 cents.
It's going to break 190.
So, yeah, let's see if it heads into that area. It feels like it at this point, Sean, but I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. We don't want to count our blessings before they actually come, or I mean, count the cash before it's actually in the pocket. So, I mean, other than that, guys, let's see if we can get this break through that 190 marker. That's where I'll be looking to take it off. We're coming in pretty aggressive, or I shouldn't say aggressive at all, but we are starting to pull back and struggling to punch through that level. We'll hold on to it for as long as we can, but we had a bounce right off of the volume-weighted average price on EDA. You climb right down to 210.98, and then now you're back up to 211.81. Okay, off of that sell and bounce. There it is, 89.40s.
Nice trade.
There we go. There we go. We're looking for that 189.
Got a dollar.
We're waiting for that 190.
Got a note for you, Joe.
Yeah, hopefully. This show is freaking awesome, says Mr. Ducats. Hey, man, we're just trying to
here comes Joe.
And
big size at 190.
Trade at the exact same time. Yeah, let's see, man. Big size at 190.
I'm going long.
On the tape, you're going for the 190 break.
Yep.
Let's see, a couple of pennies now, Katina, man. Guess what? The 6th largest company on the planet right now, that is SpaceX, ladies and gentlemen.
Watch out for 5th tomorrow.
Yep. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, right? Like 2.4 trillion here today. In front of it is Amazon and Microsoft. I mentioned that it's going to be in the top 4 or 5 within the opening week and the following week. So some big time stuff. We're at 99s now, Katina, man. We're at 99s. Can we break it? It's not looking.
Yes,
there
man,
it goes. What a punch.
I didn't even get filled.
What a punch, my boy.
Yeah, I didn't get it. Did you get more?
Just like that, man. No, I didn't take any more. But a massive breakthrough. We were going long 189. It punches a little bit higher. So another move off of that imbalance. Man, oh man, what a beautiful stock. We love it. I'm not going to kick myself because I didn't buy any on that opening print. I'm going to be patient and wait to get it. $150, $135 is my range. So let's rock and roll on these bad boys.
Yeah, I hope we get an opportunity to get more there. I was lucky enough to grab some on
in your personal account.
Yeah,
you grabbed some.
Yeah, I grabbed some 170s.
Oh, that's
and I grabbed it
good.
Friday.
Okay.
Yeah, I said
that's
it on the
good.
show because I actually, and again, you know,
I was thinking about doing the same thing.
I just kind of predicted. I came in this morning and I said I really think SpaceX is going to moon for the next couple days.
Same.
You know, so you know who knows for how long. I mean, there's the breakout. I took a little bit there at 190 when it broke through there. We got filled on the way back down, but I'm only holding this $1. It only went to 191. So if we get stopped out again, that was quick. So there's a quick stop out on that one, in and out there. And we talked about the risk that you take whenever you're sitting here trying to wait for, you know, some kind of an imbalance to hit. That's always the risky thing there. So there goes SpaceX back up through 190 now. You want to try it again? Let's try one more time there. We'll give it one more shot to see if it does want to break back down below. We'll give it a go here at 190 flat this time. See if we do want to retest some of those highs. Let's get something out at 50s. There it goes. And then we'll start to see if we can get some more out up near 190. Okay, there it goes. See, Joe? This is the thing I'm talking about. Sometimes you got to have a little bit of, you know, make sure you get stopped out when it's there, but at the same time, if you do like the trade, and I don't want to say you always get back in, because some of my biggest losers have been more on like the stubborn side of it, where you say, oh, that's not working, so I'm buying. It's like right now, I don't want to just get mad at this thing because it just false broke again. We did take some out there at 190.70s or whatever it was, so we do have that dollar stop still in, and if it breaks lower, then we can get out quite easily right now on SpaceX with our stop order that's already in. And there's a break higher for it now, breaking back through 190 again. And I'm sitting at 190.60s to see if we can get a fill on SpaceX.
Nice, man. Good look there. As we climb in market cap too, we had that nice little scalp, guys, from 189. You've seen that up into 191. So a nice little $2 move, off of the imbalances. And then we have NVDA heading right back towards the high of the day here, guys.
Oh, is it?
Bitcoin,
nice.
yeah, we're not too far, 212.17. I believe by the end of the week, we're gonna head into that 215 area. We like that. We're looking to buy a little bit more. There's SpaceX new high of the day. Man, oh man, what a big time move on these bad boys. Now, Meta put in a session as well, up 5% on the day, but in the latter half of the session, 12 o'clock from that noon hour, never got that second leg continuation on META. I'm forever long this. Katina Man still long from 190.05. He's going to catch $1 here momentarily as the tape is really starting to pick up the speed. I just watched 191's print there, Sharif, 191.05, somewhere along those lines. See if you can catch a fill and hit the dollar club. There it is, 97.98. Ooh, coming back in a little bit here, but as we start to pick up a little momentum, I wouldn't be surprised if we head up into 192 potentially.
Ooh,
no, we don't got that much time here left in the day. Yeah, it did break.
We have lots of time, man. It's going to close at 195. I mean, when you asked me about you remember you said, can we get 200 by the end of the week?
Yeah.
I said tomorrow. And then I said it was going to close at 195. So let's wait to see what winds up happening right here. We just
brother, there's zero chance it closes at 195.
Why?
Like as in 4 minutes from now, you think?
Man. I mean, look, dude. In the last 4 minutes, we went from 186. This was at 1543, and then by the time it was right there, 1547, it was 188. So right there, that was $3 right there as the imbalance.
I should learn my lesson though, because I said to Neil, yeah, watch out the day he ate pineapple pizza. I said never say never, and then he said never. And then he ended up eating pineapple pizza.
I don't know where this thing's going to close. But I was going to say like a little bit of a bump up to 195. It's definitely available. And the reason why is that I just don't think there's that many people sitting on the offer right now. And I know it's coming back in. There are people taking profits. But if this offer lifts, this thing could just.
No, I mean,
there's 191.
I think. I do believe that 195 can.
I'm at 191.40 right now. Bang! There it is.
There it is. 192 coming here at Katina, and it might go 195.
No, you said it's impossible, so don't worry. You literally did.
I did.
You did.
Chance, yeah.
So here we go. Hopefully you're wrong, but I mean,
why would I want to be wrong on this? I want to see this thing at $195.
Same.
Because you're long 172, so that's 20.
Yeah, and we're long 190 right here on the show, my guy.
192, my boy.
No, it's not possible, Joe. Not possible, Joe.
120 seconds left in the session. If it hits 193, it's a wrap.
Let's go. We're on one. We're on one. Easy peasy.
Show. Let's see what we got going on.
We're on one right now. Yeah, it's been a good one here. Look, I'm dumping out of this. I mean, that's another one.
Why,
There's another $2.
Huh? You're still holding.
I'm actually in this. Yeah. So I mean, we're having a lot of fun on the show, but we are trying. There's 193. Oh no, Joe. Oh no, Joe. This was just at 190 and it wasn't possible. Now we're up $3. I'm going to put an offer right now at 195 clean. All right? So that if we get that, then we're out. I'm at 194 right now, and I'm at 195.
I have 90 seconds.
So let's just wait to see. That's all I need here.
Yeah,
Let's see if we can get going back up there to the upside. As you can see, Joe and I having a lot of fun. We'll be back with Neil tomorrow morning, as far as I know. He'll be back in town. He just had to run and handle some business. We're coming in back up. There's one. Come on, let's go, man. I'm at 194.
I'm not hating.
A 193. A 193 break.
It's gonna be the longest. This is like plank. When you hit the plank, it's the longest minute and a half of your life. There it is, 193. Man, oh man, if it hits us, that's going to be absolutely crazy.
I think we've taken a lot of dollars out of this.
Yeah.
We just need to break, like, it needs to go through this 1 penny and shoot right to 190.
It
needs
could.
to shoot the moon. Just pull back a little bit there. We can see if there is anything on the imbalances. We're just having a good time here. Whether or not it closes at 195 or not doesn't really matter.
Wendy, that was crazy.
There it is, IBIT, Intel. There's no SpaceX anymore on here, so I don't know what moons this thing. But we're sitting there at 195. Maybe that imbalance runs all the way to 195 and we do get that print rate at 4 o'clock. But I'm sitting there right now. There's going to be liquidity after hours, so I'm not going to stress out.
195 in the post market.
I only have 10% left on this trade, by the way.
My boy. Did you mock that?
No.
Why?
But I'm sitting there at 195. I'm going to see what happens. If it prints me, it prints me. If not, we'll get out. This is for me, it's small peanuts.
Yeah,
right here. This close is brought to you by VinFast. We want to thank VinFast.
There we go.
For again, make sure you do, hit that QR code right there, as Joe will win this one, as it does not get to 195.
It was more or less a reverse psychology.
I'm not even sure where the mock went off there. I mean, my best out on the upside there was, we're right into these areas, right? So that was 192, 193.30 or so on the upside. We can get out of a piece right now. It doesn't look like we'll moon that much here into the close. There we go. We'll offer those 20s. We'll sit there and see if we can get it. But yeah, so far so good here. It's been a great day. Thanks, Joe, for filling in.
Of course.
Thanks for Sia in the background. Thanks to Adara and everybody back there for having a lot of fun with us one more time here today.
Where are you going? I'm only messing with you because you're.
Sia's out of here.
Yeah. I was like, where are you going? Yeah.
Yeah, we have. I got to miss. My daughter's going to do hockey tonight. I got baseball to coach, so we're on the diamond today, 8 to 10 o'clock.
Okay.
So that should be pretty fun. It's the High Park Red Sox versus the High Park Pirates.
The Pirates.
So we'll see.
And you guys are the Red Sox. So.
Yeah. We're in second or third place.
Okay.
The Pirates, I think, are fourth or fifth or something. So it'll be a good battle today.
That's good, man.
But no Gia. She's going to choose hockey today. She hasn't worked out much with her Mississauga team, so that's
the new team, right?
Yeah, that's going to come tonight. So she's going to go over there, and she's in another tournament this week.
Oh, really?
Yeah, her girls' team is in a co-ed tournament, so we'll be facing a bunch of boys this week.
Dude, you could leave. Yeah, I was only messing with you. Now she's staying. All right, now you're staying because, Sean and I can ramble on for another half an hour or so. No, but we're not going to do that. No, but in all seriousness, guys, we're going to wait for the options chain to open up tomorrow here with SpaceX, and then we're going to do something special. Maybe we'll come up with some activity, and we'll put it on the big board for you guys, just like we do in the morning sessions, and see what's going on there. So looking forward to having a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys were trading SpaceX either long or short and have the ability to make some money. It doesn't matter. A nice rebound in the market. NVDA back up to a high of around $213, almost there, guys. And Meta putting in a 5% day. We had JPM with a high of around $325. We like that. And then Robinhood also breaching the $100 marker. So we liked all of those names. We are involved with them, my friend.
Thank you, Jesse. Jesse's loving the show. So, it's always a pleasure to be here with Joe. So, thank you so much. We'll be here tomorrow. Thanks. There's Adara. There's Sia. They're saying goodbye, and we're saying goodbye as well. Join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. Thank you to Ramin. Thank you to Tiffany. Thank you to Andre, Brendan, Sia, Adara, everybody in the background, Sharif, and more, and Michael, too. And Randy, and everybody that's helped us, man.
Dude,
and
I wish we could get you know what? I vote to keep the plants in here. Like this thing.
I love the plants.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It gives more of a tropical vibe in here.
I love the plants.
I love those plants. So.
By the way, here goes 194 right now on SpaceX. Is it just
I know.
climbing, man? And I really think we open up tomorrow north of 200. So
welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show. Yeah, it's gonna be a good one. Always a pleasure to be with Joe.
Yeah.
You're filling in for me on Wednesday, so Neil and I tomorrow. You're in for me on Wednesday, and we will see everybody right here tomorrow at 8 a.m. Whether or not you're on the English channel or the Spanish one, we shall see you tomorrow. Ciao.